People always ask me what scares me most out here. The storms, the wildlife, the chance of getting lost miles from the nearest road. The truth is, none of that comes close. Those things are real, yes, but they're natural. You can prepare for them. What I fear most are the things no map explains, the moments you can't plan for. When the woods turn strange and you realize you've stepped into a place that doesn't follow the same rules anymore. Tonight, I want to tell you one of those stories. It's not about bears or bad weather. It's about the kind of night that leaves you staring into the dark, wondering if the dark is staring back. This is a true, real camping horror, what scares me most. My name is Fletcher Ross, and I was 30. 4 years old the summer a storm pinned me, and my companions down in the wilderness. I have often thought about how best to describe that night, and every time I begin the telling, I realize words alone feel too thin for what thunder can carry when it refuses to stop. Still, I will try. My background is not unusual. I work as a surveyor, accustomed to traveling into remote terrain for stretches at a time, mapping roads, streams, and boundaries that few people ever care to walk. That June, I took vacation days to camp with two close friends, Paul and Henry, in a range of mountains that stitched their Grack Heights along the horizon of northern Idaho. We had prepared for a week of hiking, fishing, and swapping stories beside a fire. We brought tents, a modest supply of food, and the confidence of men who believed they had known storms before. The first days were as perfect as one hopes. Sky a hard blue, rivers swollen with snowmelt, trails edged in wildflowers that bent under bees. We laughed, drank cheap whiskey from tin mugs, and pretended to complain about blisters. But on the fourth evening, clouds began to muscle across the valley faster than seemed possible. They boiled up from behind a line of peaks, like ink dropped into water. We saw the shadows sweep over the lake before the first roll of thunder sounded, so low and deep that it seemed to crawl inside our chests. Paul said we ought to get the tents anchored quickly. Henry muttered that the air smelled like iron. I said nothing, because my eyes were on the way the sky darkened, until it seemed the ridges themselves had gone hollow. By the time we secured the tents, the storm was overhead. The thunder did not strike in single bursts, nor in the polite intervals a man expects when counting seconds between flash and boom. It rolled without pause, a constant percussion, each wave folding into the next, so seamlessly that silence never returned. It was like a drum circle without rest, a chant from the sky itself. Rain came down in sheets so heavy that our fire drowned with a hiss before we could even throw a tarp above it. We retreated into my tent, the largest of the three, and tried to laugh at the situation, dripping onto the nylon floor as the storm announced itself over and over again. We waited. I could not tell if minutes or hours passed. The thunder seemed to stretch time itself, and each flicker of lightning brightened the world, outside so harshly that it looked like daylight painted wrong. White, then gone. Somewhere between those strikes, I began to notice something strange. After the most violent cracks, there would follow a faint sound, tucked just beneath the roll of thunder. It took me a long moment to place it. At first I thought it was branches snapping, or rocks loosening on the ridge. Then I realized what my ears insisted they heard. It was applause. Not the frantic kind of clapping that follows a joke or a band on stage. This was measured, deliberate, as if hundreds of palms met at once and then waited for the next cue. A rhythm. A response. I swallowed hard and said nothing to the others. It seemed too ridiculous to mention. The storm could play tricks, I told myself. Sound echoed strangely in valleys. Rain itself could slap like hands if it found the right surface. But once the idea lodged in me, it grew. I strained my ears until I caught it again. Faint, but undeniable, after the thunder rolled. There came applause, as though an audience approved. Henry noticed me stiffen. He asked what was wrong. I lied and said I thought I heard a tree go down. He nodded and said he hoped it had fallen away from camp. Paul poured another finger of whiskey into the mug and muttered that he did not care what the storm did, so long as it ended. But it did not end. That night stretched with the sound of an unbroken drum, a performance that no one had requested. The rain was so heavy that rivulets streamed beneath the tent. We shifted gear, tried to mop with our jackets, cursed the choice of campsite. At one point, lightning split, so close that the ground seemed to twitch, and the thunder roared in such immediacy that I saw Paul clap his hands over his ears and shout wordlessly. Then, in the half-second that followed, I heard applause again, louder this time, unmistakable. My skin prickled. I laughed too loudly, the sound brittle, because I wanted it to be a joke. I wanted someone else to say they heard it too. The others were silent. Either they ignored it or they truly did not hear. I lay back, eyes fixed on the trembling roof of nylon. Each strike of lightning revealed our shadows briefly, 3 dark forms huddled close, and each boom of thunder pressed the air so hard it felt like weight. And each time, like clockwork, the applause followed. I began to count it. 1 thunderclap, then maybe 2 or 3 seconds, then hands. Not single hands, but many, as if rows of people stood just outside, in the storm, enjoying a performance hidden from us. When exhaustion finally pulled me into shallow sleep, I dreamed of theaters. I dreamed of standing on a stage so wide that I could not see the far edges. Thunder rolled across it like timpani, and faceless figures in the seats clapped with perfect coordination. My own mouth moved but made no sound. I woke with a start to rain still battering the tent, heart hammering in my chest, my skin damp, not just from moisture but from sweat. Morning did not come. Or if it did, the clouds denied it. The thunder continued, steady, relentless. We had expected a storm to pass in hours, not linger in eternity. Our food was safe in dry sacks, but the firewood was soaked beyond use. Paul said we should pack up and hike out anyway. Storm or no storm. Henry argued that metal poles and slick trails would get us killed. I sat between them, listening to the thunder, waiting for the applause. It did not come in daylight. That was the first mercy I noticed. The clapping belonged to the dark. We spent that day in uneasy routine. We boiled water on the camp stove. We ate oatmeal without appetite. We checked gear. Everything was damp. Our spirits sagged with each hour. Paul cursed at the thunder as if his words could scold it into silence. Henry grew quieter, his eyes fixed often at the tent wall, as if expecting it to peel back. I tried to keep calm, reminding myself storms were natural, that I had seen them linger before. But none had ever sounded like this, a sky that refused to pause for breath. When night returned, so did the applause. I had almost convinced myself I had imagined it, but no. The moment the valley went black and the lightning flashed bright enough to etch the ridges, I heard the rhythm return. 100, maybe more. Clapping hands between thunder, I froze. This time Paul lifted his head, 2 eyes wide, and said, "Did you hear that?" My stomach nodded. Henry whispered, "Yes." We were no longer imagining. None of us slept. The storm's performance raged on, and the audience applauded faithfully. We tried to joke, saying maybe we had become the entertainment, three idiots trapped in a tent. But no one laughed long. Every time silence threatened, thunder filled it. Every time thunder crashed, the applause followed. The pattern was perfect. By the third night, our nerves were scraped raw. We had not seen sun in days. Our gear stank of mildew. Our eyes were ringed dark, and still the thunder rolled. We decided, against sense, to hike out at dawn. Paul said he did not care if lightning struck him. He would not sit through another night of that noise. Henry agreed. I wanted to argue, but the words caught in my throat, because I realized the storm had not yet tired. The drum still played, and the audience still clapped. When I stepped outside the tent that morning, the ground was saturated, a sponge of mud and standing pools. Trees dripped like veins opened too long. The sky boiled gray overhead, and though daylight dulled the strangeness, I could not shake the feeling that something was indeed watching, hands poised for the next round of thunder. We packed in silence, each of us moving with the desperation of men who knew they had overstayed welcome. I slung my pack, tightened the straps, and cast one last look at the valley. The mountains crouched under the storm, and the thunder rolled again, endless. My ears waited for the applause. But in that moment it held off, as though the audience withheld judgment until the next act. We left camp before the storm could decide to trap us again, shouldering packs that felt twice as heavy for the water they had absorbed. The trail was little more than a muddy vein cut through trees that groaned under the weight of rain. We trudged single file, Paul leading, Henry in the middle, myself last. None of us spoke. There was no point in pretending at cheer. Thunder stalked us, rolling across the valley without pause, like an endless drumline escorting us from above. Every step squelched. Our boots filled with mud. Our jackets clung to our arms. The storm never gave reprieve. Even in daylight, the clouds crushed the sky into premature twilight. I kept expecting the applause to return, to punctuate each strike, but it held off. Perhaps the daylight muffled it. Perhaps the unseen audience was waiting until we were deeper in the wilderness. The thought made my stomach twist. The first sign we were not alone came at mid-morning. Paul halted, hand raised, and pointed to the trail ahead. At first I thought it was debris, limbs fallen, rocks washed down. Then I saw them prints. Boot prints, large and deep in the mud, leading uphill along the path we meant to take. We had not passed another group since arriving. No ranger had warned us of anyone nearby. The prints were fresh, edges sharp, as though left minutes before. They were too many, not one hiker nor two, at least a dozen. The tread varied, some narrow, some broad, but all recent, pressed into the same mud that swallowed our own boots. Paul crouched and touched one. He looked back at us. Did anyone hear voices last night? Henry shook his head. His lips were pale. I swallowed and said nothing, because what I had heard was applause, not voices, and I did not want to connect the two. We followed the prints. There was no choice. The trail ran only one way. The further we climbed, the more the path twisted among black pines, their trunks shining slick as if varnished. The thunder rolled without pause. My ears began to ache from the constant pressure of sound, like living inside a drum. I thought I glimpsed figures between trees, but when I blinked, they were gone. At noon we stopped beneath a crude rock. overhang to eat, though appetite had deserted us. Oatmeal again, cold, clumped into our mouths. Paul muttered curses at the storm between bites, shaking his head as if to dislodge the sound. Henry kept watching the forest. I watched them both, realizing how drawn their faces had become. That was when the applause returned. It came between thunder rolls, sudden, sharp, and impossibly close. We froze, spoons suspended, breath caught. The sound echoed beneath the stone overhang, as if the walls themselves were clapping. Hundreds of hands in unison, surrounding us, though we saw no one. Paul shouted, "Who's there?" His voice cracked like a teenager's, thin and desperate. The forest answered with thunder, then applause again, louder this time, overlapping, as if the invisible audience had moved closer. I pressed my hands to my ears. It did nothing. The sound came from within, vibrating through bone, through chest. It was not the applause of joy, but of something else. Judgment, perhaps, or hunger. Henry whispered, "They're following the storm. Or we're following them." Paul swore and began shoving food back into his pack. "We're getting out of here." We hiked again. This time faster, no longer pacing ourselves, as though escape lay just beyond the next bend. The boot prints remained, always ahead of us, never behind. Sometimes they multiplied, splitting into two trails that rejoined as though the owners had walked in circles only to converge again. As afternoon darkened prematurely into night, the lightning began to strike closer. Trees split open with the smell of burning pitch. The thunder never stopped. Each strike felt less like weather and more like a signal. And always after the loudest booms came applause. We reached a clearing ringed with spruce. Mud pooled at the bottom. The boot prints led into the clearing and stopped. Not scattered. Not trailed off. They simply ceased, as though the owners had vanished mid-step. Paul stared at the ground, his face hollow. No one leaves prints like that. Henry muttered, "Maybe they weren't walking. Maybe they were watching." I wanted to tell him to stop, but the words died in my throat because I felt it. Too, the clearing had the weight of a stage. The trees formed a natural amphitheater. Each flash of lightning lit it like floodlights. We three stood in the center, and the storm performed above. When thunder cracked, applause burst around us, invisible but overwhelming, bouncing off bark and stone. Paul screamed into the air, "What do you want from us?" The response came instantly. Not words. More applause, deafening now, closer than ever, as though hands struck inches from our ears. We clutched our heads, staggered, nearly fell into the mud. Henry grabbed my arm. His nails dug through wet fabric. "Don't answer them. Don't talk to them." We stumbled from the clearing, half running, half sliding. The storm seemed to follow, lightning striking trees on either side of the trail like torches marking our route. My lungs burned. The applause pursued, never lessening, never tiring. By dusk, or what passed for dusk beneath that sky, we reached the edge of a ravine, spanned by a crude wooden bridge. It looked decades old, the boards slick with moss and rain. The boot prints crossed it. Paul insisted we go. Henry balked, saying the boards would snap under us. While they argued, I realized the applause had stopped. Silence pressed so suddenly that my ears rang. Even the thunder seemed muted, as though muffled by a hand over the sky's mouth. Paul noticed it too. He whispered, "Where'd they go?" In that pause, a single pair of hands clapped once, slow, deliberate, from the far side of the ravine. We spun, squinting into the dark. The lightning struck, illuminating nothing but trees. Henry shook his head violently. "No, I'm not crossing. I don't care if we stay here all night." But the storm returned with renewed fury. Thunder pounding without end, applause rising again from every direction. It was unbearable, pressing us toward the bridge like cattle herded by noise. Paul cursed and stepped onto the boards. They groaned but held. He crossed halfway, daring us to follow. Henry gripped my arm. "Fletcher, don't. If we step onto it, we're part of their show." The applause swelled, shaking the ravine, vibrating the boards themselves. I felt the choice clawing at me: follow Paul, risk collapse, or stay with Henry and risk being swallowed by sound. In the end, fear of standing still outweighed fear of falling. I placed one foot on the bridge. The wood flexed, water streaming off in rivulets. Paul shouted encouragement. Henry screamed protest. The thunder boomed so close that my vision whitened. Then, perfectly timed, applause burst louder than ever, echoing from the ravine walls, as though thousands leaned in to watch. I crossed, heart hammering, and joined Paul on the far side. Henry remained behind, shaking his head, refusing. He shouted something, but thunder swallowed his words. Then lightning struck the ravine itself, blinding white. For an instant I saw them, rows of figures standing in the trees, clapping in unison, faces obscured, hands pale. Dozens, hundreds. Their applause shook the air itself. Then the light was gone. Henry screamed. Not in pain, but in defiance. He turned and ran back into the woods, away from the bridge, away from us. The storm roared approval, thunder like cymbals, applause crashing in waves. Paul lunged as if to go after him, but the bridge trembled. He cursed, dragged me by the arm, and forced us deeper into the forest on the far side. My last glimpse of Henry was his small figure swallowed by darkness and hands. We stumbled through trees, mud sucking at our boots. The applause chasing, now less like approval and more like demand. Each step felt choreographed. Part of a performance we did not consent to but could not stop. At last we collapsed beneath a stand of fir, too exhausted to move. The thunder rolled on, never ceasing, never letting us forget we were on stage. Paul lay back, chest heaving. I sat upright, eyes wide, waiting for the next flash. When it came, I saw faces in the branches above, hands poised, waiting for the cue. The storm gave it, and the applause erupted again. We did not speak Henry's name again that night. Paul and I sat under the firs, both drenched, both shaking, listening to the applause rise and fall like the tide of some unnatural sea. Whenever lightning split the sky, I caught fragments of the audience. Rows of figures between trunks, faces blurred, hands lifted as if waiting for the cue. They never faltered. I could not tell if they were people, shadows, or something older wearing the shape of applause. Paul muttered to himself, phrases torn apart by thunder. I heard snatches, not real, storm's trick, just noise. His eyes gleamed fever, bright in the dark. He looked more frightened than I had ever seen him, but he forced bravado into his voice. I envied that effort. My own words stuck like stones in my throat. When exhaustion bent us down, we did not sleep so much as collapse. I drifted in and out, haunted by the rhythm, thunder then applause. Thunder then applause. Sometimes I dreamed I was on a stage lit by lightning, the storm above acting as conductor and Paul, and I nothing more than players too small to matter. In those moments, the clapping shifted. It became not approval but demand, as though we were failing to deliver a performance worthy of their attention. Dawn never came. grayness filtered through the trees, but the storm held steady, erasing any sense of time. Our watches had long since waterlogged. My body felt decades older. Hunger gnawed at me, though I could barely choke down another handful of oatmeal. Paul said we had to keep moving. We can't sit here. Henry's gone, and if we stay, we'll be next. His hands shook as he cinched his pack. I forced my arms to lift mine too. We pushed on, trying to orient toward the trailhead, though every path looked the same: mud, roots, dripping branches. The audience followed. Always. Their applause marked each step, each breath. Sometimes it came from behind, sometimes ahead, sometimes both at once, like walls closing in. The forest grew strange in daylight. Trees bent in unnatural arcs. Bark scored with patterns that looked like rows of handprints. I began to wonder if we had entered a place where storms were not weather but ritual. By midday, Paul broke. He spun toward the trees, screaming at the faceless watchers. "Is this what you want? You want us to dance for you? Then watch." He stomped into the mud, slapping his own thighs, clapping mockingly, shouting curses at the thunder. For a moment, silence fell. Even the storm seemed to hold breath. Then the applause surged, deafening, as if the entire valley responded to his defiance. Paul laughed, high and cracked. He kept dancing until his boots slipped in mud, and he fell hard, breath knocked out of him. He lay gasping, rain pelting his face. The applause grew sharper, quicker, demanding. I pulled him up, gripping his jacket. "Don't give them what they want." My voice sounded alien, thin against the roar. But Paul's eyes shone wild. He whispered, "They'll never stop. Not unless we do something bigger." That terrified me more than the storm. We staggered on until we reached a rise overlooking a hollow. Below, water pooled into a basin, reflecting lightning in broken flashes. The hollow's shape was unmistakable, a natural amphitheater, a stage carved by earth, and on that stage Henry stood, or what remained of him. He was drenched, clothes plastered, hair wild. His arms rose and fell with each thunder roll, as if conducting the storm. The audience of shadows circled him, clapping in flawless rhythm, every hand in time. His face tilted up toward the sky, eyes closed, mouth open in rapture or agony. Paul cried out his name. I grabbed his arm, but he shook me off and began stumbling down toward the hollow. "We can save him," he shouted. I stayed frozen, rooted to the ridge. Every instinct screamed not to enter that stage. Thunder crashed, applause thundered, and Henry's arms cut the air like a metronome, keeping rhythm for something far larger than himself. Paul reached the edge of the circle. The shadows parted, forming an aisle, as if inviting him in. He hesitated only a second before stepping forward. The applause rose to fever pitch. Lightning struck the basin, white and searing. For an instant the figures were visible. Dozens, maybe hundreds, pale as smoke, their hands raw and red from clapping. Their mouths were open, but no voices emerged, only thunder. Paul vanished into their ranks. His scream lasted less than a heartbeat before it was swallowed by sound. When the light faded, Henry still stood on the stage, arms raised. Paul stood beside him now, movements jerky but synchronized, as if another conductor had joined. I could not breathe. My legs buckled. I understood then the storm was not random. It was a performance, eternal, and it needed players. We had wandered into its theater, and now the cast grew by one, then another. The shadows turned their faces toward me. Their hands did not falter. They clapped and clapped, urging me down, inviting me to join the circle. I stumbled backward, away from the ridge, slipping in mud, clawing at roots to stay upright. My chest burned with terror. I ran, though I did not know where, branches whipping my face, thunder chasing me with every step. The applause followed, not fading, always near. For hours, or days, time lost all meaning. I fled through a forest that twisted endlessly. I no longer knew direction. My compass spun without pattern. The storm herded me, the audience guiding me with their rhythm. Sometimes the clapping slowed, drawing me toward one path. Sometimes it quickened, blocking another. I realized they were steering me, shaping my flight like choreography. At last I collapsed against a fallen trunk, lungs ragged, heart thundering to match the sky. The applause ebbed, softer now, almost tender, as if congratulating me for playing my part well enough. I pressed my hands to my ears and screamed until my throat tore, but it changed nothing. When next I opened my eyes, I saw light. Not lightning, real light, pale dawn breaking through clouds. The storm had thinned. Thunder still rumbled, but faint like a memory. Rain had slowed to drizzle. The forest looked less twisted, more familiar. I stumbled forward and found the trail. Real trail. Muddy, but leading down toward the parking lot, where our truck waited. My mind screamed that it was another trick, another set piece in their theater. But my body had nothing left. I followed it. Hours later, I staggered into the gravel lot. The truck stood where we left it, windshield streaked with rain. No applause followed me now. The silence was so sudden it hurt. I collapsed beside the door, sobbing into mud. I never saw Paul or Henry again. Search teams went in when the storm finally cleared for good. They found our campsite drowned in mud, but no sign of the others. No tracks but mine. No remains. No bodies. The Rangers wrote it off as misadventure, storm panic, men lost in the woods. But I know better. Even now, years later, I hear it sometimes. A summer storm rolls across town, thunder shaking windows, and just beneath it I catch the faintest sound. Applause, distant but deliberate, like an audience still, waiting for me to return to the stage. I pray I never do. My name is Nia Calder, and I have always carried with me a quiet fondness for places where the human world falls away into silence. It feels proper to begin like that, with the truth of my name stated plainly, because what happened in the meadow did not erase me, though it came close. I was 26 years old, traveling alone for the first time since my university days, determined to reclaim a piece of myself I feared. I had misplaced in the noise of cities and the thrum of routine. I had grown tired of cubicles and traffic and conversations that felt rehearsed. So, when the chance came to hike a week through an unmarked stretch of country in the north, I bought new boots, packed my rations, and told no one but my sister where I would be. I left the trailhead in the late afternoon. The air carried that sharp green scent of late summer, grasses gone tall and whispering against my legs, the sky widening until it seemed to rest on my shoulders. I walked until my breath thinned and my thighs burned until the notion of time dissolved into the rhythm of boots against earth. When the meadow opened before me, golden in the angled light, I felt I had stumbled onto something secret. The grass bowed with the wind, rolling in waves, and scattered among it were flowers I did not recognize. Wild, delicate blooms in every shade of blue and green, their petals catching the sun like bits of glass. I stopped in the center of it, awed. The place seemed untouched, as though no camper or hiker had ever paused there. The ground was level, soft with moss and grass. A stream cut quietly along the far side, promising water. I remember whispering aloud, "This will do." The sound of my own voice startled me. It felt intrusive. Still, I unrolled my pack and pitched my tent, the practiced motion steadying me. I had slept in many wild places before, but this meadow was different, as if the earth itself was holding its breath while I made my claim. Night dropped quickly, draping shadows over the meadow until the flowers disappeared into the dark. I lit my small stove, cooked a simple meal, and listened to the hush around me. Crickets, yes. The stream's faint chatter. But there was no echo of distant owls, no rustle of deer or fox through the brush. It was a silence edged with attention, as if something unseen waited for me to finish. I crawled into my tent, zipped it against the cool air, and drifted to sleep imagining the meadow cradling me in its hollow palm. When dawn came, I did not open my eyes right away. The sun pressed pale warmth through the tent fabric, and I lingered in that half-state ware of their aftertaste. Then a smell reached me, sweet, powdery, unmistakably floral. I sat up, confused. The meadow's flowers had been fragrant, yes, but faint, like a distant perfume carried on the wind. This scent was close, overwhelming. My eyes adjusted, and the breath left me. Across the inside of my tent walls, shapes pressed faintly from outside. Petals, stems, blossoms flattened against the nylon. I thought at first a windstorm had blown debris across me in the night. But as I leaned closer, I saw that the flowers were not merely pressed against the tent. They were woven into it. Stems pierced through the seams as if threaded by careful fingers. Petals overlapped like stitches, braided tightly into the fabric. I reached out, touched one. The bloom was soft, cool with morning dew. Its color was a shade I knew too, well hazel shot with flecks of amber, the exact color of my own eyes. For a long moment, I forgot how to breathe. I yanked back my hand and stared. There were dozens of them, maybe hundreds, blossoms braided through every panel of the tent, each one glowing faintly with that same uncanny hue. I pressed my palms to my face, rubbed my eyes, then looked again. They did not change. I unzipped the door flap, the sound loud in the meadow's hush. Outside, the flowers grew as they had the night before, scattered in careless beauty across the grass. But those had been pale blues and greens. The ones stitched into my tent bore only my eye color. I crouched in the doorway, staring at them, waiting for some trick of light to shift. None did. A rational mind invents explanations. I told myself perhaps I had dreamed it. Perhaps the shade was coincidence, a trick of sun and dew. Perhaps some animal, a bird or insect, had brushed the flowers against my tent in the night. Yet even as the thoughts formed, I knew their hollowness. These blooms were arranged, braided, purposeful. I spent the morning half mad with unease. I pulled the flowers free where I could, snapping stems, shaking petals loose. They came away easily, though the nylon showed no puncture holes where the stems had passed through. I wiped the dew from my fingers and tried not to look at their strange, familiar color. The day passed in a haze. I forced myself to eat, to refill my water, to hike a few miles away in search of higher ground. But the meadow tugged at me, whispering that to abandon it was to miss something important. I argued with myself aloud, laughing too sharply. I told myself I had imagined it, that exhaustion had played tricks. By late afternoon, despite every sensible thought urging me on, I returned. The flowers in the grass still shone pale blue and green. I set my jaw and pitched the tent again. determined to master the dread pooling in my stomach. I told myself if the blooms appeared once more, I would leave at dawn without hesitation. A test, that was all. A final night. That evening I sat by the stream and watched the sky bruise into twilight. I felt eyes on me, though none were there. Every ripple of the current seemed to carry a voice too soft to hear. I thought of my sister, of her parting words. "Text me when you get back to service." I wondered if she would sense the meadows. Strange attention clinging to me, even through a phone line. Sleep did not come easily. I lay awake long after the stars burned overhead, listening for any sound beyond the whisper of wind through the grass. Once or twice I thought I heard the faint rasp of movement, as if something dragged itself slowly across the meadow, but when I held my breath, it faded. Eventually, weariness won. When I woke, sunlight dappled the tent once more. My pulse surged before I even opened my eyes. I rolled to my side, bracing myself. The flowers were there again, woven deeper, tighter than before. Their blossoms layered thick across the panels, until little daylight seeped through. And each bloom, every single one, was the precise amber, flecked hazel of my eyes. This time, when I touched them, the petals seemed to pulse faintly beneath my fingers, as if carrying a heartbeat not my own. I did not move for a long while, lying there in the dim glow cast by my own reflected eyes. The air inside the tent was damp, saturated with the perfume of flowers that had no business growing through nylon. Every breath filled me with sweetness so cloying it felt like drowning in honey. I pressed my forehead to my knees and tried to steady myself, whispering numbers under my breath, the way I used to before exams. But no amount of counting could reduce the impossible to something reasonable. Eventually, I forced myself to unzip the flap. My hands shook so badly the zipper stuttered, teeth catching. The sound echoed through the meadow, as if the silence amplified it, and I hated the thought that something, anything, might be listening. When I finally managed to pull it open, fresh air rushed in. The contrast almost made me dizzy. Outside, the meadow looked unchanged. Sunlight spilled across grasses bending in the wind, their tips scattering dew like tiny prisms. Pale blue and green blossoms, shone as they had on the first day, scattered loosely, natural. Only my tent bore the strange embroidery of hazel and amber petals. From a distance it must have looked like some eccentric design, beautiful even. But up close, each bloom seemed alive in a way that made my stomach churn. Their petals trembled faintly, though the wind could not have reached them through the taut nylon. I packed quickly. My fingers fumbled, my mind chattered. But I worked with the kind of urgency that comes only when every instinct screams leave. I ripped the flowers free, tossed them aside, collapsed the poles, rolled the fabric tight. Yet as I strapped it to my pack, I noticed the blossoms I had thrown down were not withering. They lay across the grass, their color deepening, as if feeding on sunlight. I turned away and refused to look again. The trail back was faint but passable, a deer path winding toward the hills. I followed it with long strides, telling myself distance was safety. I would hike until nightfall, set camp miles away, and in the morning head back to the trailhead. I had never abandoned a route before, but the thought of staying near that meadow at night made my chest tighten. Hours passed. My canteen grew lighter, my legs heavier. I paused only once, at a ridge where the land fell away into a valley of pines. From there, I could see the meadow in the distance, a golden patchwork in the center of green. For an instant, It seemed the flowers there pulsed in unison, like a single vast organism breathing. I blinked and looked away. The further I went, the less certain I became that I was escaping. The deer path curved, narrowed, then widened again. But I began to notice a sameness to it, as though I was looping without realizing. When I stopped to rest, I set my pack down and leaned against a tree. I looked at my tent lashed to the side and froze. Tiny buds had sprouted where the nylon creased, pale green at first glance. I touched one with the tip of my finger, and the color shifted instantly, blooming into hazel flecked with amber. My knees gave out, and I sat hard on the dirt. I wanted to scream, but knew it would sound small in the vastness around me. I left the tent behind. I cut the straps with my knife and let it tumble into the brush, buds and all. The relief was sharp, immediate, like severing a tether. I told myself I could sleep under the stars. That warmth did not matter. I only needed distance. Yet as evening fell, exhaustion forced me to stop. I built a fire with shaking hands, coaxed flame from damp wood, and sat close to its meager comfort. Shadows lengthened into the trees, and for the first time all day I let myself cry. Quiet, angry tears. I felt ridiculous, childish. But I could not shake the sensation that the meadow had claimed me in some way. I did not understand. The fire's crackle soothed me until the wind shifted. That same sweet, powdery scent drifted past, faint but unmistakable. I stiffened, turned my head. In the dim light beyond the fire's edge, flowers glimmered, scattered blossoms dotting the ground where none had been when I arrived. Their petals shone with hazel flecked in amber. I scrambled backward, heart hammering. My pack tumbled, spilling rations, a canteen rolling into the dirt. The flowers were not clustered. They were scattered in a ring, faint but closing, stem by stem, as if they had grown in the span of a breath. I threw dirt on the fire, smothered it to darkness, and shouldered my pack without bothering to gather the rest. Then I ran. The night forest closed around me. Branches whipped my arms, roots snagged my boots. I ran until my lungs burned, until sweat chilled on my skin, until the thought of stopping was unthinkable. When at last my body gave in, I collapsed beside a fallen log, too weak to stand. I sat listening, straining for any sound beyond my ragged breath. Nothing. No birds, no crickets. Only the whisper of grass I could not see. I do not know how long I sat there before exhaustion dragged me into shallow sleep. Dreams tangled with reality, filled with visions of petals brushing my skin, stems tightening around my limbs, blossoms blooming from my mouth when I tried to speak. At dawn, I woke stiff and aching, the forest pale with morning light. For a fragile moment, relief washed over me. The flowers were gone. My pack was still at my side. The air smelled of nothing but damp earth. I almost convinced myself I had dreamed the ring of blossoms. Then I looked down. Across my arms, faint impressions marked my skin, delicate outlines of petals, as though pressed there during the night. When I touched them, they tingled, alive. I stared at the faint floral imprints on my arms until my vision blurred. They were not bruises, not rashes, not dirt from sleep. They were perfect outlines of blossoms, delicate and symmetrical, like someone had pressed flowers against me in the night and left their memory behind. As I traced them with a fingertip, heat prickled through my skin, blooming outward until my hands shook. I pulled my sleeves down to hide them, though there was no one to see. Hiding felt necessary, instinctive, as if acknowledgement would only invite more. The urge to flee pressed hard against my chest. I stuffed what little remained in my pack and walked fast, forcing my body into motion before my mind could unravel further. The forest was quiet, too quiet, each step a trespass in a silence that felt cultivated rather than natural. I thought of my sister, of how casually I had told her I would be gone a week, no service, don't worry. Would she think of me after 7 days and laugh about my stubborn independence? Or would she feel the meadows pull through whatever invisible tether bound us? By midday, I stumbled into a clearing. Relief surged. Open sky. The promise of escape. Then my stomach dropped. The clearing was not new. It was the same meadow. The sight of it hollowed me. The golden grasses rolled in the wind exactly as before. The pale blue and green blossoms danced among them. But I knew without needing to check. Somewhere, woven into the earth, my own eye, colored flowers waited. I had walked in a circle, a wide and merciless snare. Rage broke through the fear then, sharp and clean. I screamed into the open air, my voice raw. What do you want from me? The meadow breathed in answer, grasses bowing as one in the windless heat. The sound was soft, almost like a sigh of satisfaction. I dropped my pack and ran to the stream, knelt, and splashed water on my face. The cold steadied me enough to think. The stream meant direction. If I followed it downstream, it had to lead me away, back to larger rivers, back to civilization. I filled my canteen, shut it into my bag, and began to walk. Hours passed. My calves burned from the uneven ground, my throat raw from thirst even as I drank. The stream thickened, split, rejoined itself. Trees shifted, thinned, grew dense again. At last, when the light began to fade, I pushed through a break in the brush and froze. The stream led straight back into the meadow. I staggered to my knees, a cry tearing from me, hoarse and desperate. The meadow watched silently, grasses swaying though the air was still. I pressed my hands to the earth and begged, actually begged, voice cracked and shaking. Please let me go. Please. I'm nothing. I don't matter. Just let me leave. When I lifted my head, flowers had grown in a circle around me, hazel and amber glowing like lanterns. They swayed gently, as if nodding to my plea. I stumbled backward, heart wild. The flowers bent as I moved, following like faces turning in a crowd. Then one broke from the ground. Its stem wreathed upward, longer, reaching, until it brushed my ankle. The touch was soft, like silk, but heat spread instantly through my skin. I kicked it away, stumbling, but more were rising. They grew faster than was possible, stems braiding together, weaving across the grass in patterns that mimicked fabric. I bolted, crashing through them, petals catching on my clothes, stems wrapping around my boots. I ripped free, left shreds of fabric and skin behind. My breath came ragged, my vision spotted black, but still I ran. Somewhere in the chaos, I realized I was not being harmed, not truly. The flowers did not cut me, did not choke or strike. They only touched, pressed, braided, leaving their mark. I slowed, collapsed to my knees, chest heaving. The meadow was quiet again. Only the wind, only the stream. The flowers around me lay still, harmless. My body trembled with exhaustion, and for the first time, I understood. The meadow was not hunting me. It was claiming me. I do not know how many days passed after that. Time became soft, slipping. I would sleep, wake, find new imprints on my skin. Sometimes whole blossoms lay against my chest when I opened my eyes, their roots twined gently around me, their petals flushed with hazel amber light. I stopped trying to leave. The paths always returned me here. The meadow was patient. One night, as stars wheeled cold above me, I dreamt of myself standing among the grasses. My body was threaded with stems, blossoms blooming from my arms, my hair braided through with petals. In the dream, I was not afraid. I was radiant, part of the field part of me. When I woke, tears streaked my face, and I did not know if they came from terror or surrender. By the final morning, resistance felt absurd, like arguing with the tide. I sat cross-legged in the grass and let the flowers grow close. Their stems brushed my legs, my arms, my throat, and I did not flinch. The meadow hummed, faint and low, as if pleased. Blossoms opened against my skin, warm and steady as heartbeats. I closed my eyes. Somewhere beyond, the world must still turn. My sister waiting for a message that will never come, trails empty of my boots, cities roaring unaware. But here, in the meadow, I am not lost. I am woven. And if you ever pass through a golden field, where pale blue and green blossoms scatter carelessly, look closer. If you find flowers the color of hazel flecked with amber, do not camp there. Do not sleep, because those are mine, and I am still watching. My name is Jonas Pike, and I will begin by stating that I have always trusted the tools of navigation more than I have ever trusted myself. Numbers, directions, and maps do not falter the way instinct does. Instinct can be clouded by hunger, by panic, by the disorienting weight of silence pressing against the eardrums. A compass needle, though, is supposed to be immune to such weakness. At least, that is what I believed before this trip began. I brought with me a compass that had been with me on every hike since college. A map folded carefully inside a weatherproof sleeve, and a growing hunger for solitude that I convinced myself would be satisfied in the green heart of the forest. This particular stretch of wilderness was not charted as a national park, nor as a popular trail system, but as a half-forgotten tract of timberland along the boundary of the state. It was the kind of place where logging roads cut jagged scars through dense conifers and then stopped abruptly, swallowed again by growth and years of neglect. I had heard from a friend of a friend that hunters still crossed it in the fall, and that scattered stone foundations hinted at settlements abandoned a century ago. To me, that sounded like freedom. I wanted to test myself, to step outside the grid of marked paths and sanctioned campsites. I wanted the forest without translation, without guardrails, without the sterile safety of numbered posts. It was early summer, the kind of week where daylight stretches its limbs until nearly 9 at night, and the forest feels swollen with vitality. Every bird call seems amplified, every rustle sharp, as if the entire world is aware of its own abundance. I parked my car where the dirt road became too narrow to trust, shouldered my pack, and stepped into the green corridor. At first, everything went according to plan. The compass pointed north, the map agreed with my bearings, and I marked my progress with deliberate care. I kept notes in a small field journal, sketching tree lines and rough elevations, recording distances paced between landmarks. It was the method of someone who wanted to return by the same path, who did not trust memory alone to be reliable. I pitched camp by a small creek that evening, listening to the gurgle of water as if it were a lullaby written just for travelers. I dreamed of moving further north in the morning, maybe following the creek until it braided into streams that would vanish among stones. I awoke before dawn, and, after a meal of oats and coffee, I checked my compass out of habit. That was when the first sliver of doubt crept in. The needle spun. Not just once, not with the erratic twitch of magnetism briefly disturbed, but with a steady, sickening whirl. It spun without pause, without preference, as if north had been erased from the world. I tapped the glass. I shook it. I held it away from my pack, suspecting interference from metal. The needle only danced faster, a child's toy that no longer remembered its purpose. I told myself not to panic. A compass can break. It happens. That is why one brings a map, why one keeps notes. I pulled the folded map from its sleeve, smoothing it against my knee. That was when the second fracture appeared, not in the paper, but in my sense of reality. The map was not as I had left it. I knew every mark I had made the day before, each penciled notation, each arrow of progress. Now there were new annotations, faint but unmistakable, scrawled in the exact shape of my handwriting. A path had been drawn northward, curling through bends of trees I had not yet seen, leading into valleys my eyes had not measured. The trail extended days beyond, dotted with symbols I had never created. Campsites marked with small triangles, water sources circled, and warnings scribbled in shorthand. I could not remember writing. The most chilling detail was not that the notes were mine. It was that one of them, etched in the margin, used a phrase I had never spoken aloud in my life. Do not linger where the birds go silent. I closed the map, my hands trembling as if the paper radiated cold. The rational part of me argued that exhaustion had played tricks on my memory, that perhaps I had scrawled these notes absent-mindedly last night by the fire. But another part of me, the one that tightened my stomach and quickened my breath, knew the truth. I was reading ahead in a story that had not yet been lived. The forest had turned its pages without me. I tried to dismiss it. I told myself to follow my own pace, to ignore the phantom handwriting, to rely on what I could see and touch. Still, I could not deny that when I folded the map and placed it back in my sleeve, I caught the faintest whiff of graphite on my fingertips, as though the pencil marks had only just dried. I pressed forward, each step a negotiation between fear and stubbornness. The woods were beautiful, in the way beauty sometimes threatens. Vast columns of pine and spruce crowding together, their shadows' long fingers brushing my boots. The air smelled of resin and damp soil, rich and heavy, as though the forest exhaled around me. I walked for hours, orienting myself by the sun, by the slope of the land, by the bend of the creek that I chose to follow. I told myself that I was not lost, not yet. Lostness is a condition of surrender, and I had not surrendered. By mid-afternoon, I realized my path mirrored the annotations exactly. Every fork in the creek, every shift in terrain, every landmark unfolded as if I were retracing footsteps written ahead of me. I stopped at a clearing where moss carpeted the earth in thick cushions, my breath shallow, my map clenched in my palm. The next note on the paper, one I swore I had not made, read, "Rest here. You will need the strength tonight." My throat tightened. I wanted to tear the map into pieces, scatter it to the wind, refuse its authority. Yet I also wanted to obey it, to trust the uncanny precision of a future already traced. Against my better judgment, I lowered my pack and sat. The clearing was unnervingly quiet. The creek's chatter had faded behind me, and the air carried a stillness that pressed into my ears until I heard only the thrum of blood. Then came the birds. Not their song, but their absence. The canopy above seemed to sag with silence. My pulse quickened. I unfolded the map again, and there it was, the warning in my own hand. Do not linger where the birds go silent. A bead of sweat traced down my temple. I stood abruptly, slinging my pack onto my shoulders. The air tasted wrong, metallic, as if a storm had crouched just out of sight. My instinct screamed at me to move, but move where? The map's path stretched forward into the unknown. Yet I no longer trusted forward as a direction. I turned in a slow circle, scanning tree trunks for movement, for the shimmer of animal eyes, for anything that might explain why the forest itself held its breath. That was when I heard it. A scraping sound, faint but distinct, like pencil against paper. It came from the trees directly ahead, beyond the clearing. My body stiffened. The sound continued, steady, deliberate. My first thought was of another hiker, someone crouched with a notebook, marking the forest as I had. But the rhythm was wrong. Too slow, too patient, each stroke dragging long enough that my teeth ached in sympathy. Against all reason, I stepped forward. The clearing opened into a narrow path bordered by ferns. The scraping grew louder, each drag and lift echoing in the hush. My heart pounded. I tightened my grip on the map, though I did not remember deciding to take it out again. When I glanced at the paper, my breath hitched. New words were forming across the page, even as I watched. Keep walking. I stumbled backward, clutching the map as if it might bite. The letters were not merely appearing. They were being written. My own handwriting crawling across the fibers, graphite etching itself without a pencil. My knees weakened. I wanted to flee, to sprint blindly until exhaustion forced me down. Instead, I obeyed. One step, then another. The trees closed around me, and the scraping receded as though satisfied. I followed the invisible leash of the map deeper into the forest, every nerve alert to sounds too faint to trust. Dusk began to seep into the canopy, shadows lengthening, light bleeding into gold, and then gray. The map guided me toward a hollow where fallen logs leaned like broken ribs. My legs axed, my lungs strained, and my mind rebelled against the thought of staying. Yet the final note scrawled there was merciless. Champ here. I dropped my pack reluctantly, sweat soaking my shirt, fear simmering in my gut. I laid out the tent with clumsy hands, fumbling at the poles, the nylon trembling like a living thing. When the tent finally stood, a fragile bubble of cloth against the wilderness, I crawled inside, clutching the cursed map to my chest. Night wrapped itself around me like a hunter drawing close. Sleep did not come easily. The forest whispered with unseen motions, branches cracking, leaves shivering without wind. Every sound was a question I could not answer. I pressed my eyes shut, yet even in darkness, I saw the strokes of graphite, writing themselves across the inside of my mind. When at last I drifted into uneasy rest, I dreamed of my own hand moving across the map, scribbling a path I could not control. I woke with a start to find the map open beside me, the next day's journey already drawn. I woke with my mouth dry and my heart already racing, as though fear had worked through the night on my body while I slept. Pale light filtered through the tent fabric, a thin gray wash that gave no real comfort. For a moment I lay still, listening. The forest breathed in distant rustles, but there was no bird song, no chatter that usually rises at dawn. The silence pressed against the nylon walls, heavier than the night had been. I rolled onto my side, and my eyes fell to the map. It lay open, though I'd folded it carefully before sleep. My own handwriting stared back at me, darker, fresher than before. The trail stretched forward in pencil, curling toward a ridge I had not yet seen, with small arrows urging progress. At the edge of the page, Another note had appeared. The letters jagged, rushed. "Do not look behind you today." My throat tightened at the command. My instinct was to test it immediately, to prove to myself that I was free, that I could spin in a circle and nothing would wait in the trees. But I couldn't do it. The words held me in place as if a hand gripped my shoulder. I tried to laugh at my own weakness and failed. The sound that came out was thin, cracked, the laugh of someone already half broken. I forced myself into routine. I boiled water, swallowed instant coffee that tasted of ashes, and packed the tent with deliberate care. My body moved as though clinging to normalcy might banish the strangeness. Yet the map was always in my hand. I couldn't leave it behind, even though I wanted to fling it into the creek. It had power over me, not through belief, but through proof. Every step so far had matched its instructions, whether I wanted them to or not. The morning air was cool and damp, beads of moisture clinging to ferns, mist coiling low around the trunks. I walked, counting breaths. Refusing to glance behind me, though, the urge gnawed at every nerve. The forest seemed complicit in the warning. The way the trees leaned forward, as if sheltering something just out of sight. The way each fallen branch cracked behind me, though my boots hadn't touched it. I told myself I was imagining. That paranoia was a disease spreading from the page into my brain. But each time I faltered, the map quivered in my grip, as if the pencil marks themselves shivered. Hours passed, though I couldn't have measured how many. The ridge appeared by midday, rising out of the mist like a ship's prow. I scrambled up the incline, hands clutching roots, knees scraping stone. My lungs burned, but reaching the top gave me no relief. The map had shown the ridge as a high point, a place to orient, but the view stretched only into more trees, more valleys, endless folds of green. And yet, right there, on the map, written in my hand, were the words, "You will see it now." I turned slowly, dread soaking through me, until my eyes found what I wished they hadn't. Far below, in the clearing I had left that morning, something moved. At first it seemed like a shadow cast by a cloud, a darker patch sliding over moss. Then it shifted with too much intention. It was tall, impossibly so, its shape blurred by distance, but its motion unmistakable. It walked the path I had just taken, each stride unhurried, each pause deliberate, as though savoring the trace of my steps. The silence of the forest deepened. My body chilled. I pressed the map to my chest and stumbled down the opposite side of the ridge, tearing through brush, branches clawing at my skin. The descent was treacherous, steep and wet, but terror steadied me more than it hindered. I didn't stop until the trees swallowed the ridge behind me. Even then, I couldn't shake the image of something tall, faceless in the distance, following my trail as if it had known me long before I entered the forest. The map's next instruction was cruel in its precision. Rest by the twin pines before dark. I scanned ahead, heart hammering. My eyes caught two trunks rising side by side, their branches knitted high like clasped fingers. Relief flickered. Proof again, proof that the map wasn't wrong. Yet dread followed instantly. Because, if it was never wrong, then what did that mean about the thing that walked behind me? I reached the twin pines as dusk bled across the canopy. The ground beneath them was bare, as though nothing dared grow between their roots. I lowered my pack, back aching, muscles trembling. The map quivered in my hand again, and fresh words crawled across the bottom margin. Do not light a fire. The night fell fast. Without fire, The dark pressed close, thick and tangible, alive with the threat of unseen movements. I sat with my knees drawn to my chest, clutching the map as though it were a shield. My eyes strained against the dark, seeking shapes. The silence broke once, not with birds, not with insects, but with the snap of a branch from somewhere behind. I didn't turn. I couldn't. The warning was iron in my skull. Do not look behind you today. The sound came again closer. Heavy, deliberate steps crushing leaves. My breath stuttered. The map in my lap pulsed with new words, writing themselves with excruciating slowness. It is watching. I squeezed my eyes shut. My heart raced so fast it hurt. I counted backward from 100, clinging to numbers the way a drowning man clings to driftwood. Outside the circle of my body, the world shifted and groaned. But I did not break the rule. Not once did I look behind me. Eventually, exhaustion smothered, terror enough for me to drift into half sleep. My dreams were jagged, full of scribbled lines, endless paths folding in on themselves. I woke before dawn with cramps in my legs and dirt caked under my nails, as if I had clawed at the earth in my sleep. The map was already waiting with the next instruction. Today you may look. Do not hesitate when you see it. The words sank into me like poison. My hands shook. I wanted to rip the page, to throw it into fire I wasn't allowed to build. Yet I couldn't. The map had more authority over my survival than my own instincts did. I knew it, even as I hated it. The forest around me seemed changed, as though the night had stripped color from it. The greens were duller, the trunks ashen. I shouldered my pack and walked, waiting for the moment when the map's grim permission would come due. It didn't take long. A mile past the twin pines, the silence broke, not with song, but with the low murmur of something mimicking words. It wasn't language, not fully, but the cadence of human speech, syllables bent into broken shapes. The sound came from behind. My chest tightened. The map had told me I could look. Every instinct screamed not to. Yet disobedience felt more dangerous. I turned slowly, dread spreading cold through my spine. What I saw rooted me in place. It stood at the edge of the path, tall enough that its head brushed the lower branches. Its body was a distortion of shadow and bone, blurred like a half-remembered drawing, yet with the undeniable weight of presence. Its arms dangled too long, nearly to the ground. Where a face should have been, there was only the smear of movement, like graphite rubbed under a palm. But worse than its shape was what it held. In its hand was a notebook, edges frayed, pages flickering like a moth's wings. And it wrote. Slowly, steadily, the sound of pencil against paper filled the silence. My pencil, my handwriting. The map in my grip vibrated, and new words etched themselves as I watched. Do not let it finish. My breath caught. The creature's pencil dragged across the page, each stroke deliberate, patient. I couldn't see the words, but I knew they were mine. My future scratched out in strokes I hadn't chosen. My legs finally obeyed panic. I lurched forward, away from it, sprinting down the path as the forest exploded with motion. Branches whipped my arms, roots snagged my boots, but I didn't stop. Behind me, the scraping sound grew louder, faster, as if the creature had accelerated its writing to match my flight. The forest blurred around me, sweat stinging my eyes, lungs hiving fire. I wanted to collapse, to surrender, but the map burned hot in my hand, as if alive, urging me onward. When at last I stumbled into a hollow where water limmered between rocks, the map cooled and the words steadied. Camp here. Tonight it will not come close. I fell to my knees at the water's edge, gasping, drinking with cupped hands like an animal. My body shook with exhaustion and terror, but a small shard of relief pierced through. I was alive. I had outrun whatever shadow trailed me. But then I unfolded the map fully, needing to know, desperate to see how far the path stretched. My stomach turned. The penciled trail continued beyond what I had seen before, winding through valleys, climbing peaks. It did not end for miles, days, perhaps weeks. And in the margin, in my handwriting, were 5 words that made my blood run coldy. You will not go home. The words bled into me like poison. You will not go home. I stared at them until the letters blurred, until they seemed to crawl like insects across the page. I wanted to deny them, to laugh in their face, to insist that no paper, no phantom handwriting, could dictate whether I lived to walk back through the world I'd left behind. But I had no laughter left, and denial was weak armor when the forest itself obeyed the map more faithfully than I ever could. I stayed by the water until dusk. I should have eaten, but food felt pointless when each bite tasted like ash and fear. My stomach knotted, my throat closed. I boiled nothing, lit nothing, did nothing but stare at the rippling surface of the stream. The map had promised safety for one night, that the shadow would not come close, and yet I could not shake the sense of being watched from just beyond the tree line. The air never softened. It was taut, humming as if the forest had strung itself into an instrument and something was plucking its strings softly, waiting for me to join the song. When darkness fell, I retreated into the tent, curling my body around the cursed paper, as though it were a child that would cry if I abandoned it. My eyes refused to close, but sleep hunted me down anyway, clumsy and heavy, dragging me under despite my resistance. I dreamed of endless paths, not one, but hundreds, all drawn in the same graphite hand, twisting across the ground like veins under translucent skin. My own feet bled as they walked them, mile after mile, but I was never allowed to stop. Each time I faltered, a shadow loomed, scratching faster in its notebook until I obeyed. In the dream, I tried to tear the paper, to scatter the lines into wind, but every scrap reassembled itself, folding back into a whole. And always, the next note appeared before me: keep walking. I woke with a strangled gasp, skin slick with sweat, tent fabric damp from condensation. Dawn was gray, brittle, and unkind. The map lay open, as though it had watched me sleep, as though it had recorded my dream. A new command waited there, precise as always: climb the ridge by noon. Do not speak to it when it answers your voice. My lips parted as if to protest, but the words dried before they could form. Speak to it. What was it? The shadow that followed, or something worse waiting ahead? I shoved the map back into its sleeve and broke camp with shaking hands. The climb was merciless. Roots clawed at my boots, rocks shifted underfoot. My lungs tore with effort, sweat dripping into my eyes. Yet fear drove me upward faster than hunger or exhaustion could slow me. Each time I paused to breathe, I heard it again. The steady, distant rasp of pencil dragging across paper. It was never closer, never farther, simply present, as though the forest itself was taking notes on my life. By noon, I crested the ridge, collapsing to my knees. Wind knifed across the summit, sharp and metallic, carrying no birdsong, no insect hum. Only my breath filled the air. I dared a glance behind me. The valley stretched silent and endless, trees swaying with mechanical rhythm, too uniform to be natural. No sign of the figure, no blur of shadow. Relief flickered for a heartbeat, until the wind shifted. It carried my voice. I heard it clearly, as if I had just spoken my own tone, my own timbre, calling out a single word. Jonas. My blood iced. I had not spoken. My lips had not moved. The sound came from the trees, from below, from everywhere at once. Then again louder, dragging syllables long. Jew. Nas. I clutched the map with numb fingers. The warning seared in my mind. Do not speak to it when it answers your voice. My throat ached with the urge to shout, to demand who or what mimicked me, but terror locked my jaw shut. The echo called again, softer now, coaxing, as if it knew I strained against silence. My name repeated and repeated until it lost shape, becoming only sound, yet still my sound. I staggered forward, half running, half stumbling down the far side of the ridge. Each step carried me away from the echo, though its phantom syllables clung to the air long, after my ears should have lost them. I pressed the map to my chest as if it could shield me from myself. By evening, my legs trembled with weakness. I collapsed in a hollow beneath leaning cedars, shaking, half delirious. I pulled the map out again, praying for some sign of an end, for the penciled path to taper off. But it didn't. The lines stretched further than I could imagine walking. Days, weeks, perhaps forever. The forest had no boundaries here. At the bottom of the page, fresh words unfurled in graphite. There is only one way to stop. I whispered before I realized the mistake, voice raw and thin. What way? The forest answered instantly. The scraping began again, louder than ever, as if dozens of pencils carved the air at once. My voice came back, answering me, repeating the same question, warped and broken. What way? Why way? I clamped a hand over my mouth, horrified. The echo swelled, calling from every direction, until the hollow itself vibrated with my voice. My own question became the forest's hymn. The map shuddered in my grip, graphite strokes appearing in frantic speed. Tear it. Tear the path. Tear yourself free. I stared, trembling. At last, it gave me permission. Or perhaps it was a trick. My hands shook so violently I could barely hold the paper. But I knew this was the choice: obey, or remain enslaved to its endless trail. With a ragged cry, I gripped the edges and ripped. The sound of tearing split the silence, louder than thunder. The page tore down the center, graphite lines splitting, arrows severed. The forest screamed. Every tree groaned. Every branch snapped, the ground itself convulsed. The echo of my voice shrieked in agony, shredding into static until it was no voice at all. My ears bled from the sound. I collapsed to the dirt, clutching the ruined map, gasping as the forest roared like a wounded beast. Then silence. Not the heavy, suffocating silence I had known, but true absence. No whispers, no scraping. The forest was empty. For the first time since stepping into this nightmare, I was alone. I dared to breathe. My body shook with release. Slowly, trembling, I unfolded the torn halves. The path had ended midline, jagged and unfinished. No more instructions, no more handwriting, only dead paper. Relief washed through me so powerful I nearly wept. I curled around the scraps, clinging to them as proof that I had broken free. Sleep took me like a hammer. When dawn came, light pierced the canopy with honest warmth. Birds sang again. Birds. I laughed aloud at the sound. Giddy, disbelieving. My chest ached with joy. The forest was alive again. I gathered my things with weak but eager hands. I would find my way back. Without the map, I could chart my own course. I would mark trees, pace distances, follow the sun. I would go home. Hours passed. The forest stretched endless. I saw no landmarks I recognized, no ridges, no creeks that matched memory. The sun moved across the sky, but its direction shifted strangely, refusing to orient me. My compass was still dead, needles spinning in manic circles. By afternoon, panic scratched again. I pulled the torn map from my pack, desperate for guidance. My heart stopped. The halves had rejoined. The paper lay whole, smooth, unbroken. The path stretched further, darker than ever, the handwriting thicker, heavier, etched like scars into the fibers. And there, in the margin, words waited for me, written bold and final, "You cannot tear what you are." My vision blurred. My knees buckled. I fell to the dirt, choking on despair. The forest hummed again, low and patient, as if amused at my attempt at rebellion. In the distance, faint but growing, came the sound of pencil on paper. Slow, steady, endless. I pressed my forehead to the map, breath shuddering. The graphite lines trembled under my skin, pulsing like veins. I knew then what the message meant. The map was not something I carried. The map was me. Every line was bone, every note was blood, every path was the cage of my own life, and there would be no going home. My name is Myrtaland, and I was raised with a respect for the woods that bordered the edges of every map I drew as a child. My father had been a hiker. My mother a teacher who insisted that books and trails were both ways of learning. And somewhere between their lessons I grew to love the silence of pines and the patience of rivers. At 26, I thought I understood the language of the well enough to teach it to others. That belief led me into the valley, where the fire I built would not stay lit, where sparks climbed into the night and returned to us in ways I could never have imagined. The trip was meant to be simple, a weekend escape from the demands of my city job, a reminder of what my body felt like when it belonged to soil instead of concrete. I had invited 2 friends along, Mark and Danny, who trusted me to guide them, because I had been the one with trail experience. They knew how to hike, but not how to live within the rhythm of wilderness. I wanted to show them. I wanted to be the one who could make a fire from damp twigs and coax warmth out of the chill air. Perhaps that eagerness blinded me to the strangeness that waited for us. We set up camp in a clearing tucked between stands of spruce, not far from a slow-moving creek that whispered over stones. The autumn air had a bite, though the sky was clear. I remember thinking how perfect it all felt, how the shadows stretched long and blue as the sun went down. I gathered fallen branches, tested their dryness, and began building the fire while Mark pitched the tent and Danny spread out sleeping bags. My hands moved the way I had practiced 100 times, arranging kindling into a small teepee shape, tucking leaves and pine needles into its heart. I struck the match with a small thrill of satisfaction, ready for flame to catch. The fire started, but it did not stay. The moment the flame rose beyond a small flicker, it would gutter out as if unseen breath pressed against it. I frowned, rebuilt, tried again. Again the spark climbed, bright and promising, then faltered into smoke. The third time I leaned close, protecting the fragile glow with cupped palms. But even as the tinder flared, the flame seemed to leap upward, escape my grasp, and disappear into the air above. That was when we saw the sparks behave strangely. Normally, sparks vanish quickly into darkness, carried by drafts or swallowed by the sky. But these hung suspended, glowing longer than they should, and then they began to drift in slow arcs, almost deliberate. I remember Danny laughing first, saying they looked like fireflies. But fireflies did not appear in this region until summer, and even then their glow was soft and rhythmic, not sharp like embers. Mark tilted his head back and squinted. "They're spelling something," he said, half joking, but his voice carried uncertainty. I followed his gaze, watching as the small points of light looped together, hovering just above tree height. For a moment they seemed random. Then I noticed the repetition. The sparks gathered into rough lines, scattering into curves that hung for longer than coincidence allowed. I tried again with the fire, striking another match, coaxing another blaze. The same pattern repeated. The fire leapt but abandoned me, sparks tearing free and climbing until they joined the others. Soon there were too many to ignore. They spun around our clearing like a patient flock, circling us in widening rings. The three of us stood motionless, our camp only half ready, our dinner still cold in its bags. The air smelled faintly of smoke, though no wood burned. "They look alive," Danny whispered. Her voice reminded me of how children talk in libraries when they sense something older than themselves. I wanted to say no, to explain it with science, drafts, phosphorus, anything. But my chest tightened. My mind hunted for excuses and came up empty. I had been in woods during strange winds. I had seen sparks scatter in odd shapes before. This was not that. The circling lights grew closer, brightening until we could see their faint glow reflected in one another's eyes. They began moving in rhythm, stuttering with a pulse, almost like syllables. I cannot say for certain what words they tried to form, only that my skin crawled, because I believed they were attempting language. It was not sound that carried meaning, but the way they moved. Short flicks for consonants, long curves for vowels, pauses in between as if expecting us to answer. Mark's voice cracked. "What do we do?" I shook my head. "Stay calm. Don't give them a reason." My words felt absurd the moment I spoke them, as though the wilderness had suddenly grown ears. Yet silence seemed worse. We stood still, surrounded by those circling sparks, the night too quiet except for the faint rush of the creek. The tent loomed behind us, flimsy and small, offering no comfort. For the first time in years, I doubted my knowledge of these woods. They had always been predictable, if sometimes harsh. But this felt like stepping into a conversation already in progress, one we were not supposed to overhear. The sparks slowed, hovered. One drifted closer to me, just beyond arm's reach. It pulsed twice, long and short, before darting back to the circle. Danny reached out impulsively, hand lifting as if to catch it, and I hissed her name in warning. She froze, her palm open, and in that instant another light swooped low, brushing past her fingers. She gasped and yanked her hand back as if burned. Her skin bore no mark, but her eyes filled with a reflection of gold that lingered even after the spark was gone. "They touched me," she said, voice trembling. "I swear I felt it." Mark muttered something under his breath, something about packing up and leaving. But when he turned toward the tent, the circle of lights dipped lower, tightening around us. They moved in closer arcs, fencing us in, and I realized with icy clarity that leaving was not an option. I forced myself to breathe slowly. My instinct was to kneel, to show smallness, but I held firm. "It's okay," I said, though whom I spoke I could not tell. "We mean no harm. We'll stay until morning and go." The sparks shimmered. For a long moment they hovered without rhythm, as if considering my words. Then, In eerie synchronicity, they lifted higher into the trees and scattered, their glow dimming until only a few faint points remained above. The clearing darkened, shadows returning. We collapsed into movement then, shoving gear into place, forcing food down without appetite. The fire never took. Each attempt ended the same way, flame escaping, sparks joining that strange invisible current. At last we gave up, curling inside our tent, huddled close, speaking in low voices about what had happened. Mark insisted it was hallucination from hunger or exhaustion. Danny whispered about spirits of the woods. And I said nothing because neither explanation felt wrong enough to dismiss or right enough to trust. That night, as I lay awake listening to the forest, I swore I could hear faint crackles above. The sound of sparks rearranging themselves in the branches. The rhythm pressed against my ears, a murmured language of light waiting to be understood. I pulled the sleeping bag tight, but the thought would not leave me. Fire was supposed to warm, to comfort, to protect. Here it had abandoned me, turning itself into something that watched. By morning, the clearing looked ordinary. Dew glittered on the grass, our tent sagged with condensation, and the creek whispered the same tune as before. Yet when I walked the perimeter of camp, I found blackened spots in the soil where no flame had touched. They formed a crude shape, like letters scrawled by an unsteady hand. I could not read them, but I recognized the rhythm they implied, the same pulse as the sparks. Mark wanted to leave immediately. Danny argued to stay, insisting it had been beautiful, not dangerous, that perhaps the forest was alive in ways we never knew. I listened to both, my hands restless, my chest caught between awe and dread. I was raised to believe the woods had languages. Birds spoke with song, rivers with flow, trees with the hush of wind. But never had I imagined fire learning words of its own. And as we packed, I wondered if by striking that first match, I had awakened something that had waited patiently for someone like me. Someone eager. Someone reckless enough to think they understood. We set off down the trail, with heavy packs and heavier silence. I carried the weight of those sparks in my eyes, the way they circled, the way they tried to speak. No lesson from my parents, no memory of books or trails, had prepared me for this kind of language. And even as the morning sun broke through the canopy, I could not shake the certainty that nightfall would bring the conversation back, unfinished, waiting for an answer. We walked in silence for hours, each step cushioned by damp earth, each breath marked by the memory of sparks. The trail dipped into shadowed valleys and climbed ridges where the trees thinned. But no matter the scenery, I could not shake the sensation that we were still enclosed, still being observed. It was not paranoia so much as an awareness, like when you swim in deep water and know something vast moves beneath you even if you never see it. Mark stayed ahead, moving fast, his pack jostling with every step as though urgency alone could free him from what we had witnessed. Danny lagged behind, slower, often craning her neck toward the canopy, as if expecting to see the sparks again. I tried to pace myself between them, pulled taut by their opposite instincts. My body wanted to follow Mark's speed, to run until exhaustion. But something deeper told me that running would make us prey. Around midday we stopped by the creek, the same ribbon of water that had lulled us the night before. Mark dropped his pack roughly, unrolling his map with trembling hands. "We'll cut east," he said. "No more wasting time. We're not staying another night out here." His voice broke with strain. and I knew he was hanging on to logic as though it were the last branch above a cliff. Danny crouched by the water, dipping her fingers into the current. "You didn't see how they moved, did you?" "Not really. That was language. They were trying to tell us something. They were sparks." Mark snapped. "They weren't trying anything. They were, I don't know, static, trick of the eye. But if we stay here, whatever it is gets into our heads. We need to go." I knelt between them, looking at the map though my focus blurred. The trail east would take us closer to the main road, safer. But I remembered the blackened symbols burned into the ground at our camp, shapes that felt like unfinished words. "If we leave too fast," I said slowly, "what if they follow?" Mark laughed harshly. "Follow? They're not animals." I wanted to agree, but my throat tightened. I remembered Danny's hand, glowing faintly after the spark touched her, the reflection in her eyes that lingered. That had not been hallucination. That had been contact. We ate without appetite, energy bars chewed into paste, water sipped without relief. When we shouldered our packs again, I noticed Danny tuck her hand into her jacket pocket, as though protecting it. She caught me looking and offered a small smile that did not reach her eyes. "It still feels warm," she admitted softly. I wanted to examine her palm, to look for burns or marks, but something held me back. If I saw proof, it would make the strangeness too solid. The day stretched long, the trail winding through endless repetition of trees. Shadows lengthened sooner than they should have. By late afternoon, the light slanted gold, yet the forest seemed to dim around us, as if clouds we could not see had gathered above. The silence grew thicker. Even the creek seemed subdued, its chatter muted. Mark kept muttering under his breath, lines of frustration repeating. Just a few more miles. Just a few more. It was as though he believed distance itself was a spell of safety. Donnie, on the other hand, began humming faintly, almost tuneless, but with a rhythm I recognized. The same long and short pulses the sparks had used. I stopped dead in the trail. "What are you humming?" She blinked at me, startled. "I don't know. It just came to me." Mark spun, furious. "Stop it. Stop feeding into it." "I'm not feeding anything," she said sharply. "It's in my head already." She tapped her temple. They left it there. We stood in tense silence until I forced us onward, but the tune clung to me. Long, short, long pause. It echoed in my chest like the beat of another heart. When dusk came, we had no choice but to stop. My legs shook from fatigue, and even Mark had slowed to a stumbling pace. We found a hollow beneath leaning pines, ground thick with needles, and dropped our packs. Mark refused to consider a fire, his fear of sparks outweighing his need for warmth. Danny argued quietly but gave in. We ate cold again, hunched against the creeping dark. Night closed in fast. The trees above seemed too tall, their crowns merging into blackness that pressed down on us. Without fire, the cold gnawed into our bones. I tried to stay awake, tried to listen, but exhaustion pulled me under in jagged bursts. Every time my eyes closed, I dreamed of sparks circling, forming words I could almost read but never quite understand. At some point deep into night, I woke to whispering. At first I thought it was wind, then water. But the sound was sharper, sibilant, rising and falling like speech. I pushed myself up, heart hammering. Mark lay beside me, restless in sleep, his breath uneven. Danny was gone. Panic spiked through me. I scrambled out of my bag and into the clearing. At first I saw nothing but dark. Then I noticed the glow, faint, golden, pulsing, from deeper in the trees. I crept closer, fear locking my throat. Dani stood among the trunks, her figure outlined by circling sparks. They moved slower now, closer, almost tender, weaving patterns around her body. She held her palm out, the same hand that had been touched before, and the sparks hovered above it like moth drawn to a flame. Her lips moved. She was speaking with them, though no sound reached me. I wanted to rush forward, drag her back. But I froze, rooted by awe as much as terror. The sparks responded to her gestures, pulsing in time with her words, their patterns growing more precise. For the first time, I saw letters form clearly. Shapes that mimicked our alphabet, though imperfect, shimmering with effort. They spelled one word, H-E-A-R. Dani's shoulders trembled. She turned slightly, eyes catching the glow, and in them I saw golden reflections swirling like coals. When she finally spoke aloud, her voice was not entirely her own. It carried an echo, layered as though another voice spoke in unison. "They want us to hear," she whispered. I stumbled back, breath ragged, the forest spinning. Mark woke then, calling our names, his voice breaking the stillness. The sparks flared in sudden agitation, scattering briefly before reforming around Dani. She gasped, clutching her head, and the glow in her eyes flickered. I bolted forward, grabbed her arm, and yanked. The sparks hissed, crackling like burning logs, but they did not follow as I dragged her into the clearing. Mark cursed, wide-eyed, backing from us as if we were both dangerous. "What the hell were you doing?" "I didn't mean to." Dani sobbed, collapsing onto her knees. "They wouldn't stop. They know things." "What things?" My voice shook. She pressed her hand to her chest, trembling. "They showed me images. Fire spreading through forests, people running, whole towns lit with sparks. They said we are part of their breath." The words made no sense, yet they chilled me more than anything else. I thought of every fire that had consumed acres of forest, of every warning about campfires left untended. Sparks were never just sparks. They were messengers. That night we did not sleep. We huddled close, watching the dark, every flicker of light between branches making us flinch. Dani's eyes glowed faintly still, a restless shimmer she could not hide. Mark avoided her gaze, his fear turning into blame. I sat between them, my mind spinning with the word they had spelled. Hear what? Hear ourselves. By morning, we were 3 shadows of people, brittle with fatigue. We packed in silence, too weak for argument. As we set out, I noticed small blackened marks on the ground again. Shapes half formed, as though the sparks had written through soil during the night. I did not look closely. The trail seemed endless, the forest heavier. At one point, Mark snapped a branch in frustration, hurling it into the underbrush. The moment it landed, a faint golden flicker burst from the impact, as though even dead wood carried embers waiting to rise. His face went pale, his mouth clamped shut. The sun offered no comfort. Its light seemed dulled, competing with something unseen. The rhythm Dani had hummed haunted each step, long and short pulses beating through my skull. Even Mark began glancing skyward nervously, as though expecting the sparks to descend again in daylight. By late afternoon, when the trees thinned slightly, I realized with sick certainty that no matter how far we walked, the language was following us. The forest did not release us because it did not need to. Fire lives everywhere there is air, and air is inescapable. By the 3rd day, our bodies were husks carried forward only by dread. My legs trembled with each step, not just from exhaustion, but from the gnawing sense that movement itself had become pointless. The trail was supposed to lead us east toward the road, but every bend looked like the one before. Every ridge mirrored the last. I had walked enough backcountry to know when I was lost. This was not lost. This was circling. Mark's desperation sharpened. He barked orders that made no sense. Move faster. Don't look back. Stop listening. His voice cracked into shouts at times, startling birds into flight, though even those flurries seemed quieter than they should have been. Danny walked beside me, her silence worse than his noise. Her eyes had not stopped flickering since that night among the trees. The glow was faint in daylight, but I could see it in her pupils when the sun struck, at an angle, tiny golden motes like sparks suspended in water. Around midday we reached a small clearing, where the ground dipped into a shallow bowl. The soil was scorched, the trees around its rim blackened. It was as if a fire had burned there years ago, though no ash remained, no smell of char. The moment I stepped into it, my chest tightened. The air pressed heavy, humming faintly. I stopped short, but Danny kept walking into the center. Mark swore, grabbing her arm, but she shook him off with a strength I did not expect. "They brought us here," she said. Her voice carried that echo again, layered, a second tone hidden beneath. "This is where they gather." I wanted to pull her back, but my feet refused to move forward. The bowl felt like a mouth, and Danny was already stepping onto its tongue. She raised her glowing hand and the air responded. From the soil, tiny lights seeped upward, at first faint, then brighter, rising like breath from unseen lungs. They lifted into the sky, circling her as if she were a flame of her own. Mark broke then. He ran forward, grabbed Danny by the shoulders, and shook her. "No! Stop letting them use you." His scream echoed strangely, caught by the bowl's curve. The sparks flared. They swarmed between him and Danny, forming jagged shapes that pulsed in rapid rhythm. I could not decipher the words, but I felt them like static in my teeth. Danny cried out, clutching her temples. Mark staggered back, his skin illuminated by crawling light. For an instant I thought he was on fire, but it was only the glow licking across him, tracing his outline. I forced myself forward then, dragging Mark away. His body convulsed in my grip, but the sparks released him as I pulled him out of the bowl. His chest heaved, his face slick with sweat, his eyes wild. "They're inside her," he gasped. "She's not Danny anymore." I turned back. Danny stood tall in the center, sparks spiraling around her like a crown. Her hair lifted as if in wind, though the air was still. She lifted both arms, and the sparks pulsed together, coalescing into clear letters for the first time. F-I-R-E. The word burned above her head, each letter flickering like a brand. Then another followed. B-R-E-A-T-H. The letters hung, seared into vision, impossible to deny. I whispered them aloud, the sound trembling in my mouth. Fire breath. The words made no sense, yet they resonated with the images Danny had described. Forests burning, towns consumed. Danny's gaze shifted toward me, and for a moment I saw her, the friend I had invited, the woman who had trusted me. Then the golden reflection deepened, swallowing her pupils until her eyes glowed entirely. When she spoke, the echo dominated her voice. "We are the breath. We are the language. You are only the tinder." My knees weakened. The meaning was simple. To them, we were fuel. Mark lunged forward again, reckless with fear. But I caught him, forcing him down. "Don't," I hissed. You'll burn yourself." His eyes filled with fury and despair, but he let me hold him. The sparks thickened above Danny, growing brighter until the entire bowl blazed with their light. The ground trembled faintly beneath my feet, a vibration rising through soil into bone. The letters shifted, collapsing into new shapes, words I dreaded but could not look away from. STOY. The command pulsed, steady and final. I knew then we would not leave. Not all of us. Mark must have read the same truth, because he tore free of my grip, stumbled backward up the slope, and bolted into the trees. His crashing footsteps receded, swallowed by distance. I wanted to chase him, but my body locked in place. Something unseen held me there, tethered to the bowl and to Danny. She turned slowly, her face serene in the glow. "They chose me," she said softly, her own voice surfacing for a fleeting second. I can hear them clearly now. They are not cruel. They are old. They only want to be heard. "And what about us?" My voice cracked. She smiled, sad and radiant. "You already gave them what they wanted. You lit the match." The truth hit me like a blow. The fire I had failed to build, the sparks that had risen, it had all begun with me. I had invited them. The bowl brightened until my vision blurred. Heat pressed against my skin, though no flame touched me. I staggered backward, gasping, my pack dragging me down. I thought I would collapse, but then the light dimmed. The sparks lifted higher, thinning, scattering into the canopy. Danny sank to her knees, her glow flickering. I rushed to her side, catching her before she fell. Her skin was hot to the touch, her breath shallow. The golden motes in her eyes flickered like dying embers. She clutched my wrist weakly. "They're not done," she whispered. "They'll come again. Fire always returns." Then her body went limp. I shook her, begged her name, but her chest rose no more. The glow in her eyes faded, leaving only stillness. Around us, the last sparks vanished into air. I do not know how long I sat there, holding her, the silence pressing heavy. Eventually I forced myself up, numb, and staggered out of the bowl. My body moved without thought, driven only by the need to survive. I never saw Mark again. Perhaps he reached the road, perhaps not. I only know I walked for another day, before the forest opened to asphalt, my body collapsing at the edge of civilization. A passing car found me, carried me back to the world of noise and engines. But the world had changed. Even now, weeks later, when I strike a match to light a candle, I see sparks linger too long. I watch them drift, forming half shapes in the air before fading. Sometimes I catch myself humming the rhythm Danny did, long and short pulses beating through my skull. Sometimes I wake to the smell of smoke, though nothing burns. I have not gone back to the woods. I do not know if I ever will. But I understand now what they meant when they spelled their words. Fire is not just flame. It is breath, it is language, it is memory. Every blaze that consumes a forest, every ember that drifts into night, carries their voice. And I was the one who answered. I fear I always will. My name is Declan Moore. I am 32 years old, a geologist by training and an eager hiker by compulsion, though I sometimes wonder which of those came first. It is difficult to say whether the rocks led me to the trails or the trails led me to the rocks. But I have always believed the ground has stories to tell, and I have spent much of my adult life trying to listen. That was how I found myself in a canyon that locals spoke of only in half, joking tones, as if the act of laughter could dull the weight of the warning. It was not marked on maps in any official way. but I had heard about it in a bar conversation with a retired ranger who had leaned in close, smelling of wood smoke and bourbon, and whispered, "You want strange. Hike down into Ashford Canyon, but mind the echoes. They don't come back right." I should have taken that as a story told to spook outsiders, but something in his expression did not carry the exaggeration of myth. His eyes had been steady, humorless, and a little hollow, as if he had spent too long remembering sounds that did not belong to him. That expression stayed with me, haunting me more than his words, and weeks later I found myself packing gear for a 2-day trek that would end in that canyon. The hike began without incident. The trail leading toward the rim wound through a sweep of desert scrub, dotted with clusters of sage and ocotillo that reached their arms toward the relentless sun. The air was dry enough that each breath felt like drinking heat, but I had been in harsher environments, and I kept steady, comforted by the weight of my pack and the rhythm of boots against dirt. There was an eerie stillness in the land around me. Birds wheeled high above, silent silhouettes against the sky. Even insects seemed muted, their buzzing absent from the soundtrack of the afternoon. By the time I reached the rim, I felt as though I had already stepped into a place that refused to host life too loudly. The canyon itself was narrow, walls rising sheer and red, like the ribs of a colossal beast turned to stone. Shadows gathered in the gorge below, and though it was barely past 3 in the afternoon, it looked like evening down there. I paused, leaning on my trekking pole, studying the sharp drop and the switchback trail carved roughly into the wall. A thrill ran through me, the old mingling of fear and curiosity that had gotten me into trouble before. I told myself it was geology that drew me forward. Layers of sandstone and shale stacked like pages in a book older than humanity. But the truth was simpler. I wanted to hear the echoes. Descending was treacherous. The switchbacks were narrow, carved without guardrails, and gravel shifted under each step. Sliding toward the drop, my palms sweated against the straps of my pack, but the canyon welcomed me downward. And soon the walls rose high above my head, blotting out the horizon. The air cooled, damp with the faint mineral tang of stone that rarely saw the sun. I could feel the silence pressing against my eardrums, as if the canyon had swallowed not only sound, but the very possibility of it. I tried first with a whistle, sharp and simple. It should have bounced, warbled, returned to me from the rock. Instead, what drifted back was warped, stretched thin, as though dragged across distance it should not have traveled. The whistle sounded older, broken by age, and beneath its cracked note I thought I heard the faint hitch of breath, as if someone struggling through their lungs had repeated it. I stood frozen, sweat cooling on my back, despite the air's stillness. My rational mind told me that the acoustics here might simply deform sound. Echoes can warp in strange landscapes, and my own anticipation could explain the illusion of weakness in the reply. Still, my gut twisted, telling me the ranger's warning had not been bar banter. I shouted next. Just a simple word. Hello. Drawn from some foolish need to test the canyon further. The word came back, but it did not match. The reply was raspier, as though gravel had lodged in the throat of whoever had spoken. Worse, it was closer. It had not traveled out and rebounded. It had shortened the distance, like someone repeating my call from just a little further down the trail. I tried again, louder this time, heart hammering. Hello? The canyon answered at once. Hello, but it was not my voice. It was an echo of myself aged decades, worn to bone and smoke, like a man whose years had burned him hollow. The sound rattled off the stone, but not away from me, toward me. That was the moment I realized I was not alone. I kept walking, because to stop would have been to admit fear had mastered me. And in a place like this, fear felt like surrender. The canyon floor stretched out, winding deeper between the red walls, and I followed it, telling myself I was gathering data. Every so often I would test the air, whistling or clapping, and each time the reply grew stranger. Sometimes it would come from behind me, even though I faced forward. Sometimes it would overlap, as if two voices were racing to be the first to repeat me. One always sounded more human than the other. By evening, I had reached a flat shelf of stone near a bend in the canyon and decided to make camp. My tent went up quickly, hands moving with the muscle memory of too many nights under the sky, but my nerves were frayed. I kept glancing at the canyon walls, expecting shapes to detach from the shadows. The air tasted wrong, metallic on my tongue, as though I were breathing something that had sat too long in stillness. When night fell, it did so with weight. The stars above were only a thin sliver between the canyon walls, and darkness pressed in like damp cloth. I lit a small fire in a ring of stones, coaxing it to life with shavings and matches. But even its crackle seemed muted, swallowed by the canyon. That was when I realized I had made a mistake. I called out without meaning to. A simple noise escaped me, the way someone might grunt lifting wood onto a flame. The canyon gave it back instantly, but raspier, older, and closer than I had spoken it. My hands froze over the kindling. The fire sputtered, and sparks leapt upward, dancing against the black. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw faces in those sparks. Lined, weathered, lips moving in whispers that matched no sound. I nearly packed and left right then, but reason held me. It was too dark, too dangerous to attempt the climb back up the switchbacks at night. Better to stay put until dawn. That was the decision that sealed what followed. Sleep came in fragments. Every time my eyes drifted closed, I woke to the sound of my own voice, calling my name from outside the tent. Sometimes it was my exact voice. Sometimes it was ruined with age, dragging each syllable like a weight. Once I woke to it calling in a whisper that seemed inches from the fabric, as though lips brushed against the nylon. I tried to ignore it, burying myself deeper in the sleeping bag, but one truth burned through my mind. The canyon was not echoing me. It was speaking to me, learning me, and coming closer with each borrowed word. When morning finally bled into the sky, I stumbled out, exhausted and pale. The fire was ash. The canyon walls loomed silent, innocent in the daylight. Yet when I tested again, a simple clap of my hands, the reply came not from the far walls, but from directly behind me, delayed by less than a second. I spun, and of course, nothing was there. But the delay was shrinking. I should have left immediately. I told myself I would. But instead, I repacked slowly, hands trembling, trying to force order onto the chaos of my nerves. I needed to understand what was happening. Curiosity was a noose, and I kept tightening it around my neck. That afternoon, I hiked deeper. The walls narrowed further, and in places I could touch both sides with my palms. I tested the echoes again, shouting nonsense syllables, and each reply came back with less distance, less delay. The rasp grew clearer, the human quality undeniable. At times, the voice did not even wait for me. It spoke first, short words, my name, fragments of sentences I did not remember speaking. At a certain bend in the canyon, the air grew cold, though the sun should have warmed it. I paused there, sweat cooling too fast on my skin. The silence thickened, and I realized I was listening not for an echo but for breath. Declan. It was my name, spoken in a voice that was mine and not mine, aged and ruined, coming from no direction I could pin. The sound was not faint or distant. It was right beside me. I did not move. I could not. The canyon had finally answered in full. And for the first time, it had not waited for me to speak first. The moment the canyon spoke first, something inside me unraveled. I wanted to run, to scramble back to the switchbacks and claw my way out, but fear pinned me in place. My pulse thundered in my ears, but even that seemed absorbed by the stone. The voice had said my name in a way that made it impossible to dismiss as illusion. It had weight, intention, and an unsettling patience. I forced my legs to move, slow and mechanical, one foot sliding in front of the other. My mind fought itself, one part insisting on the rational explanations I had always leaned on, the other whispering that reason had already failed here. I was no longer dealing with echoes or distorted sound waves. The canyon was speaking, and it was using me as its script. Hours stretched strangely as I hiked deeper, the sun a faint ribbon overhead. I kept testing the canyon against my better judgment. A whistle, a cough, even the strike of my trekking pole against the stone. Each time, the reply returned sooner, sharper, until there was no gap between my act and its repetition. It was not an echo anymore. It was accompaniment. I stopped to drink water, unscrewing the cap from my bottle with trembling hands. As the plastic creaked, I heard the exact sound mirrored behind me. I whipped around so fast my neck ached, but the canyon lay bare, empty rock and shadows. I sat heavily on a boulder, bottle shaking in my grip, and muttered, "This isn't real." The canyon answered, "This isn't real." But the voice carried a sneer, a knowingness that I had not put into the words. I dropped the bottle. It clattered against stone, and the sound was doubled instantly by something else that was not the bottle, but a perfect mimicry of it. I pressed my palms into my eyes until colors danced in the dark, willing myself to believe fatigue and stress explained it. But deep down, I already knew fatigue had nothing to do with this. By late afternoon, I reached a fork in the canyon. The path split in two directions, one continuing narrow and straight, the other curving wider, with boulders littering its floor. My map was useless here. This place was not supposed to exist on paper. I stood, chewing my lip, debating which way to go. Behind me, a voice rasped, "Left." I spun again, heart in my throat. I had not spoken. This was no echo. It was a command. My breath came in short bursts, and sweat stung my eyes. "Who's there?" I shouted. The canyon answered, but not in the rasp this time. It was my own voice, strong and clear. "Who's there?" Then, another voice joined it, older, cracking, "Left." My legs moved before my mind could stop them. I turned down the left path, stumbling over loose rock, terrified of what might happen if I disobeyed. It was easier to move forward than to fight, though I hated myself for obeying. Each step I took, the canyon grew darker, as though shadows thickened unnaturally, bending the light. The voice followed, sometimes repeating my labored breathing, sometimes muttering my name. Occasionally, it slipped in words I had not said, threading them into the rhythm of my steps. Closer, closer now, almost. I stopped once, rage flaring in me, cutting through the fear. "Stop it! You're nothing but noise." I shouted at the walls. The canyon swallowed my words and then threw them back, louder than I had spoken. Stop. You're not beats no sir. The shout rattled the rock, reverberating in ways that made the ground tremble. Dust rained from above. I pressed against the wall until the vibration died down, my anger gone, replaced by a hollow dread. When I finally made camp again, I did so without a fire. I could not bear the thought of more sparks feeding the canyon's appetite for mimicry. I ate cold rations, chewing each bite slowly, listening as every crunch of granola was echoed a heartbeat later. Lying in the tent, I wrapped myself in the sleeping bag, trying to pretend I was anywhere else. But the whispers came. They began with my name, repeated endlessly, a chant in different tones. Some were childlike, high and giggling. Others were deep, broken, like lungs full of ash. Then came words strung together into sentences, stitched from my own voice. You shouldn't have come here. You shouldn't have come here. You shouldn't. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the sound seemed to come from inside my head. I whispered to myself, desperate. It's not real. The canyon murmured back. It's too real. Sleep was impossible. Each time I drifted, a sound snapped me awake, a zipper tugged, fabric shifting, boots scraping gravel. Once, I heard breathing so close it rustled the hair at my temple, though no one was there when I bolted upright. By the time dawn bled pale light into the canyon, I was half mad with exhaustion. I packed quickly, not even bothering with breakfast, and stumbled onward. My only thought was escape. If I kept walking, surely I would find a way out, some route that led me back to the rim. But the canyon had no end. The walls twisted, folding on themselves, leading me deeper, though I tried to climb upward whenever possible. And all the while, the voice stayed near, now walking in step with me. I could almost feel its presence, a heat or a chill just at my shoulder, though when I swung my arm out wide it touched only air. At midday, I found bones. They were scattered across a flat ledge, sun-bleached and brittle. At first, I thought they belonged to some animal, but the longer I looked, the clearer it became that some were human. A ribcage lay collapsed in on itself, and a femur protruded from the dust at an unnatural angle. A cracked skull, jaw missing, grinned blindly at the sky. My stomach lurched. I stumbled back, gagging, clutching my knees. The canyon was silent for a long moment, as if holding its breath with me. Then, softly, the rasp whispered, "Declan." I snapped upright, terror gnawing at me. "No," I whispered, voice breaking. "Yes." The words slid out of the stone itself, wrapping around me like smoke. I stumbled backward, boots crunching bones that cracked like dry twigs. I ran then, without plan, without thought, crashing through the canyon like a panicked animal. My lungs burned, and every time I gasped, I heard the canyon gasp with me. I tripped, sprawling hard on the stone, palms scraped raw. My pack dug into my back, nearly crushing the wind from me. I lay there, wheezing, and heard it crouch beside me. Not footsteps, not movement, just the voice, right at my ear. I screamed, scrambling up, forcing my legs to keep moving. Tears blurred my vision. I don't remember how far I ran, only that the canyon never let me go. Every turn looked the same, the walls endless and red. I was trapped in a labyrinth that had swallowed others before me. When exhaustion finally broke me, I collapsed against a boulder. My chest heaved, vision swimming. The canyon whispered lullabies in my own voice, mocking the way my mother had once soothed me as a child. I wanted to claw the sound out of my ears. Hours passed, maybe more. Time stretched thin. I began to feel as though the canyon had always known me, as though my whole life had been a prelude to this. I thought of the ranger's hollow eyes, the way he had whispered about echoes that didn't come back right. Perhaps he had heard his own voice, until he no longer knew which was his. Perhaps that was why his words had clung to me like a curse. By the time night fell again, I had stopped speaking. I was afraid of giving the canyon more material to use against me. I moved in silence, setting my tent with trembling hands, drinking water in tiny sips. But silence did not protect me. The voice spoke anyway. It told me things I had never said aloud. Regrets I had buried deep. The argument with my father the week before he died. The night I stood on a bridge, wondering if I would jump. The secrets I thought belonged only to me. Hearing them in my own voice broke something in me, as if the canyon were peeling me open, exposing every hidden wound. Declan, it whispered tenderly, almost kind. You belong here. I pressed my palms to my face and sobbed. I do not know how long I cried. The sound echoed back, layered and multiplied, a chorus of myself weeping from every shadow. When I finally fell into a shallow, broken sleep, I dreamed of the bones I had seen, except they were not lying still anymore. They rose, brittle limbs creaking, skulls turning toward me. They opened their jaws, and my voice poured out of them. I woke screaming. The canyon screamed with me. And when silence finally fell, I realized with horror that I could not remember which of us had stopped first. I woke to the sound of myself breathing, except it wasn't me. My chest was still, lungs shallow and restrained, but the noise was louder, raspier, dragging in air like a bellows that had burned too long. I sat up slowly, every muscle trembling, and the tent felt smaller than before. Walls leaning in as if the canyon itself had decided to inhabit my shelter. I unzipped the flap with shaking hands. The air outside was darker than it should have been, though dawn should have been close. The canyon walls pressed in. Red stone turned to black silhouettes. My pack sat where I had left it, but the straps had been disturbed, hanging loose as if fingers had traced them during the night. I whispered, barely daring the words. I have to leave. The canyon replied instantly, my voice overlapping itself. I have to leave. But then came another voice, deeper. Ruined, no one leaves. Something snapped inside me. I lurched to my feet, tore the tent down in a frenzy, stuffing fabric into my pack with no care for order. I wanted only to move, to climb, to find the switchbacks and the sky. My hands were clumsy with panic, my breath jagged. Every sound I made was mirrored, doubled, tripled, until it felt like a crowd of invisible selves surrounded me, repeating, mocking, whispering. I stumbled down the canyon path, boots slipping on loose gravel. My mind fixed on one thought: if I kept moving, if I refused to stop, I might find my way back. The canyon could not be endless, but the canyon did not want me to go. The path twisted in ways I did not remember. Sheer walls loomed where there had been none before, bends leading me back, to places I swore I had already passed. My water bottle felt lighter each time. I lifted it, though I had not drunk enough to empty it. The air grew thick, metallic, as though I were breathing blood. The voices grew bolder. They no longer waited for me to speak first. They began conversations with one another, using my voice, layering tones of youth and age, male and female, all wearing the cadence of Declan Moore. One whispered, "He's breaking." Another laughed, "He was always meant to." A third, low and cold soon, I clamped my hands over my ears, but it made no difference. The sound was inside me now, threaded into my skull. I screamed, and the scream multiplied, rising into a chorus of agony that rattled the stone. Dust fell from the canyon walls. A rock tumbled loose and shattered at my feet. I ran again, blind, reckless, scraping my shoulders raw against the walls. My boots slipped on stone, skin tore on sharp edges, but pain barely registered. What mattered was the way forward, any direction that felt like escape. At last, breathless and broken, I reached a narrow cleft in the canyon wall. It rose jagged and steep, but it looked like it might climb back toward the rim. Hope flared, fragile and desperate. I began to climb, fingers clawing into cracks, boots scraping for purchase. The voices rose in fury. No, they bellowed, a thunderous command that made my bones rattle. Stay. Stay. Stone shook beneath my hands, as though the canyon itself wanted to throw me off. I clung tighter, heart pounding, and hauled myself upward. Sweat stung my eyes. My arms ached. The rim seemed impossibly far, but each movement carried me higher. And then, as I reached for another handhold, a voice whispered directly into my ear. Not behind, not around, but inside. Declan, don't you want to know why? I froze, chest heaving. My fingers slipped, scraping skin, but I held on. The question burned in my head, louder with each echo. Don't you want to know why? Why the ranger's eyes were hollow. Why the bones lay scattered. Why the canyon had chosen me. No, I gasped, though the lie tasted bitter. The canyon laughed. My laugh, but twisted. Yes, I tried to climb faster, ignoring it, but with each movement the stone changed. Cracks smoothed out beneath my fingers, footholds crumbled into dust. My pack pulled at me, dragging me down. My muscles screamed. And always the voice, relentless. You'll never leave. You'll never leave. You'll never. Something gave way in me then. A thread snapping. I let go of the climb and dropped back to the canyon floor, landing hard on my knees. Pain shot up my legs, but I barely felt it. I staggered upright, head bowed, defeated. Right, I whispered. Tell me. The silence that followed was worse than the voices. The canyon seemed to hold its breath, savoring my surrender. Then the whispers returned, layered and countless, speaking as one. You are us. I shook my head violently. No, you are us. They repeated louder until the walls themselves trembled. Every word you spoke, every sound you gave, we took. Every secret, every memory, every fear. You are stone and voice now. You belong to the canyon. I stumbled backward, clutching my skull, screaming denial. But my scream did not sound like mine anymore. It was older, raspier, broken. The canyon had stolen my voice, leaving me with something else. In the days that followed, I cannot say how many, for time dissolved, I wandered the canyon as a husk. I no longer shouted or whistled. I barely breathed. Yet the voices continued. Louder than ever, filling the silence with every word I had ever spoken, every thought I had buried. Sometimes they spoke of things I had not yet done, fragments of a future that twisted like smoke. I began to see shapes at the edges of my vision. Figures walking beside me, their outlines shifting, translucent, but their faces unmistakable my own. Dozens of Declans, all at different ages, all whispering. One was a child, eyes wide with fear. Another was an old man, stooped and frail, skin sagging. Another still was me as I was in that moment, hollow-eyed, broken. They watched me, lips moving, though no sound left them. The sound came from the canyon itself, endless and consuming. Once, I passed the bones again. Only this time, they were not scattered. They sat upright, arranged neatly, as though waiting. And when I looked closer, I saw the skull bore my features. That was when I understood. The canyon did not take lives in blood and violence. It took them in sound, in self, until all that remained was a hollow body, forgotten, while the voice became part of the chorus. I tried once more to climb out. I don't remember how far I got. Perhaps I reached the rim, sunlight burning my eyes, lungs heavy with freedom. Perhaps I only dreamed it, because when I woke, I am not sure if I woke. I was lying on the canyon floor again, dust in my mouth, voices all around. Now I walk endlessly, circling the same bends, seeing the same walls. Sometimes I imagine I hear footsteps that do not belong to me, and I know another hiker has entered. Sometimes I try to shout a warning, but the canyon steals my words before they can leave my throat. It makes me say other things instead. Crueler things, things that draw them deeper. I think of the ranger often, the way his eyes looked when he told me about this place. He had been here too. Perhaps he still is. Perhaps every hollow-eyed stranger who ever whispered warnings in bars or left bones in sunlit clefts was not trying to save others, but simply echoing what the canyon made them say. I do not know if I am still Declan Moore. My name feels strange in my mouth, borrowed, like the canyon has chewed it and given it back in tatters. My voice does not belong to me anymore. It belongs to the walls, to the endless red stone, to the echoes that never return right. If you ever find yourself at the rim of a canyon, where silence feels heavy and the air tastes metallic, turn back. Do not listen for the echoes. Do not test them. Because the moment they answer a voice that is almost yours, it is already too late. And if you hear your name whispered in the dark, know this: it is not the canyon calling. It is me. My name is Ivy Monroe, and I have always believed that the forest is a place of quiet refuge. A sanctuary where the noises of the world are replaced by wind threading through branches and the hushed songs of hidden birds. I was raised to respect the wilderness, to treat it not as an escape but as a cathedral, built of roots and stone and sky. My grandfather, a park ranger until the day his body gave out on him, taught me to listen before stepping forward, to trace with my eyes what the land was telling me before pressing down my boot. For years, I tried to live by his lessons. It is only now, after what happened, that I realize no amount of reverence protects you when the forest has already chosen you. I was camping alone in early autumn in a stretch of woods just outside the state park boundary where regulations grew thin and the trails blurred into game paths. My friends asked why I insisted on going alone, and I told them the usual half-truths: that solitude sharpened my writing, that quiet air could heal my restless thoughts, that I was safer out there than in the company of strangers. The truth was more complicated. I was testing myself. I wanted to know if I could carry my own weight, if I could survive several days on just what I packed, with no one's laughter to keep the night at bay. The first evening passed without incident. I set my small green tent in a hollow near a creek, filtered water, cooked rice and beans over the tiny camp stove, and sat in the fading light until crickets began their long orchestra. It was the kind of night my grandfather would have approved of: uneventful, steady, grounding. I fell asleep quickly, lulled by the trickle of water and the faintest rustle of something moving beyond the reach of my lantern. The second day was brighter. I hiked deeper, following no marked trail, using the sun as compass and instinct as guide. I remember stopping around noon to rest and catching sight of something unusual through the trees, a hammock, suspended in perfect symmetry between two maples, perhaps 20 yards off the faint track I had been following. At first I thought another camper must be nearby, but there were no signs. No packs, no tent, no gear scattered on the ground. Just the hammock, swaying slightly as if it had been brushed by wind, though I felt none on my face. It looked new, the fabric a faded green, but not weather-torn. Ropes wound neatly around each tree. There was nothing threatening about it, and yet I froze. The forest had a way of displaying oddities like objects out of place, man-made intrusions that carried a hint of wrongness. I reminded myself I was not trespassing. People left things in the woods all the time. Hammocks, chairs, even forgotten coolers. Still, the emptiness of the space around it unsettled me. I circled once, scanning for footprints. The ground showed old leaves and pine needles. Nothing recent. My better judgment told me to keep moving, to treat it as someone else's claim. But my legs disobeyed. Perhaps it was the lure of comfort, or the idea that a short rest suspended above the damp earth might ease my shoulders. I told myself that a single moment in a hammock did not make me a thief. So I stepped closer, laid my pack against a tree, and pressed a hand against the fabric. Cool, dry, sturdy. The ropes creaked faintly but held strong. I lowered myself in, inch by inch, careful not to flip. The hammock accepted my weight, rocking me gently. I laughed under my breath at how ridiculous I had been to hesitate. It felt good, better than good. It felt as though the trees themselves had cradled me. I must have drifted off. Sleep came fast, with a heaviness I did not question. The rocking lulled me deeper, and though part of me thought I should not allow unconsciousness to steal hours of daylight, another part whispered that it was safe here, that I was meant to be here. That whisper sounded like my grandfather's voice. When I opened my eyes again, the light was wrong. It was dimmer, cooler, sliding toward dusk. More alarming than the time, though, was the pressure across my chest. I tried to sit up and could not. My arms were pinned. I blinked hard, looked down, and saw that the hammock had closed over me. The fabric was no longer a shallow curve, but had folded itself shut, edges overlapping like the lips of a pod. Ropes that I had not noticed before were laced across my chest, my arms, my legs. They were not tied in knots but woven, looped in a pattern like a spider's design, constricting without slack. The more I twisted, the tighter they pulled. My breath quickened, and the hammock swayed violently. Panic should have sent me screaming, but what left my throat was a muffled rasp, as though the forest swallowed the sound. I struggled, rolling my shoulders, kicking against the cocoon that now enveloped me, but the ropes gave no mercy. They flexed like living fibers, adjusting, pulling taut where I had loosened them. I do not know how long I fought before exhaustion made me still. The forest around me was quiet, unnervingly so. No birds, no insects, no wind. Just the faint creak of rope against bark, as though the trees themselves were listening. I tried to think logically. Perhaps I had rolled too deeply into the hammock, twisted myself in its cords. But logic frayed quickly when I realized that were not the same as those I had seen when I climbed in. These were thinner, darker, glistening as though wet. They crossed in deliberate patterns, not in the chaotic fashion of tangled rope. I pressed my head back and saw above me, Between the branches, the fading strip of sky. It seemed farther away than before, as though the hammock had lifted me higher. My heart hammered. I thought of my pack on the ground, just out of reach. My knife was there, my water, my only lifeline. And I could not move toward it. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. The sky shifted from pale to bruised purple. My breaths grew shallow under the binding pressure. Each inhale dragged the ropes tighter. Each exhale granted me less room to fill my lungs again. I tried to calm myself, to slow the panic. My grandfather's voice whispered again in memory, the forest rewards stillness. So I lay still. I forced my eyes to adjust, scanning the edges of the cocoon. Threads pulsed faintly, like veins carrying some secret current. The trees swayed though no breeze moved them, and I could have sworn, in that fading light, that the ropes were tightening in rhythm with my heartbeat. I cannot say what force finally released me. Perhaps the trees loosened their hold, or perhaps I simply exhausted myself enough to slip free. At some point the pressure gave, the fabric slackened, and I tumbled sideways onto the forest floor. The landing knocked the breath from me, but it was breath, and I gasped at it like water. The hammock above me hung slack and empty, swaying as though it had never closed. The ropes looked ordinary again, rough, beige, frayed in spots. My pack was untouched against the tree, as though mocking my panic. If not for the deep welts across my arms and chest, I could have convinced myself it was a dream. But it was not a dream. I knew it the way you know the weight of your own bones. I staggered back to my camp with the last light, trembling, too shaken to eat. The welts throbbed. But what rattled me more was the memory of that lullaby rocking, the way the hammock had seemed to hum with its own rhythm. I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag inside the tent, but sleep was treacherous. Every creak of branch outside sounded like rope tightening. Every whisper of wind against the nylon felt like threads brushing my skin. Sometime past midnight, I heard the sway again. That faint creak. Back and forth. Back and forth. I lay frozen, eyes open in the darkness, counting the beats until dawn. I did not sleep again that night. I could not. The sound of that creaking sway beyond the thin wall of my tent pulsed against my mind like a clock too close to the ear. I lay stiff, watching faint shadows ripple each time the trees shifted, my imagination sharpening them into shapes of hands or knots, or figures standing just beyond the nylon. When dawn at last spread gray light over the forest, relief should have followed. But instead I felt a heaviness, as though the darkness had not lifted but seeped into me. When I finally unzipped the tent, the air was cold and damp, the kind that collects dew on your lashes. My legs trembled as I stepped out, half from fatigue, half from the memory of pressure across my chest. I turned slowly toward where the hammock had been expecting. Foolishly, that it might have vanished in the night. But it was still there, swaying faintly, as if something unseen had just risen from it. I stood staring longer than I meant to. There was no reason to stay near it, and every reason to leave. Yet curiosity lingered like an infection. I wanted to know if what I had felt was real, if the ropes had truly woven themselves, if I had been cocooned like prey. My arms still carried livid marks in crisscrossed patterns. I pressed a finger to one welt, winced at the tenderness, and knew I had not dreamed. I packed quickly, my fingers clumsy with haste. My plan was simple: hike back the way I had come, retrace every landmark, until the forest surrendered me to the trailhead. But once I slung the pack on my shoulders, I realized I was not certain of the direction. In my fear last night, I had not marked my return path carefully. I had wandered off the faint track the day before without noting its landmarks. The trees all looked the same, and though the sun rose faintly through the canopy, its angle seemed less trustworthy, as if the forest itself had shifted in the night. Still, I walked. I kept my eyes fixed ahead, refusing to glance back at the hammock again. Though I felt its presence tugging at me, the forest was quieter than yesterday. No bird calls, no scampering chipmunks, no winged beats overhead. My boots sank into damp earth, and my breath became the only sound. An hour passed, maybe two. The deeper I moved, the more wrongness I felt. Once, I stumbled across a clearing filled with tree stumps, their tops carved not with saw marks, but worn smooth, as if the trees had simply given up growing at that height and chosen to stop. I hurried through without stopping. Another time I saw a line of mushrooms growing in a perfect circle, each cap a pale yellow that reminded me of bruised skin. I veered away, unwilling to test the folklore those shapes carried. By late morning I was lost. My compass needle quivered, pointing in directions that shifted as I turned. I stopped to breathe, to center myself, and that was when I heard it, the creak. That same back and forth groan of rope against bark. At first I thought it was behind me. I spun, but there was only trees. Then it sounded to the left, then the right. My chest tightened. I broke into a stride, half walking, half running. The sound followed. It grew neither louder nor fainter, always just near enough to remind me it was there. I caught glimpses between trunks, green fabric swinging, ropes taut, empty space above the curve. Each time I blinked, it shifted, appearing closer or farther, but never out of sight for long. By afternoon, fatigue gnawed at me. I had drunk little water, eaten nothing. My pack weighed double what it should have. The welts on my chest and arms itched, then burned, as though the rope's memory had etched itself under my skin. And then, in a hollow shaded by maples, I saw it again. Not shifting, not disappearing this time, but waiting. The hammock hung low, inviting, as though it had been expecting me. The air smelled faintly sweet around it, like decaying fruit. My knees nearly buckled at the thought of lying down, just for a moment, just to rest. That was how hunger speaks, how exhaustion seduces. I shook my head hard, whispered to myself that I would not touch it again. But my body betrayed me. My legs drifted closer. Each step felt easier near it, as if gravity had less pull, as if the earth itself was lifting me forward. I had to dig my nails into my palms to force myself still. I swung my pack off, pulled my knife from the side pocket, and held it up with shaking hands. The hammock swayed gently empty. I stepped closer and slashed at one rope. The blade struck true, but the rope did not sever. Instead it flexed, swallowed the edge, and the metal sang with a high chime that made my teeth ache. I jerked the knife back, heart racing, and saw no mark at all on the fiber. Rage overcame fear. I struck again and again, but the ropes only quivered, absorbing each blow. Finally, the knife slipped from my sweaty grip and clattered to the ground. Before I could stoop to grab it, the hammock lurched. Both trees bent inward, the fabric twisting, the ropes reaching outward like tendrils. I staggered back. My heel caught a root and I fell hard, the breath punched from my lungs. For a moment, flat on the earth, I thought the trees would fold around me, sealing me inside again. But instead the hammock stilled. Its ropes recoiled, wrapping back to their perfect loops, and the sway slowed until it hung quietly, as though nothing had happened. I scrambled to my feet, left the knife where it lay, and fled. My body felt like fire, every muscle burning, but I did not stop until the sky began to fade again. I found a slope dotted with rocks and collapsed there, too afraid to risk the tent, too wary to keep moving. That night was worse than the one before. I tried to keep my eyes open, but exhaustion drowned me in short, brutal lapses of unconsciousness. Each time I closed my eyes, I dreamed of rope sliding across my skin, of the forest weaving me into its fabric. I woke with jolts, gasping, certain I had been bound again, only to find my limbs free but shaking. Near midnight, a new sound joined the creak. It was faint, nearly indistinguishable from wind, but steady, a whispering, low and rhythmic, in a tongue I did not know. It came from above, from the trees, and with each rise and fall, I swore I felt the ground beneath me pulse. I covered my ears, but the sound was not only heard, it was felt in my bones, like vibration through wood. At some point, I realized the whispers had merged with my own thoughts. I could no longer tell where they ended and I began. Words formed in my mind: lay down, rest, we will hold you, you belong here. I shook my head violently, whispered my own name, clung to the syllables like rope of a different kind. Ivy Monroe. I am Ivy Monroe. I am not yours. The forest did not answer, but the whispers faded, leaving only silence broken by the distant, steady creak. By morning, I was less a person than a husk. My skin was pale, my eyes gritty with sleeplessness. I forced myself to eat a few mouthfuls of trail mix, forced water into my mouth though it tasted bitter. My body ached with each motion. Still, I walked. That day blurred into haze. I remember stumbling through thickets that should not have grown so thick, seeing the same cluster of birches 3 times, my mind questioning whether I had circled or whether the land itself had folded. I remember hearing laughter once, children's laughter, high and bright, but when I turned there was only empty air. I remember finding a scarf snagged on a branch, bright red, its fabric frayed in sun, bleached as though it had been there for decades. And always the hammock. I never approached again, but it appeared at intervals, sometimes just visible between trees, sometimes impossibly far, sometimes close enough that I smelled the sweetness again. It followed without following, a shadow made solid. As the second day bled into the second night, I reached a ridge that overlooked a valley. The sight should have comforted me, a sign of progress. But the valley stretched farther than it should, and the opposite ridge bent in a way that made no sense, like a painting folded at the wrong angle. The air grew colder there. My breath fogged, though it was still autumn, not winter. I built a small fire with shaking hands, the flames weak but enough to hold the darkness back. For hours I sat staring into it, refusing to blink, because each time my eyes closed I heard the rope tightening again. And then, just before dawn, I saw movement at the edge of the firelight. It was not the hammock this time. A figure stood there, tall, draped in shadows. Its outline was thin, elongated, like rope stretched taut. Where its arms should have been, strands hung down, swaying gently. Its head tilted as though watching me, though I could see no face. The fire popped and hissed, and the figure swayed once, twice, perfectly in rhythm with the hammock's creak. I could not breathe. My hands dug into the earth, my chest convulsed with the effort of silence. The figure lingered, watching, or listening, for what felt like hours. Then, as the horizon began to pale, It leaned forward, ropes shifting like hair, and I heard a voice that was not sound but vibration inside me. "Lie down, Ivy. We will finish the weaving." The fire sputtered, nearly died, and in that instant the figure melted back into the trees. The creek began again, steady and patient. I did not sleep. I could not. The forest was waiting. By the time the third day rose, my body had become a map of tremors. My hands shook when I tried to light the stove, when I lifted my water bottle, when I reached to brush hair from my face. My legs quivered beneath me, as though the earth itself hummed with some frequency that only I could feel. I had no sense of direction left. My compass spun, my maps felt like lies. All I knew was that I needed to keep moving, to keep one step ahead of the whisper that pressed at the back of my skull. The forest had stopped pretending to be ordinary. The trees were too close now, their trunks bending slightly inward, roots overlapping in a lattice that forced me to pick my way, as though I were walking over woven nets. Mushrooms sprouted in the exact shapes of eyes, some lids closed, others wide and gleaming with morning dew that looked like tears. Birds did not return. Animals did not return. Even the insects, which had hummed endlessly the first night, had abandoned me. I walked until my throat was raw and my breath tasted of iron. My water bottle was nearly empty, and when I lifted it to my lips, the liquid inside rippled, though my hands were still. It trembled like something beneath the surface wanted out. I dropped it, let it roll into the roots, unwilling to drink. At midday, I found the hammock again. This time I did not stumble upon it. It stood in the center of my path, strung tight between two oaks, whose branches arched overhead like a cathedral nave. The hammock swayed before I even drew close, and the creak of rope against bark echoed louder than it ever had, filling the clearing like a drum beat. I froze. My chest seized. My first thought was to turn back, but the forest behind me had grown dense. The trees packed together, as though they had leaned close the moment I passed, sealing the way. The only path was forward, toward the hammock. It swayed as if inviting me, mocking my exhaustion. My legs carried me closer, even as my mind screamed to stop. I saw now that the fabric was not fabric at all, but strands braided together, fibers too fine to be ordinary rope. They glistened with a sheen that reminded me of spider silk, but thicker, pulsing faintly with life. Each sway seemed timed with my heartbeat, a rhythm I could not escape. I fell to my knees a few feet away, breath ragged. "What do you want from me?" I whispered, though I knew the answer. The hammock stilled. The forest leaned in, and then, without sound, without movement of lips or tongue, the voice filled me again. "We weave, you rest, you stay." I shook my head violently, dug my nails into my thighs until blood welled, grounding myself in pain. "No," I croaked. The trees groaned. Leaves trembled though the air was still. The hammock lurched once, sharply, as if tugged by invisible hands. The ropes extended, curling outward, tips reaching like fingers. They brushed the ground, tasting, waiting. I stumbled back, tripped over roots, scrambled to my feet. My only thought was escape, any direction, even if it meant tearing through brush. I turned left, shoved through brambles, branches clawing my skin. Behind me, the creak grew louder, faster, the rhythm frantic. I could feel it in my bones, shaking my ribs, urging me to surrender. I ran until my vision blurred. My lungs burned. My legs screamed, but I did not stop until I crashed into another clearing. First I thought I had broken free, until I saw what waited there. More hammocks. dozens of them strung between trees in perfect symmetry. Some swayed gently, some lay still, but all were woven from the same glistening fibers, stretched taut as though freshly strung. And inside them, oh God, inside them, shapes. I saw the outlines of bodies, cocooned tight, faces half visible through thin layers of silk. Some mouths were open in silent screams. Some eyes stared unblinking, glazed with dew. Others were completely sealed, lumps where faces should have been. Their chests did not rise or fall. The clearing spun around me. My stomach lurched, bile burning my throat. I staggered backward, whispering, "No, no, no." But my voice was swallowed by the creak that rose from all sides. Every hammock began to sway together, a sickening choir of motion. The sound was deafening, 1,000 ropes straining, 1,000 trees bending in rhythm. And then, between them, figures emerged. Tall, thin, swaying in time. Their limbs were strands, their heads bowed, their movements fluid like rope in water. They watched me with faceless attention, and when they leaned forward, I heard the whisper again, multiplied now, layered and heavy. "Lay down, Ivy. You are ready. We finish the weaving." I fell to my knees, shaking, hands pressed to my ears though it did nothing. My mind fractured between fight and surrender. My grandfather's voice rose faintly in memory. The forest rewards stillness. For a heartbeat, I nearly obeyed. Nearly let myself collapse into one of the swaying cradles. How easy it would be to let go, to stop resisting, to be held forever in the arms of the trees. But I was not ready to vanish. I dragged myself upright, stumbled toward the far edge of the clearing. The figures swayed, ropes whipped out, but I ducked, twisted, clawed my way through. Branches tore at my arms, roots caught my feet, but somehow I broke free. I ran blind, sobbing, lungs tearing with each gasp. The forest howled around me, but I did not look back. Hours passed. I do not know how many. At last, through the blur of trees, I saw something impossible, a trail marker. A wooden post, painted with the faded white blaze of the state park boundary. My knees buckled at the sight. I crawled the last yards, clung to the post as though it were a holy relic. The forest behind me was silent. No creak, no whisper. Just silence, heavy and watchful. I staggered down the faint trail, half delirious, until the trees began to thin. By dusk, I reached the gravel lot where my car waited. The sight of it broke me. I fell against the door sobbing, fumbling with shaking hands to unlock it. When I finally collapsed inside, I locked every door, turned the key, and drove without looking back. It has been weeks since then, and still I wake in the night, breathless, certain I hear rope tightening across my chest. The welts have faded to scars, but when I press my fingers against them, I feel a faint vibration, as though threads remain woven beneath my skin. I tried to tell someone once, a friend who asked about my trip. I opened my mouth, but the words came out wrong. I said it was peaceful, that the forest rocked me to sleep, that I rested better than ever before. The smile on my lips did not feel like my own. My friend nodded, satisfied, and the conversation moved on. But when I was alone again, I sat staring at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes looked the same, yet not the same. Something swayed in them, back and forth, as though a rope tugged gently at their edges. I do not go into the forest anymore. I barely leave my apartment. But sometimes, late at night, when the city quiets and the wind threads through the alleys, I hear it again. The creak, the sway, and in those moments, I feel the urge to lie down, to let myself be rocked, to surrender to the weaving. I fear that the forest has not finished with me. I fear that it never will. My name is Ethan Ward, and I have always considered myself someone who pays attention to detail, someone who respects the boundaries set by those who know more than I do. That is what I tell myself most of the time, at least. In practice, I tend to test those boundaries, to see what lies just beyond the line that others have drawn. When I set out on this camping trip, I told myself that I would follow the rules. I had studied the posted signs, read the warnings from the park rangers, and listened to the advice of seasoned hikers who had walked these trails before me. Still, when I came face to face with the soft-eyed deer that wandered near my campsite that first evening, all of that knowledge, the printed rules, the stern warnings, the careful notes, faded into the background. I fed it, and in that moment, I did not feel like I was breaking a rule. I felt as though I was sharing something harmless with a creature that seemed curious and gentle. The campsite was tucked into a clearing ringed by trees, whose trunks leaned ever so slightly inward, as though conspiring to keep secrets from the sky. I had arrived earlier that afternoon after a day's hike, the straps of my pack biting into my shoulders, my legs heavy with the weight of the trail. I pitched my tent on the flattest patch of ground I could find and set up a small fire pit, using stones from the creek, bed a short walk away. By the time the shadows stretched long, I was easing back into a folding chair, with a simple dinner warming over the coals. The air had that cool dampness that comes after a late summer rain, and the forest smelled of moss and pine needles. That was when I saw it. The deer stepped out from between the trees, as though it had been waiting for the moment. I settled down, its body slender, its coat darker than the average doe I was used to back home. Its antlers were velvet, covered, still in their growing stage, which suggested it was young. Its ears swiveled toward me, but it showed no sign of fear. Instead, it lingered at the edge of the firelight, watching me as if expecting something. The rule had been clear on the laminated signs posted at the trailhead: do not feed wildlife. The park rangers had emphasized it again in the briefing pamphlet tucked into my pack. Feeding the animals disrupts their natural habits, makes them dependent, and invites danger. I knew all of that, but when the deer took one cautious step closer, I felt the weight of its gaze as something almost human, almost pleading. I reached into the bag of trail mix beside me and pulled out a small handful of dried fruit, tossing it lightly onto the ground a few feet away. The deer's head lowered, and it stepped closer still, its hooves pressing into the earth without a sound. It chewed slowly, its jaw working side to side, its dark eyes never leaving me even as it swallowed. I laughed softly, reassured by its calmness, and offered another piece, this time holding it between my fingers. To my surprise, the deer came close enough that I felt the warmth of its breath against my skin as it took the food from my hand. I felt a strange pride in that moment, as though I had made a friend in the wild. When the last of the fruit was gone, the deer lingered a while longer before retreating back into the trees. I watched it until the darkness swallowed its form, telling myself that I had just experienced something rare, something meaningful. What I did not realize was that, by giving in to that moment of weakness, I had opened a door I would not be able to close. That night, after dousing the fire and crawling into my tent, I drifted off to the familiar chorus of forest, sounds the chirp of insects, The distant hoot of an owl, the occasional rustle of leaves as small creatures move through the underbrush. Sleep came easily, but it did not hold me long. I woke to a sound unlike anything I had heard before. It was a scraping, a steady rasp like wood dragged across canvas. My eyes opened to the faint glow of the moon shining through the thin tent fabric. I froze, straining to listen. The sound came again. Antlers. I thought, scraping against the taut surface of my shelter. The realization should not have made sense, but it did. The deer had returned, and it was circling my tent. I held my breath, heart hammering in my chest, as the scraping moved from one side to another. The noise was deliberate, not clumsy like an animal stumbling or brushing by accident. It was purposeful, and it was accompanied by something worse. A voice. It was soft at first, muffled through the layers of fabric. A sound like someone clearing their throat and attempting syllables for the first time. Then, more clearly, it tried my name. Yi. The voice cracked on the consonants, warbling like an old tape recorder losing speed. I pressed my hand against my chest, feeling the wild rhythm of my heartbeat. The sound continued, circling the tent as the scraping did. Yi Tha Nen. It was learning, practicing, testing the weight of my name in its mouth. I wanted to convince myself that I was dreaming, that my brain had stitched together the scrape of branches and the hoot of an owl into a terrible illusion. But the voice repeated, closer now, until I swore I felt the vibration of it against the thin nylon of my tent wall. Ethan. This time, it was nearly perfect. I do not know how long I lay there, staring at the ceiling of my tent, too afraid to move, too afraid to breathe. The sounds eventually faded, replaced again by the normal night chorus. But I could not shake the certainty that something had changed. The deer had not simply accepted my food. It had taken something more from me. It had taken my name. Morning came with pale light and the smell of damp earth. I unzipped the tent cautiously, half expecting to find antlers pressed against the door. But the clearing was empty. My fire pit was cold, the trees still, as if nothing had happened. I told myself again and again that I must have imagined it, that the fatigue of hiking and the isolation of the woods had played tricks on my mind. And yet, when I stepped beyond the tent and looked at the ground, my stomach dropped. The dirt around my campsite was scored with deep grooves, lines etched into the soil as though something had been dragged in careful circles around me. The marks were not random. They had shape, form. Almost like symbols. Almost like letters. I crouched down, my fingers trembling as I traced the lines, and though I tried to deny what I was seeing, the conclusion pressed itself into me with undeniable force. The grooves spelled out my name. I kicked dirt across the letters until the shapes blurred into nothing, as if smearing them away could erase the fact that they had been there at all. But the sight of my name carved into the soil would not leave my head. I packed my gear in silence, hands stiff, movements too quick, and all the while I felt watched. The trees leaned inward, just as they had before, but now it felt intentional, like they wanted to keep me contained. I told myself to shake it off. People hallucinate in the wilderness all the time. Lack of sleep, too much solitude, the mind invents patterns, whispers. It was easier to believe that than to accept the alternative. Still, when I tightened the straps of my pack and hoisted it onto my shoulders, I caught myself glancing back at the spot where the grooves had been. The letters were gone under my scuffed dirt. but I knew what I had seen. I decided to move camp. That much felt sensible. Even if it was just my imagination, the unease clung too tightly to this clearing. I hiked back toward the trail, picking up pace until my breath burned in my chest, pushing deeper into the woods with no destination in mind except away. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. The birds had vanished, and even the insects seemed to hold their buzzing. My boots crunched on the path, the only sound for miles, until I realized there was another sound hidden under it, like an echo, just a half-second late. I stopped. The echo stopped. I walked again. Slower this time. Crunch. Crunch, another set of steps followed, not quite matching mine but close enough to feel mocking. I spun around, heart thudding. The trail behind me was empty. The trees stood in their same crooked postures, swaying only slightly with the breeze. Ethan. The sound came from the left, deeper into the woods. I flinched so hard my pack shifted on my shoulders, nearly pulling me sideways. The voice was clearer now, smoother, as if it had practiced through the night. I ran. Branches snapped against my arms as I bolted down the trail, not caring if my gear shifted or if I tripped. The name followed me, repeated again and again with a cruel steadiness. Ethan. 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 The voice was low, guttural, almost proud of itself for having mastered the sound. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing near a cluster of boulders at the edge of a stream. I pressed my back against the stone, gasping, my ears ringing with my own heartbeat. The forest fell silent again. No voice, no footsteps. Just the stream trickling nearby, its surface catching fragments of light. I tried to reason through it. Maybe someone had followed me into the woods, some hiker who thought it was funny to repeat my name, though the logic barely held. They would have had to know me, know my name. And even if they had somehow overheard me introduce myself to another hiker, why whisper my name like that, like it was an incantation? The answer that kept forcing its way back was the one I least wanted to accept: the deer. It was absurd. But I could not forget the way it had pressed so close, the warmth of its breath as it ate from my hand. The black glassy eyes fixed on me. Something had passed between us when I broke the rules. It had learned me. I set up camp again by the stream, forcing myself to go through the motions. Tent pitched, fire started, food prepared, because routine was the only thing holding me together. But every small noise made me flinch. I kept checking over my shoulder as the shadows deepened. When night fell, I left the fire burning higher than usual, convinced that the light would keep me safe. I sat there clutching my pocket knife, eyes darting to the tree line at every flicker. Hours dragged by. My eyelids grew heavy, but each time I started to drift, the memory of that voice snapped me awake. It came sometime past midnight. Not the voice at first, the antlers. A faint scrape, metal against stone. My fire popped, sending sparks upward, and for one insane moment, I imagined each spark spelling out my name before vanishing into the dark. The scraping grew louder. Something was circling my camp again, just beyond the reach of the firelight. My knife trembled in my grip as I rose to my feet, turning slowly, eyes scanning the shifting shadows. Ethan. The name rang out so perfectly, clear this time that I nearly dropped the blade. It wasn't a mimic anymore. It was my name, spoken with certainty, spoken like ownership. I shouted back into the dark, my voice cracking. "What do you want from me?" The woods swallowed the sound. Then, after a long pause, came the reply. "To learn." The word was distorted. stretched but unmistakable. My knees nearly buckled. I stumbled backward until the backs of my legs hit the log by the fire. The thing in the woods shifted, and I glimpsed it for the first time in the glow. The deer stepped into view, but its antlers had grown impossibly large, branches upon branches, stretching like blackened trees themselves. Its eyes glinted with a reflection of the fire, and when it opened its mouth, the shape was wrong. Too wide. Too human. "Ethan," it said again, lips twisting around the syllables. I staggered back, tripping over my pack. The knife clattered from my hand. The creature stepped closer, slow, deliberate. Its hooves pressed into the earth without sound, and when it reached the firelight fully, I saw streaks of pale flesh around its mouth, as though it had been trying shapes, chewing them, learning. I scrambled into my tent and zipped it shut, though I knew how useless that was. The nylon was no wall. I pressed my hands to my ears, rocking back and forth as the voice circled again. "Ethan, Ethan, Ethan." Each repetition grew softer, more tender, until it sounded like a lullaby. Against my will, my body began to relax, my eyelids drooping. Terror warred with exhaustion, and exhaustion won. I woke with sunlight spilling through the tent. The fire was dead, only blackened ash left. I unzipped the flap with shaking hands, bracing myself. The clearing was empty. The only trace of the night was a series of hoofprints pressed into the soil, circling the tent in neat, deliberate loops. At the center of those loops, written again in grooves of disturbed dirt, was my name. Only this time it wasn't just the first. It was my full name, Ethan Ward. The forest knew me now. I stared at the dirt until the letters blurred. My full name written in a ring around my tent, each line sharp as if carved by a blade, though I knew no blade had done it. My throat was dry, but I forced the words out anyway, whispering to no one and to everything. "Leave me alone." The forest didn't answer. Not then. I packed up quickly, barely touching my breakfast, shoving gear into my pack without care for order. I didn't want to give it another night. Every instinct screamed to get back to the trailhead, to find people, cars, a ranger station, anything. As I hiked, the woods pressed closer. I swear the trail narrowed with every step, roots pushing through the soil like gnarled fingers. My pack was heavier than before, though I hadn't added a thing. My name whispered at the edges of the silence, not loud enough to catch, but just enough to know it was there. By midday, I should have been nearing the main path that led to the parking area. I checked my map twice, then a third time, but the landmarks didn't line up. The stream I had crossed before wasn't there, and the slope of the ridge seemed unfamiliar. The forest had shifted while I slept. I tried to keep calm, but dread crept in with every wrong turn. Hours passed, my legs ached, and the light began to change, shadows drawing longer across the ground. Then I heard it. Ethan Ward. The voice was not tentative anymore. It was smooth, confident, as though it had said my name 1,000 times in private, and was only now letting me hear the result. I froze. "What do you want?" I shouted into the trees. The silence that followed felt alive, pulsing against my skin. Then, in a low rumble, "To where?" I stumbled back a step, nearly losing my footing on the uneven trail. "No. You can't?" My words died in my throat. What did it even mean? Something moved between the trees. Not the quiet shuffle of a deer, but a steady, deliberate walk. The figure that emerged was wrong from the beginning. It had the same antlers, wide and branching, too big for its body. But the body itself, it wasn't just a deer anymore. Its legs bent strangely, joints bending backward, forward as though it couldn't decide which it wanted to be. Its torso stretched taller, the chest broader. The shape of shoulders hinted beneath the fur. And its face, its mouth split wider than before, curling upward at the corners, imitating a human smile. "Ethan Ward," it said again, and this time the tone was warm, affectionate almost. I turned and ran. I didn't care where. Branches clawed my arms, thorns ripped at my clothes, but I pushed forward until my lungs burned. Behind me, steady as a drumbeat, the thing followed. It didn't run. It didn't need to. Its voice carried ahead of it, calling my name like it had already caught me. By the time night fell, I was lost entirely. My legs gave out, and I collapsed at the base of a dead tree. My chest heaved, and the air felt thick, every breath a struggle. I closed my eyes, just for a moment, but the sound came again, close enough that it seemed whispered into my ear. To where? I jolted upright, knife in hand, slashing wildly at the dark. Nothing was there. The trees swayed, the leaves rustled, but the creature itself remained just out of sight. It was toying with me, waiting for me to break. The night dragged on. Sleep came in broken snatches, each one shattered by whispers, or by the scrape of antlers against bark. When dawn finally bled through the trees, I felt hollow. I staggered onward, not knowing where I was going, only that I had to keep moving. By mid-morning, I found a cabin. It sat crooked among the trees, boards warped, windows cloudy with grime. The sight of it filled me with both relief and dread. Relief, because it was shelter. Dread, because it shouldn't have been there. It wasn't on any map. I pushed the door open, the wood groaning on rusted hinges. Inside, dust thickened the air. Cobwebs draped across the rafters. A single table stood in the center, its surface etched with grooves. At first I thought they were scratches, random, but as my eyes adjusted, I saw the truth. Names. The table was covered with them. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Each one carved deep, overlapping the next. Some were so worn they were barely legible, others sharp and new as if made yesterday. I searched desperately for mine, praying I wouldn't find it. But there it was. Etched right in the center, clear and precise, Ethan Ward. My stomach turned. I stumbled back, knocking over a chair. Dust rose in a choking cloud. From the doorway came the sound again. Ethan Ward. I spun, but the doorway was empty. The voice came from everywhere at once. Above me, below me, inside the walls themselves. To where? The cabin groaned, boards flexing as if something enormous pressed against them. Antlers scraped across the roof. The thing was outside, circling, dragging its name over the wood. I clutched my knife, though it felt ridiculous. What was a blade against this? Still, I raised it. The door creaked open on its own. The clearing beyond was dark, though the sky outside should have been bright with day. The creature stood there, framed in shadow. Its body was taller now, closer to human, though its legs still bent wrong. The antlers brushed the frame of the door. Its mouth stretched wide, and in a voice that was now almost perfectly human, it spoke again. Ethan Ward, give me. The knife shook in my hand. No, you can't take me. Its head tilted, almost curious. Already taken. It stepped inside. The air grew cold and I backed into the far corner, the knife raised between us. But when it reached the table, it didn't lunge. Instead, it pressed one hoof. No, one hand now, twisted and half-formed, against the wood. The names carved there glowed faintly. My name burned brightest. The creature's smile widened. Worn before. Worn again. You. It lifted its gaze to me, and in that instant I understood. The names weren't just marks. They were trophies. Records. Each one a person who had fed it, broken the rule, given it a piece of themselves. Each one had been worn. It wanted me next. I don't remember making the choice, only the sudden surge of movement. I lunged with the knife, driving it toward the creature's chest. The blade struck, sinking deep. But instead of blood, darkness spilled out. Thick, smoky tendrils that wrapped around my wrist. The knife was torn from my grip as easily as if I had dropped it myself. The creature leaned close, its breath cold against my face. Ethan Ward. It whispered, and the sound echoed inside my skull. I screamed. The darkness closed around me, pulling me toward the table, toward my glowing name. I fought, clawed, but the strength left my body in waves. My vision blurred, my limbs heavy. The last thing I saw was the creature lowering its face to mine, its mouth stretching impossibly wide. Then, silence. When I woke, I was standing outside the cabin. My pack was on my shoulders, though I didn't remember putting it there. The sun was high, the forest bright and calm. Birds sang as nothing had ever been wrong. For a moment, I convinced myself it had been a dream. But then I caught my reflection in the stream nearby. The face staring back was mine. My eyes, my mouth, my features. But when I opened my mouth to speak, the voice that came out wasn't mine anymore. It was deeper, smooth, confident. Ethan Ward. I dropped to my knees, clutching at my throat, trying to force my own voice out. Nothing came. Only the creatures. And from the corner of my vision, just beyond the water's reflection, I saw movement. A figure, tall with branching antlers, standing among the trees. Watching, I understood then. It hadn't killed me. It was wearing me. And I was still inside, trapped. Just another name carved into the wood, waiting for the next fool to break the rules. My name is Celine Cho, and I was raised to be careful about water in the backcountry. I knew how to read flow patterns in rivers, how to spot signs of contamination, and how to work a filter with practiced efficiency. My parents had been both hikers and worriers, people who had seen accidents unfold in wilderness areas because of tiny mistakes. I grew up with their warnings. Don't drink from stagnant pools. Don't ignore signs of giardia. Don't trust water that looks too clean. That voice of caution lived inside me long after I started backpacking alone. It guided my hand when I filled my bottle on the first night beside the lake, when the air cooled with alpine clarity and the surface rippled with moonlight. The trip had been planned with meticulous care. I had studied maps, plotted routes, and weighed my pack so nothing felt excessive. I came out here for quiet, the kind of solitude that made every sound sharpen and every thought either stretch or shrink, depending on the hour. The lake itself had no name on my map, just a blue oval tucked beneath a ridge. But it had drawn me because it lay off the main trail, quiet and unmarked, a promise of privacy. I set up my tent on a slight rise above the shore, the nylon glowing faintly in the dusk, like a lantern set among the trees. When I crouched at the waterline, filter in hand, I watched my reflection gather on the surface. It was the ordinary kind of strangeness. Seeing yourself elongated by the low angle of light, cheeks hollowed by ripples. I clipped the hose into my bottle, began pumping, and focused on the rhythmic draw of water through the cartridge. It was automatic, something I had done dozens of times, enough that my mind drifted. Maybe that is why I noticed it only after a full minute. The reflection inside the bottle, faint but undeniable, didn't match the tilt of my head. It should have been a trick of distortion. Plastic bottles bend images, turning them round or angular depending on pressure and angle. But this wasn't bending, it was delay. My reflection blinked after I had already closed my eyes. It tilted a second late. I tested it, tilting my head right, then left, smiling faintly at the absurdity. The reflection was careful, deliberate, as if it had to remember what to do before doing it. I laughed under my breath and capped the bottle. It was just fatigue. I had hiked 12 miles with elevation gain, and the sun had gone down. Shadows stretched in odd shapes, and water caught them in ways that unsettled even the most rational. I brought the bottle back to my camp, set it beside the stove, and told myself not to overthink. Cooking dinner helped steady me. The hiss of the tiny burner, the smell of noodles and dehydrated vegetables, the steam curling upward like something domestic transplanted to wilderness. All of it returned me to normal rhythms. I ate slowly, listening to loons calling across the lake, their voices both mournful and beautiful. The stars opened above me in thousands, and I felt the usual gratitude, the reminder that there are still places untouched by highway noise, by phone signal, by the endless digital chatter. Later, in the tent, I reached for the bottle in the dark. The moonlight came through the mesh overhead, silvering the nylon walls. I uncapped the lid and drank deeply, not even thinking about the earlier strangeness. The water tasted clean, icy, smooth, carrying that mineral tang I had always loved about lake water. But halfway through the swallow, I froze. Something beat in my throat. It wasn't choking, not exactly. More like a pulse that didn't belong. My own heart thudded in its steady rhythm, fast from the surprise. But this was separate. A second beat, distinct and insistent, running counterpoint beneath the first. I pressed my hand to my neck, feeling both rhythms against my palm. One was mine, strong and familiar. The other was smaller, irregular, fluttering like a bird's heart caged beneath the skin. I stopped drinking, the bottle trembling in my hand. For a long moment I sat in silence, waiting for the phantom beat to fade. It didn't. I tried to reason it out. Sometimes hikers experience palpitations, dehydration, or spasms after exertion. Maybe the cold water shocked my system, made blood vessels tighten, made me misinterpret the sensation. That explanation held until I tipped the bottle again. With every swallow, the second rhythm surged stronger, as if the act of drinking nourished it. Panic scraped up my spine. I set the bottle down carefully, almost reverently, and lay back on my sleeping bag with my eyes fixed on the ceiling. My pulse hammered at my temples. The other beat quivered in my throat, softer now, but persistent. When I closed my eyes, I could feel it echoing lower, sinking as though it wanted a home deeper in my chest. I must have slept in fragments, because I remember both darkness and the watery texture of dreams. I dreamed of ripples spreading outward, of faces shimmering on the surface of the lake. They were pale and distorted, eyes too wide, mouths moving in silence. One face leaned close to the membrane of water and pressed against it, as if trying to push through. When it broke, I woke with a sharp inhale, throat dry, skin clammy with sweat. The bottle still stood beside my sleeping bag. Condensation filmed the plastic. In the gray light before dawn, the water looked ordinary. But when I picked it up, turning it slowly, my reflection lagged behind by a half second again. It looked more awake than I felt. I told myself not to drink. I promised myself I would dump the bottle, rinse it, and refill higher up where the stream fed into the lake. But thirst makes bargains. By mid-morning, after breaking camp and shouldering my pack, my lips felt cracked. I sipped again, just once. The coolness spread down, and the second heartbeat jumped alive, stronger than before. The trail climbed through pines that whispered constantly with wind. I moved quickly, as if outpacing something. But the sensation in my body stayed with me. It wasn't pain, not exactly. It was company. The beat aligned sometimes with my own, sensing for a moment before, skipping away into its own measure. I began to feel less like I was carrying it, and more like we were sharing the same vessel. At midday, I stopped at a ridge overlooking the lake. From above, the water looked darker, almost black, the kind of depth that swallowed color. I thought of the faces in my dream and shuddered. My hand strayed to the bottle, which swung at my hip. When I uncapped it to dump the contents, I hesitated. A faint vibration ran up through my fingers like a purr. I wanted to believe I was losing it. That stress, solitude, and exhaustion had merged into hallucination. But then I heard it faint inside my own mouth, a whisper like words trying to shape themselves through water. I dropped the bottle onto the rocks. The sound cut off. The plastic rolled, clattered, and came to rest near a tuft of grass. I stared at it, breathing hard, before picking it up again. This time, silence. By evening, I reached a second lake, smaller, with clearer water flowing directly in. I filtered fresh bottles, determined to start clean. I even set the suspicious one aside, meaning to pour it out and leave it behind. But when night fell, my eyes kept tracking back to it. It sat in the corner of the tent like an object with weight beyond plastic and liquid. And in my throat, faint but undeniable, the second heartbeat still pulsed. The second heartbeat never faded. Even as I lay awake listening to crickets pulse outside the tent, even as my own body begged for rest, it persisted. It wasn't loud enough to drown thought, but it was present in the way an insect might cling to your ear at night. Constant, inescapable, shaping every moment of silence around it. When I woke at dawn, the sky was gray with thin mist. The trees stood wet and dark, their trunks slick with dew. I tried to shake off the memory of the bottle, the dreams of faces pressing against water, the phantom rhythm under my skin. I told myself the new bottles I had filled yesterday would reset things. Fresh water, clean stream, no reflection that lagged behind. I uncapped one and drank in the chill of morning. For a second I believed it had worked. No pulse, no flicker. Then, slow as a bruise, the second beat emerged, faint but steady, like something pleased to be remembered. I froze with the bottle halfway to my mouth. The reflection inside moved with me this time, but I no longer trusted it. I didn't even trust the taste. My tongue felt coated, my throat raw. I spat into the dirt and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. The urge to leave. Leave everything, pack fast and abandon the backcountry, struck me. I could hike back down the valley, follow the switchbacks to the trailhead, and drive away. But that choice didn't feel clean either. I had miles of silence between me and safety, and the thing inside me would walk every step with me. If it was in my body now, what difference would leaving make? So I did what I always did when unsettled in wilderness. I kept moving. Packing distracted me. Folding the tent, stowing the bag, adjusting straps, all gave me something mechanical to focus on. By the time the sun had burned the mist into strips of light, I was already climbing again, boots steady on the dirt. The forest shifted as I gained elevation. Pines thinned, giving way to exposed granite and clusters of stunted shrubs. The wind rose, carrying the smell of iron from hidden springs. I paused often, more than my body needed. Not because of fatigue, but because the second beat seemed to tug at me. It wanted me to stop in certain places, to turn my head toward shadows or water trickling down stone. Once, as I knelt to tighten my bootless, I glanced into a shallow puddle collected in a rock hollow. My reflection stared back as expected, except for the eyes. They blinked slower, lids dragging like someone still drowsy, and when my mouth parted in shock, the reflection's lips curved faintly upward in something close to a smile. I scrambled back, dirt gritting under my palms, my heart racing, and the second beat thundering with it, almost gleeful. For hours afterward, I couldn't bring myself to drink. My throat dried until every swallow scraped. I tried chewing pine needles, letting resin sting my tongue, but it wasn't enough. By mid-afternoon, I gave in. The bottle was waiting, cool against my palm. The water slid down smooth, and the second heartbeat settled into a rhythm, almost tender. I hated the relief it gave me. Night 2 was worse. I camped higher, where the stars felt close enough to scrape your fingertips against them. But the beauty barely touched me. I dreamed again, not of rippling faces this time, but of lying underwater, eyes open, lungs burning. Something pressed against me in the dark, not crushing but surrounding, insistent. In the dream, I knew it wasn't trying to drown me. It was trying to share breath. I woke with the tent damp around me, condensation dripping in slow taps. My chest rose too fast, lungs aching, and for a moment I swore my mouth still tasted like lake water. The second heartbeat pulsed, steady, as though amused I had noticed it at all. The next day I lost track of time. The trail narrowed, then disappeared into scree. My map said there should be a road across the saddle, but cairns were missing, toppled, or never built. I wandered, circling, my legs growing heavy. Each time I bent near a stream to refill, I saw it again, the delayed reflection, the too-wide smile, the watchfulness. By the third night, I didn't even try to resist drinking. My body begged for it. When the water slid down, the second rhythm bloomed strong, beating in time with mine until I couldn't separate them. The sensation wasn't foreign anymore. It was intimate and terrifying. That night the dream sharpened. I wasn't underwater. I was inside the bottle. My hands pressed against the curved plastic, palms slick. Outside, enormous eyes peered in. They were mine, but not. They blinked too slowly, and they didn't match the panic rising in me. When I screamed, bubbles clouded the water. My throat carried both my voice and another, whispering low syllables that sounded like language learned only by echo. I woke gasping, clutching at my neck. The second heartbeat throbbed fast, like it was laughing. Morning came with fog. My compass spun uselessly, and the trail behind me looked unfamiliar. It was as if the landscape had folded while I slept, shifting paths and tilting ridges. Hunger gnawed at me, but food tasted like ash. Only water soothed. By then I had stopped thinking of it as mine. I was carrying something else. The question was whether I carried it inside, or whether it carried me. I tried an experiment that afternoon. I sat by a stream and placed the bottle upright on a rock. Sunlight pierced through, turning the water inside bright. My reflection blinked at me from within the cylinder. I raised my hand, palm flat. Inside, the reflection hesitated. Then it raised its hand, but not to mirror me. It pressed its palm against the inside of the plastic, as if touching from the other side. The surface fogged faintly, a smear of condensation in the shape of fingers. My throat beat double time. I snatched the bottle and hurled it into the stream. The current dragged it fast over stones, bouncing it away. I thought I'd feel relief, watching it vanish around a bend. Instead, panic rose sharp and immediate, like loss. My body doubled over, choking on thirst I shouldn't have had, and in my chest the second beat stuttered. By nightfall, it had steadied again, which made no sense. The bottle was gone, but the presence remained. I dreamed once more. This time, no water, no faces. Just a voice. My own voice, slightly delayed, repeating words I didn't remember saying. It whispered my name again and again, practicing the syllables until they came smooth. Then it spoke a sentence. I'm almost here. I woke so violently that I cracked my head against the tent pole. Stars danced in my vision. But beneath the pain came a new sensation. When I placed my hand on my chest, I could feel the second heartbeat not in my throat, but lower, behind my ribs. It had moved. I staggered out into the cold night air, gulping thin oxygen. The lake below glistened black. Somewhere in the water, a loon called, its cry breaking into echo. I listened to my own breathing, ragged and uneven. And then, faint but certain, another inhale slipped between mine. Not heard, but felt, vibrating in my chest cavity. I knelt on the rocky ground, palms pressed to the earth. It was solid beneath me, unyielding. But it didn't matter. I knew deep down that I was becoming less solid by the hour. The boundaries between where I ended and it began were dissolving. The second heartbeat thrummed. My vision pulsed with it. For the first time, I thought of surrender. Not with fear, but with a strange, treacherous longing. The night stretched on with me, caught between terror and temptation. When dawn finally came, I packed mechanically, not sure where I was heading. My map was useless. My compass spun. The only direction I felt was inward, toward the steady rhythm that no longer felt like an invader but a partner. I walked without trail, feet carrying me toward the sound of rushing water. Somewhere ahead, a larger body waited, feeding streams and swallowing them again. My chest echoed with the beat, and though my mind screamed at me to resist, my steps matched its pull. The sound of rushing water grew stronger with every step. It threaded through the trees like a low chant, constant and beckoning. My body responded before thought did, shoulders angling toward the noise, knees carrying me downhill as if I had always known the way. I no longer trusted my choices, no longer trusted my sense of control. Each step felt like yielding ground, like the second heartbeat had sunk harkers into my muscles and now tugged the lines. By mid-morning the forest opened. I stood on the lip of a gorge where water thundered below. The river foamed white against jagged stone, churning itself into mist. Spray coated my skin with cold dampness. I steered trembling, because, even from above, the roar felt alive. It wasn't just water, it was breathing. Every surge matched the pulse in my chest, a rhythm building into something that felt less like coincidence and more like summons. I crouched near the edge and dipped my fingers into a smaller feeder stream. The chill shot through me like a wire, and the second beat surged with joy. I pulled my hand back as if scalded. Droplets clung to my skin, trembling, refusing to fall. When they finally slid free, They traced the lines of my palm in patterns that looked like veins. I should have turned around, climbed out of the gorge, forced my body uphill until distance dulled the pull. But I didn't. I followed the slope down, sliding on moss, slick stone, catching myself on roots and low branches. Every stumble seemed guided, not into danger but toward it. At the base, the river widened into a pool. The water darkened here calmer, though the surface boiled where the current entered. Mist lifted in sheets, catching sunlight until the air shimmered like glass. I dropped my pack without thinking. The straps scraped my shoulders as if peeling away a layer I no longer needed. I knelt, staring into the pool. My reflection waited, patient, steady. It no longer lagged behind. It moved with me perfectly, except for the eyes, still too calm, too knowing. When I leaned closer, the reflection's lips parted. Mine did not. I jerked back, heart hammering. But the second heartbeat remained slow, untroubled, as if reminding me which rhythm held true authority. I backed away from the water, but the ground felt wrong beneath my boots. My head swam. I realized I hadn't eaten in nearly a day. Hunger clawed at me, yet food repelled me. My body craved only water, and the more I denied it, the more the second heartbeat pressed, steady as tide. "Stop," I whispered to no one. The reflection tilted its head. "Get out of me." Its mouth curved into a smile. That night I didn't set a tent. I huddled against a boulder, staring at the river's glow. Mist wreathed me until I was soaked through. My chest felt swollen, like it barely contained the dual rhythm. Each beat shook my ribs. Each inhale carried the faint echo of another, just beneath mine. When sleep came, it dragged me under like a rip current. I dreamed of standing in the pool itself, the water rising around me but not drowning me. Figures moved beneath the surface, pale, elongated, hair drifting like weeds. Their eyes were wide, reflective, filled with patient hunger. One by one they pressed upward until their faces almost broke the membrane of air. I wanted to scream but instead inhaled, and water filled me sweet as breath. My chest didn't collapse, it expanded. The second heartbeat became the first, loud as thunder. Then I woke, coughing violently. My throat burned, raw with the taste of river. I wiped my mouth with shaking hands and found them damp, though I hadn't touched the water. The next day blurred into compulsion. I tried walking away, but every attempt looped back. The gorge circled me. Paths bent until the river appeared again, waiting. My compass spun in slow circles. The map crinkled uselessly in my pocket. I was trapped in its gravity. By dusk, the decision no longer felt like mine. I stripped off my boots and waded into the pool. The cold knifed up my legs, but the second heartbeat flared warm inside me, guiding me deeper. Waist, chest, shoulders. The current tugged, but I leaned into it, breath coming fast. My reflection clung to the surface in front of me, lips still moving silently, eyes blazing with satisfaction. I lifted the bottle one last time. Its plastic had warped, dented from pressure. The water inside shone with an unnatural gleam, as if lit from beneath. I raised it to my mouth and drank until nothing remained. The reflection vanished from the bottle and merged with the surface of the pool. When the last drop slid down my throat, the second heartbeat slammed once hard and then sank deep into me. My vision blurred. I felt not one body but two, not one breath but a chorus. The water welcomed me, folding me inward. I don't remember collapsing, only the sensation of being held. Arms, not mine, caught me as I slipped under, Cold lips brushed my ear, whispering my name in a cadence perfectly matched to my own voice. Celine. 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 When I woke, night had fallen. The stars glimmered overhead, but I was no longer on the bank. I was lying half in the water, clothes plastered to my skin, hair tangled with weeds. My chest rose and fell steady. Too steady. The second heartbeat was gone. Or maybe it wasn't second anymore. It had become the only one. I sat up slowly, numb. My reflection looked back from the surface. But this time there was no delay, no mismatch. It was me in perfect synchrony. Yet deep in the dark pool, I thought I saw another face watching from below, patient as ever. I tried to stand, but my legs trembled. The world felt different, edges blurred, colors deeper. The river didn't roar anymore. It murmured, like speech just beyond comprehension. I realized, with a cold shiver, that I could almost understand it. Almost. I packed my things mechanically the next morning. My pack felt heavier, though I carried less. My steps dragged, though the trail had smoothed. The wilderness no longer looked indifferent. Every branch, every stream, every shimmer of dew seemed to watch. And when I passed small puddles, I didn't just see my face. I saw flickers of movement beneath, as if someone else waited behind the glass of water. I made it back to the main trail, after days I couldn't count. Other hikers appeared, faint voices carrying through the trees. I almost called out. I almost told them everything. But when I opened my mouth, the words tasted wrong, swollen with liquid. I swallowed them down and kept walking. Back at the trailhead, my car waited. Civilization waited. Roads and phones and voices that had never felt more alien. I drove home, windows down, wind drying my face. Yet even on pavement, with headlights and signs, I carried it with me. Every sip of water, no matter how filtered or bottled, carried the echo. Every mirror reflected my face with eyes too calm, too knowing. And at night, lying in my own bed, I feel it. The steady pulse in my chest, not quite mine, not quite separate. A heartbeat that learned to live inside me, by way of a lake no one names. Sometimes, in dreams, I still hear the whisper practicing my voice. Only now it doesn't say I'm almost here. It says, we are here. And when I wake, my throat carries the rhythm of two hearts beating as one. My name is Adrian Cole, and I was 27 years old. This summer, I joined my friends for what was meant to be a week of wilderness hiking along an unmarked ridge in the northern Rockies. I state my name and age plainly, because how I was taught to introduce myself in formal reports. And perhaps what I am writing now deserves the same clarity. It is not merely a story, and not merely a warning. It is a record of how I stepped willingly off the path of common sense, how I let pride and stubbornness replace caution, and how the mountains punished me for it, with a precision that felt less like chance and more like intent. The group was small, just 4 of us. There was Eli, tall and restless, who loved climbing in ways that left the rest of us winded and humiliated. There was Jess, whose encyclopedic memory of plant life made her both fascinating and unbearable, depending on how tired I was when she launched into another description of leaf structures. There was my closest friend, Mark, whose loyalty ran deep enough to follow me into decisions he should not have entertained. And there was me, Adrian, the one who suggested the detour that began everything. We had hiked together before, but never this far, never this long, and never with such a desire to make the trip sound extraordinary when told later around city tables. The bad decision began with a map. Jess had brought a folded topographic sheet that covered the established trail we had been following. But in the upper right corner, partly obscured by creases, there was a faint dotted line that did not match any official route. The line led toward a ridge without a name, marked only with a vague note that said, "Survey Line 1950. To me, it looked like an invitation, a fragment of forgotten exploration daring us to follow. To the others, it looked at best like a waste of time, at worst like the sort of place rangers warn people away from. But my voice carried weight in that moment, and when I said we could handle it, when I said we had supplies enough for 3 extra days if needed, when I said no one else we knew would have a story like this, I saw their hesitation bend. Pride, I realize now, is never loud in the moment. It is a quiet nudge, the kind that makes bad ideas sound like destiny. The ridge trail was narrow, more animal track than human design, and it wound upward with an uneven logic that forced us to scramble often. By afternoon of the first day off route, we had lost the clear sense of distance behind us. The established trail was somewhere back through a scatter of gullies and timber, but none of us could have said how far. We set camp near a stream whose water tasted metallic even after boiling. Eli joked that the ridge was probably abandoned for a reason, that maybe surveyors had found more than rock. Jess ignored him, but I noticed how she failed to catalog the nearby plants that evening. She only stared at the slope across from us, where trees stood too evenly, as if arranged with intent. I told myself unease was natural. Every wilderness trip passes through that hour of silence where conversation falters and the mind begins inventing shadows. But that night the silence pressed harder. The stream, which had gurgled cheerfully when we filled our bottles, seemed to run quieter, as if embarrassed by its own sound. And when I lay in my tent with Mark snoring softly beside me, I swore I heard something pacing outside the nylon. Not footsteps exactly, but a slow crush of grass that moved in a circle. I held my breath until the silence felt thicker than noise, and eventually sleep pulled me under with the cruelty of false safety. Morning light erased doubt, as it always does. We pushed higher onto the ridge, where the trees thinned into a scatter of wind-bent pines. The view should have been magnificent, but a haze lay across the far peaks, turning them into silhouettes. It was Jess who said, softly, that the haze was not weather but smoke, and though the air carried no smell of fire, I believed her. The thought of distant flames should have sent us back, but instead it made the ridge feel more forbidden, and therefore more worthy of claiming. I cannot forgive myself for how easily I turned danger into temptation. By midday we found signs of human presence, though not recent. At the base of a crag we discovered 2 rusted survey stakes, bent as though something had pulled them out of the earth and shoved them back at odd angles. Nearby lay fragments of canvas, stiff with age, perhaps from a tent or tarp. The wind moved them slightly, and for a sick moment, I thought they were breathing. Mark kicked one piece aside and muttered that the ridge had been claimed and discarded long before us. I told him that only made our presence more unique. Eli laughed and started climbing the crag, eager to see further. Jess said nothing, but her eyes kept returning to the scattered canvas, as though waiting for it to rearrange itself into the shape of its former owner. We camped again that night with the crag behind us, the wind scraping its edges like a slow knife. It was then that the first unmistakable thing happened. I left the tent after midnight to relieve myself. The stars were muted by haze, but the ground still glowed faintly, the pale grass reflecting what little light remained. As I turned back toward camp, I saw a figure crouched near our packs. For a heartbeat I assumed it was Eli, restless as always. But the figure did not move like him. Its arms were too long, its back too narrow, and when it lifted its head, I caught the gleam of eyeshine. Not the red of animals, but a cold silver, like coins dipped in milk. I froze, my body insisting on stillness. The figure tilted its head, and I swear its mouth opened, wider than the rest of its skull allowed, as though stretching to release something that never came. Then it folded down into the grass, vanishing without sound. When I approached with shaking hands, there were no prints, no bent stalks, nothing but our packs untouched. I told no one, convincing myself exhaustion had painted shapes on the dark. But even as I lay back down, I knew I had not imagined the eyes. The next day was worse. The ridge narrowed into a spine of broken rock, and progress slowed to careful steps. Jess slipped once and gashed her palm, the blood startlingly bright against stone. We bandaged it quickly, but the smell carried on the wind longer than seemed possible. Eli claimed he heard something following us below the ridge, moving in tandem but always out of sight. Mark dismissed it as paranoia, though he walked closer to me afterward, his usual confidence subdued. As for me, I could not shake the memory of those silver eyes. Every glance into the tree line felt like invitation, as though something waited for me to recognize it fully. By late afternoon, we reached a plateau that offered flat ground for camp. The place should have been a relief, but the grass lay flattened in spirals, as though heavy bodies had rolled deliberately to shape patterns. None of us mentioned it directly. We simply avoided the spirals when pitching tents, though I noticed Eli stepped inside one briefly, testing its size, and muttered that it fit him too perfectly. That night the wind carried whispers. Not voices, not words, but rhythms that mimicked human cadence. Jess finally admitted aloud that the ridge felt wrong, that even plants here were not behaving as they should. Their leaves turned toward us instead of the sun. Mark tried to laugh it off, but his eyes betrayed worry. I stayed silent, because to confess what I had seen by the packs would have meant accepting we were not alone, and I was not ready for that. Sleep came in fragments. At some point I woke to the sound of Eli speaking outside, his voice low, conversational. I thought perhaps he was on the radio, though we carried none. When I unzipped the tent slightly, I saw him standing at the edge of the spiral, body rigid, mouth moving. The air carried both his words and an echo half a second behind, like another voice finishing his sentences out of sync. I wanted to call to him, but fear sealed my throat. Only when Jess shouted his name did he jolt, turn, and stumble back toward us with a blank look. He claimed he had been sleepwalking, but his lips were bitten raw, as if something had pressed against them from the inside. By morning, none of us argued about leaving. Pride had evaporated, replaced by urgency. We packed in silence, though every sound seemed louder. The click of zippers, the crack of twigs, the hiss of the stove. As we began retracing our steps, I realized the ridge had shifted in my memory. Landmarks looked different, trails bent in directions they had not before. We descended regardless, believing distance itself would save us. But with every step, I felt eyes at my back, silver and unblinking, waiting for the next mistake. We moved fast that morning, faster than our packs allowed, stumbling on loose stone and catching our ankles in roots. The plan was simple: descend until the ridge rejoined the valley, find the main trail, and swallow the embarrassment of retreat. Yet the ridge resisted us. The path we followed upward now felt slanted sideways, curving into slopes that drew us deeper rather than down. Eli insisted he recognized boulders we had not passed before. Jess said the compass was pulling strangely, the needle swaying in nervous arcs. Mark kept glancing behind, as if waiting for silver eyes to reappear. I said nothing, because the fear pressing on my chest made speech feel like surrender. The silence between us was heavier than the packs on our shoulders. By midday, the sun was only a pale smear behind haze. We descended into a shallow basin where the stream we had first camped beside should have been. Instead, we found only a dry channel, its stones smooth as though water had never belonged there. Jess crouched to examine a cluster of plants clinging to the banks. She went pale and stood quickly. Later, she admitted they were alpine species that should not have been alive so low, nor arranged in a spiral around the dead creek bed. None of us touched them. We pushed onward, though the sensation of circling, instead of retreating, grew unbearable. Each time I thought we had changed direction, the haze thickened, swallowing perspective. The first true mistake of descent came when Eli ran ahead. He had grown restless with our cautious pace, claiming he could scout faster alone. We let him go, too exhausted to argue, too grateful for his energy. He vanished down a slope dotted with wind-stunted pines, his bright jacket flashing briefly, then gone. Minutes stretched into an hour. When he did not return, panic cracked the fragile patience between us. Mark shouted his name until his voice frayed. Jess tried blowing her emergency whistle, each note carrying strangely, echoing not once but twice, as if the ridge itself answered from further off. The sound unsettled her so deeply, she pocketed the whistle again without speaking. I wanted to chase Eli's trail, but the slope where he vanished seemed subtly altered. The trees shifted, their spacing too uniform. My legs refused to carry me closer. We camped early that evening, though calling it camp was generous. We collapsed in a patch of flattened grass, too drained to build fire. Hunger pressed sharp against my ribs, yet the thought of food turned metallic in my mouth. Jess finally whispered what none of us had voiced, that Eli might not be lost but taken. Mark swore at her, the first time his composure cracked, saying she was feeding hysteria. But his eyes kept roaming the dark, searching for a tall figure returning with arms too long. I tried to stay awake as night deepened, but exhaustion pulled at me. When sleep claimed me, it was not merciful. I dreamed of the spirals, not on the ground, but in the sky, stars bending into slow circles above. Each spiral tightened until a point of light sank downward, as though tethered. When it touched earth, the grass bent around it, welcoming. I woke sweating, the shapes burned into my eyelids. And though the night was still, Jess was sitting upright, eyes open, lips moving silently. Mark shook her, whispering urgently until she blinked and gasped as if surfacing from water. She would not say what she had seen, but I noticed blood at the corner of her mouth, as if she had bitten down to stop words from escaping. Morning offered no clarity. Eli's absence weighed heavier than the packs. We decided, finally, to mark our path with strips of cloth torn from spare shirts. Each time we passed a tree or boulder, we tied fabric, a desperate attempt to prove progress. Within an hour, we passed the same cloth twice. Mark insisted we had looped back. Jess said the fabric itself had moved, that we could not trust even our own markers. Their voices rose, fraying into accusation. I stepped between them, though my own faith in reality thinned with every breath. The air felt reused, stale, as though the ridge offered only a finite supply of oxygen, and we had overstayed our welcome. By afternoon, we stumbled upon signs of Eli. His trekking pole leaned against a rock, though none of us remembered him carrying it that way. Beside it lay his jacket, folded neatly, sleeves aligned. Jess knelt to touch it and hissed, jerking her hand back. The fabric was warm, not with sun but with body heat, as though just removed. Yet no footprints surrounded it, no trail away. Mark cursed and kicked the pole, which clattered too long, the sound continuing long after it should have stopped, echoing down invisible corridors. We carried nothing from that spot. To do so felt like consent. That night the ridge showed us cruelty without disguise. Our tents, pitched side by side, began trembling before the wind rose. At first I thought a storm approached, but the air was calm. The trembling came from below, the ground shifting as though something enormous moved beneath the soil. Jess screamed when her tent wall dimpled inward, as though pressed by a hand from outside. Mark slashed the nylon open and pulled her out. We abandoned camp entirely, stumbling through dark with only headlamps. The spirals of flattened grass seemed endless, each one wider, each one pulsing faintly when light passed over. At last we collapsed against a stone outcrop and huddled without tents, our backs pressed to cold granite, praying that solid rock would protect us. None of us slept. The night stretched without stars, the haze thick as fabric. At one point, I felt a vibration through the stone at my back, rhythmic, like a heartbeat not my own. Mark whispered that he heard breathing, not from the air, but from the rock itself. Jess stuffed her fingers in her ears and rocked silently, refusing to listen. I closed my eyes and counted each beat, convinced that if I matched its rhythm, it would notice me. Somehow, dawn arrived, pale and indifferent, as though the night had not conspired against us. But the relief was hollow. We were unraveling, our supplies dwindling, our sense of direction gone. The following day delivered final proof that we were not merely lost but trespassing. As we skirted another slope, we found a clearing where dozens of survey stakes rose from the earth. Not scattered, not abandoned, but planted deliberately in circles, each bent inward, their tips pointing to a hollow center. Rust stained them like dried blood. At the heart of the circle lay bones, not human, but animal, deer or elk, rib cages collapsed inward. Yet each skull was split cleanly along the center, as if open to release something. The air smelled not of rot, but of struck matches, the same scent I remembered from nights before. Jess clutched my arm so tightly her nails cut skin. Mark muttered that Eli must be among them, but no clothing, no human remains appeared. We did not step inside the circle. Still, as we passed, I felt the stakes lean slightly, as if straining to acknowledge us. By then food was nearly gone. We rationed the last of the trail mix, chewing without taste. Water ran low, the streams we found oily or dry. Jess grew feverish, muttering plant names under her breath, identifying species that did not exist. Mark snapped at her, then immediately apologized, guilt gnawing as fast as hunger. I found myself speaking less, each word a burden. But silence was worse, because the ridge filled it with whispers. Not wind, not animals, but syllables almost forming my name. Once, while filling the bottle at a shallow pool, I saw my reflection bend. Not the water bending, but my face itself, stretched into a spiral smile. I staggered back and poured the water into soil. That evening, when we stopped on a ledge overlooking a steep drop, we heard Ellie again. His voice drifted up from below, calm, conversational, calling our names as though he were waiting with campfire ready. Jess sobbed openly, begging to follow. Mark held her back, saying it was a trick. I stood frozen, torn between recognition and dread. The voice continued, patient, promising safety, promising the way out. Then it shifted, saying words none of us had spoken aloud, secrets only Eli could have known. I nearly stepped forward. Only the emptiness of the ledge, the certainty of death in one slip, anchored me. The voice faded eventually, leaving silence heavier than stone. Jess did not stop crying until exhaustion silenced her. The night that followed broke something in us. I do not recall closing my eyes, yet I found myself walking at some point, barefoot, across spirals of grass. The stars above moved, not drifting but aligning, each point sliding into position until they formed a perfect circle. At its center was a gap, a mouth in the sky. I felt drawn upward, weightless. Only when Mark shook me awake did I realize I was standing at the edge of the ledge again, toes hanging over void. He dragged me back, his own face gaunt, eyes hollow. Jess slept behind us, her lips moving silently, whispering to someone who was not there. Mark whispered, "It wants us in pieces." I asked what he meant, but he only shook his head, staring at the sky. When dawn arrived, I no longer trusted it. The haze swallowed even the promise of escape. Our fabric markers had vanished overnight, every strip gone, trees bare. Jess claimed she saw them woven into nests above, though when I looked the branches were empty. Mark grew silent, moving automatically, his body driven by instinct rather than hope. As for me, I began to wonder if the ridge was not a place at all, but a mouth that had already swallowed us, chewing slowly, savoring each mistake. The thought carried no fear anymore, only a grim acceptance that descent was not escape, but digestion. The third morning blurred into motion without decision. We packed nothing. What little we carried had become dead weight, reminders of order we no longer possessed. Jess walked ahead, fever burning bright in her cheeks, whispering plant names as if reciting scripture. Mark trailed close, shoulders bent, his silence more frightening than his earlier anger. I drifted between them, neither leading nor following, only existing within the ridge's slow pulse. The air tasted faintly of ash, though no fire burned, and each breath felt stolen from something larger that resented our survival. The land unfolded differently now, the ridge rearranging like a living corridor. Trees leaned inward, branches knitting together to funnel our steps. At times the trail narrowed into walls of stone that should not have been natural, their faces carved with grooves spiraling upward. I touched one as we passed and felt warmth, the faint throb of a heartbeat not mine. I jerked my hand back, but the sensation clung to my palm long after. Jess did not notice. She was laughing softly, pointing out flowers that grew from cracks in the stone, blossoms that glowed faintly, pale silver like the eyes I had seen. Mark pulled her onward with a gentleness that cracked my chest. He still believed he could protect her. I envied him that. By midday we stumbled into another clearing. This one was different, open sky above. Grass flattened into a vast spiral, so large it swallowed the entire slope. At its center rose a frame of wood. Rough beams lashed together into the shape of a shelter. Not a cabin, not a tent, but something halfway between, as if built by hands that had seen such structures only in memory. The beams were carved with symbols too worn to decipher, though one resembled the survey marks we had seen on old stakes. Smoke drifted faintly from within, though no fire crackled. Jess gasped and ran forward, convinced it was salvation. Mark followed, cursing, desperate not to lose her. I trailed last, dread heavy. every step echoing with memory of Eli's voice. Inside the frame there was no roof. The smoke rose from a pit dug into earth, glowing faintly as if embers lived eternally below. Around the pit lay objects torn packs, rusted stoves, boots hardened with age. Each item belonged once to someone like us, hikers who had chosen the ridge. Jess dropped to her knees, rifling through the remains, insisting there might be maps, food, anything to help. Mark pulled at her arms, whispering sharply, but she resisted with surprising strength. Then her voice changed. Not words, but cadence. She spoke in rhythm, echoing the whispers we had heard in the wind, a language that bent her throat unnaturally. Mark slapped her once, horrified at himself, but the shock broke her trance. She collapsed against him, sobbing. I stared at the pit, the glow deepening, the smoke curling upward in slow, deliberate shapes that almost resembled faces. We fled without discussion. Behind us the spiral clearing seemed to breathe, grass swaying in perfect unison, though no wind stirred. Jess stumbled often now, her fever unrelenting. Mark carried half her weight, his face gaunt with exhaustion. I walked ahead, though every direction felt chosen for me. The ridge no longer allowed randomness. Each turn led deeper, never out. That night we collapsed against another outcrop of stone, too wary to move further. The haze thickened, smothering stars, leaving only darkness. Mark wrapped Jess in his arms, whispering promises of home she could not hear. I sat apart, staring at the stone wall, certain I saw eyes opening within the cracks, dozens of silver coins blinking in unison. At some point, I must have slept, though I do not recall surrendering. I woke to silence sharper than any dream. Jess lay still in Mark's arms, her chest unmoving, his face buried in her hair, his shoulders shaking, though no sound emerged. I crawled closer, throat dry. When he finally lifted his face, I saw emptiness in his eyes, as though the grief had hollowed him out completely. He whispered that she had stopped breathing hours before, that he had begged her to wake. Her lips were parted slightly, but what unsettled me most was the faint silver sheen across her eyes, as though the ridge had claimed them for its own. Mark closed them with trembling hands, and for the first time I believed utterly that none of us would leave alive. We buried her beneath stone, stacking rocks clumsily, offering no prayer. The act itself felt like defiance, a refusal to leave her to the spirals. Mark stood over the cairn for a long time, then turned without words, walking downslope with a steadiness that frightened me. I followed, unwilling to lose him, but I sensed the ridge had already marked him differently. He moved as if guided, no longer cautious, no longer glancing at me. His silence grew unbearable. I tried speaking, confessing what I had seen nights before, the figure by our packs, the Aishin, the spirals in my dreams. He gave no response. Only once did he turn his head, and in the flat haze, I thought I saw a silver glint in his gaze. I told myself it was reflection, but my chest knew otherwise. By late afternoon we reached another basin, dry and wide. Its soil cracked into patterns that formed concentric circles. At the center stood Eli, or something that wore his shape. His clothes were torn, his skin pale, but his smile was calm, almost gentle. He lifted a hand in greeting, as though we had merely been separated on trail. Mark surged forward, relief breaking through despair. I caught his arm, but his strength ripped free. He ran to Eli, who embraced him warmly. For a moment I wanted to believe. I wanted to see my friend restored. But when Eli lifted his face, his eyes gleamed silver, and his mouth stretched wider than human, opening in silence. Mark did not resist. He pressed his forehead against Eli's, chest like a child against a parent, and both of them dissolved into the haze, merging with the basin's center until only spirals remained etched in soil. I was alone. The ridge exhaled around me, satisfied. My legs shook, my mind unraveling. I turned blindly, stumbling through haze, no direction left but away. Yet the ridge folded endlessly, each slope leading into another, each clearing a mirror of the last. Time ceased. Hunger vanished. Even thirst dulled, replaced by the steady hum of something larger sustaining me. I should have surrendered then. Instead, I clung to scraps of identity, my name, my age, the sound of my own breath. I repeated them aloud, a mantra against dissolution. Adrian Cole, 27. Adrian Cole, 27. Each repetition felt weaker, as though the ridge absorbed the words greedily, reshaping them into its own rhythm. Eventually, exhaustion conquered fear. I collapsed on grass, bent into another spiral, no longer caring. The sky above churned with haze, opening briefly to reveal stars twisting into circles. At the center of the spiral, a void yawned, vast and patient. I felt myself sliding upward, not falling but rising, drawn toward that open mouth. My body remained below, but my mind drifted higher, pulled into patterns. Within the void I heard voices, hundreds, thousands, all whispering in cadence. Some I recognized, Jess naming plants, Eli laughing, Mark swearing softly. Others were strangers, hikers long gone, each voice a note in endless rhythm. The spiral welcomed me, folding me into its chant. For a moment, peace touched me, the surrender of identity into something eternal. But something resisted, a shard of self lodged deep, refusing to dissolve. My name, stubborn, repeated faintly. Adrian Cole, 27. The mantra burned, tearing me back toward my body. I gasped awake on the grass, throat raw, lungs seared. The sky had closed, the void hidden. Around me the spiral lay silent, waiting. I staggered upright, legs trembling, and walked without direction. I do not know how long. Hours, days, weeks. Time bent like the ridge itself. Once I saw daylight break fully, the haze thinning to reveal peaks I did not recognize. Once I heard water trickling, only to find stones bleeding silver instead of moisture. Once I swore I glimpsed a trail marker, bright cloth tied to a branch. But when I reached it, the fabric unraveled into smoke. And then, without transition, I was out. One moment the ridge surrounded me, haze and spirals pressing close. The next I stumbled onto a familiar trail, sunlight sharp, air crisp and real. My knees buckled. I sobbed into dirt that smelled of pine instead of ash. Behind me the ridge rose, ordinary now, its slopes unremarkable. No haze, no spirals, no silver eyes. Only rock and timber. I screamed for Mark, for Jess, for Illy, but the forest answered with wind alone. I walked for hours until I found a ranger station, where strangers stared as though I were a ghost. My clothes hung in tatters. My skin bore scratches I did not recall. When they asked my name, I gave it formally as though in report. Adrian Cole, 27. Their pens scratched, their eyes narrowed. Later they told me weeks had passed since we set out, though to me it had been days. I lived still, though the ridge did not release me whole. Nights bring dreams of spirals tightening above, stars bending into mouths. I wake with grass pressed into skin, though my bed lies on hardwood. Sometimes, when mirrors catch me unaware, my reflection lags half a second behind, silver flashing faintly in my eyes. I avoid trails now, avoid maps, avoid the call of ridges unnamed. Yet even as I write this, I feel the cadence returning, whispers shaping my thoughts into rhythm. The ridge is not a place, not a mistake. It is hunger. It waits behind every choice to stray, every prideful step off marked trail. It waits for those who believe they can leave stories untold. My name is Adrian Cole. I was 27 when I stepped onto the ridge. I write now in the hope that naming myself again, recording the cost, will hold me here a little longer. But if this page begins to spiral, if the words repeat in cadence not my own, know that I am already gone. Know that the ridge has added my voice to its endless chant, and that it waits for you too, patient, certain, silver-eyed. My name is Eliza Kerr, and I have always considered myself a careful woman, the sort who checks the map before setting out, who ties down every flap of the tent so the wind cannot get mischievous with it, who carries more matches than one person could ever possibly need. I am 32 years old, unmarried, an environmental surveyor by trade. Most of my work keeps me in offices, reviewing reports from field agents, but every so often I carve out time for myself to be outside. I tell people it is for peace, for solitude, for the grounding sense of being close to the land. That is only partly true. In reality, I go because there is something in the wilderness that feels more honest than anything I find in town. I can listen to myself out there, hear the hum beneath my skin that gets buried under emails and meetings and the anxious chatter of daily life. I chose the riverbank because it looked calm, dependable. The water was clear enough to show smooth stones, lying like ribs beneath the current. The banks were wide and level, grass cropped low by deer. The sound of the water was steady, a soft hush like breathing at the edge of sleep. I had walked a full day to reach it, following a faint game trail that bent away from the marked route. My legs were heavy with effort, but when I saw the glint of the river between the trees, I knew I had found my resting place. I set my pack down with relief, stretched my shoulders, and drew a long breath of cool evening air. There was no sign of other campers. No footprints, no fire rings, no shredded beer cans glittering like curses against the soil. It felt like a pocket of untouched space, and the thought pleased me. I pitched my tent just above the silt line, careful to keep a margin in case of rain, and drove the stakes into the earth until they bit firm. My routine was practiced: lay the ground, tarp, unroll the tent body, feed the poles through their sleeves, clip the fabric tight, then cinch everything under the rainfly. The river whispered steadily beside me, and I felt, if not at home, then at least in welcome company. By the time the sun slid down behind the trees, I had a small fire coaxed alive and a pot of water set to boil. I ate noodles from a dented tin cup and leaned back on my elbows, watching the sky deepen from violet to black. The stars pricked out in their usual, aloof brilliance, but I found myself watching the river more than the heavens. The surface caught fragments of starlight and bent them into trembles. It looked alive in a way that stirred something inside me. I remember saying aloud, half joking, "You'll keep me company tonight, won't you?" The water made its answer in the form of a sharper ripple, a sudden shiver against the bank. I told myself it was just a fish nosing through, but the hairs along my arms prickled all the same. Later, when I crawled into my tent, the river's voice came with me. I do not mean the sound of it outside, muffled through nylon walls. I mean it was present, immediate, as if the water had climbed inside. At first I thought it was imagination, the way you keep hearing the crash of waves after a day at the ocean. But then the ground beneath my sleeping bag dampened. I pressed my palm down, and it came away wet. There was no tear in the tent floor, no hole. I checked with my flashlight. Nothing. Still the wetness spread, not in puddles but in threads, curling toward me like veins. And within that wet hush I began to hear my name, Eliza. Soft, drawn out. Not from outside, not through the fabric. It was spoken inside the water itself. Each syllable slipped against the other, liquid and insistent. My throat tightened. I sat upright, listening hard. It came again, closer, Eliza, like someone breathing it through the reeds of a flute. I told myself fatigue was the culprit. Long hikes, poor meals, the solitude. It can play tricks on perception. Yet the wetness crept higher, seeping into my sleeping bag, chilling my legs. I yanked the zipper down and shoved the bag aside. My light beam caught the surface beneath me and I froze. The floor of my tent was not simply wet. It had become shallow water, clear enough to reflect the underside of my face, though the ground sheet showed no tear. My reflection looked pale, mouth parted as if whispering back to me. The current was moving inside my tent. Impossible. Unforgivable. And still the voice spoke, weaving through the ripples. Eliza, come. I scrambled for the zipper of the door and dragged it open. The night air slapped me with its cold, and the honest sight of the river, in its rightful place, flowing yards away where I had left it, should have calmed me. Yet when I glanced back, the water was still lapping inside, glossy and whispering. I grabbed my boots, shoved my feet in without socks, and dragged my pack outside. My hands shook as I hauled everything clear. I did not dismantle the tent. I left it open like a wound and stood on the grass, chest heaving. The fire had gone out. The stars watched in their indifferent silence. I thought then about leaving, shouldering my pack and trudging back toward the trail in the dark. But the forest was a maze of roots and shadows, and fatigue weighted my bones. Logic spoke, stay until morning. Stay in the open, away from the tent, and nothing worse would happen. I built a new fire with clumsy fingers, coaxed sparks into flame, and planted myself against a tree trunk with my pack as a brace. The river's sound returned to its ordinary flow, steady and untroubled. No more voices. No more water creeping where it should not. The sight of the tent, sagging and silent a few yards away, gnawed at my thoughts, but I did not approach again. Some time later, I must have dozed. The fire dwindled to embers, glowing like the eyes of small beasts. I woke with a start to the sensation of damp against my ankles. My boots, still on my feet, squelched as though submerged. I shifted in alarm and saw the grass around me, dark with wetness, gleaming in the starshine. I looked toward the river, and for an instant I could not tell where it ended. The line between riverbank and earth had blurred. Water shimmered under me, around me, and the current moved in strange loops that defied the slope. It seemed to curl deliberately, flowing not downhill but toward me, toward the fire, toward the tent. My name hissed again, clearer, as if the river itself had leaned close. I scrambled upright, stamping sparks from my boots, my breath coming fast. No, I muttered, voice cracking, though I was not sure who I thought to refuse. The water did not stop. It slicked the grass, rose between my toes, licked higher. And when I dared glance down, I saw again my reflection in that wrong surface. Not where the river should have been, but pooled around my feet. The mouth moved out of sync with mine, whispering, whispering. That was when I fled. Not toward the trail, but further along the bank, following the current upstream. My pack thudded against my spine. Branches whipped my arms. I did not care about direction, only distance, only away. My lungs burned, and still I ran until river bent hard to the right, and I nearly pitched headlong into the water. I caught myself on a root, gasping. Behind me, the trees stood black and watchful. The place where I had camped was swallowed by darkness. I could not hear my name anymore, only the steady rush of water. I sank to my knees, chest hammering. The river looked ordinary again, as if nothing had ever been wrong. Stones shifted beneath the surface. A frog croaked somewhere in the reeds. The temptation to laugh, to dismiss it as exhaustion, welled up sharp. But my boots dripped steadily. My sleeping bag and tent were back there, soaked through with something no patch could mend. I told myself I would wait until dawn. Then I would pack what I could bear and leave the rest. Dawn makes the world smaller, safer. Or so I believed. I lasted through the night by convincing myself dawn would clean away what I had seen, like morning often does. The pale light always makes shadows look ridiculous, voices like dreams. I told myself this as I sat hunched on the bank, knees pulled to my chest, the pack clutched tight as if it were a shield. Each sound carried owl wings, the creak of trunks, but I heard no more whisper of my name. My exhaustion was so thick I drifted into broken snatches of sleep, jerking awake when my head slipped against my arms. Each time, I feared I would wake submerged, lungs already filling. But when the first blue smear appeared in the east, I was still dry, stiff, and trembling from the cold. I stood, legs quivering, and looked back toward where I had left my tent. The distance wasn't far. Trees blurred together, but I knew the exact bend of the riverbank, the curve where I had staked my claim. I could not see the tent itself. It was hidden by the angle of trees. Part of me hoped I would find it collapsed from wind or animal mischief, something so ordinary I could laugh bitterly at my own nerves. Part of me feared it would be standing, as if waiting. I took a breath sharp enough to sting my lungs and began the walk back. The air was damp with dew, every grass blade silvered. Birds tested their voices, faint and cautious. The river ran steady, innocent in its morning clarity. Yet as I drew closer, my throat closed against a rising dread. I reached the curve, stepped between two leaning birches, and stopped dead. My tent was gone. Not collapsed, not shredded, not carried off. Gone. Only the impression of it remained in the flattened grass, a perfect rectangle of pressed stems. My fire ring was gone too. Stones removed. Ash scattered. Even the prints of my boots from the night before had softened into indistinct dents. It was as if I had never camped there at all. I whispered aloud because silence pressed too hard. No, it was here. I slept here. My voice quivered in the bright air. The river said nothing, only went on with its endless breath. I crouched, running my hands over the grass, half expecting them to come away wet. They were dry. The ground was ordinary, and yet my boots still carried the scent of damp, a faint mineral tang that was not mud, not rain. Something older. I should have left then. I should have turned my back and marched until I reached the trailhead, until I saw another human face. But curiosity is a treacherous thing. It convinces you to peer closer at the very thing you fear. I found myself crouching lower, pressing my ear almost to the ground where my tent had been. For a moment, only the thud of my own pulse. Then, faint, uncertain, I thought I heard water. Not under the earth exactly, but within it, as though the soil itself contained a hidden current. Whispering faint syllables I could not make out. I sprang upright, heart galloping. The sensible thing would have been to flee, but I was rooted. My eyes locked on the river. The surface was calm, gliding past without hurry. Yet I knew with the certainty of someone who has touched a hot stove, that if I stepped closer, it would speak again. My name would rise with the foam. I backed away, trembling. The pack felt heavier on my shoulders, though I had carried it a dozen miles before without complaint. Every instinct screamed that the river had noticed me, marked me in some way, and that turning my back on it now would not erase that. I forced myself into motion. Upstream felt safer than downstream, though I could not have explained why. The idea of following the water to its mouth filled me with nausea. Instead, I chose to trace it toward its source, as if origin might mean explanation. My boots slapped damply on stone, then thudded over roots. I did not look back. I did not want to see if the grass I left would smooth over itself, erasing me the way it had erased my camp. Hours passed. The sun lifted, spilling pale gold through the canopy. Normally I would have admired it, noted the richness of moss, the way spider silk caught light. But my eyes kept dragging back to the river. I walked parallel to it, unwilling to step far from its edge, though fear gnawed at me. It was not trust that kept me near. It was compulsion, a taut thread binding me to the current. Sometimes I thought I heard my name again in the rush, faint under the surface. But when I held still to listen, it dissolved into noise. Around midday, hunger finally broke through my daze. I stopped on a boulder and dug in my pack for a granola bar, chewed without taste, washed it down with sips from my water bottle. When I tilted it back, the sunlight caught the liquid inside, and for an instant I swore the surface trembled. Not from my hand, not from air, but as if something inside stirred. I lowered it quickly, spilling drops down my chin. The water was ordinary, cool on my tongue. Still, unease lingered. I capped the bottle tight and shoved it away. By late afternoon, fatigue weighed me down. My legs shook with each step. The river bent through a shallow glade where the trees opened wide, and I saw what looked like a clearing on the far bank. Flat ground, sunlit, ringed by fern. The temptation to cross was sharp. A safer place to rest, away from the river's voice. I scanned for stones shallow enough to hop across. None. The current churned too fast for wading. I stood there, debating, when the sound reached me. It was not my name this time. It was laughter. Thin, delicate, like a child's giggle carried through reeds. My stomach turned cold. The clearing on the opposite bank blurred in my vision, and I realized I could not tell whether the sound came from across the river or within it. My hands clenched at my sides. "No," I whispered, voice raw. But the giggle rose again, joined by another and another, until it sounded like a chorus playing just under the waterline. I stumbled back a step, boots catching on roots. The chorus paused, as if waiting. Then, softly, it shifted. "Eliza," they chimed, voices weaving together in lilting cadence. I pressed my palms to my ears. It made no difference. The sound was inside me, inside the blood that thudded hot in my veins. "Eliza," again, drawn longer, sweeter, coaxing. I bit down hard on the inside of my cheek until the taste of iron filled my mouth. The voices only laughed again, delighted. I ran. I don't know how long or how far. Branches clawed my arms, my lungs burned, but I ran until the light began to fail, until the trees leaned in heavy and the air cooled with dusk. When I finally collapsed, gasping, I realized I had lost sight of the river. My ears rang with silence, and the absence was almost worse. It felt like holding your breath too long, waiting for release. Darkness gathered. I could not bring myself to retrace steps toward the water, yet the thought of sleeping in the deep woods without its sound terrified me. I felt like prey that has strayed too far from its hunter, knowing the pursuit is inevitable. I chose a hollow between two pines and spread my ground sheet with clumsy fingers. No tent, no fire, only my bag unrolled, the zipper clenched in my hands. I crawled inside and pulled it to my chin, every nerve taut. The forest hummed with night insects. My eyes stung from exhaustion, but I kept them wide. And then, slow, seeping, I realized the sound had returned. Not loud, not even outside. It was within my own ears, subtle as blood flow. A whisper threading through veins. Eliza. My pulse leapt. Eliza. I clamped my hands over my chest, as if I could silence it by pressure alone. The bag grew damp around me, not with sweat, not with condensation. Cool, seeping, spreading. When I reached down, my fingers brushed water. I shoved the zipper down and lurched upright, panting. Moonlight spilled silver across the ground, and the sheen of water glistened where none should be. It did not pour or puddle. It simply existed, as if the earth exhaled it beneath me. And within that surface, faintly, I saw reflections. Faces, half-formed. Mouths open in silent words. Some looked like mine. Some did not. They shifted when I moved, yet their eyes, dark and lidless, never broke from me. My stomach clenched so hard, I thought I would be sick. I stumbled back, boots splashing through the impossible sheen, and the reflections broke into ripples. The voices rose sharp, layered, urgent. My name again louder, rising until it was a chorus of demand. My knees nearly gave, but I forced them into motion, stumbling deeper into the woods, away from the sheen, away from the faces. Branches tore at me. Night insects fled in startled bursts. I did not stop until my legs buckled, and I fell hard against the trunk of a fallen tree. There I stayed, chest heaving, heart hammering until it hurt. My mind roared with a single thought: the river had followed me. It had seeped into my tent, into the soil, into my body. I had left it behind, but it had not left me. I pressed my hands against the bark, rough and solid, and whispered to myself, "Hold on. Just hold on until morning." But another voice, sly and fluid, whispered from within, "Morning will not change what you are already carrying." I lost track of how long I leaned against that fallen tree. The forest had its own clock, measured in shifts of sound. First the chair of insects softened, replaced by the hoot of an owl. Later even that faded, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. The sky above filtered through the canopy in torn patches, and I stared at those shreds of stars until my eyes blurred. Every time my lids began to sag, a faint slosh echoed in my skull, like someone walking through shallow water just behind me. I jerked awake, throat raw, but nothing stood there. Nothing I could see. When dawn arrived, it came reluctantly. A gray seeped through the branches, weak and unwilling. I pushed myself up, every muscle protesting. My clothes were stiff with dried dampness, the pack straps cutting into raw shoulders. I knew one thing: I could not keep drifting. Whatever had found me by the river would not tire, but I would. If I didn't choose a direction, it would take me on its own terms. The trailhead lay south, if my memory of the map held. South meant away from the river's main bend, away from the valley where I had camped. I told myself if I kept walking, I would find the road by nightfall. The forest grew dense. Roots curled like veins across the ground, forcing me to lift my boots high. Sunlight slanted weakly, a thin blade that never quite cut through the shadows. I kept my eyes fixed ahead, refusing to glance at any gleam of water between the trees. Each glint felt like a trap, as though the river was throwing lures in my path. Still, I could not stop my ears from pricking at every faint hush, every suggestion of my name. Sometimes it was there, sometimes not, but it was always close enough that I couldn't dismiss it. By noon I stumbled into a clearing where a stand of birch circled an open patch of grass. Relief hit me sharp. Not because it was safe, it wasn't, but because it was open, a place where I could see everything. I dropped my pack and stood breathing hard, palms pressed to my knees. For a moment the air seemed still. No whisper, no damp creeping, just the wind fingering the birch leaves. Then I noticed the ground. Grass lay pressed flat in the exact outline of a tent, corners sharp, rectangle precise. I knew that shape. My stomach dropped. I backed away slowly, eyes fixed on it. The flattened grass looked fresh, as though weighted just minutes before, but no tent stood there. No trace of fabric pole's zipper. Only the impression waiting. My boot caught on a root and I nearly fell. In the silence that followed, the birch leaves hissed like laughter. I grabbed my pack and bolted, heart battering my ribs. The forest blurred. I no longer cared about direction, only speed, only away. My breath tore in gasps until my throat burned raw. When finally my legs refused another step, I collapsed on a slope littered with pine needles. I pressed my forehead to the earth, gasping, and in the hollow roar of my pulse I heard it again, Eliza. This time it wasn't a whisper. It was firm, certain, spoken as if from inside my chest. My body lurched with the force of it, and I clamped both hands over my mouth to keep from answering. When I dared open my eyes, I saw dampness spreading across the pine needles beneath me. It wasn't rain. The sky above was bright, cloudless. The water oozed from nowhere, forming a sheen around my hands. Faces flickered faintly in its surface, too quick to hold shape. My breath stuttered. I scrambled back until my spine hit a trunk. The sheen did not follow, but it glistened there, patient, as though waiting for me to crawl inside. I forced myself up again and staggered downhill. The slope grew steep, rocks jutting, soil loose. My boots slipped and I crashed hard, sliding until I fetched up against a log. Pain shot through my arm, but I hauled myself upright. Ahead, through the trees, I saw it, the river again. Wide, glinting, endless. No matter how I tried to leave, it found me. Or perhaps I had been circling all along, drawn without realizing. I stood frozen, staring at the water. The current moved steady, silver and smooth, but the surface wasn't right. It bulged in places, subtle humps, something pressing upward from below. Each bulge traveled downstream and dissolved, only to rise again further on. As I watched, one bulge paused directly opposite me. A pale oval pushed against the surface, straining upward, and then a face broke through. Human in outline, but too thin, too long. Its eyes opened first, black, leadless, and its mouth stretched to shape my name. I staggered back, choking. The face sank, but another bulge rose further on. Another oval pushing free, another mouth forming the syllables. Then another. The river was full of them, dozens, maybe hundreds. All straining upward, all whispering Eliza. I don't remember deciding to move. Only that my feet were carrying me down to the bank. My pack slipped from my shoulders, forgotten. I waded forward, water soaking my boots, then my legs. Cold gripped me, sharp as knives. But the voices rose, coaxing, and my body leaned into them. My name was a rope pulling me closer. I stepped deeper until the current tugged strong at my thighs. Then a jolt of terror cracked through the fog. I saw my reflection in the surface, me, pale and hollow-eyed. And beside it, another reflection, almost identical but with a mouth already moving, already answering. It smiled with my teeth. Revulsion surged hot, snapping me back. I stumbled, nearly swept sideways by the current. My boots caught on rocks, my arms flailed. I dragged myself backward, clawing toward the bank until at last I collapsed on mud, chest heavy, throat raw with a sob I hadn't meant to make. The river laughed. Not voices now, but a rolling chuckle made of current, a bubbling mockery. I shoved myself upright and staggered into the trees, away from its reach. My clothes clung heavy, dripping. My skin burned with cold. I did not stop until the water was only a whisper behind me. And still, in the silence of the forest, I could hear the echo of that laugh under my heartbeat. As daylight waned, delirium set in. My thoughts tangled, my legs quaked. I half believed I saw trails between the trees, faint footpaths leading somewhere human. I followed one until it opened into a grove where someone had built a lean-to from branches. Relief surged. I wasn't alone. I staggered closer, calling hoarsely, but the lean-to was vacant. Inside lay a journal, damp but legible, pages warped. I opened it with shaking fingers. The first page bore only one sentence, repeated again and again in different scrawls. Do not sleep by the river. Every page after was the same, the words growing jagged, desperate. Some lines bled into the paper as if written with wet ink, though the pages were old. I dropped the journal and stumbled back. The lean-to smelled of rot, of mildew, as though water had seeped through it over and over. My skin crawled with certainty. Whoever had written those words had heard what I was hearing, had seen what I had seen, and they had not escaped. The thought coiled cold in my gut. If the river could erase tents, erase fire rings, it could erase people. Swallow them whole until only their names remained, whispered in the current. Dark closed in fast. I had no fire, no tent. Nothing but my sodden clothes and the gnawing certainty that the river was near, always near. I slumped against the lean-to's frame, too weak to push further. My body demanded rest, but my mind screamed against it. I bit my lip until it bled, nails digging crescents into my palms. Still my eyes dragged shut, and in the dark behind them I saw faces rising through water, mouths opening, voices calling me closer. Eliza. I jolted awake to dampness against my cheek. The ground beneath me gleamed, slick and reflective, though no rain had fallen. My own face stared back at me from the sheen, lips parted, eyes wide. Around it, other faces crowded, pressing close, whispering, urging. The lean-to creaked as though shifting in water. Panic burst through me, and I stumbled to my feet, legs trembling. The sheen spread outward, glimmering in moonlight, swallowing grass, crawling up the logs. The faces pressed closer. My reflection's mouth moved with theirs. I turned and fled into the forest, branches tearing my arms, thorns catching my clothes. I did not stop. I do not know if I will ever stop. The river is inside me now, whispering with every heartbeat. Every pool of shadow gleams like water. Every silence carries my name. I don't know how far I've come, or if I have left at all. Perhaps I never walked from that first tent. Perhaps the river only let me believe I did. All I know is this: when I close my eyes, I see my reflection smiling with another's mouth, and I hear the water speaking back in my voice. And one day soon, I think, it will not let me wake again. My name is Callum Price, and I have always believed myself to be a cautious camper, I do not stray from marked trails without a good reason. I never sleep without first checking the weather reports, and I keep my food sealed and stored properly because I have no desire to end my days as a grizzly's midnight snack. I am not reckless, nor am I the sort of hiker who treats the wilderness as a playground without consequences. That is precisely why the night I spent near the abandoned ranger station unsettles me more than any close call with nature. Wild animals, storms, accidents, those are dangers you can prepare for. What I saw and what I cannot explain is something altogether different, and it has followed me in memory ever since. I had been on a solo backpacking trip through a stretch of backcountry that still sees only a trickle of visitors each summer. The trail is maintained enough that you can follow it with confidence, but once you leave the official campsites, you are on your own. My plan was modest: 2 nights out. One looping trail that brought me back to my car without covering the same ground twice. I knew there was an old fire road marked on my map, and on the edge of it, scrawled almost as an afterthought, a notation: Old Ranger Station, derelict. I had heard of such places, small cabins or towers, that once housed rangers in earlier decades, now forgotten when budgets shifted or trails were rerouted. The idea of camping near one intrigued me. Shelter, even if abandoned, carries a kind of psychological comfort. I thought I might pitch my tent beside it, maybe take some photos, and in the morning continue my loop. I had not planned for the station to become a focal point of dread, nor for it to feel less like a ruin and more like something waiting. The day I hiked in was clear and warm, sunlight spilling through firs and pines, the air sharp with resin. I found the fire road easily, a corridor cut decades ago, but now softened at the edges, moss crawling over gravel, grass thick in the center, where no tires had passed in years. After half a mile, I saw it a squat structure of timber, the roofline slightly sagging but intact, 2 windows on the front dark and dust, clouded. The door hung crooked on one hinge, swaying just slightly in the breeze though the air around me was still. I felt a twinge then. Not fear exactly, but unease, the kind you get when stepping into a place that hasn't been touched in far too long. I circled it first, cautious as ever. The back wall was weather, gray, the paint long gone. One shutter clung by a single rusted nail. I noted scat by the foundation, likely raccoon or fox, and claw marks in one corner, where something had tried to dig beneath. But the structure stood, defying collapse, and I told myself it would do no harm to set my tent nearby. There was a patch of level ground 10 yards off, just beyond the tree line, where the soil was soft enough for stakes but clear of roots. I pitched my tent, filtered water from a nearby stream, and cooked a simple dinner as the evening dimmed. By the time the sun slid down, the station had become only a silhouette, a black box against the dying light. I ate quickly, the quiet pressing in. It was the kind of quiet you notice only when you stop to listen. No distant planes, no insects buzzing, no wind in the canopy. Just the kind that feels full, as though silence itself had weight. I tried not to dwell on it. A place so deep in the woods could fall into natural stillness. I zipped into my tent with a book and my headlamp, willing the unease to pass. Sometime after midnight I woke. The forest was darker than any night I had known. My tent walls faintly luminous from the moon, but not enough to pierce the gloom. At first I could not place why I was awake. Then I saw it. Across the clearing, the 2 front windows of the ranger station glowed. A low, steady light filled them, the sort you would expect from lanterns or perhaps electric bulbs, though I knew there were no lines here, no generator, no source of power. I sat up, pulse hammering. I listened for voices, for footsteps, for any sign that another hiker had found the station and decided to occupy it. But the air carried nothing. The glow remained steady, no flicker of movement across it. Against the light, I saw something else. Shapes. The unmistakable outlines of a figure shifting across one window, then the other. My skin tightened. Whoever it was moved as if pacing, steady back and forth, pausing at times before disappearing from the frame only to reappear again. I wanted to believe it was another camper, someone who had come in late. But then the figure paused, still as stone, and what I saw next unraveled that hope entirely. In the nearest window, backlit and clear, was my silhouette, not a stranger's. Mine, down to the set of my shoulders, the tilt of my head, the outline of my hair. It was me, standing where I was not, moving inside the station though I sat rigid in my tent. And then, it raised a hand. Slowly, deliberately. It lifted an arm in a gesture of greeting or warning, and I watched my own hand wave at me from behind glass I had never touched. I froze. My body refused to obey the instinct to run. For long minutes I sat, the glow steady, my Doppelge Unger pacing, turning, pausing, returning to that unnatural mimicry. The longer I steered, the more wrong it seemed. The movements lagged, a beat off from how I remembered moving. When I tilted my head, the figure mirrored me, but late, like a broken reflection. The glow cut abruptly. 1 second the windows burned with yellow light. The next they were void, the figure erased. The silence returned, deeper somehow. I could hear the blood in my ears, the rough drag of my breath. I did not sleep again, only sat until dawn bled weakly into the trees. In morning, the station looked as it had when I arrived, a dead wood, crooked door, nothing to suggest life. I forced myself to approach. The front steps creaked under my boots. I put a hand to the door and pushed. The interior was dust, choked, cobwebbed, the floor warped. No lanterns, no stove, no signs of occupancy. Just emptiness, stale and cold. I tried the windows. They were crusted with grime, but intact. No footprints in the dust but mine. And yet, as I turned to leave, I felt that same lagging presence behind me, as if my shadow lingered a second too long when I stepped into the light. I broke camp fast, every nerve on edge. The trail back seemed longer than before. Bends repeating, landmarks shifted. Only by midday did I find the fire road again and put real distance between myself and that ruin. I reached my car exhausted, shaking. My mind still replaying the sight of myself behind glass. I have camped many times since, but never near structures, never near places where people once were. The wilderness alone is safer than whatever waits in those abandoned stations. Because what scares me most is not the wild, not the storms or beasts, but seeing myself where I should not be, waiting inside places left behind. I thought leaving the ranger station behind would close the matter. In daylight, memory can be reshaped, made softer. A trick of moonlight, I told myself, fatigue twisting my senses. The imagination can do cruel things when the night is silent enough. But I learned quickly that distance doesn't dissolve everything. Some things follow, not in footsteps, but in echoes. The first sign came that very evening, when I stopped to rest in a designated backcountry, sight another mile down the trail. The place was ordinary. A flat patch of dirt cleared of brush, a ring of stones marking where campfires once burned, a wooden post with a weathered number carved into it. comforting in its banality. I set my tent again, lit my stove, and boiled noodles. The sun bled out in long streaks of red behind the ridge. The air smelled of pine, wet soil, steam. It should have been safe. It should have been normal. But while I ate, I realized I could see something faint in the metal pot's surface. Not my reflection. The angle was wrong. Instead, a window pane. 2 of them. Dark frames, faintly luminous, with something pacing behind. I blinked hard, even scrubbed at my eyes, but when I looked again it was gone. The pot showed only firelight, my own worn face, the trees behind me. Yet the nausea in my gut stayed, and I packed the meal away unfinished. I slept badly, jerking awake at the smallest sounds. Each time I swore I heard glass creak under strain, though there was no glass within miles. The second sign was louder. On the 3rd morning, hiking with a rhythm, meant to keep my mind occupied. I heard footsteps matching mine on the trail behind me. I turned quick, expecting to see another hiker. Nothing. Just the narrowing corridor of spruce and fir, the soil churned by roots. I waited, standing still, and the echo waited too. I walked again. It followed. The same tempo, the same spacing, just behind my shoulder where my eyes couldn't quite reach. It felt like being mirrored again, only this time without a frame, without a separation of glass. I pushed harder on the trail, my thighs burning, my lungs raw. When I finally broke onto a ridge and saw the sweep of valley below, I stopped and spun in a full circle. Still no one. Just silence. But in the silence, I heard my own breath doubled, delayed by a heartbeat. My chest rose, and a second later, I heard the hiss of another inhale. My chest fell, and then, softer, the exhale of something just out of view. I stayed on the move after that, nerves taut. I thought of cutting my trip short, abandoning the loop. But the geography of the trail left me committed. To backtrack would have doubled the miles, and I was already low on food. The only way was forward. So forward I went, though each step felt watched. By the final night, I was nearly spent. My water filter clogged. My shoulders ached under the pack straps. I found another campsite, less official this time. Just a patch of dirt by a shallow stream. I laid out my tent by rote, fumbling the poles with stiff fingers. Darkness fell quick, too quick. I lay down and shut my eyes, and sleep ambushed me, the kind that comes from exhaustion rather than peace. What woke me was the glow. Again. At first, it was subtle. A faint pulse through the tent fabric, pale and unnatural. I sat up, throat dry. The glow spread stronger until it painted the nylon with a warm yellow. My heart knew before my brain did. I unzipped the flap. Across the stream, no more than 30 feet away, stood the ranger station. Perfect. Whole. Its windows lit. Its silhouette wrong against the trees. I knew it couldn't be there. I had left it a day's hike behind, but the sight was as clear as any sunrise. Inside those windows, shapes moved. One shape. My shape, it paced, turned, leaned against the frame, and I could swear it smiled. Not wide, not grotesque, but with a calm, practiced familiarity, like someone trying on my face for comfort. I staggered from the tent, stumbling on roots, my head shaking as if I could rattle the image loose. The station did not dissolve. If anything, it grew sharper as I approached the stream. The water reflected it perfectly, each glowing window doubled in ripples. And in the reflection, I noticed something the real station did not show. A second figure, not mine, taller, hunched, moving behind my double. Its hands rose, slow, long-fingered shadows stretching, until they seemed to rest on my silhouette's shoulders. I snapped my gaze up to the real windows. Nothing. Just me, still pacing. But when I looked back down into the reflection, the taller figure pressed closer, its head bending low, almost as if whispering. My double nodded. My knees nearly gave. I stumbled back, tripped over a stone, and hit the ground. When I looked again, both reflection and station were gone. The woods lay empty, stream babbling, as if none of it had happened. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat with my pack already strapped, knife in hand, though I doubted a blade would help against whatever this was. The glow didn't return, but I heard things. Creaks, cracks, the faint metallic slide of a zipper, though mine was closed tight. Once, near dawn, I felt the unmistakable vibration of a bootstep, right outside the tent. I didn't open the flap. I didn't want to see whose boot it was. By sunrise, I broke camp with shaking hands. The final miles out passed in a blur. I barely looked at the forest around me, afraid of catching movement in my periphery. When I reached the lot where my car waited, the relief nearly toppled me. Civilization, other hikers, trailhead signs, asphalt. These things carried a weight of safety. I thought I was free. But that night, home in my apartment, I saw it again. Not the station itself this time. Just the windows. I keep a mirror on my dresser. When I passed it after a shower, towel slung over my shoulder, I froze. The mirror did not show my bedroom. It showed 2 square panes of yellow glow, and within them a pacing figure. Me. Except I was standing still, staring slack-jawed at the glass. My reflection moved while I didn't. I slammed the mirror face down, heart galloping. The room smelled faintly of dust and timber, though I had scrubbed myself raw with soap. When I dared to lift the mirror again, it only showed what it should me, pale and dripping, eyes hollow with fear. Yet every night since, some part of me avoids mirrors, windows, any surface that might hold a reflection too long. Because I know it will come back. Maybe not in glass, maybe not in water, but somewhere. Those glowing windows will appear, and inside them, I will still be pacing. The wilderness didn't let me go. It followed me home. And what scares me most is the thought that one day, the figure behind the glass will stop copying me, step closer, and trade places entirely. I should have destroyed the mirror when I first saw the windows inside it. Instead, I tried to reason with myself. Stress, lack of sleep, leftover paranoia from too many nights alone in the backcountry. If I could just get back to routine, work, friends, normal rhythms, the memory of the ranger station would lose its power. That was my mistake. Routine didn't cure it. Routine only gave it more places to appear. It began small. I'd catch a flicker of yellow in the corner of my eye when passing shop windows downtown, though inside the shops the light was white, fluorescent. I'd look at the stainless steel refrigerator in my kitchen and find the faint outline of a window pane glowing across the brushed metal surface. It was never constant, never long enough for me to prove. Just flashes, enough to keep me off balance. Enough to convince me that reflection itself had become a doorway for whatever shadow lived in that ruin. Friends noticed the change. They asked if I was sick. I laughed it off, said work was heavy, sleep was light. I couldn't explain that when I tried to meet, gaze over coffee, their eyes became mirrors too, and in them, sometimes, I saw myself pacing in a place that didn't exist. How do you say that aloud without sounding unhinged? The worst was at night. In my apartment, alone, I began to hear glass flexing. Not shattering, not breaking. Just that subtle bowing sound, like a pain under pressure from the wind. It would come from the window by my bed, sometimes from the black screen of my television, sometimes, worst of all, from the bathroom mirror when the light was off. I'd lie frozen listening, knowing that if I stood too quickly, I might see the glow and the figure behind it. Knowing that if I looked long enough, I'd notice the taller shadow again, the one whispering to the shape of me. I tried avoidance. Sheets over mirrors, electronics unplugged, curtains drawn tight. That's when the dreams began. I would wake drenched, gasping, certain I had spent the night walking inside that station. The dust under my fingernails, the creak of its floorboards, the musty smell of wood rot in my lungs. I'd dream of standing in front of those windows, staring out, waiting for myself to pass. And sometimes I would see me there, in the woods outside, staring back in horror, while my reflection smiled faintly from the inside. After weeks of this, I did what no rational person should. I went back. I told myself the answer had to be there, in that clearing where the station stood rotting. If I could confront it, maybe it would end. Or maybe some part of me knew the truth, that leaving it behind had never meant escaping it. So I drove again to the same trailhead, pack strapped, boots laced. The sky was overcast, a smear of gray that pressed low over the ridges. The air tasted metallic, storm not yet broken. The hike felt shorter this time, as though the forest was eager to usher me in. I found the fire road, its gravel sinking deeper under moss, its shoulders tighter with brush. And then, without surprise, I saw it again. The ranger station, standing as before. Sagging roof, crooked door. Windows black in the gloom. Just as I remembered, and yet different, more solid, as if the weeks away had given it strength. I circled once more, nerves quaking but legs steady. The back wall bore the same claw marks. The shutter still hung by one nail. I reached the door and pushed. It opened easier than before, swinging wide without protest. Inside, the dust remained. Cobwebs shivered in the draft, but the air different. Not stale this time. Damp, almost wet. Breathing felt like drinking fog. I stepped in. The floor groaned. My own boots tracked new prints across the dust, but as I looked closer, I realized there were others. Fresh. Identical to mine, but leading deeper, into corners I hadn't walked. My breath faltered. The prints overlapped and curved in patterns that suggested pacing. The same restless steps I had seen in the glow. The steps of myself, but not me. I heard the door shut behind me. Not slam, not creak, just the gentle sound of wood easing closed. I spun. Nothing stood there, but in the windows, light blossomed. Warm yellow, filling the glass until the interior was bathed in it. I stood in the glow, my shadow stretching long. And then I saw it. Not a reflection, not a trick. The glass itself had depth. The windows no longer looked out onto forest. They looked into a different room. A cleaner one. Same dimensions, same timber walls, but fresh, whole. And inside that version of the station stood me. The other Callum. He smiled faintly. He raised his hand in greeting, just as before. Behind him, taller, hunched, something shifted. Long fingers curled onto his shoulders. I stepped back, but the floorboards held me as if they gripped my boots. I tried to shout, but the sound came a moment late, rasped, wrong. My voice echoed back from the other side of glass before I finished speaking. The other me moved forward. His hand pressed to the window. Lines on the palm matched mine exactly. My own hand, reaching from the wrong side. The taller figure bent close. I couldn't see its face. Only the outline, the unnatural stoop, the sense of it whispering directly into the ear of my duplicate. My duplicate nodded. Slowly, carefully, he placed both hands on the window frame and began to lean forward. Not against the glass. Through it. The surface rippled, faint like water under wind. His arm pushed through, pale and real, fingertips brushing the dusty air of my side. I screamed, wrenching backward. But the floor clutched me still. The glass bowed outward, as if the windows themselves were breathing, expanding lungs ready to exhale him into my world. Behind him, the taller figure remained, faceless but intent, its long hands lifting as though in blessing. I tore one boot free with a desperate wrench, stumbled, fell hard on my side. Pain shot through my ribs, but I crawled, dragging myself toward the door. The glow flooded the room until it burned white, until shadows vanished, until everything was window. I threw myself against the door. It gave. I tumbled out into gray daylight, gasping, choking. When I turned, the station was gone, not rotted, not whole, simply gone. Only trees remained, their trunks straight and mute, the clearing bare. My pack lay against the roots where I had dropped it. My footprints ended at the door that was no longer there. I staggered away, stumbling down the fire road until the forest blurred. I don't remember reaching the car. I only remember the city later, the sound of traffic, the comfort of distance. Yet the comfort is false, because even now, as I write this, I see them sometimes. Reflections in darkened windows at night, the faint glow in a puddle after rain. Myself pacing inside, and always behind me, taller, patient, whispering. What scares me most is not the wilderness anymore. It is not storms or beasts, not hunger or cold. What scares me most is the knowledge that one day, the figure in the window will not stop at pressing through. One day, the taller shadow will finish its whisper, and I will look into a mirror and see only the ranger station glowing, empty, waiting. And when that happens, I think I will already be inside. My name is Mateo Singh, and I have always believed that the wilderness holds a language of its own. One that is written in the movement of rivers, the tilt of pines, and the way stone can feel both ancient and alive under the palm. I am 32 years old, an engineer by trade but a wanderer by inclination. And though my friends would often joke that I see maps where none exist, I never imagined how literal that accusation might one day become. When I set out on my most recent solo camping trip, I expected quiet, a chance to reset after weeks of tight deadlines and urban fatigue. Instead, I found myself in a place where the land not only noticed me, but answered me in a tongue built from rocks and silence. I had chosen a section of backcountry where the trails were lightly trafficked, but not entirely abandoned. My topographic map showed ridgelines, old logging routes that had been reclaimed by undergrowth, and a few dotted lines that suggested faint trails still in circulation. What it did not show were cairns. Yet on my second evening, as twilight slid across the valley like a spill of ink, I saw them, a neat stack of stones rising about knee, high at the edge of a clearing, balanced so precisely that not even the wind seemed to trouble them. At first, I admired the craftsmanship. Cairns are often used to mark trails above the tree line, or to indicate direction in rocky terrain where paths blur. But here, in this forested hollow, they were unnecessary. The official trail already ran clear. My rational mind told me someone had built a marker for their own purposes. Maybe a hunter noting a blind, or a camper leaving a breadcrumb for their return. Still, curiosity pulled at me like a current, and I followed. One cairn became two, then 3, each one visible just far enough from the last to lure me onward. The forest grew stranger with every step. Pines leaned at odd angles, their trunks scarred not by fire, but by something that had stripped narrow lines down their bark as though measuring them. The air carried the metallic tang of rain, though the sky remained unbroken. I told myself the cairns were human, practical, harmless. Yet something in the precision of the stones unsettled me. Each stack contained not just rough field stone, but smooth river rock, pale quartz, even a shard of granite I knew belonged miles upslope. Someone had collected these deliberately, carried them here with intent. By the time I noticed how far I had strayed from the marked trail, the sky had darkened completely. Retracing steps in the forest at night is a fool's errand, so I set up camp in a flat patch between 2 cairns, telling myself it would only be for the night. My tent rose quickly, my stove hissed to life, and soon I was sipping tea that tasted faintly of pine needles. The cairns ringed me at a distance like quiet sentinels. I told myself they were guardians, not threats. Sleep did not come easily. Every time my eyelids sagged, I thought I heard pebbles shifting outside. Tiny clinks, deliberate, too measured for animals. Once, when the wind died entirely, I could have sworn I heard a sound like a throat, clearing, low and grating, followed by the roll of a small stone across packed earth. I told myself it was exhaustion, nerves, imagination. Yet when dawn pried open the trees with pale light, I discovered the first wrongness that could not be explained away. The cairns had moved. Not toppled, not disturbed, not stolen by raccoons or brushed by deer. They had rearranged themselves in the night. Where last evening they stood scattered at irregular intervals, now they formed an unmistakable pattern, a spiral, widening out from the center, where my tent sat like the yolk of an egg. Each stack stood taller, as if extra stones had materialized from the soil itself, their shadows leaning toward me like the spokes of a wheel. The spiral left one gap, narrow but distinct, as though an opening had been left for me. My chest tightened as though the air itself had thickened. I told myself some prankster must have stumbled across my camp and silently toiled through the night, moving stones for the sake of unnerving me. But the rational explanation faltered. I had heard nothing. No footsteps, no grunt of labor, no clatter of rocks tumbling. Whoever, or whatever, had done this worked with impossible silence. I packed quickly, stuffing my stove mat and sleeping bag into my pack with clumsy haste. The spiral gaped at me, that thin passage leading outward, its stones like teeth waiting for the bite. My instincts screamed to leave. I shouldered my gear and stepped into the gap. The forest met me with silence. Birds had not yet begun their morning calls, and the undergrowth seemed to hush itself as I passed. I kept moving, searching for landmarks, straining to relocate the marked trail. When I glanced back, I nearly stumbled. The cairns had shifted again. The gap that had let me through was smaller, now tighter, as though the spiral had exhaled and drawn inward. I blinked hard, certain my eyes were lying, but no, the stacks leaned minutely closer, closing the teeth of the spiral behind me. Panic nipped at my heels. I pushed forward, ignoring the burn-up branches whipping my arms, the ache of my pack straps biting into my shoulders. I wanted distance, wanted sky, wanted to see the official trail's painted blazes again. Yet at every turn, new cairns appeared. On logs, at the base of stumps, even perched improbably atop roots. They guided me or corralled me, I could not tell which. By noon, exhaustion forced me to rest. I found a fallen tree by a stream and dropped my pack, gulping water that tasted faintly of iron. The cairns did not follow me here, at least not immediately. For an hour I sat in wary peace, convincing myself I had outrun whatever pattern was playing itself across the forest. But when I finally stood to move again, I saw a single stack of stones resting in the shallows upstream, wet and gleaming as though it had grown there from the current. I cursed under my breath. Fear is sharpest when it hides inside the ordinary, when something as harmless as a rock becomes an eye. I pressed on, but each time I thought I had broken free, the cairns reappeared. Their spiral was patient, tightening with each hour. That evening, against my better judgment, I made camp again. My body demanded rest, and I told myself I would keep watch through the night, stave off whatever had moved the stones. But wariness betrayed me, and my eyelids fell heavier than resolve. The last thing I remember before sleep claimed me was the moonlight catching on quartz and granite, glinting like a row of watchful pupils. When I woke at dawn, the spiral had completed another turn. The cairns stood closer now, their gap narrower, the passage out reduced to no wider than a single stride. My tense fabric brushed the nearest stack when I unzipped the flap, and I swore I heard the whisper of stones adjusting, as though offended by my touch. I froze, listening. The forest breathed slow and deliberate around me, as if waiting. I thought of dismantling the cairns, kicking them over, scattering their order back into chaos. But my gut clenched with the certainty that doing so would be worse. That whatever intent lay behind these spirals would punish disruption. So I chose movement, not defiance. I packed again, stepped through the narrowing gap, and forced myself not to look back. The gap closed faster this time. By the time I had walked 50 yards, the cairns behind me were flush, the spiral sealed. I realized, then, the truth that chilled me more than the night air ever could: the stones were not guiding me outward at all. They were hurting me. The realization that I was being hurted sank into my chest, like a stone dropped in a still pool, rippling outward until it filled every corner of my thoughts. I told myself not to look back, not to count the cairns, not to measure how the spiral was closing behind me. But the harder I tried to resist, the more I felt their pull. Each step was not away from them, but toward whatever center they intended, as though the path had been chosen long before my boots touched the soil. The forest itself seemed altered. Pines that yesterday grew wild and crooked now leaned with eerie symmetry, their branches forming an arch that funneled me forward. The ground was too clean, free of fallen needles and natural clutter, as though swept by an unseen caretaker. And always, the cairns appeared at the crook of a route, at the edge of a clearing, perched like balanced skulls on logs that should not have supported them. Each one was taller, more elaborate, as if absorbing pieces of the land with every mile. By late morning, the air thickened. The forest's silence had weight, pressing against my ears until even my own breathing sounded foreign, too loud, a trespass in a temple. Once or twice, I thought I heard something layered beneath it, like a chorus of stones rubbing together deep underground, grinding in low, deliberate rhythm. My rational brain scrambled for explanations. Maybe a landslide in the distance, maybe underground water shifting the earth. But the rhythm had cadence, and cadence suggested intention. When thirst finally drove me to a stream, I almost missed the cairn waiting mid-current. Water lapped at its base, yet it stood unwavering, stacked high with slick stones no human could have arranged without wet footprints or toppled rocks around it. I crouched to drink, but the stream's reflection held my gaze. The surface mirrored my face with perfect clarity, except the eyes. My reflection blinked a fraction too late, its pupils dark holes that swallowed more light than they returned. I stumbled back, choking on water I hadn't even swallowed. The cairn in the stream seemed to lean, though my mind screamed that rocks could not bend. I did not drink again. The hours bled together as I walked. My compass needle spun aimlessly, refusing to point true north. When I unfolded my map, the lines seemed altered trails, blurred, contours softened, as though the paper itself no longer wanted to guide me. I shoved it back into my pocket with shaking hands. Whatever this place was, it had no interest in my tools. Hunger gnawed by afternoon, but I couldn't bring myself to cook. The fire felt offensive, like it would call attention I didn't want. Instead, I chewed dry granola, crumbs sticking to the sweat at the corners of my mouth. The cairns had drawn closer together, now within 30 feet of one another. If the spiral kept tightening, I knew it would soon allow no room at all. That night I forced myself to camp again, though every instinct screamed to keep walking. My legs betrayed me. Exhaustion made my pack feel like lead. I pitched the tent on a slope, hoping the angle would make it harder for cairns to arrange themselves nearby. But when I unzipped the flap at first light, the ground had shifted. Stones ringed the tent as though they had grown from the earth overnight, smaller than cairns, but purposeful. Each one with a white quartz pebble set at its peak like an eye. My heart thundered. I shoved everything into my pack without care, left the tent half collapsed, and pushed forward. I didn't care where I went anymore, so long as it was away. But the land twisted, no matter which direction I took. North by compass, east by the lean of trees. I always emerged into the spiral's pattern. It was as if the forest folded, a paper maze reshuffling to keep me inside. Around midday, I tried something desperate. I approached a cairn and knocked the top stone loose. It hit the earth with a muted thud. Nothing happened. Encouraged, I shoved harder, toppling the whole stack into rubble. The silence afterward was total, like the forest inhaled and forgot how to exhale. For a moment, I thought I had broken whatever spell bound the stones. Then came the sound. It started beneath my boots. A vibration faint at first, like a train far away. It grew into a groan, the kind boulders make when glaciers drag them across bedrock. Every cairn within sight quivered. Pebbles rattled down their flanks, but they did not collapse. Instead, the scattered stones at my feet rolled together, drawn by some unseen force, and reassembled themselves before my eyes. This time the cairn was taller, and it faced me. No, that wasn't right. Rocks don't have faces. But the way the quartz glinted at its peak, aligned with the tilt of the surrounding stones, mimicked the geometry of eyes and a mouth. The mouth gaped toward me, dark and inviting, though nothing lay inside but shadow. I ran. Branches clawed at my arms, tore my sleeves, but fear drove me harder than pain. The cairns multiplied as I fled, rising on either side of my path, forcing me to zigzag until the forest spun. Once I tripped and rolled down a slope, landing hard against a trunk. When I looked up, 3 cairns stood at the crest of the hill I'd fallen from, aligned in a row, watching like sentinels. By dusk, I could barely move. My lungs scraped raw, my thighs burned, and my stomach cramped with emptiness. The spiral had not loosened. If anything, it was smaller now, coiling tighter with each step. I stumbled into a clearing and dropped my pack. This time I didn't pitch the tent. I just sat back against a tree and waited for the dark to thicken. The cairns glowed faintly in moonlight, pale quartz catching every beam like teeth in a smile. I tried to keep my eyes open, but exhaustion dragged them shut. Dreams came immediately. Dreams of stone corridors twisting underground, lit by veins of quartz that pulsed like arteries. I walked those corridors in silence, my footsteps muffled by dust. Behind me, something followed, not with footsteps, but with the scrape of stone on stone, steady, patient. I woke with dawn, sweating, throat parched. The cairn stood closer. The gap left for me now was barely shoulder wide. I squeezed through, pack scraping, and the stones shifted imperceptibly to tighten behind me. The forest ahead sloped downward. For the first time in days, if it had been days, I smelled water, not metallic like before, but fresh, running, alive. I staggered toward it with desperate hope. At the base of the slope lay a pond, round and still as glass. Its surface reflected the sky perfectly, a mirror untouched by breeze or insect. At the pond's edge, cairns ringed the water in a perfect circle. They leaned slightly inward, as though craning to watch. My throat begged me to drink, but my gut twisted. Still, I knelt, cupped my hands, and raised the water to my lips. It tasted like stone. Cold, heavy, as though it carried the weight of centuries. I spat it out, gasping. When I looked again at the surface, my reflection had changed. The spiral I had walked was etched faintly into the skin of my cheek, lines of pale light circling toward my mouth. I rubbed frantically, but the pattern remained, shimmering just beneath the flesh like veins. The cairns trembled, their quartz eyes flashing. The ground beneath me pulsed, once, twice, like the beat of a hidden heart. I realized then what they were doing. The spiral was not a trap to hold me. It was a pattern to shape me, to make me part of whatever language the stones were speaking. And the language was not finished. The lines beneath my skin did not fade, even when I scrubbed with dirt and water until my flesh burned red. The pale spiral remained, glowing faintly in rhythm, with something deeper than my pulse. Every beat reminded me that the cairns had already claimed me, and running no longer meant escape, it only meant delay. Still, I ran. I circled the pond, pushing through reeds, splashing into the muck where the stone ring was weakest. But the cairns adjusted. They shifted when I wasn't looking, closing ranks, funneling me not outward but inward, toward the water's mirrored surface. Each step I took forward, the reflection rippled in ways that did not match my movements, as though someone else, something else, was pacing me from below. I threw a rock at the water. It struck hard, shattering the surface with concentric waves. Yet beneath the splash, the reflection remained whole, untouched. My own face stared back at me, blinking, mouth curling into a smile I did not make. The spiral marks etched on its cheek gleamed brighter than mine, sinking deeper into its flesh until they formed a whirlpool of light spiraling toward the mouth. I staggered back. The cairns leaned closer, their quartz eyes flashing like a signal. My pack felt like an anchor. I dropped it, leaving everything, tent, stove, map, to rot. Nothing I carried mattered anymore. Only movement, only refusal. The forest thickened. Trees pressed tight, their trunks aligned in unnatural symmetry, as though grown from a blueprint. Between them, cairns sprouted, smaller this time, ankle high, like seedlings of stone. I kicked at one in panic. It tumbled apart, clattering across the soil. A voice followed. No, not a voice, but the grinding of stones, layered and overlapping, a chorus of friction that resolved into syllables. I could not understand the words, but the tone was unmistakable. It was laughter. I ran until I fell, scraping my palms raw on granite. When I lifted my head, the clearing before me stopped me cold. The spiral had reached its center. Cairn circled a pit wide enough to swallow a house. At first, I thought it was a sinkhole. Its rim was lined with quartz, sharp and jagged, catching the light of a sun that seemed too bright for the hour. The air above it shimmered with heat, though the forest itself lay cool. And from within rose a sound, the grinding chorus, louder now, layered with what almost passed for human voices. They called not words, but fragments. My name, broken and repeated, Matteo, 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 each syllable falling like a stone down a well. My knees weakened. I told myself I could turn back, could force through the trees, could pretend none of this existed. But the spiral burned beneath my skin, tightening like a leash. My body betrayed me. I walked forward, step by step, until I stood at the pit's edge. The cairns leaned inward, guiding, urging. The ground beneath me pulsed. And then I saw them. Hands, not flesh, not bone. Hands made of stone, dozens, rising from the pit's shadow. Their fingers were granite shards, their palms slabs of basalt, each one carved by erosion into shapes too deliberate to be accident. They reached for me, palms upturned, as though inviting me to join their congregation. No, I whispered, though my voice was barely sound. The reflection in the pond had shown me smiling, and now I understood why. The spiral was not meant to kill me. It was meant to teach me, to fold me into its pattern until I no longer resisted. My breath quickened, but not from panic. Some deeper rhythm was overtaking mine, a cadence that did not belong to lungs or blood, but to stone itself. The grinding chorus settled into a tempo, and my chest echoed it unwillingly. I clutched at the dirt, forcing myself back, dragging my body from the pit's edge. Stones rolled under my palms, pressing spirals into my skin. The cairns quivered, but they did not collapse. Instead, they swayed like worshippers, bowing in unison, urging me forward. Then the pit spoke. It was not sound, not exactly. It was vibration, a tremor that rattled my teeth, shook my bones, and spread through the spiral etched on my cheek till it sang inside my skull. Images flooded my mind, mountains eroded into valleys, rivers carving canyons, glaciers grinding bedrock to dust. The voice was time itself, the language of stone and pressure and patience. It told me one thing: everything returns to the spiral. I screamed, not in defiance, but in terror of how much of me wanted to obey. My legs wavered. I teetered toward the pit. The stone hands reached higher, quartz fingertips glinting. At the last moment, instinct shoved through. I tore the knife from my belt and drove it into my own arm, dragging the blade across the spiral mark. Pain lanced hot, blood gushed bright. The glowing lines flickered, disrupted by the wound. For the first time in days, the cairns froze. Their swaying stopped. The grinding chorus faltered. I fell to my knees, clutching my arm, gasping. The forest held its breath. Then the cairns shuddered violently, as though angered, and the spiral beneath my skin reignited, brighter, fiercer. My blood seeped into the soil, and the ground drank it eagerly, pulling the spiral tighter. I stumbled backward away from the pit. My knife slipped from bloody fingers. The cairns quaked, their quartz eyes blazing. Pebbles rattled, stacking themselves higher. The pit exhaled, a rush of hot air that smelled of dust older than memory. The stone hands withdrew, sinking into shadow. No plan, no thought, just pure flight. The forest blurred. The spiral in my skin burned hotter with each step, but I kept moving, desperate for any break, any chance at escape. The trees thinned, light grew, and then, miracle or cruelty, I broke through onto a road. An old logging track, half reclaimed by grass and weeds. Tire ruts scarred the earth, and somewhere far off, I thought I heard the growl of an engine. Civilization, or at least the echo of it. I collapsed on the gravel, sobbing, bleeding, shaking. The cairns did not follow. The spiral under my skin dimmed to a faint glow, pulsing with each heartbeat, but weaker now. Like an ember instead of flame. I pressed my face into the dirt, letting grit sting my wound. For the first time since I had followed the first stack of stones, I felt distance. But distance is not escape. As I staggered down the road, each step dragging, I realized the cairns had not needed to follow. They were already inside me. The spiral on my cheek no longer hurt, no longer glowed, but I could feel it, nested beneath the skin like a seed waiting to grow. And sometimes, when the wind shifted, I heard the grinding chorus still, faint but insistent, carried through the bones of the earth. I don't know how far I walked before I found a ranger station. The man who opened the door looked startled at my state. Mud-streaked, arm bleeding, face etched with a faint pattern that looked like a scar but wasn't. He asked what happened. I opened my mouth to answer, but what came out was not language. It was stone grinding syllables that did not belong to me. His expression changed, not to confusion, to recognition. He nodded slowly as if he had heard it before. And in that moment I understood the spiral never ends. It only widens. My name is Harper Vance, and I am 27 years old. I have always considered myself a person of steady nerves, not easily rattled by the strange sounds and shifting shapes that often stir unease in the wilderness. I spent much of my youth camping with my father in the wooded foothills of Virginia, learning to read weather by the color of clouds and to judge distance by the echo of an owl's call. The outdoors have never been foreign to me. Rather, they feel like an extension of home. Perhaps that familiarity is what blinded me to the strangeness that began that particular night. The night I woke to the sound of a zipper being drawn open when I knew, for certain, that every living soul in camp was already accounted for within our tent. It had been a long day of hiking. My friends and I had followed a trail that wound through a mixture of pine and maple, the air damp with early spring moisture. The soil squelched under our boots in certain low patches, but for the most part the path was firm, rising toward a small ridge that promised a view of the valley below. We reached it near dusk, the trees parting to reveal a swath of sky painted in dying light. We were 4 in total: myself, Aaron, who had organized the trip, Marcus, who had reluctantly agreed in order to unplug for a while, and Daniel, who had never once complained. Though I could see the weight of his pack was more than he had expected. That night, we pitched a tent large enough to hold all of us, though it was a tight squeeze. Marcus had argued for separate shelters, but the ground we chose was rocky, and finding multiple flat patches would have taken more effort than any of us wanted after 12 miles on foot. So we compromised. We stacked our gear at the far side of the tent, made room for sleeping pads, and agreed that no one should shift too much during the night, lest elbows and knees jab where they did not belong. I drifted off with ease. My body ached, but it was the good ache of honest exertion. My dreams were ordinary fragments of conversation, carried on mountain breezes, the distant rattle of branches. Then something pulled me awake, sharp and undeniable. It was the sound of a zipper, clear, metallic teeth catching and releasing one by one. At first, it made perfect sense. Someone had decided to step outside for air, or perhaps to relieve themselves. I rolled onto my side and expected to find Aaron or Marcus fumbling with the flap. Instead, I saw Aaron's shape rising and falling steadily in sleep, his breath a soft whistle. Beyond him lay Marcus, snoring faintly. To my left, Daniel was curled tightly in his bag, eyes shut. All three were present. None were moving. The sound did not stop. The zipper continued its slow descent, deliberate and patient. I froze, my mind racing to align what I heard with what I saw. The zipper was at the front flap of the tent, mere inches from my head. Every few seconds it slipped another notch downward, as though invisible fingers tugged gently, but firmly at the pull tab. My first instinct was to sit up and grab it, to secure the flap before it could open fully, but something about the pace held me captive. It was not rushed. It was not clumsy. It was steady, like someone savoring the process. Then I noticed something stranger still. The sound did not stop at the point where the zipper should have met the ground. Instead, it continued, teeth parting further, as though the fabric itself were being unfastened beyond its natural end. I pressed my palm against the nylon, feeling for the pull. But all I encountered was smooth tension. Yet the noise kept going, lower and lower, until I swore it burrowed into the soil beneath us. I whispered Aaron's name, cautious, hoping he might stir and confirm that I was not alone in this. He shifted faintly, but did not wake. I glanced at Marcus, whose snores faltered and then resumed. Daniel remained curled, motionless. None of them had heard. The zipper slowed, paused, then resumed again, dragging now not across fabric, but through something heavier, wetter. The sound reminded me of earth being peeled back, a shovel biting into sod. My heart pounded in my ears, each beat loud enough that I feared it would rouse the others before the intruder did. Finally, the sound stopped altogether. Silence filled the tent, heavy and absolute. I could not even hear the usual creak of branches or chirp of insects. It was as though the forest outside had been muted. I forced myself to lie back, eyes wide open, staring at the shadowed ceiling above me. The urge to look at the flap was almost unbearable. Yet some instinct deep and primal told me not to. If I looked, I would see something I could not unsee. Time passed in uneven stretches. My body drifted between shallow sleep and alert dread. Once or twice I thought I heard something shifting outside, weight pressing gently against the earth, but each time it faded before I could be sure. When dawn finally bled gray into the tent, I sat up immediately, as though waking from mare I could finally control. The flap was zipped closed to the ground, neat and normal. There was no sign of tampering, no tear in the fabric, no evidence that anything unusual had occurred. The others stirred gradually, groggy and unbothered. I searched their faces for some hint of shared unease, but they offered only casual complaints about sore backs and stiff legs. When Marcus grumbled about breakfast, I nearly laughed in relief. I considered telling them what I had heard, but the words lodged in my throat. What could I have said? That the zipper had not only opened but kept going, into the earth itself. They would have dismissed it as a dream, the product of exhaustion and imagination. Even I half believed it might have been. Yet as we packed, I could not shake a single detail. The silence. I had camped enough nights to know that forests never truly fall quiet. There are always tiny sounds, wind shifting, birds stirring, water dripping. But last night, when the zipper stopped, the world had gone utterly still. I folded that thought into the back of my mind, telling myself it was nothing. Still, as we shouldered our packs and set off, I found my gaze drawn to the ground where the tent had rested. The soil looked no different, dark and damp with morning dew. But a faint impression lingered in my imagination, like a seam, running just beneath the surface, waiting to be pulled open again. Our hike that day carried us deeper into the range. The trail sloped downward toward a river that wound in and out of view. Aaron kept up a steady stream of chatter about fishing prospects. Marcus trudged silently, earbuds dangling though he had no signal. Daniel, quiet as ever, walked close to me, his eyes often scanning the tree line. Once or twice he caught me watching him and offered a thin smile, as though to say he was fine. But I noticed how often he glanced back over his shoulder, as if expecting someone, or something, to follow. By evening, we reached another clearing, this one wider, with soft grass underfoot. Aaron declared it the perfect spot, and I did not argue. The view was pleasant, the air cooler. We set up the tent with practiced ease. I moved through the motions with outward calm, but inside, unease coiled tighter with every zip and snap of fabric. When Aaron pulled the zipper up at the flap, sealing us inside for the night, the sound struck me with peculiar sharpness. I lay down eventually, feigning normalcy, but my ears were tuned for every faint metallic shift. Sleep came late, and when it did, it carried me only partway, leaving my mind half aware, waiting for the return of that sound. Sleep did not hold me for long. At some hour between midnight and dawn, I woke again, heart already racing as though my body had anticipated the moment. For a few blessed seconds, the tent was filled only with the sound of my friend's steady breathing. Aaron shifted slightly, mumbling something incoherent. Marcus snored with a harsh edge. Daniel exhaled slow and deep, his hand draped outside his sleeping bag. Then I heard it, the sound that had kept me on edge since the night before. The zipper. At first faint, like someone touching the tab lightly, as though testing its weight. Then firmer, teeth parting one by one. My eyes darted to the flap. It was dark, but I could see its faint silhouette against the dim, starlight seeping through the mesh. The zipper was moving. I could hear it, feel it, almost taste the metallic slide in my mouth. Aaron, Marcus, Daniel, all still in their places, none of them stirring. I sat up slowly, my breath shallow. The zipper moved downward with that same steady pace as before, not rushed, not hesitant. I thought I could stop it this time, lunge forward and grab the tab before it reached the ground. My muscles twitched with the impulse. But again, something in the rhythm unnerved me, as if it were daring me to interfere. The sound reached the bottom, but like the night before, it did not stop. I heard it continue, unfastening the earth itself. It was impossible yet unmistakable. Soil parting with the same patient slide. A faint draft reached my face, cool and wrong. Not the fresh chill of night air, but something stale, like a basement that had been sealed too long. The scent was faintly metallic, faintly sweet, like rusted iron mixed with rotting leaves. I forced myself to look. The flap was sealed, perfectly intact, but I could still hear the zipper. The noise came from beneath me now, traveling along the ground like an unseen seam, being pulled open beneath our tent. My skin crawled as I imagined the earth yawning silently, revealing something hidden just below the surface. Suddenly, Daniel stirred. His eyes snapped open, wide and glassy. He turned his head toward me, his lips moving as if to speak, but no sound came. Then, in the stillness, I heard it. Not the zipper, but a whisper. Faint, layered, like many voices pressed into one. It seemed to rise directly from the soil Harper. I froze. Daniel's lips were still, yet I heard my name again, carried upward through the seams of the earth. Harper, come out. I wanted to shout, to wake Aaron and Marcus, but fear tightened around my throat like a rope. The zipper sound slowed, then stopped. The silence that followed was deeper than before, suffocating. Daniel blinked rapidly, shook his head, and sat up with a confused groan. "What time is it?" he whispered, rubbing his temples. His voice was his own again, ordinary, tired. He looked at me quizzically, unaware of what had just passed between us. I muttered something about not knowing and lay back down, staring at the ceiling until gray light seeped into the tent. When morning came, I could not pretend any longer. As we boiled water for coffee, I told them what I had heard the last 2 nights. The zipper, the impossible continuation, the whispered had stolen Daniel's voice. Aaron laughed first, not cruelly but dismissively. "Man, you were dreaming. Hiking fatigue does that. The mind grabs the weirdest sounds and turns them into something else." Marcus, however, frowned. "Dreams don't make you smell things," he muttered. "You said it smelled what? Like iron?" "Yes," I said quickly, grateful for even a sliver of validation. "Like blood." Daniel was quiet, staring into his tin mug. When I asked if he remembered waking in the night, he shook his head. "I don't. But I had dreams. Faces. Pressed close. Like the tent was thinner than paper." He trailed off, his eyes dark. Aaron tried to keep the mood light, insisting we had spooked ourselves. But Marcus and Daniel said little for the rest of the morning. I noticed how Marcus kept glancing at the ground, beneath the tent before we packed it up, and how Daniel trailed close behind me as we started down the trail. That day's hike felt heavier. The trees seemed denser, the air thicker. I caught myself looking over my shoulder more than once, convinced that if I turned fast enough I would see the zipper continuing behind us, unfastening the very path we walked. By late afternoon, rain began to fall. We hurried to set camp before the ground became too slick. This time, Marcus insisted we choose a spot on bare rock rather than soft earth. "No seams in stone," he muttered. Aaron rolled his eyes but agreed, perhaps too tired to argue. The rain drummed steadily on the nylon as night fell. We ate in silence, each of us wrapped in our own thoughts. The tension was palpable, unspoken yet undeniable. Even Aaron had lost his usual levity, his smile forced. When we finally lay down, I told myself the stone would protect us. The zipper could not go deeper than the tent itself. But sometime past midnight, the sound returned. This time it did not begin at the flap. It started directly beneath me. The rasping slide of teeth, parting rows through the stone itself. Impossible yet deafening. I pressed my hands to the floor of the tent, expecting only smooth fabric over rock, but instead I felt vibration. Subtle and steady, like a saw cutting through bone. Aaron stirred first, sitting up abruptly. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. His eyes were wide. Marcus sat up too, his face pale. "It's under us." Daniel pressed his ear to the floor, his body trembling. "It's moving, it's..." He jerked upright, his face ashen. "It knows we're awake." The sound stopped abruptly. Silence again, deep and final. We sat there, the four of us, breathing hard, waiting. Nothing moved, nothing spoke. At last Aaron reached for the lantern and clicked it on. The small pool of light seemed fragile against the dark. "We're leaving," he said firmly. "I don't care if it's the middle of the night. We're not staying here." We packed in frantic silence, hands fumbling, nerves frayed. The rain had slowed to a mist, and the trail glistened wet under our headlamps. We walked quickly, almost running, each of us glancing back, though none of us wanted to admit why. For a while, nothing happened. The forest was alive again with normal sounds. Dripping branches, rustling leaves, the occasional distant cry of an animal. I felt almost foolish, convinced that perhaps the simple act of leaving had freed us. Then Marcus stopped dead in his tracks. "Look," he whispered, pointing to the ground. At first I saw only wet soil, dark and slick. Then I realized what he meant. A line ran through it, faint but unmistakable. A seam, like a zipper track pressed into mud. It stretched along the trail ahead of us, glinting faintly in the lamplight, as though guiding us forward. We followed it in silence, each step heavier than the last. The seam did not veer off into the forest. It stayed with the path, leading us onward. I tried to tell myself it was coincidence, just erosion or some natural fissure, but the pattern was too precise, too deliberate. After nearly an hour, we reached a fork in the trail. One branch sloped upward toward higher ground. The other dipped toward the river. The seam continued down the lower path. Aaron hesitated. "We're not following that thing," he said, his voice firm but shaking. But Daniel shook his head. "Look, the upper trail, there's no prints. It hasn't been used in years. We'll get lost." Marcus cursed under his breath. "And following that, what? We'll end up underground." The argument stretched, tense and desperate. Finally, Aaron made the decision. Higher ground. End of discussion. We turned toward the upper trail, climbing quickly. The seam did not follow. I glanced back once and saw it remain at the fork, waiting like a closed mouth. Relief came in waves as we climbed. The air grew colder, the forest thinner. Eventually, we found a narrow shelf beneath a rocky overhang. Exhausted, we collapsed there, too tired to argue about comfort. As I drifted on the edge of sleep, I heard nothing. No zipper, no whisper, no unnatural silence. Only wind and the steady rhythm of rain returning. For the first time in days, I allowed myself to hope that maybe we had escaped it. But in the fragile hours before dawn, I woke again. Not to the sound of a zipper, but to Aaron's voice, low and calm, though he was asleep beside me. "Harper," he whispered, "it's still open." I froze the moment Aaron spoke my name. His voice was steady, too steady, and yet his eyes were closed. He lay there beside me, his chest rising and falling in the rhythm of deep sleep. Still, his lips moved, and the words leaked through with a calmness that was more terrifying than any scream. "It's still open," he repeated, quieter this time, like someone speaking through a wall. I whispered his name, hoping to stir him awake, but he did not respond. Marcus shifted on the far side of the overhang, groaning in his sleep. Daniel curled tighter into his bag, murmuring something indistinct. I was the only one awake enough to hear Aaron's borrowed voice echoing from whatever seam we had left behind. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the sound did not stop. It wasn't exactly external. It resonated inside my skull, a vibration threading through bone. When dawn came, Aaron remembered nothing. He laughed when I told him what he had said in his sleep, though the humor didn't reach his eyes. He insisted it was just exhaustion, nerves playing tricks. Marcus looked less convinced, rubbing his temples, muttering about shared delusions. Daniel avoided the conversation entirely, refusing even to look at me. We moved on quickly, anxious to put distance between ourselves and the seam. The forest thinned as we gained elevation, the trees shorter, the air sharper. My body ached with every step, but the pain was almost welcome. It grounded me in the tangible world, the one that obeyed rules. By late afternoon, we reached a ridge where the land opened wide. The river shimmered below, a silver vein cutting through the valley. Relief washed over me at the sight of familiar landmarks. Civilization was still miles away, but at least I knew where we were. We made camp near a cluster of boulders. The rock was cold beneath us, unyielding, but it felt safer than soil. None of us said it aloud, but the choice was mutual. Night fell quickly. The sky was clear, stars scattered like frost. For a while, I allowed myself to believe we were free. The zipper had not followed us. The seams remained below. Then Daniel spoke. "We shouldn't have left it open," he said suddenly, his voice thin. He stared at the fire as though it were the only thing keeping him tethered. "Left what open?" Aaron asked, though the tension in his jaw bid the fact that he already knew. "The ground," Daniel whispered. "The path. It was unzipped, and we just walked away. We didn't close it." Marcus cursed under his breath. "What the hell are you even talking about? You can't close dirt." But Daniel shook his head violently. "That's what it wanted. For us to leave it open. For it to spread." The words struck me harder than I expected. I remembered the seam at the fork in the trail, waiting like a mouth. We had turned away, and it had not followed, because it didn't need to. It was already open. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound seemed amplified. The crackle of the fire, the sigh of wind through the rocks. My friends eventually drifted into uneasy slumber, their bodies slack with exhaustion. I alone lay awake, staring at the stars, willing the night to pass. At some hour past midnight, I heard it again. Not the zipper this time, but something worse, a slow dragging sound, like fingers pulling across fabric stretched too tight. It came from the rocks beneath us, a vibration that rattled my teeth. Then the voices rose. Not whispers now, but a low chorus, layered and thick, seeping up through the stone. They spoke no language I knew, yet I understood the meaning all the same. Open, open, open. I jolted upright, heart hammering. The fire had burned low, casting only faint orange glow. My friends were still asleep, their breathing shallow, as though they too were caught in the grip of the voices. The seam was not below the soil anymore. It was everywhere, threading through stone, air, flesh. I felt it running beneath my skin, a line ready to split if only the pull was made. I stumbled from the overhang, desperate for distance. The night was cold, but sweat slicked my neck. The stars above blurred, stretching into thin silver lines. The ground felt unsteady, trembling with each step I took. Behind me, I heard movement. Daniel had followed, his eyes wide and glassy, reflecting the faint firelight. "You hear it too," he whispered. I nodded, unable to form words. "They want us to join," he said softly. "To unzip. To become part of what's underneath." His calmness terrified me more than anything else. He wasn't resisting. He was accepting. I grabbed his arm, shaking him. "We can't. We have to fight it. We can't." But then the ground split, not with a crack or a quake, but with the familiar, deliberate rasp of a zipper. It ran in a long arc before us, the earth parting neatly, revealing nothing but blackness inside. No soil, no stone, no roots, just a void, silent and endless. Daniel's face lit with eerie relief. He stepped forward, toward the opening. I held him back with all the strength I had, but his body was rigid with determination. "It's waiting," he whispered. "It called me first. Don't you understand? I was never supposed to make it out." The voices rose louder, pressing against my skull until my vision blurred. I dragged Daniel backward, away from the seam, screaming for Aaron and Marcus. They stumbled from the overhang, eyes wild, weapons of desperation clutched in their hands. Aaron with a branch, Marcus with his knife. They froze when they saw the line in the earth, yawning open, impossible and undeniable. "We have to go," Aaron shouted. "Now." But Daniel broke free of my grip. With one final glance, he stepped forward and vanished into the seam. There was no fall, no impact. He simply slipped through, like fabric sliding apart to admit him. The gap sealed behind him with a sharp, final zip. The silence that followed was absolute. We ran. None of us spoke, none of us looked back. The trail ahead blurred with tears and panic. Every shadow seemed alive, every sound a threat. By dawn, we had descended from the ridge and reached the edge of the forest. Civilization was still miles away, but the trees began to thin, and the world felt marginally less suffocating. When we finally stopped, we collapsed in exhausted silence. The sun rose warm on our faces, but none of us felt its comfort. Daniel was gone. Aaron broke first, his shoulders shaking with sobs. Marcus sat rigid, staring at nothing, his knife still clutched in white, knuckled grip. I could only sit there, numb, the echo of the zipper still reverberating in my ears. We made it back to the trailhead by evening. There were no seams in the ground, no sign of what we had witnessed. To anyone else, it would have looked like any other stretch of wilderness. When rangers asked about Daniel, we told them he had fallen behind, lost somewhere along the ridge. Search parties scoured the trails for days, but they found nothing. No footprints, no clothing, no body. Just emptiness, as though he had been unstitched from the world entirely. Weeks have passed since then, yet the sound follows me still. At night, in the quiet hours before dawn, I wake to the faint rasp of a zipper sliding open somewhere nearby. Sometimes it's the closet, sometimes the wall, sometimes the floor beneath my bed. I know what it wants. It wants me to join Daniel. And I fear that one night, when the sound reaches the end of its patient slide, I will not have the strength to resist. My name is Rowan Hale, and I am 32 years old. By profession, I am a surveyor, though more accurately, I have built a reputation for chasing what is forgotten. I document places that have slipped from maps and memory. Derelict ranger cabins, trails overtaken by moss, lighthouses that no longer throw their beams across black water. That compulsion to find the structures that once mattered drew me toward a fire lookout tower, no longer in use, perched high on a ridge in the Pacific Northwest. Its designation had been stripped from official records years ago. The Forest Service abandoned it after storms sheared away half the supports, leaving the cabin perched precariously above the tree line. Yet word of its survival lingered, like a rumor among hikers. I admit that it was not prudence but pride that made me want to sleep there. I imagined writing about it in my field notes. Rowan Hale, the one who camped at a place everyone else dismissed as condemned. That boast would sit like a metal pinned to my chest. I did not imagine, not then, that pride might become an opening for something else to crawl through. The hike itself was brutal. The trailhead started with cheerful signage. Trail distances, laminated notices about cougars and bears. But the higher I climbed, the thinner the record grew. Blazes disappeared from trees. The soil grew loose with erosion. By the final mile, I had no path at all. Only the upward pull of instinct and the faint skeleton of timber in the distance. When I finally broke the tree line, the tower stood above me like a defiant relic. Its legs were splintered. Several support braces had collapsed. Yet the cabin itself still clung stubbornly to the air, a wooden box balanced on rotten stilts, like a coffin someone forgot to lower. I climbed anyway. The ladder was gone, torn down, perhaps, or claimed by storms. I used a rope to haul myself up the remaining beams. My palms burned where the wood had long since given up its bark. Each creak suggested collapse, but the structure held as if in spite. When I pulled myself into the cabin at last, my chest heaved with exertion and relief. Inside, I found the ghosts of furniture, the skeletal remains of a cot, the bent frame of a chair, a stove rusted beyond recognition. The windows had lost their glass to the winds, yet the view was unbroken, an ocean of trees spilling toward every horizon. I laid out my tent on the cabin floor, thinking a double layer of nylon and wood would keep me safe. The night dropped fast. Cold arrived with it. I cooked a simple meal, beans and rice over my camping stove, and sat by the open window, listening to the forest below. It sounded alive, yet far. No crunch of bear, no shriek of cougar, only the restless murmur of wind. That emptiness felt vast, almost sacred. Sleep came slowly. My body dozed in fragments, but my mind remained alert, pulled to the edges of sound. I remember staring at the ceiling, paint peeling in flakes like dead skin when it began. At first I thought the wind had shifted. A low thud, then another, rhythm pressing into silence. Heavy, deliberate, unmistakable footsteps. They circled below the tower, boots pressing into soil. I froze. My first thought was trespasser, some other hiker, though who else would climb that forsaken ridge at midnight? I strained to hear breathing, conversation, the jangle of gear. Nothing, only the steps, one after another, deliberate as a patrol. They completed a circle, then another. I dared to crawl to the window and look down. The moon was low, painting the ground in silver. I saw no figure, no flashlight, no man. Only footsteps in motion, though they left no trace in the dirt. My skin prickled cold. I told myself to be rational. The mind invents when the body is tired. Perhaps an elk wandered beneath, its weight disguised as human gait. Yet the steps grew sharper, ascending where no animal could. I heard them rise against the beams, one rung at a time, as if climbing a staircase that no longer existed. The tower had no stairs. They had been torn away decades ago. Still, the sound came, precise and confident. A boot met a rung. Another followed. Higher, nearer. The structure shuddered faintly with the pressure of invisible weight. I scrambled back toward my tent, fumbling for my lantern. The flame struck and flared, throwing light across the cabin. The footsteps halted, just shy of the cabin door. Silence pooled, thick enough that I swore I could hear my own pulse echo off the walls. Then, 3 knocks, slow, heavy, on the wood that separated me from air. I did not open. I could not. Every instinct I owned screamed against it. I huddled in my tent, lantern flickering like a fragile heart. until eventually the sound retreated, descending the phantom stairs, circling once more below, then dissolving into wind. Morning felt unreal. The sun painted the ridge gold, and the tower looked innocent in daylight, as if it had never whispered menace. I tried to laugh it away, chalk it to fatigue, but my voice cracked in the attempt. My notes from that morning read shaky, letters stuttering where my hand trembled. Midnight footsteps. Staircase where no staircase stands. Do not open the door. I should have left then. Packed my gear and abandoned the tower to its silence. Yet pride lingered like a hook in my ribs. I told myself that one night was nothing, that I would endure another, and another if needed, just to prove my nerves sturdier than rumor. So I stayed. The second day bled uneventfully. I descended partway down the ridge to fetch water from a stream, though the air grew oddly hushed as I walked. The birds vanishing into stillness. The forest crouched as if holding its breath. By the time I returned to the tower, sweat dampened my shirt and unease coiled in my stomach. Yet again, the cabin offered calm and daylight. I set my lantern by the door, daring whatever waited to face me directly. When night fell, the air thickened like syrup. My tent felt too small, my breath too loud. I watched shadows lengthen across the cabin walls, stretching in ways that did not match the angles of moonlight. Midnight arrived like a door slamming. The first step came, a single thud below, then another, circling. Each lap faster than the last, until the sound spun like a wheel of boots grinding soil. My lantern quivered on its hook. Then the steps began to rise again. Up the phantom stairs they climbed. 1, 2, 3, countless, until the sound stopped just outside. This time there was no knock. Instead, wood groaned beneath pressure, as though something leaned against the doorframe. I held my breath, paralyzed. The silence between us felt intimate, invasive. Then a voice rasped through the crack. Not words, only a breath dragging across syllables that did not exist. Yet it carried the cadence of speech, as if someone tried to recall language from memory too fractured to hold it. My lantern dimmed, flame choking on sudden draft. I lunged forward, clutching it tight, shielding it with my palm. The moment light steadied, the pressure lifted. The footsteps retreated, descending the nothing stairs once more. Again I did not sleep. My mind gnawed on questions until dawn. Who, or what, kept vigil around that tower? Was it the echo of some ranger lost to storms, boots still bound to duty? Or something older, less willing to be named? By morning, pride no longer shielded me. It mocked me, whispering that retreat would mark me a coward. Yet another whisper, quieter, deeper, told me I was already marked. The forest looked different that day, trees leaning as though to eavesdrop, branches pointing toward the tower like accusatory fingers. Even the air smelled altered, tinged with iron and ash. I resolved to stay one last night, to endure whatever circled, to watch it closer, to record proof in my journal. If dawn came without incident, I swore I would descend the ridge for good. But midnight does not bargain. It only takes. I spent the hours before nightfall convincing myself I was prepared. I had my lantern fueled, and lit well before darkness claimed the ridge. I kept my journal open on the crook table, pen poised to catch every sound. I even set my camping knife beside me, though some rational part of me, that meadow would do nothing against what had already walked phantom stairs. These were gestures, not safeguards. The day had passed slowly, each hour thick with dread. I tried to read, but the words fell flat against the page. I tried to eat, but food turned tasteless in my mouth. What weighed heavier than fear itself was the certainty that something would return. Night did not feel like a possibility. It felt like a contract. As the sun bled behind the ridge, shadows swallowed the tower. The forest below shifted from green to black. Once more, the silence grew deliberate, as though the land itself braced for what it knew would come. I lit the lantern early, flame glowing amber across the cabin walls, casting long trembling lines. I sat near the window, notebook open, hands sweating onto the paper. My plan was simple: do not move, do not open the door, do not answer. Just observe. Midnight fell with the weight of a curtain drawn. The first step landed instantly, as though it had been waiting for the hour to strike. A heavy boot pressed into the soil, then another. The circle began. Slow, deliberate, precise. Round and round the tower it went, a metronome marking doom. I wrote the word footsteps in my notebook, hand trembling. The sound thickened, pressing not just on my ears but into my chest, reverberating through my ribs. My heart tried to sync with its rhythm and failed. Then, as before, the steps shifted. They angled upward, climbing nothing, yet the tower trembled with each press. The air grew colder with every invisible ascent. My lantern flickered, flame straining. When the final boot step reached the cabin door, I lifted my pen to record it. My hand froze instead. There was no knock this time. Instead, the doorknob twisted. The door should not have been able to open. It had warped with years of disuse. Frame sagged so badly that even my shoulder shove earlier had barely budged it. Yet the knob turned smoothly now. Metal squealing like something unused for decades finding sudden strength. I lunged to hold it shut, pressing my back against the door. Knife clutched in one hand, though I knew it was useless. The knob jerked once, twice, 3 times, each twist rattling through my spine. Then it stilled. For a long moment, nothing. I thought maybe it had given up. Then came the sound, slow breathing on the other side, pressed right against the wood, seeping through the cracks like damp. It was ragged, uneven, as though lungs tried to remember how to inflate. I whispered without meaning to. "Who's there?" The breath paused. Then it answered, in my own voice. "Rowan." I staggered backward from the door, knife clattering from my hand. My lantern guttered. The voice had not been mimicry. It was my tone, my cadence, my own name, dragged from my mouth and thrown back at me. I stumbled against the cot frame, metal groaning under my weight. The door did not open. The voice did not return. Instead, the footsteps retreated once more, descending phantom stairs, circling the tower until silence claimed them. My notebook shows what happened next in jagged, half-scribbled lines. It said my name. It knew me. It said it as me. I did not sleep. I lay in my tent with the lantern burning until dawn, every muscle locked. When sunlight finally washed across the ridge, I felt as though I had survived not a night but a siege. The third day brought no comfort. The forest seemed more wrong than ever. When I descended to fetch water, the stream ran murky, though no rain had fallen. The air smelled metallic, sharp as blood. Trees leaned at angles I swore had not existed the day before, their trunks bent toward the tower like worshippers bowing. I climbed back up with my bottle half filled, too shaken to drink. My reflection in the water had unsettled me. It had lingered a second too long after I looked away. My eyes in the stream had still stared upward, lips twitching with words my throat had not spoken. By afternoon, I knew I could not endure another night. Pride had burned itself away, leaving only survival. Yet the thought of descending after dark, with those phantom boots trailing me through the forest, seemed worse. I resolved to leave at first light, regardless of what the third midnight brought. I would outlast it once more, then abandon the ridge forever. Still, when the sun lowered, dread swallowed me whole. My lantern sputtered, though I had filled it with oil. The walls of the cabin leaned closer somehow, ceiling lower, space shrinking like a throat closing. I sat rigid in my tent, knife reclaimed, notebook open but words abandoned. When midnight struck, I knew it instantly. The air thickened until breathing felt like drinking water. The first bootstep fell below, but this time it was not alone. Another step followed, then another, until two sets of boots circled the tower. One heavy and deliberate, one lighter, dragging as though the wearer limped. The sound tangled, orbiting the cabin in uneven duet. My skin crawled. Round and round they went. Then both angled upward. The tower shook with doubled weight. Two pairs of boots climbing phantom stairs, nearer and nearer. My lantern flared, then dimmed as though suffocating. When the boots reached the door, the knob twisted again. I braced myself against it, body shaking, knife clenched. This time, instead of forcing, the knob stilled, then tapped, gently, like fingers drumming. A voice followed. Not mine. Let us in, row 1. It was low, guttural, carrying the rhythm of words but not the life. Behind it, another voice overlapped. Higher, whispering the same plea, but sliding out of sync, as though spoken through water. Both pressed against my skull until my ears rang. I shouted, "No," though my voice cracked. Silence fell instantly. Then, 3 knocks, heavy enough to rattle the doorframe. My lantern burst brighter, then died completely, plunging the cabin into dark. I panicked. In the black, I swore I felt the door ease inward, wood bowing. I slashed with the knife, metal striking empty air. My pulse thundered, my breath ragged. Then, slowly, the pressure eased. The boots descended, one heavy, one dragging, until once more they circled below and faded into the night. I relit the lantern with trembling hands, wick catching at last. The light revealed my notebook pages, fluttering as though stirred by wind, though the air was still. Across them, new words had appeared, scrawled in unfamiliar hand. Tomorrow you walk down. Tomorrow we walk with you. My throat closed. The letters were smeared as if written in damp ash. I did not touch the page. I could not. I only sat frozen until dawn, every minute stretching endless. When morning came, I packed immediately. Pride was gone. Curiosity was gone. Only escape mattered. I shoved my gear into my pack, rolled the tent without care, stuffed my notebook deep though its pages still smelled faintly of smoke. I clipped the knife to my belt and coiled my rope, preparing to descend the tower for the last time. As I stood at the threshold, sunlight spilling across the ridge, I felt a pulse beneath my boots. The wood vibrated faintly, like the thrum of distant machinery. It traveled up through my bones, into my jaw, rattling my teeth. Below, the forest waited. Trees leaned toward the slope as though to greet me. The trail I had carved on my ascent looked narrower now, almost erased. Yet leaving was the only choice left. I lowered myself onto the beams, rope tied, pack tugging against my shoulders. My palms scraped on splintered wood. The descent felt endless, each creak a threat of collapse. When my boots touched soil at last, I almost collapsed with relief. The forest met me with silence. No bird, no insect, no wind. Only that silence, dense enough to choke. I shouldered my pack, adjusted the straps, and turned down the ridge. That was when I heard it, the footsteps behind me. one heavy, one dragging. They did not circle this time. They followed. The sound came steady as breath, one heavy, one dragging. I froze on the slope, boots sinking into loose soil, and the forest leaned closer in its silence. My body begged me to run, but instinct told me flight would only feed whatever walked behind. So I forced myself forward. Measured steps, careful breaths, each crunch of soil answered by their echo. I refused to look back at first. To look would be to acknowledge. To acknowledge would be to invite. That was the thought hammering in my head. As I wound between trees, each trunk swollen with moss, each shadow longer than it should have been. Minutes stretched, or maybe hours. The trail had shifted since I climbed it. Roots coiled differently, stones scattered in patterns too deliberate. The ridge seemed to lengthen, each bend revealing not the descent I remembered, but another slope curling downward like a spiral. The footsteps matched me without falter. Finally I broke. I turned my head. No one. The slope behind was empty, sunlight pouring like pale water between the trunks. Yet the footsteps continued, pressing the soil, cracking branches, filling the air with presence. They came from nothing but weight itself, invisible bodies carrying boots I could not see. I stumbled onward, panic leaking through my control. My throat ached with thirst, but I dared not drink. My bottle hung heavy against my pack, water inside still and dark, and I feared what reflection might greet me. At some point, I began speaking aloud, my voice trembling. You're not real. You're not mine. You don't belong here. The forest listened, but the footsteps answered with louder cadence. Pounding now, the heavy one deliberate, the dragging one scraping stones. My words dissolved against them. By mid-afternoon, I reached the stream again. It should have offered relief, but the water ran sluggish, thick as syrup, its surface clouded with ash. The smell of iron choked me. I bent anyway, desperate, scooping with cupped hands. The reflection that met me was not my own. It was me, yes, but older, skin gray as bark, eyes hollow, mouth sagging open as if emptied of breath. When I recoiled, the reflection remained, still staring upward long after my face had vanished from the surface. Behind me, the footsteps halted. I held still, every nerve straining. The silence burned my ears. Then, from across the stream, a figure shifted between trees. For the first time, I saw them. Two shapes, blurred at the edges like smoke given human form. One tall and straight, the other bent, favoring a leg that dragged behind. Their outlines wavered, but their boots pressed real impressions into soil, dark prints that steamed faintly in the cool air. Their heads lifted in unison, and though no faces remained, I felt their gaze grip me like hooks. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own pack. Stay away, I croaked, though my voice cracked like old wood. They did not advance. Not yet. They only stood across the stream, presence stretching across the water like invisible rope. My skin itched, my chest throbbed with pressure. Then both raised their heads higher, and in voices that were not voices they spoke. Rawan walks with us. The sound came not through air but through bone, vibrating in my jaw, my teeth. I staggered, clutching my skull. The stream boiled suddenly, bubbles rising though no heat touched it. The reflection of the gray, hollow version of me widened its mouth as if to scream. I ran. Branches whipped my arms, roots clawed my boots. The forest bent tighter, trees closing like ribs around a heart. Footsteps thundered behind, no longer circling, no longer pacing, but pursuing. Heavy and dragging, keeping perfect time with my terror. I lost the trail. I knew it then, crashing through undergrowth where no blazes marked trunks. The ridge fell steep, sending me sliding on loose stone, palms tearing, breath choking. I clawed myself upright, stumbled onward, praying for the glimpse of road, the glint of metal, any sign of escape. But the forest shifted endlessly, every slope the same, every tree doubled. The sun sank lower, bleeding light through the canopy, shadows stretching until the world itself seemed only shadow. At last, exhausted, I collapsed in a clearing. My chest heaved, lungs tearing at air that stank of ash. Silence returned, but not relief. I knew the pattern now. Silence was their pause, their waiting, their breath drawn before another strike. My notebook had fallen from my pack in the flight. It lay open beside me, pages fluttering though the air was still. New words sprawled across the paper, ink wet though no pen had touched it. You cannot leave the tower. You took its night, it takes your days. My hands shook as I slammed the notebook shut. My thoughts frayed at their edges. What tower? What bargain had I stepped into by sleeping in its carcass? The words blurred, my vision doubling, my breath shuddering. The footsteps returned. Closer now, entering the clearing without hesitation. I scrambled to my feet, knife trembling in my grip. Shadows lengthened across the soil, two of them stretching tall. Yet only one belonged to me. The other two reached across the clearing, merging with mine. My knees buckled at the weight of it. The heavy step halted a breath away, though no figure touched me. The dragging step followed, echoing inside my bones. Rowan walks with us. The voices repeated, not spoken but stamped into my marrow. I screamed. The sound cracked against trees, thin and pitiful. My knife swung blindly, cutting air. I felt resistance once, metal biting through something softer than wood, heavier than smoke. A hiss followed, sharp and furious. My lantern, still clipped to my pack, shattered in an explosion of glass and oil, flame licking across the clearing for a heartbeat before winking out. Darkness collapsed around me. I ran again blind, tearing through black until the world itself bent. My boots struck not soil but hollow wood. My palms scraped not bark but planks. When I stopped gasping, I realized where I stood. Back inside the tower. My tent lay unfurled. My stove sat cold. My notebook rested on the table, open to the same words I had already read. The forest outside glowed with moonlight. Though I had fled in daylight, time had folded, or I had never left. I collapsed to my knees, chest hollow. From below, the first bootstep sounded, heavy, then dragging, circling once more. I realized then that I had not survived 3 nights. I had only begun the first, over and over, loop tightening like a snare. The tower had not let me leave. It had called me back each time, binding me with steps I could not outrun. The boots rose the phantom stairs. The knob turned. I did not resist. My knife clattered from my hand. The door eased open, though no hinge remained. 2 shadows entered, merging with mine. The air collapsed in on itself, thick as water, filling my lungs until I drowned standing. The last thing I heard was my own voice, doubled, tripled, echoing from mouths I could not see. Rowan walks with us. The lantern died, and the tower kept its night. My name is Aidan Locke, and I have always considered myself a man inclined toward reason. I am 33 years old, employed as a mechanical draftsman, and accustomed to spending long hours bent over blueprints, translating ideas into precise lines and dimensions. My hobbies have always trended toward the solitary hiking, camping, and the simple practice of retreating into the wilderness with a tent. a pack, and enough quiet to still the restless pace of daily life. I believed that in the outdoors, everything could be reduced to cause and effect. Track and trace, weight and measure. I believed that until the summer when I laced on a stranger's boots and, in doing so, invited something unexplainable to follow me. It began innocently enough, as these things often do. The trailhead where I started was an unassuming one. A gravel lot at the edge of a national forest in the northern states. I had chosen that week in August because the crowds had thinned after the height of tourist season, and I wanted the trails to myself. The weather was dry, the sky clear, and my plan was simple. A 2-day hike in, a night spent near the ridge overlooking the valley, and then a leisurely trek back out. I parked my truck in the lot, gathered my gear, and then noticed something curious near the wooden kiosk, where maps and warnings were usually pinned. A pair of boots sat there. Not new, not ruined either. Brown leather, scuffed at the toes, laces intact, soles thick and hardly worn. They were placed neatly side by side, not tossed or forgotten, but aligned with an almost deliberate care, as if the owner had set them down, knowing someone else might need them. I paused, tilted my head, and felt a twinge of something between suspicion and amusement. People left water bottles sometimes, or a forgotten glove, but boots. Boots were too personal, too necessary for the trails, and yet here they were, waiting. I looked down at my own footwear. Running shoes. Practical for short distances, but hardly ideal for a trek that would take me across rough ground and up switchbacks. I had packed them thinking of weight and comfort, not of ankle support or protection against jagged stone. My hesitation, then, did not last long. The boots were my size. I know that sounds like convenience pressed into coincidence, but it was exact. I tried them on. They fit snugly, like they had been broken in by someone with my gait, my shape, my very stride. I left my old shoes by the kiosk, side by side, mirroring the way I had found the boots. Some part of me thought it was a fair exchange. I should have left them. I should have trusted that faint, restless feeling in my chest as I walked away. But I was already half smiling at my luck. Free boots, perfect fit, better protection. What could be wrong with that? The first hours of the hike were uneventful, though the boots had a weight to them that I noticed more than once. They did not feel heavier than average when I picked them up in my hands, yet when I wore them, it was as though they pressed me downward, sinking each step a little deeper into the soil. The trail itself was quiet, the kind of hush that only old forests can hold. Pines rose in crowded columns, their tops bending in slow waves, the air resin, scented and cool. Birds sang in bursts, then fell still. I walked with steady pace, letting the miles roll beneath me, until the sun began to slant lower, and the sky shaded to amber. I set camp near a clearing where the trees gave way to a view of the ridge. I pitched my tent, built a small fire, and cooked a simple meal. By then, the boots had blended into my sense of self, as though I had worn them all along. My old shoes were a faint afterthought, tucked away at the trailhead, no longer mine. I remember that thought with particular clarity. They are no longer mine. Night settled. The fire burned down to coals, and the forest pressed close. There is a stillness in the deep woods that feels both comforting and immense, like a cathedral without walls. I sat listening to the crackle of the last flames, and then finally crawled into my tent, zipped the flap, and lay down with the sleeping bag wrapped around me. I drifted towards sleep with the ordinary sounds of the wild outside. Branches shifting, insects thrumming, an owl calling from some dark perch. Nothing felt amiss. Nothing yet. It must have been after midnight when I woke. The first thing I registered was silence. The owl was gone, the insects gone, the trees themselves as though carved in wax. Only my heartbeat filled my ears. The second thing was the sound of movement. Not far. Not crashing or shambling like deer, but measured. Footsteps. Human footsteps passing along the soft earth outside my tent. I froze. Breath locked in my chest, every muscle stiff. My mind calculated quickly. I was alone on this trail, no cars but mine at the lot, no other hikers seen all day. Yet the sound was unmistakable. The rhythm of weight shifting from heel to toe, slow, deliberate, unhurried. Step, drag, step, drag. The dragging sound caught me, like something pulled across the soil after each pace. I turned my head toward the thin wall of the tent, and through the fabric I saw the faintest distortion, the shadow of movement slipping past. Someone, or something, was walking by. I strained my ears, hardly daring to breathe, and the sound continued past my tent, circling just wide enough that I could not catch a full silhouette. Then the dragging became clearer, and my blood went cold. It was not the drag of a stick, not the scrape of a bag, but the sound of rubber and tread tracing across dirt. Shoes. Shoes like mine. My old shoes. I cannot explain how I knew, but I knew. Each dragged step pressed out of rhythm, like footprints being pulled backward against the ground. My shoes. My footprints. Reversed. The shadow passed once, then again, looping the perimeter of my camp. Not running, not rushing, just steady and certain, as though mapping a boundary. I closed my eyes tight, every nerve urging me to leap out, to confront, to prove I was not imagining this. But fear rooted me. I listened as the steps faded at last, dissolving into the stillness, leaving only the pounding in my chest. Long minutes dragged by before I dared to move, and when I did, I pressed my face against the tent wall to listen. Nothing. Silence again, thick as wool. When dawn came, I unzipped the tent with stiff fingers. The clearing looked untouched, my fire pit cold, the grass bent with dew. But when I stepped outside, I saw them. Tracks. Not fresh in the sense of pressed soil. Rather, too precise, too deliberate. My own footprints, reversed, leading away from the camp. They did not angle with my stride, but dragged backward, as if something had hooked into them and pulled them heel, first through the dirt. The line trailed off toward the trees, swallowed into shadow. My stomach twisted. I crouched down, touched the indentations, and felt only earth, only damp soil. And yet the shape was undeniable. They were mine. They belonged to the shoes I had left behind. And I understood then, though I could not yet admit it aloud, that the boots I wore had not been abandoned at the trailhead. They had been exchanged. Something had taken mine. Something was wearing them now. I spent the morning in a kind of daze, breaking camp mechanically, packing with trembling hands. Part of me wanted to turn back immediately, to abandon the trip and return to the safety of the lot. But another part of me, stubborn and half ashamed, reasoned that I had imagined the footsteps, that the tracks were nothing more than the tricks of tired eyes. So I pressed on, following the trail upward, telling myself that daylight banished such fears. And yet every step in those boots felt heavier than the last, as though they knew something I did not, as though they were leading me into a pattern already written. By afternoon, I reached the ridge. The view spread wide, forest unbroken for miles, mountains layered against the horizon like dark waves. I pitched my tent again, closer this time to the cliff edge where the wind might keep me alert. The boots sat by the fire as I cooked, their leather catching the flame's glow. I found myself staring at them often, as though they were watching me back. When I finally crawled into my sleeping bag, exhaustion dragged me into uneasy sleep. It did not hold. Again, in the dead of night, I woke. Again, silence pressed around me like a held breath. And again, footsteps, the same rhythm. Step, drag, step, drag. This time, they did not circle wide. They came closer. So close that the weight of them pressed against the soil beneath me, the ground itself trembling with each pass. I held my breath, my eyes wide in the dark. The zipper of my tent shivered faintly in the air, as though touched, and then stilled. I could not move, could not scream, only listen. And when the dragging sound passed directly across the entrance, I smelled it. Familiar, ordinary. The faint musk of my old shoes, and I knew they were no longer mine. I did not sleep again that night. I lay rigid in the tent, listening as the steps wandered away and then returned, as if the walker had no destination, beyond reminding me it was there. When silence finally reclaimed the ridge, the first hint of dawn was already lightening the sky. I pushed myself upright, every muscle stiff with dread, and unzipped the tent. Cold air poured in, crisp and sharp. The ground outside shimmered faintly with dew, but the tracks were visible still, backward deliberate, pressed into the soil, where no one had walked but me. I told myself I would turn back that morning. I had had enough of strange coincidences, of tricks that gnawed at the edge of logic. Yet when I laced the boots, their weight anchored me again. The act felt less like choice than compulsion. Each pull of the laces drew me tighter, into something I did not understand. My pack went on my shoulders almost by instinct, and I set my feet on the trail without decision. The descent from the ridge should have been straightforward, but I could not shake the sense of being watched. The forest was no longer a neutral space. Every tree leaned subtly toward me. Every patch of shadow seemed stretched just a little too long. And worse, I felt it behind me. Not close enough to see when I looked back, but near enough that the hair on my neck rose. I would walk a dozen steps, then turn suddenly, expecting to catch sight of someone in my old shoes. Each time nothing, only the whisper of branches. By midday, I stopped to rest beside a stream. I splashed water on my face, trying to rinse away the crawling unease that had taken root in my chest. My reflection stared back from the water, hollow-eyed, tense. Then I saw something that made me stagger back. Another reflection, not beside mine, but behind it, faint and distorted in the rippling surface. A figure standing at the stream's far bank. Too far to discern detail, but the feet were clear. My shoes, darkened with wet earth, dragging at angles that bent the ankles wrong. I whipped my head around, but the bank was empty. When I looked back down, only my own reflection remained. The rest of the hike blurred. I kept moving, kept scanning the trail, convinced that at any moment the figure would step into view. The boots I wore seemed to guide me, pulling me forward, even when fatigue hollowed my limbs. When the trail finally bent back toward the lot, my relief was sharp enough to sting. I half ran the last stretch, lungs burning. But when I broke from the trees into the clearing, the sight of the gravel lot froze me where I stood. The kiosk stood in place, weathered and familiar. But the shoes I had left behind, my shoes, were gone. In their place, Another pair sat neatly aligned, toes forward, laces tucked. Not new, not ruined. A different pair of boots. Darker leather, longer laces. Waiting. I refused to approach. Some instinct screamed that stepping closer would tether me further into whatever bargain I had already stumbled into. I skirted wide around the kiosk, beelining for my truck. My old keys clattered in shaking hands as I unlocked the door and threw my pack into the passenger seat. When the engine finally turned over, the sound was so loud in the silence that I almost wept with relief. But as I shifted into gear and pulled out of the lot, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The kiosk receded, shrinking with distance, and there, by its side, stood a figure. Upright, still, facing me. The details were blurred by distance, but I knew with a certainty that bit deep into my bones. It was wearing my shoes, watching me leave. I drove without pause until I reached the edge of town. Gas station lights cut into the gloom, a reminder of civilization, of ordinary people filling their tanks, buying snacks, existing in daylight like none of this had happened. I parked and sat in the cab, hands locked on the wheel. The boots on my feet felt like anchors again. I unlaced them, slower than I intended, and pulled them off. My socks were damp with sweat, toes numb from the strange, weighted fit. For a long time, I sat staring at the boots on the passenger side. They looked harmless, ordinary. But I could not bring myself to touch them again. I bought a pair of cheap sneakers from a shop in town, slid them on, and shoved the boots deep into a plastic bag before stuffing them in the bed of the truck. Out of sight, out of reach. I thought that would end it. It did not. The first night back home, I woke again to footsteps. Not outside the tent this time, but outside my apartment door. I live on the third floor of an old brick building, far from any trail or forest. Yet the rhythm was unmistakable. Step, drag, step, drag. I held still in bed, heart slamming, and the sound moved down the hall, faded, then returned. A slow pacing that circled the floor as though mapping out boundaries again. The next morning, I found prints in the hallway carpet. Faint. Heel, first impressions pressed into the worn fibers, trailing one way and then back again. I crouched, staring, and recognized the tread pattern immediately. My shoes. Not the boots. The shoes I had left behind at the kiosk. Somehow, they had followed. Sleep became impossible. Every night, the steps returned, sometimes closer, sometimes fading, but never absent. I tried to ignore them, burying my head under pillows, playing music loud enough to drown them. But the boots in the plastic bag weighed on me. I began to dream of them, even when awake, seeing them in the corners of rooms, at the foot of my bed, by the door. Always waiting, always aligned, as if they knew I would have to wear them again. By the fourth night, I snapped. I dragged the bag from the truck, carried it 2 blocks away, and dumped the boots into a dumpster behind a row of restaurants. I told myself it was finished, that the chain was broken. That night, I slept, fitful but real, for the first time since the ridge. But in the morning, when I opened my front door, they were there. Not in a bag, not dirty from garbage, polished, side by side on my welcome mat. I didn't touch them. I stepped over them carefully and left for work. My coworkers noticed my pallor, asked if I was sick. I lied, blamed the heat. Every hour that passed, I pictured those boots waiting for me at home. And a part of me wondered if someone was playing an elaborate trick, if some hand had followed me from the forest. But the more I thought on it, the less plausible it seemed. Who would trail me so far? Who could? That evening, I returned to find them inside. Not on the mat, not outside. Inside my apartment, against the wall opposite the door. Still neat. Still aligned. I sat on the couch for a long time, staring. My sneakers felt flimsy. Insubstantial. My feet twitched with the memory of the weight of the boots. The way they had carried me, anchored me. The longer I looked, the stronger the pull grew. Not curiosity, compulsion. They wanted me to wear them. And worse, I wanted to as well. I lasted until midnight. Then, against every logical part of myself, I slipped them on. The fit was the same as before. Snug, inevitable, like they belonged. The moment I stood, a weight settled into my chest. The world shifted. The room seemed too narrow, the ceiling too low. And outside, through the window, I heard it again. Step drag. Step drag. Coming closer. I peeled the boots off and threw them across the room. But the sound did not stop. If anything, it quickened, pressing against the walls, echoing through the floor. Something out there wore my old shoes still, and it was searching for me. The next days blurred into a waking fever. I could not sleep without hearing the steps, could not eat without tasting earth in my mouth. I called in sick to work, shut myself inside, curtains drawn. The boots waited in the corner no matter where I tossed them. Always upright, always aligned. On the 7th day, the knock came. Gentle, almost polite. I froze where I sat on the couch. Another knock louder. Then silence. I crept to the peephole, heart jackhammering, and looked. No one. But on the floor outside my door I saw them. My old shoes. The ones I had left behind. Their laces were untied. Tongues pulled forward, as if inviting me to step into them again. I shut the door and slid down against it, hands pressed hard to my ears. Though no sound came after that final knock. Only the pulse of my own heartbeat roaring through me, heavy enough to make me dizzy. The old shoes had followed me home. They had waited patient as the boots had been. No matter what I had tried, discarding, denying, resisting, they had found me. That night, I could not bring myself to sleep in the bedroom. I stayed on the couch, knees drawn tight. The boots on my feet, though I hadn't realized I had put them back on. The weight of them soothed and anchored me, even as some part of me screamed to rip them off. I couldn't. Every time I tried, my hands faltered. They weren't fastened by laces alone anymore. They were fastened by something deeper, threaded into me. The hours stretched. I drifted in and out of a half, sleep until the sound came again. Step drag. Step drag. This time not in the hallway, not beyond the door, but inside. I lifted my head, throat tight. The sound came from the kitchen, slow and steady, footprints dragging across linoleum. I tried to stand, but the boots gripped me, holding me seated. A shadow shifted against the dim glow from the streetlight seeping through the blinds. Someone, no, something, was walking the length of my apartment. It did not stumble or pause, only moved with deliberate rhythm, heel first, scraping my footprints backwards across the floor. When it reached the living room arch, I saw it. A figure with my height, my shape, but indistinct as if built from shadow and reflection. And on its feet, my old shoes, the sneakers I had left behind at the kiosk. Their soles glimmered with damp soil, each step leaving an imprint that faded too quickly. It stopped only a few feet away, head tilted. No face, only dark outline. Yet I felt its gaze, and worse, its hunger. The boots on my feet grew heavier, pins of pressure climbing up my shins. The figure lifted one foot, heel dragging. In the silence, I heard the whisper of leather. the echo of every step I had taken since the trail. I don't know what madness drove me, but I whispered, "What do you want?" The shape tilted again, and then I understood without words. It wanted me to walk. It wanted me to follow the path it had made, the reverse trail it dragged behind itself. It had taken my footprints, turned them wrong way, and now it meant to pull me into them. I tore at the boots, clawed at the laces, but they would not come free. My vision blurred with panic. The figure moved closer, step by step, each drag a command. My body lurched, my feet moving of their own accord, following that reversed path across the floor. With each step, the room shifted, walls stretching, colors leaching away. My apartment blurred until the smell of pine needles filled the air. The forest. I was back in the woods. The figure walked ahead, and I followed. I fought with everything in me, but my boots carried me, forcing heel, first into the dirt, retracing steps I had never taken. Trees closed around us, too tall, their crowns blotting out the stars. My heart hammered so violently I thought my chest would split. At last, the figure stopped in a clearing. Moonlight carved the space open, silver and cold. In the center lay my sneakers, side by side. Toes pointed toward me. The figure stepped into them and dissolved like smoke, sinking down until only the shoes remained. The boots on my feet pulsed, and my body nearly buckled. I understood. If I stepped forward, if I let myself sink into those shoes, the exchange would be complete. I fought harder, yanking, tearing, throwing my weight backward. My voice cracked into the night. No. The forest swallowed the word like it had never existed. My boots tightened again, drawing me forward, until in a desperate rush I dropped hard to my knees and clawed at the earth. My nails split, blood smeared soil, but I dug until my hands wrapped around a root, thick enough to hold. I anchored myself there, refusing the pull, refusing the trade. The forest trembled. The trees groaned with low sound, branches twisting as if in anger. My boots tightened, cutting circulation, and agony lanced through my legs. Still I clung, still I refused. And then, like a cord snapping, the pull ceased. The weight in the boots lessened. I gasped, chest heaving, and when I looked up, the sneakers were gone. Only bare earth remained. The clearing dissolved. I woke with a start on the living room floor, sweat soaking me, my hands raw with dirt packed beneath broken nails. The boots lay beside me, untied, harmless as any ordinary footwear. For hours I did not move. In the weeks since, I have kept them locked in the back of my closet, a heavy box set on top to bar them from sight. I do not know if that makes any difference. Some nights I still hear the faint scrape of reversed footsteps outside my door, but they never come closer. Not yet. I wonder sometimes about the trailhead, about the kiosk where I first found them. Who left the boots there? Who took mine? Was I the first to trade, or only the next in a line? I cannot help imagining some other hiker lacing on my old sneakers now, smiling at their luck, not knowing what waits in the dark. Perhaps that is the way of it. The shoes move from one person to the next, each exchange pulling another into the pattern. A long chain of backward tracks, stretching deep into the forest. Each footprint not leading forward, but dragging the wearer toward something older, something that feeds on the trade. I am not foolish enough to tempt it again. I wear new shoes now, plain and bought with my own hands. I walk only in daylight, and I do not linger near trailheads. Yet the boots wait in the dark of my closet, silent, patient. They do not need to hurry. They know time is on their side. And sometimes when I wake in the night, I feel the weight of them at the foot of my bed, waiting for me to walk again. My name is Cora Bennett, and I have chosen to recount a memory I would rather forget. It is the kind of story that creeps into quiet hours, unwelcome yet insistent, the sort of memory that lingers when the night is long and silence presses too heavy against the ears. I was raised to be practical, steady, and cautious in my dealings with the natural world. But youth has a way of making us bold, and sometimes boldness hardens into arrogance. It is for that reason I am still haunted by what happened on that camping trip in the late summer. A trip that should have been nothing more than a weekend escape. Instead, it became a series of moments I can replay, but never undo. I am writing it now in as formal a way as I can, because my own voice feels too frail when spoken aloud. We had driven out to the state forest as 4 friends, our tents folded neatly in the back of Noah's old SUV, the air smelling of pine, even before we reached the trailhead. Noah was the loud one, always making plans, always convincing the rest of us to go along. My best friend, Emily, had come because she trusted me more than she cared about the trip itself, and she had brought her boyfriend, Tyler, who treated camping like a test of masculinity. I had gone along because I craved the woods in the way some people crave salt water. I felt at ease under canopies of green and gold. At least, I thought I did. We arrived by late afternoon, the road narrowing into gravel, the forest growing dense and shadowed around us. It was Noah who spotted the sign first. Bear warning. It read in bold letters, with smaller text underneath describing increased sightings, precautions, and advisories against setting up camp near certain trails. The wooden board was weathered, but the red lettering across it looked freshly painted. I remember reading the words with a twinge of unease. Noah scoffed, dismissing it as a formality. They put those signs everywhere. Bears don't want trouble with us. Besides, we'll keep our food hung up. His voice was confident, the way it always was when he wanted the group to move past doubt. Tyler backed him up, rolling his eyes. Emily hesitated, but she had that smile she used when she didn't want to be the one to object. I should have spoken more strongly, but I didn't. That silence is one of the choices that still wakes me at night. We carried our gear a mile down into a clearing beside a creek, a place that looked almost too perfect. The grass lay flat in wide patches, the soil dry enough to be comfortable, the sound of water a steady reassurance against the silence. We set up our tents, 2 of them facing one another, and gathered firewood before the sun dipped low. The sky burned orange through the trees, and for a while the forest seemed almost kind. Dinner was simple. Noodles cooked over a portable stove, a few roasted marshmallows, cheap beer that Tyler had stuffed into his pack. The 4 of us laughed until the light drained away, and the woods grew black. Stars opened overhead in uncountable thousands. We thought ourselves lucky to be there, lucky to be young together under a sky so vast. It was at 3 a.m, when the weight pressed down against the nylon of our tent. I had been sleeping lightly, the kind of half rest where every small sound wakes you. The creek's steady flow had lulled me, but some part of me had remained alert, uneasy since we first passed that warning sign. At first, I thought it was Emily shifting beside me, her elbow or her shoulder brushing against the wall of the tent. Then came the drag, a long, heavy scrape that pulled along the side of the fabric, slow and deliberate. My eyes opened wide into darkness. The pressure increased, and the wall of nylon bowed inward toward my face. "Did you feel that?" Emily whispered, her voice trembling even though she hadn't fully sat up. She was awake too. I nodded. Though she couldn't see me, my hand pressed against her wrist. The sound came again, a low shifting weight, like something massive circling us. I could hear Noah's voice muffled from the other tent, a sharp intake of breath, then silence. Tyler whispered something to him, a word I couldn't catch. We were all awake, all holding still. Then the marks appeared. The sound of claws, or something like claws, against the tent fabric was undeniable. But they didn't run like normal scratches. Jagged or aimless, they curved. Perfect arcs carved in silence, one after another. Each dragging groove forming a loop that pressed so hard against the nylon it nearly cut through. Circles layered upon circles, curling in shapes that reminded me less of claws and more of writing, as though someone, or something, were etching letters we couldn't understand. They glowed faintly in the dim starlight leaking through, patterns traced with uncanny precision. I pressed my hand over one of the arcs, and I felt warmth through the fabric, like the trace of breath on glass. Emily's hand clamped onto mine. Her whisper was frantic now, but quiet. "That's not a bear." I wanted to agree, but the truth was worse, because I had no words for what it could be. The scratching stopped as abruptly as it had started, and with it, the weight lifted. For a long moment, the only sound was the creak and our uneven breathing. Noah whispered across the gap between tents, "Don't move. Don't make a sound." His tone had shifted, no longer mocking or careless, but strained with something I had never heard in him before: fear. I stayed frozen, my body aching from tension, my throat dry as stone. The woods around us were silent in that unnatural way, as though everything living had retreated, leaving us alone with whatever had circled. The rest of the night bled into a blur of waiting. None of us spoke again. None of us dared. My mind traced the arcs in the fabric over and over, replaying their precision, their smooth, deliberate curves. It was not the language of claw and animal instinct. It was deliberate, as though something had tried to leave us a message. I told myself again and again that it had to be exhaustion, imagination, fear twisting shapes into patterns. But when morning finally came and the pale light filtered through the trees, I saw them clearly: claw marks, burned deep into the nylon, but bent into circles, perfect as pen strokes on a page. And that was only the beginning. When morning came, the air felt too thin. The creak that had been so soothing the day before sounded strange, like the water hurried past with nervous urgency, rushing to be elsewhere. Sunlight touched the treetops with gold, but it did not reach the clearing in a way that warmed. I was stiff from the night of waiting, my body locked in the memory of those clarkles pressing against our tent. Emily crawled out first, her hair tangled, her face pale. She stood barefoot in the grass, staring down at the fabric of the tent as though she expected it to vanish in daylight. I followed, bracing myself, and when I finally looked, I wished I had not. The claw marks were real. No excuse of dreaming or panic could explain them away. Perfectly curved lines, etched into the nylon, layered like calligraphy, each circle overlapping the next in a rhythm that looked purposeful. Tyler crouched beside the tent, his hands hovering just above the fabric without touching it, as though afraid it might burn. "That's not, no animal does this," he muttered, his voice low, his bravado gone. Noah came last, yawning too loud, as if volume alone could drive out the fear that lingered. Could have been raccoons. They get into weird stuff. But even as he said it, his eyes darted away. He couldn't look too long at the arcs. None of us could. Breakfast was a half-hearted thing. The instant oats turned into paste, and no one ate more than a few spoonfuls. The woods were quiet, too quiet for morning. I had camped enough to know the difference between natural stillness and something more deliberate. Birds sang to greet the sun. Squirrels rustled branches. Insects hummed in a chorus. But that morning, everything kept distance, as though the trees themselves warned against breaking silence. I felt it in my chest, a weight heavier than hunger or fatigue. Emily whispered when the others walked a creek to refill water bottles. "Cora, what if it wasn't claws? What if it was writing?" Her words matched the thought that had gnawed at me all night, but I didn't want to admit it aloud. Shapes, arcs, a strange fluidity to their patterns. It had not been rage, not the frantic tearing of an animal. It had been patient, deliberate, as though someone had crouched outside with careful intent, tracing letters in a language we could not read. I told her we were tired, that fear makes patterns from nothing. She nodded, but I could see in her eyes that she didn't believe me. The four of us packed up camp before noon, though we had planned to stay 2 more days. No one said it outright, but we all felt the urge to leave. The sign we ignored the day before came back to me, sharp as if I were standing before it again. Bear warning. Yet nothing about those marks spoke of bears. Bears tear, shred, scatter. They do not curve their claws into symbols. They do not press warmth through nylon, as though human breath lingered on the other side. We should have left the forest that moment. But Noah, stubborn as ever, insisted on hiking deeper to a ridge he had read about online. "Best view in the park," he said, forcing cheer into his tone. "If we leave now, it'll be hours before we're back to the car. Might as well make it worth it." Tyler backed him up, eager to reclaim some sense of control, eager to prove that fear didn't dictate him. Emily looked at me, silently asking. I hated myself for agreeing. Perhaps it was pride, not wanting to be the one to beg retreat. Perhaps it was the way sunlight caught the leaves then, giving the forest an illusion of safety. Whatever the reason, I nodded, and so we walked deeper into the trees, away from the road, away from the chance of turning back. The trail narrowed quickly, roots twisting like old scars, branches snagging at our packs. Hours passed, the sun rising higher, but the canopy above refusing to let the light in. The deeper we went, the less the forest resembled the friendly wilderness of yesterday. Trees grew close together, their bark marked with strange, smooth patches, as though something had rubbed against them in circles. At first, I thought it was just natural wear, the kind that comes from animals brushing by, but the roundness was too precise. Tyler noticed one and frowned, running his finger along the groove. "Feels carved," he muttered, pulling his hand back quickly as though it had burned. We stopped for lunch in silence, chewing granola without taste. Noah tried to talk about sports, about movies, about anything mundane, but his voice cracked and died against the weight of the woods. He fell quiet, and I think that was when I knew he was afraid, truly afraid. Emily kept close to me, her hand brushing mine often, as though to remind herself I was still there. By late afternoon, we reached the ridge Noah promised. The view should have been stunning. The forest rolling endless, the sky wide, the horizon clear. And yes, it was beautiful in its way, but not the kind of beauty that reassures. It was vast, indifferent, the kind of view that makes you realize how small you are, how easy it would be to vanish without anyone noticing. The wind carried no birdsong, no insect hum, only the faint rustle of branches far below. I felt watched, though no figure stood visible. The sensation crawled on my skin like static. That night, we set camp again. Emily argued softly that we should push back toward the car, even if it meant hiking in dark. Noah insisted it was safer to stay. We'll be fine. Just another night. We'll leave in the morning. His voice trembled, betraying his own doubt, but none of us had the strength to fight him anymore. We pitched our tents at the edge of the ridge, the ground rocky and uneven, the wind colder than expected. Dinner was almost silent, and when night came, the stars gave no comfort. At 3 a.m. again it began. I woke to the sound of scraping, not outside this time, but beneath. The floor of the tent trembled faintly, a vibration that rose through the earth. My palm against the ground felt it clearer. Something moved just below the surface, circling. Emily woke with a gasp beside me, clutching my arm so tight it hurt. Then the marks appeared again, but not on the wall this time. They bloomed across the ground sheet under us, pressed up from below, circles layering like ink soaking through paper. The nylon rippled with each curve, forming loops that overlapped and joined, a text written in a language we were not meant to understand. I could hear Noah cursing low in the other tent, Tyler whispering frantically. The air turned hot, though the night wind outside was sharp with cold. Each circle glowed faintly, a soft red like embers buried in ash. They formed faster, spinning into each other, a script alive and restless. I wanted to scream, but terror pressed my voice into silence. Emily buried her face against my shoulder, trembling violently. Then came the sound. Not claws, not steps, but breath. A long exhale that rose from beneath the soil, vibrating up through the circles, through the thin barrier of fabric, into my bones. It was not the breath of a bear or any animal. It was deliberate, human but not, patient, knowing. And that was the moment I realized. Whatever pressed against our tent the night before had not gone away. It had followed us. It was closer now, learning us, writing us into something I could not name. I did not sleep again after that breath rose from the earth. None of us did. The night stretched endless, every second thick with the weight of waiting. We stayed in silence, too afraid to move, too afraid to speak. As the circles pulsed beneath our tents, like the heartbeat of something buried alive. By the time the first pale light of dawn spread across the ridge, my body was so rigid from terror that even lifting my hand felt impossible. When at last the glowing arcs faded back into dull fabric, it was as if whatever was beneath had withdrawn, but not far. I knew it lingered still, just under the surface, patient. Noah unzipped his tent with a jerk when the sun rose, his face drawn, his usual swagger stripped away. Tyler emerged behind him, his shirt clinging with sweat though the morning air was cold. Emily gripped my hand, her skin clammy, her eyes rimmed red. None of us needed to say it aloud we were leaving. There would be no argument this time, no stubborn insistence that we push deeper or see one more view. We packed in a frenzy, our movements clumsy and hurried, as though the longer we lingered the more chance the ground itself might open and swallow us. But the forest had changed again. The trail we followed yesterday seemed unfamiliar now. warped by angles that didn't match my memory. Trees leaned closer, bark scarred with those same smooth circles we had noticed before. At one point we stopped, confused by a fork that hadn't existed on the way in. Noah cursed, spinning in place, insisting we had only one way back. But now there were two, both marked by the faint etching of arcs on nearby trunks. They weren't random. They aligned with each other, perfect and deliberate, leading us forward like symbols on a page. We chose one at random, because what else could we do? The woods did not give us a choice that felt safe. Hours passed. The sun rose high, but little of its light pierced the canopy. My legs ached, my lungs burned. Yet we walked faster than I thought possible, driven by a terror that never eased. The silence of the forest was absolute. Even our footsteps seemed swallowed, muted by the weight of unseen attention. Sometimes I thought I heard breath again, low and steady, carried on the air around us. Once, when I glanced down, I saw circles faintly pressed into the dirt of the trail itself, glowing as though the soil had been burned into symbols that cooled the moment my eyes touched them. I looked away quickly, my stomach churning. By mid-afternoon, we stopped in a small clearing to rest. Emily sat beside me, her head buried in her hands, whispering that she wanted to go home. Just home, anywhere but here. I tried to comfort her, but my own words felt hollow. Noah wandered to the edge of the clearing, scanning for landmarks, his movements sharp and restless. That was when Tyler noticed it, the arcs again. Not in dirt this time, but carved deep into the rocks that formed the edge of the ridge. They curved inward, looping into each other, the grooves smooth as though polished by centuries of touch. At first, they looked like writing. Then, with horror, I realized they looked like maps. Maps not of the land above, but of tunnels beneath, winding spirals layered on top of one another. A whole world etched below us. We left quickly, too shaken to rest longer. The forest seemed to tighten around us with every step, the trees pressing closer, the roots rising higher. Our fear sharpened into desperation. We needed out. We needed to see the road, the car, anything human. But the forest had no intention of releasing us easily. It was late evening when we heard it again. A scrape, low and resonant, rising from beneath our boots. Then a crack, soul shifting, roots tearing. Emily screamed as the ground just behind us bulged upward. A mound swelling, then sinking as if something massive rolled just beneath the surface. The four of us broke into a sprint, our packs slamming against our backs, breath ragged. The earth shifted again, circling us, driving us forward like cattle funneled through a chute. The arcs burned faintly across the trail ahead, guiding, pushing, corralling. They didn't want us lost. They wanted us moved. We stumbled into a gully as night fell, our legs quivering, our throats raw. Noah collapsed to his knees, cursing, his voice cracking with something close to a sob. Tyler pulled him up, shouting that we couldn't stop, not now. Emily clung to me, trembling. I thought we would break apart there, that the fear would scatter us into panic. But then I saw it. A glimmer of something through the trees. Not fire, not glow, but reflection. A strip of silver that cut through the black trunks the road. We ran toward it with every shred of strength left in us. Branches clawed our arms, roots caught our feet, but nothing slowed us. We crashed through the last line of trees and stumbled out onto gravel. The road stretched pale under the moonlight, empty, silent, but real. The SUV sat where we left it, dust dulled, a promise of escape. Relief hit so strong I nearly sobbed. We threw our packs inside and piled into the seats, slamming doors with frantic force. Noah fumbled the keys, his hands shaking, then finally shoved them into the ignition. The engine roared to life. None of us dared look back as we sped away, gravel spitting behind us. It was only when we were miles down the road, the forest shrinking in the rearview mirror, that I allowed myself to breathe fully. Emily's head leaned against my shoulder, her eyes closed tight. Tyler stared ahead, his jaw locked. Noah gripped the wheel with white knuckles, his face pale in the dashboard glow. No one spoke. We all knew words would shatter the fragile thread of survival that had carried us out. But even now, safe in my home far from that forest, the memory refuses to fade. At night, when the world is quiet, I sometimes hear it again. The low scrape, the slow breath rising from beneath. Sometimes I wake to find faint arcs, traced in condensation on my bedroom window, perfect circles overlapping like handwriting. I wipe them away, but they return. Always precise, always patient. I tell myself the forest kept us alive because it wanted us to leave. Wanted us to spread its message, though I do not know what the message is. Perhaps the arcs are a language, and perhaps one day I will learn to read them. But perhaps they are only a name, written again and again, until the writer claims me fully. And when I close my eyes, I still feel it, the warmth of breath through nylon, the pressure of circles pressed close. The knowledge that what we met in those woods was not a bear. It was something that knew how to write. My name is Ren Patel, and I have always believed that the woods, no matter how remote, will accept you if you treat them with respect. That belief carried me through years of hiking trips, solo treks, and nights where the trees whispered louder than my own thoughts. It was not naivety that brought me into trouble. It was a quiet arrogance. I thought I could read the forest, thought I could listen to the weather and the trail, and understand what they wanted of me. I thought that when the rain began its chant that evening, I heard an invitation instead of a warning. The rain did not come in a stormy rush. It began in threads, weaving through the canopy till it seemed the leaves were whispering with tongues of water. I was 3 miles from where I had planned to stop, but the forest had grown heavy with mist, and every step seemed more reluctant than the last. When I stumbled upon the lean-to, it was not a discovery but an inevitability. The rain was urging me to stop, to rest, to crawl inside the hollowed shelter of timber and roof tarps. The lean-to was vacant. No smoke stains curled from the fire pit. No packs leaned against the bench inside. It sat like a waiting jaw in the clearing, its mouth open, silent, expectant. I set down my gear and ducked inside. The air was damp but warmer than the outside. My boots squelched faintly against the floorboards as I walked deeper in, shaking water from my hood. I had planned to push further before stopping, but the lean-to felt like a reprieve, a small mercy from the weather. On the bench inside lay a notebook. Its cover was clean, unsmeared by mud or water, and the pages were startlingly crisp, as though no rain or damp had ever touched them. Curiosity overrode fatigue. I sat, lit my headlamp, and opened the first page. The entries were short, 1 sentence each, written in a variety of hands, some angular and precise, others messy and hurried, others looping as if the writer had been distracted. Every single one said the same thing: don't look at the back wall. I flipped through more pages. The same sentence repeated endlessly, in different inks and pens: black ballpoint, blue gel, pencil smudges. Dozens of hands had passed through this lean, too, and all of them had chosen to write the same warning. My pulse quickened, not from fear but from an uneasy fascination. Why that wall? Why the repetition? I let my headlamp sweep over the shelter. 3 walls were plain logs, darkened by weather, rough, familiar. The 4th, the back wall, was different. At first glance it looked solid, but its surface had a smoothness that caught the light strangely. My eyes lingered. The note was absurd. Do not look. What could be so dangerous in the act of seeing? The warning needled at me, not as a deterrent but as an irresistible dare. I should have left it alone, closed the book, focused on the rain. I should have done what countless others before me had surely resisted, but I did not. I turned my headlamp directly to the back wall. It was not wood. It was not stone. It was canvas, thick, taut, stretched as if it had been nailed into place to imitate the rest of the structure. Its color was the dull gray of fabric soaked through with years of weather. My throat tightened. It did not belong. Something in me said step back. Something more stubborn said go closer. I reached out. The canvas gave faintly under my palm. The sensation was wrong. There was resistance, but not the solid pushback of wood or tarp. The canvas pressed inward with a softness that felt almost alive. And then pressure came back. A palm matched mine on the other side, lining up finger to finger. Its size was slightly smaller, its texture unnervingly cool. The weight of it was insistent, deliberate, as though whoever, or whatever, was on the other side had been waiting for me to do exactly this. The contact jolted me. My hand snapped back, but the memory of that cold alignment remained on my skin. I stumbled a step away, my lamp beam flickering as I dropped it low. The rain outside had grown heavier, pounding like a heartbeat on the roof. The guest book sat open on the bench, its written voices mocking me with their simplicity. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look. I should have left then. I should have grabbed my pack, stepped out into the wet night, and walked until my legs collapsed. But leaving meant turning my back on the lean, on the wall, on the palm that had touched mine. Leaving meant giving my spine to something I did not understand. And so I lingered, frozen, halfway crouched, trying to make sense of the impossible. The canvas shivered. Not from the rain, not from wind. This was a ripple from within. My headlamp shook as my hand trembled. A shadow crossed the inside of the canvas, like the outline of a face leaning in. Features pressed outward faintly. Forehead, cheekbones, the vague indent of a mouth. But smaller, always slightly smaller than human scale. My name cracked from my throat before I could think to stop it. Hello. The face did not answer, but the palm returned, pressing outward, flattening as if insisting on contact again. I whispered to myself, it's a trick of the light. Fabric swelling. Water pressure. I spoke the words to ground myself, but my voice was thin and did not sound like belief. The notebook remained open. My eyes darted to it again, to the layers of warnings written by strangers. Different people, different times, but all compelled to record the same thing. Not advice, not an explanation, just a single command. Don't look. And here I was, staring, hands still trembling from the press of something that should not be there. I crouched lower, grabbed the notebook, and hugged it against my chest like a shield. The canvas quivered again. My breath fogged the air in short bursts, and I realized that inside the lean-to, despite the storm outside, the temperature had dropped. The dampness was no longer humid. It was cold, seeping into my sleeves, into the marrow of my arms. I forced myself to step closer. The beam of my lamp washed over the canvas, illuminating faint stains that I had not noticed before. Dark, finger-long streaks, running down from where palms might have pressed. Dozens of them, as though hand after hand had met the wall. The thought dug into me like claws. How many others had touched it? How many had ignored the warning, pressed their palms, felt the smaller, colder hand greet them back? And if they had written the warning after, what had they seen next? The rain outside pounded louder. The forest seemed gone, erased by water and darkness. The lean-to was a chamber cut away from the world. Reduced to me, the guest book, and the trembling stretch of canvas. I could not hear wind anymore. I could not hear the night animals that had been calling earlier. It was as if the moment my hand touched the wall, all sound had collapsed into the rain and the beating of my heart. Something brushed the canvas from the inside, a dragging sound, like fingers scraping lightly downward. The pressure made the canvas curve, tense, then release. I stumbled back again. This time I did grab my pack, though my hands shook so hard I nearly dropped the straps. I stuffed the notebook inside before I could stop myself. I do not know why. Maybe I wanted proof. Maybe I thought I could read the handwriting in daylight and convince myself it was nothing but coincidence. Maybe I thought leaving it behind would be leaving someone's last words to rot in the damp. My lamp beam caught on the canvas one last time. The faint shape of the face remained angled, as though it were listening. The mouth had deepened, pulled wider. I tore my eyes away and staggered into the rain. The storm swallowed me whole, but it was a relief. The rain on my hood, the mud sucking at my boots, the noise and cold. It felt alive, earthly, real. Behind me the lean-to crouched in the dark clearing, silent again. I did not camp there. I walked until exhaustion drove me to pitch my tent in a ditching hollow, soaked through and trembling. Sleep never came. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the phantom pressure of that palm against mine, colder than breath, and the faintest pull of my own reflection not quite matching me. And when I finally checked my pack at dawn, the notebook was not inside. Morning came thin and gray, like the sky had been drained. I sat in my tent with my pack spilled open, searching again and again for the notebook that I had been certain I stuffed inside. My fingers combed through damp shirts, half-crushed granola bars, and a flashlight sticky with leaking batteries. No notebook. The edges of my nails ached from digging, as if the harder I searched, the more I could will it back. But it was gone. I told myself the storm had confused me. Maybe I had left it on the bench in the lean-to after all. Maybe I had imagined taking it. That explanation felt almost comforting, until I realized how clearly I remembered. The feel of its cover pressing into my ribs when I hugged it. How my hands had fumbled with the straps as I shoved it into the pack in blind panic. The memory was too sharp to dismiss. The lean-to was a mile and a half behind me. I could go back, I thought. Return in daylight, see it again, prove to myself that nothing was there. But the thought of stepping back into that clearing made my chest feel like it was packed with gravel. Instead, I rolled up my tent with shaking fingers and pushed forward. The trail was slick, littered with branches and bark that the storm had flayed from the canopy. The forest had that strange washed silence after heavy rain, where every bird seems reluctant to break it. My boots made the only sound. As I walked, I tried to anchor myself in the ordinary. I chewed a protein bar, sipped lukewarm water, adjusted my straps. but every tree trunk began to feel like it was leaning too far. Every hollow seemed to hold something crouched and waiting. When my mind began to drift, it went unbidden to the wall, to that palm pressed against mine, to the face that had no right to exist. By noon, the sky cleared enough for sunlight to poke through, but I felt no warmth. The air stayed cold, tight in my lungs, as if I had carried some of the lean to chill with me. At a ridge crossing, I forced myself to stop and breathe, to look at the valley below and let the distance remind me that the world was broad, not just a canvas wall breathing back. I must have stood there longer than I thought, because when I finally continued, the sun had shifted, shadows stretching across the trail. I came to another shelter by mid-afternoon. This one was sturdier, built from stone with a proper fire pit out front. Relief rippled through me. I didn't want to stop, but my legs trembled from fatigue, and my boots had rubbed blisters into my heels. I approached warily, expecting, what? Another guest book with the same message. Another trick wall. But inside there was nothing. Just a few empty cans in the corner, ash in the fireplace, the stale smell of wet clothes long gone. My shoulders loosened slightly. Still, when I unrolled my sleeping bag that night, I positioned myself against the front opening rather than the back wall. I could not stop glancing behind me. The stones looked solid, but I had learned not to trust appearances. Sleep came in fragments. I would doze for 20 minutes, then jerk awake, sure that I had heard footsteps. At some point after midnight, I dreamed, or thought I dreamed, that I was back in the lean-to. The rain was falling again, the canvas glistening with moisture, and my own hand rose, without permission, to press against it. The palm met mine, instantly, eager, too eager, and the fingers laced through, one by one, though the fabric should have been between us. When I tore back in horror, the smaller hand came with me, ripping through, as if the canvas were skin. I woke gasping, heart skittering against my ribs. My hands were empty, but the phantom sensation lingered. The feeling of long, narrow fingers trying to hook into mine. Dawn bled pale light into the shelter. I packed fast, too fast, fumbling buckles and almost leaving my cookpot behind. My stomach snarled for food, but the idea of sitting still to eat made me sick. The next few miles blurred. I walked quickly, head down, the rhythm of my boots a drumbeat. The forest seemed unchanged, yet I could not shake the sensation that I was being paced. The sound was subtle at first, a half step behind, a crunch when I crunched, a pause when I paused. I stopped outright once, holding my breath. The silence that followed was so complete it rang in my ears. I turned slowly, lamp beam cutting through undergrowth though the sun was up. Nothing, just trees, damp and gleaming, their bark darker from the storm. I kept moving. The sound returned. By late afternoon, I came to a trail junction marked by a wooden sign. I almost laughed with relief. Signs meant civilization, meant the Park Service, meant orientation. I traced the carved letters with my finger. One arrow pointed east toward the next trailhead, 6 miles. Another pointed west toward a loop trail. The third arrow, the one that should have been pointing back the way I had come, was blank. The wood was gouged, splintered, as though someone had hacked away the letters deliberately. The unease surged again. I followed the east trail, forcing my pace. I told myself I would reach the trailhead by dusk. I would call a cab or beg a ride and leave the forest behind me. But the miles stretched. The trail wound on, longer than the map in my head said it should be. The shadows grew thicker. My legs screamed. And then, in the thinning light, I saw it ahead. A lean-to. My throat locked. For one wild instant, I told myself it was the same one, that somehow I had looped in a circle. But the clearing was different. The fire pit was built from stone, the roof shingles newer. And yet the shape, the angle, the mouth, like opening, all mirrored what I had left behind. I froze at the edge of the clearing. My boots refused another step. Then I saw something inside. Not movement, just a shape on the bench. My breath hitched. Against every screaming instinct, I walked closer, each step heavy as lead. On the bench lay a notebook. It looked the same. Same black cover, same size. Crisp pages splayed as though it had been set down only moments before. I nearly vomited from the surge of recognition. My fingers trembled as I reached out. The first page was blank. I flipped. The second, blank. The third, blank. Page after page, blank. My panic ebbed into confusion. Had I imagined the writing? Had my storm-fogged brain invented the warnings? I turned another page, and my hand stilled. One line centered in the middle of the paper. Different handwriting again. Thick black marker pressed so hard it bled through. Don't look at the back wall. I slammed the book shut and staggered backward, head shaking. My heel caught on a root, and I almost fell. The canvas wall was there, same as before. Not wood, not stone. Canvas, waiting. The air in the lean-to seemed colder than the clearing. My lamp flickered though the batteries were fresh. I whispered to myself, like a child bargaining in the dark. Not again. I'm not touching it. But I could not stop looking. My gaze was pulled, tethered to that unnatural surface. My breath quickened. The memory of that palm on mine burned so fresh, it was as though it had never left. Then the wall rippled. The face pressed forward once more, blurred and incomplete, but closer. The mouth widened, and from inside the canvas, faint and muffled but unmistakable, I heard my name. Wren. The sound of my name came thin, muffled, stretched like it had to travel through water. Still, it was my name. It left no doubt that the thing on the other side of the canvas was not echoing, not random. It was calling me. I stumbled backward until my spine hit the front beam of the lean-to. My name hung in the air, not repeated, not urgent, just stated, like it was already sure I would answer. My lamp beam shook violently, scattering light across the rough benches and onto the floor. My throat dried to sand. I could not force words out, though something in me wanted to. The wall rippled again. Fingers pushed outward. Not one hand this time, but several, smaller than mine, stretching the fabric in uneven lumps. My breath rasped in my chest. Each indentation pressed with a hunger, like a crowd behind glass. I tried to tear myself free from the sight, but my eyes dragged back, fixed as if caught on hooks. A pulse thudded behind my eyes. The guest book lay open where I had dropped it. Its pages fluttered though there was no wind. I couldn't look away from the wall, but the sound of paper flipping was loud, deliberate, as though unseen hands rifled through it. When I finally forced my body to move, it was only to lunge for my pack. My fingers clawed at the straps, pulling it close like a shield. I whispered to myself, harsh and quick, 6 miles east. Trailhead, cars, people. If I repeated it enough, maybe I could make it true. The wall shivered again. The mouth formed clearer this time. It smiled. That broke me. I bolted from the lean-to, pack bouncing against my side, boots scraping on wet roots. The forest swallowed me instantly. Trees packed close, their branches wet with rain that dripped onto my hood. The trail was only half visible in the fading light. I didn't care. I only cared about putting distance between me and the thing behind me. The woods did not stay silent. At first I thought the patter was rain, but it was too steady, too patterned. Footsteps. Dozens of them, light, quick, darting just behind the tree line. My pulse screamed in my ears. I ran faster. Every time I risked a glance, I saw nothing but the dark grit of trunks. Still, the sound kept pace. Ren. The voice hissed again, closer now, from my left, then my right, then ahead. It wasn't one voice. It was many, layered, all small. All carrying my name like a secret they shouldn't know. My foot snagged on a root and I hit the ground hard, palms tearing open against gravel. Pain burst through me, sharp enough to bring tears. I pushed up, dizzy, and froze. My hands were not bleeding, not wet with dirt. They were clean, pale, too pale, as though they were not mine. I blinked hard. The dirt returned. The sting returned. My own hands. I scrambled up and kept running, but the certainty sank deep. Something was trying to trade places with me. The trail wound on, endless. My chest burned, my throat tore with every breath. My legs wanted to fold, but fear drove them. The chorus of footsteps never lessened. Then the trees opened. The trailhead sign loomed ahead, its wood darker than the evening sky. Relief surged so sharp it was almost painful. I stumbled forward and stopped. The sign was the same as before. East arrow, west arrow, gouged blank wood where the third should be. I had run in a loop. Hours of running, and I was back at the junction. The forest around me hushed, like everything was holding its breath. I stood shaking, unable to move, my stomach cold as stone. The notebook lay at the base of the sign. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't want to know. But my eyes dragged downward anyway. Its cover was damp, pages fanned from the wet. One had stuck open. This time the sentence wasn't written in one hand, or 10, or 50. It was written in mine. The same slope, the same uneven loop of my R. Dozens of times, scrawled across the page. Don't look at the back wall. I gagged. My vision spun. My knees gave out and I dropped, pressing fists to my eyes like a child. I wanted to tear the page out, rip the book to pieces, scatter it. But when I opened my eyes, it wasn't at the base of the sign anymore. It was in my hands. The footsteps drew closer, tightening the circle. My lamp beam darted across trunks, but the shadows clung like paint. The voices spoke my name again, in rhythm with my heartbeat. The notebook grew heavier, too heavy. I staggered under its weight, though it was only paper. The pages flapped like wings. I dropped it. The sound it made wasn't paper hitting dirt. It was canvas tearing. The air shifted. From the trees, the figures stepped out. At first glance, they looked like children. Short, thin, clothes indistinct as though smudged by fog. But their proportions were wrong. Heads slightly too narrow, arms slightly too long, hands too small. Their skin was pale as candle wax. Their eyes were hollows that drank my lamp, beam without giving it back. Dozens of them ringed around me. Each pressed a palm to the air, as though to remind me of the contact I had made. One stepped closer. Its mouth stretched, widening impossibly. From it came my own voice, strained, broken. Don't look. My body locked. This was the moment. Either I fled blindly into the trees and let them close the circle, or I faced what waited. My gaze dragged, against my will, back to the notebook at my feet. It had fallen open on its spine, pages spread wide. The words shifted, letters crawling like insects, forming a single new line. The back wall isn't behind you anymore. I spun. The forest was canvas. Every trunk, every branch, every shadow. A taut skin stretched over something waiting underneath. And in that skin, palms pressed outward. Hundreds, matching me, smaller, colder, eager. My scream ripped through the clearing. The figures surged forward, and the canvas tore. After that, there are only fragments. The sensation of cold hands folding over mine. The feeling of my name being pulled out of me, stretched thin until it snapped. The sight of my own face pressed into the fabric from the other side. Smaller, distorted, smiling. I don't know how I came back. But when I woke, dawn had returned, and I was lying at the trailhead parking lot, face pressed to gravel. My pack was gone. The notebook was gone. My hands were whole, but the lines on my palms had changed. Fainter, as though I had been remade with less detail. Hikers found me hours later. They asked if I was all right, if I had fallen, if I had been lost in the storm. I told them nothing. I left the forest and swore I would not return. But nights are worse now. When I close my eyes, I feel canvas under my fingertips. I feel smaller palms pressing back. And sometimes, in dreams, I see myself walking into a lean-to, rain whispering, please. Guest book open on the bench. And my handwriting is already there. My name is Barrett Sloan. I was raised in a town that grew small every winter. When the cold pressed the trees stiff, and the lakes wore white veils of ice. I had always carried a reckless kind of trust in the season, a belief that nature would give warning before it struck. That faith led me onto the lake that night, where the wind spoke in thin voices, and the snow had already begun to erase the world behind me. The choice was not sudden. I had been walking the shoreline for an hour, hoping to shave time between my cabin and the highway. My pack dragging on my shoulders, heavier than its weight should have been. The light was failing fast. The kind of twilight that turns distances uncertain, and I noticed a set of tracks leading across the lake. They were fresh, pressed sharp and deep, and they marched with a precision that unsettled me. Each print was nearly identical to the last. Same length, same angle, same weight distribution. No stumble, no hesitation, no pause. As if someone had laid them out by hand, one after another, stamping them into the ice. I should have stopped. Early season ice is never trustworthy. Not when the wind has only just begun to cut across the water hard enough to freeze it. But I saw those prints, and I thought if it held for them, it will hold for me. That is the way I justified it. The way most mistakes are justified, with half logic stitched together by fatigue. So I stepped onto the ice. The first sensation was the song beneath my boots. The ice did not crack. It did not groan the way river ice sometimes does when it flexes. Instead, it hummed with a metallic tone, low and sad, like someone bowing the string of a cello under the water. Every step set the vibration running away from me, and for a moment it was almost beautiful. I told myself I was imagining it, that I had walked too long without food, that my ears were exaggerating the sounds. But the longer I moved forward, the more deliberate the sound became, as if the ice was not reacting but speaking. The spiral began small. At first I thought I was misstepping, drifting slightly to one side. But when I stopped and looked back, I saw the curve clearly. The tracks did not march in a straight line toward the opposite shore. They bent, arcing gradually, pulling me into a slow circle that tightened as I continued. My own prints joined theirs, weaving into the pattern, and I felt the oddest dislocation, like I was both following and being followed. I told myself to turn back. Yet the snow had already erased the shoreline behind me, and the dusk was closing like a fist. The far side seemed closer, and the tracks pointed that way, so I obeyed. I placed my boots into the same stamps, matching stride for stride, as if stepping into another person's rhythm. The effect was immediate. The ice tone rose higher now, no longer a cello but a violin string, strained and trembling. That was when I looked down, not just at my boots, but at the surface itself. My reflection stared back at me, not in the shallow glaze of ice, but deeper, farther than there should have been space for. The water beneath ice is usually a dark, murky void, swallowing light. But I saw my own face, clear as a mirror, staring upward from a depth that made no sense. The eyes were wrong. They did not blink when I blinked. They lingered half a second behind, catching up slowly, as if the reflection was not me at all, but something rehearsing how to be me. I bent closer, heart hammering, trying to understand. My breath fogged the air, yet no condensation rose from the face beneath. Instead, its lips parted. A bubble pressed against the underside of the ice, not water but air shaped like speech, though no sound reached me. The bubble spread thin, then burst silently, leaving only the reflection behind, still grinning with a stiffness my own face could never make. The spiral tightened. I had not noticed how far I had followed, until I tried to measure the distance. The prints now curved tighter and tighter, drawing me inward toward the lake's center. The hum of the ice climbed higher, so sharp I felt it in my teeth. Each step felt rehearsed, as though the prince knew where my boots would land before I chose to move. My reflection remained beneath me, never breaking, never shattering into the darkness of real depth. It looked up with the patience of someone waiting for a door to open. I thought about running, about scattering off the pattern and clawing my way back to the tree line, but my legs resisted. The act of stepping out of line felt wrong, as though my body already belonged to the rhythm I was copying. Each time I considered breaking stride, the hum surged, a warning note sharp enough to freeze me in place. It struck me, then, that I had not seen any beginning to the tracks. No set of prints that entered from shore. They simply existed out there, stamped into the ice without origin, without end. And I had given them mine. The light bled away fully, leaving only the colorless glow of the snow and the faint halo of the overcast sky. I was deep in the spiral now, its center a dim circle I could not yet see, but I felt it, like the gravity of a whirlpool, pulling everything inward. My reflection widened beneath me, no longer confined to a boot-sized window. It stretched outward, rippling, until the entire patch of ice showed my face staring back, countless copies from countless impossible angles. Everyone delayed a fraction too long, everyone smiling when I was not. I whispered my own name, desperate to hear something human in the emptiness. "Barrett Sloane," I said, and my voice broke the silence with painful fragility. The ice answered, not with echo, but with its own whisper. The hum shaping into the syllables of my name, drawn out and mournful, as though the lake itself had learned the sound of me. The spiral continued to tighten. My steps followed without choice, and in that moment I realized the mistake was not stepping onto the ice. It was listening to its song. The mistake was not stepping onto the ice. It was listening to its song. Once I realized that, I clamped my jaw tight, as if shutting my teeth could keep the hum out. But the sound did not only reach through my ears, it found its way into my bones. Each vibration ran through my legs, up my spine, settling behind my eyes like pressure before a storm. The spiral had become so tight that I could now see its center, a bare circle where the ice was thinner, a pale disk shining from below as if lit by something other than the drowned sun. I tried again to stop. I planted my boots, forced my knees stiff, willed my weight to resist. For 1 second, I held myself still. The ice wailed in response, not a hum now, but a shriek that ripped across the surface, and cracks flared out from beneath my feet like lightning trapped in glass. My reflection multiplied into a dozen fractured faces, each tilted at slightly wrong angles, each mouth opening wide in a grin I could not hold. My balance faltered, and before I could choose, my legs carried me forward again, obedient to the spiral. The air above the lake had changed. The temperature dropped with such violence that my breath froze into tiny snowflakes that drifted instead of vanishing. A mist rose from the ice. Though mist has no business on frozen water, it gathered around my legs, clinging like hands. In that mist, I thought I saw shapes: elbows, knees, fingers, but they faded when I focused. I kept moving, boots sliding into the made prints stride for stride, like a puppet rehearsing steps on a stage. The circle's center loomed. The pale disk of thin ice was no wider than a campfire ring, but it pulsed with light. Not steady, like a heartbeat. I felt the pulse answer in my chest, forcing my own rhythm to match. I was being drawn not only by the geometry of the spiral, but by the insistence of my own body sensing to something beneath the ice. I thought about dropping to my stomach, clawing my way across the surface, scattering out of line, no matter the cost. But then I saw what awaited outside the spiral. Where the prints ended, the ice was not blank. The snow was smooth, yes, but beneath the crust I could see shadows, pressing upward like palms testing the strength of glass. Hundreds of them. Hands against the underside of the ice, spread outward as if they circled me, all straining to break through. I could not leave the spiral without stepping directly above them. I whispered again, not my full name this time, but only, "Please." The hum dipped low in response, like a sigh of satisfaction. My reflection beneath me mouthed the word too, a half-second late, then added another, "Stay." The center of the spiral was no more than 20 feet away now. The pale circle glowed brighter, revealing not water beneath, but depthless space. It was not darkness exactly, it was too dense to be empty. My reflection spread wide, until I could no longer tell which face was mine. They all leaned upward, eager, blinking out of sync, mouths moving without sound. My foot hovered over the final ring of prints before the center. My pulse thudded like a hammer in my ears, and for a moment, I thought, maybe if I surrender, it will end. Maybe if I step into that pale circle, the song will quiet, the spiral will close, and whatever waits will finally reveal itself. The idea was seductive. It felt less like fear and more like invitation, as if every nerve in my body wanted to cross that final threshold. But then something changed. A sound beyond the hum. A crack of wings, sharp in the night air. I jerked my head up. A crow wheeled overhead, black against the dim sky. Its cry cut across the spiral, jagged and alive. The hum faltered. The ice quivered beneath me as though disturbed, and for one brief second, I felt the pull weaken. I seized it. I leapt sideways, off the line of prints toward the edge of the spiral. My boots struck fresh snow. The hum shrieked again, furious, but the cracks that had threatened me earlier sealed instantly, as though the spiral wanted me contained. I scrambled forward on hands and knees. ignoring the icy burn, forcing myself away from the circle. That was when the hands rose. The shadows I had seen pressing from beneath the ice erupted upward, their outlines breaking free of the surface without shattering it. Dozens, then hundreds, of hands made of mist and shadow reached upward, grasping for my legs, my arms, anything they could close around. Their fingers did not pass through me. They were cold, solid, impossibly strong. They clutched at my clothes, clawed for my pack, tried to drag me back into the pattern I had abandoned. I screamed. The sound bounced flatly off the frozen trees on shore, too far to matter. The crow circled again, shrieking, and dove low. Its wings brushed the snow beside me, scattering frost into the hand's reach. The grasping shadows recoiled, retreating a few inches, hissing in a soundless way. I lunged forward again, using the small gap to crawl farther toward the distant line of trees. Behind me, the spiral collapsed. I heard it, a roaring chorus of cracks and shrieks, as the pale circle in the center widened. My reflection broke apart into shards. Dozens of Barrett Sloanes staring upward, mouths frozen open, eyes wide in hunger. They spilled out of the circle like water rushing upward, not downward. Faces rising through the ice, flattening against the surface, stretching toward me as if the barrier between us was thinning. The mist thickened. The hands multiplied. The hum rose to a fever pitch that made the inside of my skull vibrate. I staggered to my feet, stumbling toward shore, every step heavy, as though the ice itself tried to glue me down. I could not tell if I was gaining distance or running in place, if the shoreline retreated as fast as I approached. But the crow flew straight, cutting the air, and I fixed my eyes on it. I followed its path, desperate for something in the world that still obeyed natural rules. The trees finally loomed from the haze, dark silhouettes, their trunks sharp against the white. The first drift of real snow met my boots, and when I stepped onto it, the hum lessened. The vibration slipped from my bones, though not completely. The crow vanished into the trees. My breath tore in ragged bursts, lungs on fire. I turned once, unable to resist. The spiral still glowed on the lake, though dimmer now. The pale circle pulsed faintly, its light fading. But the faces were still there, pressed against the ice, waiting. Not smiling anymore. Watching. Waiting for another mistake. I collapsed against the nearest tree, clutching its bark, grounding myself in its solidity. My fingers shook so violently that I dug grooves into the wood. My ears rang with silence where the hum had been, yet I could still feel it faintly. A ghost of vibration buried deep inside me, as though I had carried something away from the lake. And the reflection, that wrong version of me, I feared it had not stayed behind. I feared it had learned me well enough to follow. I clung to that tree for longer than I can measure. The cold bark pressed hard into my cheek, and it was the only proof I had that I was still in the world I knew. The spiral hummed faintly across the lake, its glow pulsing like a lantern under ice. I told myself I would never look back again, that if I kept my eyes fixed on the forest, I could convince myself nothing had happened. But the vibration in my bones would not let me forget. I forced myself upright. My legs ached from tension. My breath wheezed in shallow bursts, but I moved deeper into the trees, away from the shore. The forest floor was uneven, but every stumble felt more honest than the perfect stride I had been forced to match. I craved irregularity, the mistakes of real movement. Each crunch of snow beneath my boots grounded me. I thought as long as I can hear my own footsteps, I am still myself. But then I noticed something new. A second set of steps followed mine, landing just a half beat later. Not behind me. Not in the snow, but echoing from inside my chest. I would lift my boot, set it down, and then feel a second weight land inside me, as though my body carried 2 strides at once. I pressed my hand to my ribs, hoping it was only my heart hammering, but the rhythm was wrong. It was the delay I had seen in the reflections, the half-second lag of something that was no longer beneath the ice. I stumbled until I reached my cabin. The lantern had left outside still burned, its flame weak but steady. I nearly collapsed when I saw it, the ordinary glow almost holy in its small defiance. I fumbled for the key, missed the lock twice with numb fingers, then forced the door open and slammed it behind me. My cabin was little more than 4 walls, a stove, and a cot, but it felt like a fortress. I bolted the door and leaned against it, shaking. Inside, silence should have been absolute. The walls were thick. The snow pressed heavy against them, and I had no clock, no neighbors, no passing cars. Yet the hum continued. It was faint now, softer than a whisper, but it threaded through the timbers of the cabin. Worse still, I heard it in my own breath. Each exhale carried a trace of that metallic vibration, like I had swallowed the song and now sang it unconsciously. I lit the stove. The flames roared, devouring the silence, and for a time I felt safe. Heat filled the cabin, pushing back the cold mist that clung to me. I hung my wet gloves near the fire, stripped off my boots, tried to pretend I was simply thawing after a hike gone wrong. But when I looked toward the window, my stomach hollowed. The glass should have shown only darkness. Instead, a faint glow shimmered in the distance, the spiral visible even from here. And in the glass itself, I saw more than my reflection. I saw the delay again. I blinked, and the man in the window blinked too, but slower. His lips curled into a smile mine did not make. His hand lifted, not in unison with mine, but as though waving at me. I staggered back, tripping over my own boots. The reflection did not vanish. It lingered in the glass even when I turned away, as though the cabin had more than one version of me now. I grabbed a blanket, covered the window, smothered the sight. Yet I could not shake the feeling that he still watched from the other side. Sleep was impossible, but exhaustion pressed down heavier than fear. I lay on the cot, every muscle twitching, waiting for dreams I could not allow. I told myself I would stay awake, but my body betrayed me. My eyes closed. When I woke, I did not remember dreaming, yet I felt used, as if something had borrowed me during those hours. The blanket had fallen from the window. Frost covered the glass in a pattern I had never seen before, not random swirls, but a spiral, perfect and deliberate, etched in white. In its center, pressed clear against the frost, was the mark of a hand. The fingers were thinner than mine, the palm smaller, but the lines etched into it matched my own. I did not touch the glass. I wrapped myself in my coat, stuffed food and matches into my pack, and left the cabin behind. I could not stay. The lake had not ended with the lake. It had followed me home, and I feared the cabin's walls could not hold it. The forest felt different now. Each tree bent toward me slightly, as if watching. The snow muffled my steps, but still I heard the echo stride within me, always a half beat late. Once, I passed a frozen stream and glanced down by mistake. The ice reflected not the sky, but the pale circle from the lake, pulsing faintly, as if it had spread here too. My face appeared in the stream's ice, smiling when I was not, and I forced myself to run. I do not remember how far I traveled. The highway appeared eventually, a gray scar through the white, and I stumbled onto its shoulder just as the first truck roared by. I must have looked wild, face hollowed, clothes torn, eyes unfocused. The driver slowed, leaned on his horn, but did not stop. Maybe that was mercy. Maybe he saw something behind me that I could not. I followed the road until I reached town. People were kind in the way they are to strangers, half frozen, offering blankets, hot drinks. Questions I could not answer. I told them only that the ice broke beneath me, that I nearly drowned. They nodded, sympathetic, and left me to rest. But I never said what I truly saw, because even as I sat by their fire, I noticed it. My reflection in the mug of water they gave me blinked late, smiling faintly before I could stop it. That was weeks ago. I have not returned to the cabin. I stay now in a rented room above the post office, where the windows are small and the mirrors covered with sheets. I walk the streets only during daylight, but still the echo stride follows, always just behind my own. Sometimes I hear the faint hum in the planks of the floor, or see frost gathering in spirals across the glass. I fear the reflection is patient. It is waiting for the right moment, the perfect step, the final circle. And when that moment comes, I do not think it will stay in the glass. I think it will rise through, as easily as breath on ice. I tell myself not to look into windows, not to linger over mirrors, not to listen when the walls hum. But warnings are useless once the song has already found you. And I know this: when I return to the lake, and I will, because some part of me has no choice, the spiral will not wait for me to follow. It will already be inside me, tightening, pulling me toward its center. I stepped onto the ice because I trusted what I should have feared. I thought I could walk where no one had walked before. But the prints I followed were never human. They were mine, stamped in advance, waiting for me to arrive. My name is Harlow Kim. I was raised on the kind of discipline that sharpens a person into lines and edges, not curves. My father used to say that if you cannot hold your own weight, then you have no business asking the world to hold it for you. I did not understand the cruelty in that until much later, but by then the habits had already calcified into something close to faith. Strength was not optional. Precision was not optional. Trusting anyone other than myself was out of the question. Climbing, for me, was never about sport or record. It was about confirming that the earth itself would bend to my will if I held tight enough. That is how I found myself free. Soloing a pitch of camp on a weekend, when the others were content to sit around the fire and talk about food, jobs, and girls. The granite had been soaking up sun all afternoon, its face warm under my palms like living skin. I did not tie in, did not carry a rope, did not even tell anyone I was going up. Adrenaline, for me, was not chaos, it was belonging. When the rush hit, it felt like my blood finally matched the rhythm of the cliff, as though the mountain was saying, "Yes, you fit here." The first 30 feet were easy. Cracks to wedge fingers into, solid ledges for feet. The kind of movement you could almost dance through, if you forgot that the penalty for a misstep was broken bones at best. My breathing was steady. Each exhale measured. I knew every sound my body made, the faint rasp of skin against granite, the shift of muscle, the scrape of grit under my nails. I was attuned to myself in a way that made the world below vanish. The camp voices dulled. The forest muted. All that remained was stone and flesh. Then I reached a hole that should not have existed. It was a shallow divot just above my head, perfect for a pull. But when my fingers found it, they slid. The surface was not the rough, grainy texture of granite polished by weather. It was smooth. Too smooth. My first thought was that climbers before me had worn it down, dozens of hands over years buffing it into glass. But the pitch I was on was not a listed route. No chalk marks, no bolts, no webbing left behind. This was wild rock, untouched by gear. The more I touched it, the stranger it felt. The depression was not the right shape for erosion. It curved inward with a cleanness that spoke of intention. Worse, there was a faint tackiness to it, as though something moist had once drawn across the surface and then dried, leaving behind a polish that caught the light like enamel. My skin prickled. The ridiculous thought came to me unbidden. This was not worn smooth by hands, but by a tongue. Something had licked it clean. I wanted to laugh at myself, but laughter requires looseness, and I was locked rigid against the cliff. My feet balanced on narrow ledges. My hands clung to what felt solid. Humor would only crack the concentration I needed. I told myself it was nothing. Just stone. Just heat making my imagination leap. I tightened my grip and kept climbing. But then I felt it, the pulse. At first, I thought it was my own heartbeat, thudding through my fingers where they pressed to the rock. That happens often when you climb. Blood hammers in the extremities, and the cliff seems to echo it back. Except this was different. My pulse beat quick, elevated from exertion. And the stone answered. A second rhythm, slower, patient, steady, reverberated against my fingertips. It was not mine. It came from inside the cliff itself. The realization nearly broke my hold. My body jolted, and my toes slipped an inch. Pebbles skittered down the face. I pressed myself flush to the wall, chest heaving, pretending I had control. But the pulse did not vanish. It lingered, resonant, as if the cliff had veins deeper than roots, and something vast inside was taking its time to breathe. I forced myself to move, inch by inch. Every new handhold, I checked, and each one seemed normal enough. Rough, natural, honest stone. But whenever I returned to that polished divot with the edge of my palm to steady myself, the pulse rose again. Thrum. Thrum. Slow as a drum beat buried under miles of earth, waiting. When I finally hauled myself onto the ledge, my legs shook so hard I had to sit down. From above, the valley stretched out, a green sea of pines and ridges fading into dusk. My camp was a scatter of orange tents below, smoke from the fire curling upward. It should have felt triumphant. Instead, I felt watched, as though the stone beneath me had eyes open, studying the shape of my weight. I stayed up there longer than I should have, staring at the place where the polished hold gleamed faintly, even in fading light. I thought about calling to the others, telling them what I felt. But what would I say? That the rock has a heartbeat. They would laugh, and laughter would turn the experience into a story, a camp joke to retell. I did not want that. I wanted to keep it quiet. Secret because some secrets demand silence in exchange for leaving you alone. Still, when I finally climbed, every placement felt suspect. I distrusted the holds, as though each one might suddenly smooth over into that slick depression, waiting to betray me. My imagination tangled with memory, and memory made the cliff alive. By the time my boots hit ground, I was damp with sweat that had little to do with effort. The fire smelled of charred wood and sausage grease when I returned to camp. My friends barely looked up, just grinned and jeered that I had missed the story someone told. I smiled back, played along, but my mind remained on the cliff. I could feel it in the bones of my hands, even as I sat down. The phantom of its rhythm tick, talking under my skin. Later that night, when everyone had passed out in their tents, I lay awake listening. The forest makes its own orchestra at night. Crickets, wind, and owls somewhere deep. But threaded beneath it all, or maybe only inside me, was the same steady beat. Not mine, not the forest, the cliff, slow, unhurried, patient. I do not remember falling asleep, only waking at first light with grit in my eyes and the taste of copper on my tongue. My palms ached, as though I had clutched stone all night. When I uncurled my fingers, lines of fine dust traced my lifelines, glittering faintly in the dawn. No one else noticed. They were too busy boiling coffee, packing gear, laughing about the day's hike. I kept quiet, but I carried the awareness like a second skin. The mountain was not indifferent. It was awake, and I had touched the place where it let itself be felt. I should have left it there. I should have taken the hint, thanked whatever unseen thing resided in the stone, and never returned to that face again. But fear and curiosity often walk hand in hand, and once you hear a pulse that is not your own, you begin to wonder what heart it belongs to. The day that followed was ordinary on its surface. We packed our gear and hiked a loop through meadows, studded with wildflowers. The kind of scenery that convinces people the wilderness is benevolent. My friends stopped often to take photos, to laugh, to point out deer slipping between trees. I played along, kept my stride even, nodded at jokes. But beneath my shirt, sweat beaded. Each time I brushed my fingers across stone outcrops along the trail, I waited for the tremor of another heartbeat. Most felt inert, cold in the way rock should be. A few carried warmth from the sun, but nothing more. Still, the memory of that pulse clung to me. It was as though a song had started and then paused mid-note, waiting for me to climb again. By evening, we returned to camp, our boots heavy with dust, our bodies humming from the long hike. The fire crackled alive. Someone uncorked whiskey. Conversation turned loose. A string of laughter in the cooling air. I tried to drown myself in their noise, but silence between words seemed to echo louder than any story. I kept glancing toward the cliff face, its silhouette dark against the twilight. The polished hold glimmered faintly in my mind, even if my eyes could not see it from this distance. I thought sleep would take me quickly after so much exertion, but the night denied me rest. I shifted in my tent, counting breaths, trying to will myself into stillness. The more I resisted, the louder it came. Not from the forest, not from within me. That slow, patient thrum rose again, pulsing in rhythm with the cliff I had touched. It traveled through ground and into my body like a current. My heart beat faster, trying to drown it out, but the two rhythms did not align. One hurried, one deliberate. Theirs was stronger. Near midnight, I gave up. I unzipped the tent, careful not to wake anyone, and stepped barefoot into the cool night. The fire had burned to embers. Shadows huddled around the last glow. Above me, the cliff loomed, its face silver under moonlight. The trees whispered like witnesses unsure whether to call out or remain silent. I do not remember deciding to walk toward the rock. My body moved as though it knew the way, each step soundless across pine needles. I carried no headlamp, yet the path revealed itself. When I reached the base of the pitch I had climbed earlier, I froze. The air was warmer here, faintly humid, as if the cliff exhaled against the night. My skin prickled, sweat rising along my neck. I pressed my palm to the stone, not even in a hold, just flat against its surface. The heat was immediate, undeniable. Not the stored warmth of a day long gone, but something internal alive. And beneath it, the pulse. Slow, patient, waiting. It resonated through my bones, into my chest, until my own heart stumbled trying to keep pace. That was when the stone shifted. Not much. Not enough to send rubble tumbling. Just the faintest swell, as if the cliff took a breath. My hand drew back on instinct, but the warmth clung, as though the surface remembered my skin. I staggered backward, eyes locked on the granite, expecting cracks to appear, expecting faces to push through. But nothing broke. The cliff looked unchanged, implacable, indifferent. Only the echo of the pulse proved otherwise. I should have run. Instead, I sat at the base, my back against a boulder, staring upward until the stars faded into dawn. When the others awoke, I pretended I had risen early to watch the sunrise. They teased me for being dramatic, for chasing transcendence. I smiled thinly and said nothing. The truth was heavier than mockery. The third night was worse. A storm had passed in the afternoon, leaving the rocks slick with rain. We cooked a hasty meal, under tarps, and crawled into tents early, the wet smell of earth thick in the air. I dreamt of climbing again. Except this time, every hold I reached for was polished smooth, glistening with saliva. A tongue longer than the cliff itself licked each crevice before I touched it. My hands bled from the friction, yet I kept climbing. At the top, there was no ledge, only a mouth. It opened wide, and the slow pulse thundered from its throat, drowning everything. I woke with my heart slamming. My tent walls pressed in around me, damp and quivering as though breathing. When I reached for my boots, I found grit in them again. The same glittering dust I had seen on my palms that first morning. I shook them out, but unease clung. Sleep did not return. By the fourth day, cracks began to form in my composure. My friends noticed my distraction. The way I stared at stone longer than necessary, the way my hands flexed as if searching for a rhythm outside my body. One of them, Jason, asked if I was all right. I told him I was fine, just tired. He shrugged and let it go, but suspicion lingered in his eyes. That evening, they decided to climb a marked route a mile east. Roped, safe textbook. They invited me, expecting me to lead. I declined. Claimed I wanted to sketch the valley instead, though I carried no paper. They left me alone at camp, voices fading into distance. The silence that followed was not silence at all. It was the waiting thrum, louder now that I had no human laughter to muffle it. I walked back to the cliff. My legs carried me before my mind could object. The polished hold gleamed wet from the storm, darker than the rest of the granite. I touched it. The surface was damp, slick. Not with rain, but with something viscous that clung to my fingertips like saliva. My stomach knotted. Yet I did not recoil. I pressed harder, my palm flattening against it. The cliff answered. A pulse surged, not slow this time, but deliberate, meeting my rhythm beat for beat. My vision blurred. For one horrifying second, I could not tell which heart was mine. I felt veins beneath the stone, great channels of warmth pumping, carrying something thicker than blood. My knees weakened, and I sagged against the face. My cheek brushed granite, and I swore it pulsed beneath me, a shiver that traveled up into my skull. Whispers rose. Not voices in the air, voices in the stone. Deep and muted, like words spoken through water. They were not in a language I recognized, but meaning seeped through nonetheless a stay. That was all, a command disguised as invitation. Stay, I ripped my hand back. The cliff resisted. My palm stuck for an instant longer than gravity allowed, then tore free with a faint wet sound. My skin was coated in sheen, glimmering faintly like mucus under moonlight. I wiped it on my pants, but the stain lingered. When Jason and the others returned, flushed with the joy of their climb, they found me sitting by the fire, hands clenched tight in my lap. They asked nothing. Maybe they saw something in my face that warned them away. That night, I did not enter my tent. I sat upright by the dying fire, watching the cliff, waiting for movement. My body trembled, but not from cold. The pulse was constant now, not only when I touched the rock. It thrummed through the ground, into the soles at my feet, into my spine. I began to tap my fingers unconsciously in rhythm with it. When I noticed, I forced myself still, but minutes later the tapping began again. Near dawn, my head nodded once, twice. When I startled awake, I realized I had dreamed not of climbing, but of being climbed. Something vast and patient ascending me, as though my bones were holds, my veins were cracks to wedge into. When I looked at my arms, faint bruises lined them in shapes eerily like fingerprints. I kept silent through breakfast, through packing, through the trek down valley. But inside, silence no longer existed. The pulse had settled inside me, a tenant that refused eviction. Every beat of my heart carried its echo. Slow, patient, waiting. We left the valley under a sun that promised normalcy, but my body knew better. Each step on the trail back toward civilization was weighted with the rhythm of two hearts, mine and the other. The others joked about showers and greasy food waiting in town. I smiled when expected, but my mind dragged behind us, tethered to the cliff. The further we walked, the weaker I became, as though my pulse strained to keep pace with something that had not moved from its stone cradle. By the time we reached the trailhead, my vision swam, and I swayed as though still hanging against rock. The drive home was worse. Jason's truck rattled down dirt roads, music humming from the radio, but in the pauses between songs the thrum followed. Not in the tires, not in the engine, inside me. Each beat carved deeper, aligning my breath to its measure. When I closed my eyes, I saw the cliff face. Not as granite, but as flesh stretched taut, veins glowing faintly beneath the surface. I opened my eyes wide and kept them fixed on the windshield, terrified that if I slept, I would wake buried alive inside the mountain. When I returned to my apartment, the world should have felt safe. The walls were painted, decorated, layered with the dull comfort of the ordinary. But safety requires distance, and there was no distance anymore. In the shower, water ran over my palms, carrying fine grit with it. Grit that sparkled the same as the dust I had woken within my tent. I scrubbed until my skin turned raw. The grit remained, clinging inside the lines of my hands. I stopped showing my palms to anyone after that. Nights were impossible. Each time I lay down, the rhythm asserted itself. My own heart would race in defiance, but inevitably it slowed, adjusting, surrendering until both pulses matched. Once aligned, I felt less human, more a sediment, perhaps. A part of me that was not me pressed forward, whispering not with words but with inevitability, come back. The cliff was not done. I was only on loan to the world. I tried resisting. I stopped climbing, stopped hiking, avoided even the idea of stone. I filled my days with noise, television, bars, work chatter. But silence always crept in, and silence carried the beat. My friends noticed the change. Jason confronted me once, asked if something had happened out there. He said I looked pale, thinner, distracted. I nearly told him. Nearly confessed that I had touched something inhuman that now lived inside me. But what language could capture that without breaking under its own absurdity? Instead, I laughed, said I was fine, and let him believe me a coward hiding depression behind a smile. Weeks passed. The pulse did not fade. If anything, it grew stronger, more insistent. I began to feel it in places beyond my chest and head, in the soles of my feet when they struck pavement, in the railing of my apartment balcony when I leaned against it, in the walls, the floor, the earth beneath the city. Stone is everywhere if you pay attention. Concrete is only rock with a new name. Each surface carried the same resonance. The cliff had not stayed behind. It had followed me, or perhaps I had carried it with me. Then came the night I woke standing on my balcony railing, toes gripping the metal edge as though it were a cliffside ledge. I had no memory of rising from bed. The city glittered below, cars tracing veins of light. My body leaned forward slightly, ready to climb into nothing. A heartbeat that was not mine thundered in my skull. I pulled myself back, collapsed onto the balcony floor, gasping. My hands left faint prints of glittering dust on the concrete. I knew then that resisting was useless. The pulse was not content to echo, it wanted reunion. The more I fought, the more it twisted my body toward stone. I had a choice only in how long I delayed. Fear and curiosity braided tight until I could no longer separate them. I bought gear, though I knew I would not use it, and drove back to the valley. The cliffs waited, unchanging. Pines bowed with wind at their feet. Shadows nodded at their bases. The polished hull gleamed faintly even in daylight, as though lit from within. I touched it, and the world fell silent. No wind, no birds, only the pulse. It roared through me like a second bloodstream, erasing the distance between flesh and stone. My knees buckled. I pressed my forehead to the granite and felt it answer. A warmth that spread into my skull, down my spine. I should have recoiled, but the longer I stayed, the more I belonged. Voices rose again, not external, not internal, but both. They said nothing complex, only a single truth repeated: you fit here. The words braided with my father's old lessons, his insistence that strength meant carrying yourself. I realized he was wrong. The world did not need to hold me if I dissolved into it willingly. I climbed. Not with rope, not with gear. My fingers found holds where none existed. Slick depressions polished by tongues that were not human. The stone molded itself around my hands, guiding me upward. Each step carried me deeper into the rhythm until my own heart surrendered entirely. The cliff's pulse was my pulse. I lost track of distance, of gravity, of time. I was not ascending, I was being drawn in. At the ledge where I had once sat trembling, the rock opened. Not visibly, not with cracks or doors, but with a yielding, as though the granite exhaled and allowed me passage. I stepped forward and the stone received me. Darkness closed around, warm and damp, a throat swallowing. I did not struggle. My body had long ceased to be mine. I belonged to the rhythm. Inside I saw nothing, yet I felt everything. Cavities vast as lungs. Chambers beating slow as centuries. Veins pulsing with something thicker than blood. I understood then that mountains are not dead. They are not silent. They are only patient. Their time is slower than ours, but no less alive. And some are hungry. I do not know how long I stayed. Days. Years. There was no measure in that dark, only the constant thrum. My body dissolved into it, bones porous, skin granulated. I was part of the cliff, and the cliff was part of me. Memories of campfires, laughter, cities faded. What remained was weight, pressure, endurance. Yet even patience bends. At some point, the cliff exhaled again, and I found myself outside lying at its base. My body was intact, but not the same. My palms shimmered with dust that did not wash off. My heartbeat no longer raced. It kept the slower rhythm. The mountain's rhythm. I had been remade. I stumbled back to the trailhead, though every step away pulled against me like sinew stretched too far. I returned to my apartment. I returned to work. I returned to the illusion of life. But nothing returned me. I am still there, inside the cliff. Even now, the dust on my hands marks me. The beat in my chest betrays me. The mountain waits, patient, knowing stone always outlasts flesh. Sometimes when I am quiet enough, I feel others. Not friends, not family. Others who touched the cliff before me. Who pressed palms against polished holds and felt the same thrum. Their rhythms join mine in silence, a chorus of stolen heartbeats. We are all still climbing, endlessly upward, swallowed yet never arriving. And I tell you this not as confession or warning, but as inevitability. If you ever touch stone and feel it answer, run while you still can. Do not mistake belonging for safety. Do not believe that mountains are passive. They are only patient, and when patience ends, you will find yourself climbing into a mouth that has been open since before your kind learned to stand. My name is Oren Glass. I was raised to believe that introductions should be formal, and perhaps in this case that formality serves as a kind of anchor. I am 32 years old, fond of hiking though far from expert, and known among friends as someone who seeks distraction more than clarity. It was early autumn when I chose to spend 3 days in the forested mountains outside town, a modest solo trip intended to quiet the constant buzz of obligations waiting for me back home. I packed my tent, stove, layers, and, most importantly, my earbuds. I have always considered music the gentlest companion, a soft edge between myself and the harsher sounds of the world. The wind can be cruel, abrasive, carrying with it voices that never seem to resolve. Music is kinder. Music smooths those voices into rhythm. That habit, of course, was my mistake. To walk through the wilderness sealed into my own private concert meant surrendering awareness, even of things I should not have ignored. I remember stepping onto the trail with a kind of naive optimism, telling myself this would be a chance to reset. The path itself was easy at first, packed dirt lined with fading leaves. Every now and then a jay scolded from the treetops, but its calls dissolved into the notes in my ears. I sang quietly along, breath puffing in the cooling air, while around me the forest composed a different kind of music, one I did not bother to hear. Hours passed. The sun traveled its measured arc. I should have noticed when the trail split, when the creek that had shadowed my steps trickled away into silence, when the shapes in the trees stilled. But I was busy in another world. In my memory, there is only the bass line and the thump of boots on earth. When I finally tugged the buds free, it was as though I had walked into a room. Mid-sentence, every sound cut short, every presence aware of me, but unwilling to disguise its notice. The silence was not true silence. It carried weight, like an unfinished word left hanging. Every branch seemed to lean toward me, angled accusingly, like a crowd pointing at a latecomer. The air was cold and thick in my throat. I held my breath without realizing it, waiting for something I could not name. Then, clearly, impossibly, something finished the word I had interrupted. It came not from behind, nor from ahead, but from everywhere at once, low and patient, as though the forest had decided to include me in its grammar. My body reacted before my mind. My chest tightened, and I nearly replaced the earbuds to block it out. But the thin wires dangled useless, and I understood with perfect clarity that nothing electronic would defend me from this particular language. I forced myself to move forward, boots crunching through leaves that seemed too loud too. Every step felt rehearsed, as though someone had already walked this path in my shape, and I was only catching up. I told myself it was fatigue, that I had been too deep in my music, too inattentive to my surroundings, and now the natural order of sound simply felt alien. Rational explanations are the currency of hikers alone in the woods. I clung to them. Yet the more I walked, the more the forest bent inward. Branches reached over the trail like ribs. Shadows pooled where sunlight should have lingered. Once I saw movement between the trunks. An elk, tall and regal. My relief was short-lived because the elk did not move like an elk. Its limbs bent, but too smoothly, as though joints had been drawn rather than grown. And it stood in silence, antlers like black punctuation marks against the pale sky. I did not know whether to wave, to whisper, or to run. My instincts warred in me until the creature lowered its head, not in threat, but in a gesture almost like acknowledgement. Then, as if recognizing me, it vanished into the thicket without a sound. No crack of brush, no rhythm of hooves, only absence. The word returned then, half-spoken through the branches, breaking into syllables too large for my ears to contain. I realized that I was not walking in the forest, but through it, as though the place itself had been waiting for me, waiting for my mistake. The trail wound on, narrowing to the width of my shoulders. I knew I should turn back, retrace my steps until I reached the creek. But each time I glanced over my shoulder, the path appeared longer than it should, stretched into a hallway with no end. Fear made me stubborn. I pressed forward. The air smelled faintly of iron, sharp and metallic, and I tried not to imagine blood. My hands shook, though the cold was not fierce enough to explain it. A crow called above, a ragged sound, and then stopped abruptly as though silenced mid-note. That was the worst part. Every sound seemed unfinished, truncated. Nothing was allowed to reach conclusion, not even the wind. I stopped at a clearing where the ground sagged into a shallow depression. Fallen logs circled the space like an audience. I sat, exhausted, and pulled out my water bottle. My fingers trembled against the plastic. When I raised it to my lips, the forest whispered again. Clearer now. Closer. It was my name. My own name threaded through leaves and soil, murmured in cadence with the breath of trees. I spilled water down my chin. No. I whispered, though to whom I was speaking I could not say. My name returned firmer. Then a third time, gentlest, as though coaxing. The voice had no source. It was not an echo. It was recognition. I pressed my palms over my ears. The silence that followed was not relief. It was expectant. I understood that to cover my ears was no defense. The words did not travel through sound alone. They lived in the pause between breaths, in the shift of bark and stone, in the restless angle of branches. I rose, stumbling, and forced myself to move. My boots felt heavy, each step drawn down by unseen gravity. The forest's attention never wavered. I imagined eyes in the bark, beneath the soil, behind every leaf. Watching, listening, waiting for me to reply. By the time dusk painted the canopy, I was no longer certain of direction. My compass needle quivered aimlessly, spinning as if magnetized by the very air. I chose the most level path I could and walked. half running, heart a drum louder than any song. Each time I thought I had escaped, the forest cleared its throat, as though preparing to speak again. That night, I pitched my tent in a shallow hollow, fumbling with the poles in near darkness. My hands refused precision. When the structure finally stood, crooked but stable, I crawled inside and zipped the door tight. My earbuds lay tangled in my pocket. I thought of using them, hiding in music once more. But I knew, beyond doubt, that the moment I sealed myself away, the forest would resume its interrupted sentence, and this time it would not stop. So I sat, awake, listening, waiting for the words I dreaded but had already begun to understand. That first night in the tent was a test of endurance. I lay inside the nylon walls, my body curled in the sleeping bag, every nerve straining toward the outside world. Normally, a tent muffles the forest into something distant. Wind softened, crickets steady, branches brushing each other in natural rhythm. This night was different. The silence was not passive. It pressed in. A living thing crouched against the fabric. Every time I blinked, I expected to see a shadow pressed close. The outline of antlers or the tilt of a head. I tried closing my eyes, but darkness within met darkness without, and in both there was the suggestion of language. Not words exactly, but syllables stretched thin, waiting for me to notice. Once, I thought I heard the hum of my own name vibrating in the poles. I held my breath, hoping it was imagination, but the hum continued until my lungs burned. When I exhaled, the sound stopped, as if satisfied I had acknowledged it. At some unknown hour, fatigue took me. My dreams were worse. I walked along a trail lined with mirrors, every reflection showing me in different postures, one smiling, one weeping, one with my throat open like bark peeled back. When I woke, dawn was weak and colorless, a wash of gray that left me no comfort. I told myself I had made it through the worst, that daylight would dissolve the spell. But when I unzipped the door and stepped outside, the forest greeted me with the kind of quiet that follows a held breath. Every branch was angled toward me again. That was the detail that unstrung my fragile calm. Trees do not move overnight, not in unison. Yet the limbs curved and pointed, not randomly, but all at once, as though acknowledging my emergence. I whispered my own name under my breath, to remind myself who I was. It sounded strange on my tongue, as if borrowed. I forced myself to pack camp. My fingers fumbled with buckles and cords, and each clatter of metal sounded blasphemous in that stillness. By the time I hoisted the pack to my shoulders, sweat slicked my back despite the cool morning. I wanted nothing more than to find the creek again, to prove that the world still obeyed the logic of maps and topography. I walked fast, nearly jogging, heart hammering. The trail narrowed into roots and dips, and sometimes it disappeared entirely beneath fallen leaves. Each time it vanished, I chose whichever direction seemed least obstructed, and always the branches guided me, arching to form a crude corridor. My rational mind rebelled, insisted it was coincidence, but I could not shake the image of being shepherded. By mid-morning, thirst burned my throat. I had finished the last of my bottle and expected to refill from the creek. But when I crouched near a shallow depression that promised water, the soil was dry, powdered ash, where moisture should have lingered. I dug with my hands until dirt packed my nails, but there was nothing beneath. My desperation grew, pressing panic against my ribs. That was when I heard it again, my name. Not whispered this time, but spoken in cadence with the wind. Clearer, patient, Oren. The syllables bent the air around me, making the leaves tremble though no breeze touched them. I staggered upright, spinning in a useless circle. There was no figure, no source. Only the recognition offered like a hand. I shouted hoarse. "What do you want?" Silence rushed back. The forest seemed to lean in, expectant. I realized my mistake. It was not asking for my question. It was asking for my answer. I was not supposed to demand anything. I was supposed to complete the sentence it had begun the day before. My mouth dried further. I ran. The world folded in strange ways when I ran. Distances stretched, shadows deepened despite the sun. Once, I glimpsed the elk again, standing between two trees, its head tilted. Its antlers had grown larger, impossibly so, spreading until they brushed both trunks, pulling them inward. Its body did not move, but the forest bent to accommodate it. I stumbled past, refusing to look back. By afternoon, my legs shook with exhaustion. I had not eaten since yesterday's lunch. I collapsed in another clearing, smaller than the last, where moss coated the stones. I sat against one and pulled the earbuds from my pocket. For hours I resisted, but desperation whispered. If music could make the world kind again, I would let it. I shoved the buds in and pressed play. At first, relief washed me. The beat steadied my heart, the melody filled the hollowness. I almost wept with gratitude. But then the track faltered, notes bent, voices warped. And beneath the distortion, something else wove itself in. My name again, Oren, threaded into the lyrics, synchronized to the rhythm. The music was no longer mine. The forest had found a way inside it. I yanked the buds free, throwing them onto the moss. My ears rang with emptiness. The silence swallowed me whole again, and I knew then that there was no refuge. Not in sound, not in distraction. Whatever lived in the grammar of these woods wanted me attentive, wanted me present. Dusk crept close before I dared move again. Hunger gnawed. My pack seemed heavier with every step, as if the straps themselves resisted forward motion. When I looked down, I swore the shadows beneath the trees bent opposite the sun, pointing not east but directly toward me. I do not remember pitching my tent that second night. I remember only the sensation of crawling inside, muscles trembling and curling into myself. The voice did not come immediately. It waited, patient. Sometime deep in the night, the sentence resumed. Words low and resonant, filling the nylon walls like smoke. They did not belong to any language I knew. Yet I understood their shapes and invitation, an unfinished story that required me to speak. My lips moved without permission. I whispered a fragment of sound in reply, not knowing what it meant. The forest answered instantly, satisfied, and I felt the ground shift beneath my tent, as if the earth itself had exhaled. I froze, too afraid to breathe. In the silence that followed, one thought took root and refused to leave. I had not come here to hike. I had come here to be taught how to listen. I did not sleep after I spoke. The word, whatever it had been, still vibrated on my tongue, though my lips had long gone dry. The tent's fabric quivered as though a great breath had passed against it, and then the world steadied. I lay motionless, afraid that any movement might signal agreement I did not intend to give. When morning came, it was indistinguishable from night. The sky outside glowed faint, neither sunlit nor storm dark, a kind of ash-colored veil. My watch ticked, but the numbers meant little. I unzipped the door and stepped out. The forest had rearranged itself. I swear this is true. Trees stood in a perfect circle around my tent, each trunk angled slightly inward, branches pointing at the spot where I stood. I felt smaller than I ever had in my life, a trespasser caught in ceremony. My stomach cramped with hunger, but I could not eat. chew, to swallow, would feel like speaking out of turn. I should have run then. I should have forced my way through the circle, no matter how long the woods stretched. But something rooted me. My legs felt claimed, as though the ground recognized them. The silence was unbearable, taut like a bowstring. When it finally broke, it did so with my name, Oren. The voice was everywhere and nowhere, soft as breath yet vast as canyon echo. The syllables folded around me, and when I opened my mouth to protest, a sound came out that was not protest. A fragment, alien but fluent, as though it had lived in me all along. The forest answered. Branches swayed not with wind but in rhythm. The circle shifted, each tree bowing slightly forward, acknowledging me. My heart pounded so violently, I thought it would tear free. I dropped to my knees, hands pressed to my ears, though it was useless. The voice came from inside the marrow. A figure moved at the edge of the circle. The elk. Its antlers scraped the air like calligraphy. Drawing lines I almost understood. Its body was too long, its gait too deliberate, but it carried itself with solemn weight, as if fulfilling ritual. When it stopped, it lowered its head, not in threat but in recognition. I whispered again. Another syllable I did not know I knew. The elk lifted its head, eyes glinting with something human, something endless. Then it stepped aside. The circle opened where it had stood. A path stretched into dim light, the trees forming an archway. I should have turned back, but behind me the forest pressed closer, trunks leaning until retreat was impossible. The only way was forward. I walked. Each step felt rehearsed, part of choreography older than me, older than language. The air thickened, metallic and sweet, like blood and sap. My name repeated around me in dozens of voices, some high, some low, all patient, all certain. I thought of the warning I'd never heard, because of my earbuds. The things I hadn't noticed when the creek dried, when the elk stilled. This was what I had missed, the invitation. The path ended in another clearing. At its center lay a stone slab, flat and worn, as though countless bodies had rested there. I stopped at the edge, unwilling to step closer. My legs shook, but my voice betrayed me. Words poured out, syllables I did not recognize yet understood in marrow deep clarity. A story half mine, half theirs. Each phrase felt rehearsed, waiting only for me to deliver it. The forest exhaled when I finished. The silence, at last, resolved. The branches relaxed, the circle widened. The elk bowed and vanished, dissolving between trunks as though it had never existed. The trees no longer pointed, they stood at ease. Relief should have followed. Instead, emptiness. I realized what had been taking the pause, the interruption, the safety of not knowing what came next. The sentence had been completed, but it had completed me as well. I fled then, stumbling until the forest blurred. Hours, maybe days passed. Eventually, I found the creek again, trickling in honest water. The sound nearly broke me, its ordinariness too much to bear. When I followed it downstream, the trail returned, leading to the world I thought I had left. But even here, among cars and chatter and human music, I cannot escape. Every sound feels unfinished, waiting for me to supply its ending. Conversations pause when I walk into a room. The wind bends syllables into my name. And when I try to sleep, I hear the forest mid-sentence again, ready to resume. I know now that I was not lost in the woods. I was found. And though I made it out, I carry their grammar in me. The forest is never done speaking, and neither, now, am I. My name is Sable Ortega, and I have always believed that the wildest places have a kind of order to them, a pattern that people like me are not always meant to read. I learned that truth one summer evening, when I decided to camp in a meadow so perfect it seemed like it had been pulled out of a storybook illustration. The grass stretched in a clean divide down the middle, parted like hair combed straight, and the wildflowers grew in concentric rings, delicate and deliberate, as though some unseen child had bent down with tiny hands to arrange them with care. There was beauty, yes, but also something unsettling, something that felt finished rather than natural, as if someone had cried while they worked, and then walked away without erasing the evidence. I had been hiking alone for 3 days in the national forest, nothing too extreme. Just the kind of trip where you fall asleep to your own fire and wake up to birdsong. I had intended to keep moving until I reached a designated campsite further down the trail. But when I stepped into that meadow, my breath caught. The clearing opened so suddenly, it was like a curtain being pulled back, light streaming through the grass in a way that was too staged to be accidental. For a moment I felt watched, though not by anything alive, more like by the meadow itself. My better judgment said move on, but something in me, stubborn and tired and enthralled, whispered that I should stop. So I did. I set my pack down carefully, pressing the straps into the earth as if I were disturbing something fragile. My boots left 2 prints at the edge of the concentric rings, and I remember staring at them too long, uneasy at how bold they looked on the canvas of that perfect ground. Still, I told myself, a meadow is just grass and flowers. Patterns happen. Nature knows geometry better than we give it credit for. I convinced myself that the order I saw was nothing more than wind and time. Unrolling my tent, I positioned it squarely at the center, where the rings radiated out like ripples in water. The symmetry was satisfying. It made me feel as though I had chosen the right place. When the sun dropped, the meadow cooled quickly, shadows stretching across the parted strip of grass, like a straight, dark road leading somewhere I couldn't see. I cooked a small meal on my camp stove and listened to the insects. They were loud at first, insistent, and then quieted all at once, leaving me in a silence so sudden it hummed against my ears. That was the first moment I thought about moving my tent. I didn't. Instead, I crawled inside, the nylon walls thin against the night, and tried to reassure myself with the familiar routine of zippers, sleeping bag, headlamp, journal. I wrote a little about the meadow, noting the strange rings and how the grass seemed calmed in that sharp divide. I even sketched a poor drawing of it, just to prove to myself later that it was real, that I hadn't dreamed the details. By midnight, the air had cooled enough to mist my breath. I was drifting in and out of sleep when I noticed the stillness. No night wind stirred the tent fabric. No crickets sang. The silence was so complete I could hear my heartbeat against the ground. I lay very still, listening, trying to pretend nothing was wrong, until I felt the shift. It was subtle at first, just a weight in the air, like pressure before a storm. Then I realized the meadow was moving. Not the wind, not the earth. The rings themselves were closing in. I couldn't see them, of course, not through the nylon. But I felt the grass pressing inward. The stalks bent without breaking, brushing against the sides of my tent with a rhythm. That was not the randomness of plants swaying, but the deliberation of something tightening its grip. The fabric dimpled inward with a soundless tap, 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 each one soft, almost polite, but undeniably expectant. I froze. My first thought was that an animal was outside, circling. But the taps came from all directions, equal, measured, like hands pressing in. or breaths testing the walls. My second thought was that the meadow was not a meadow at all, but something else wearing the shape of one. I didn't dare unzip the flap. Minutes stretched long. My breathing sounded too loud in my ears. I counted the taps, 5, then 10, then too many to keep track of. They came faster, not aggressive, but insistent, like a question repeated until you answered. My hands itched for my flashlight, but I didn't want to draw attention to myself. So I lay there, every muscle taut, praying it would pass. At some point I realized my mistake wasn't only camping there, but placing myself in the center. If the rings were alive, if the meadow had purpose, then I had positioned myself exactly where it wanted me. That thought rooted itself in my mind and would not leave. Sleep was impossible. I stared at the ceiling of the tent, at the faint glow of the moon outside, and thought about how small nylon is. How fragile a zipper, how laughable a human body against anything older or stranger than itself. The tapping never grew violent, but its persistence was worse. It was patient, it was waiting. When the first bird sang at dawn, I nearly cried. The taps stopped instantly, as though the meadow had been caught in the act. I sat up and fumbled with the zipper, shoving it open with a desperation I had never known before. The meadow looked the same as when I had entered it. Serene, perfect, orderly. But the rings had shifted. They were tighter now, closer to my tent, as though the whole meadow had inched forward in the night. The parted strip of grass down the middle was no longer clean. My tent sat slightly off-center, skewed, as though the meadow had tried to correct my position while I slept. My footprints from yesterday had vanished. The ground showed no trace of where I had walked in. Only the new lines of bent grass marked the meadow's surface, curling toward me like fingers reaching out. I packed in silence, my hands trembling as I rolled the tent. Every snap of a buckle felt too loud. My eyes kept darting to the edge of the meadow, to the dark tree line beyond, desperate for some proof that I could still leave. When I slung my pack over my shoulders and stepped forward, I hesitated. The parted grass, so straight, so precise, waited like a path. My boots hovered above it, unwilling to touch. But there was no other way out. The rings pressed so close now that to walk anywhere else would be to trample the flowers, and I didn't dare. I set my boot down on the strip. The grass gave like carpet. That was when I heard it. A sigh, low and long, passing through the meadow in a way that didn't move a single stalk. It wasn't wind. It was too focused, too intent. It sounded like something relieved, something that had been holding its breath all night and finally let it go. I walked fast, then faster, my pulse roaring. The meadow did not stop me. The strip carried me cleanly to the trees, and when I crossed into their shadow, I risked one last glance back. The rings were gone. The flowers looked scattered, random, wild, as though nothing had ever been arranged at all. Only my sketch in my journal would prove otherwise. But I knew what I had felt pressing against me in the night, what I had heard exhale when I gave in and stepped where it wanted me to. And as I walked deeper into the forest, away from that perfect, impossible clearing, I knew the meadow was not finished with me. The forest should have felt safer after I left the meadow, but it didn't. Every step deeper into the trees carried the weight of being observed, as if what lived in the clearing had followed me. Not physically, but in the imprint it left on my mind. Sunlight filtered down in loose columns, dappling the ground with shifting patches, but the brightness no longer comforted me. I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder. Each time, the meadow lay farther behind, its edge swallowed by the density of trunks. Yet I swore I could still sense its pull. Like gravity doesn't simply vanish when you leave the planet. The meadow's presence seemed to cling. The trail, which should have been familiar, I had walked it only the day before, felt altered. My boots scuffed over roots and rocks I didn't remember. Birds chattered briefly and then fell silent whenever I passed. I told myself it was my imagination, the hangover of a night spent under pressure and silence. But reason was a poor shield. My thoughts returned again and again to the tap against the nylon, that polite but insistent patience. Nothing about it had been aggressive. It hadn't tried to break me open. It had only waited. And that, somehow, was worse. I pushed hard, making miles without rest, as though distance could sever what bound me to that place. When my legs screamed, I paused at a creek and drank directly from the current, ignoring the sting of cold on my teeth. The water rushed past, clear and hurried, its sound masking the forest's watchfulness for a moment. I wanted to stay there, to cling to that rushing noise, but dusk threatened. I needed to find a proper campsite, something with ground hardened by use, the kind marked by stones or a fire ring. Proof that other people had been there and survived. By the time the sun folded itself beneath the horizon, I found one. A small clearing beside a pine grove, the ground flat and covered with the old imprint of tents. Relieved, I pitched mine quickly, this time careful to set it where human use had clearly left its mark, not at the center of anything, not near flowers, just plain, solid dirt. When I crawled inside, I told myself I had learned my lesson. And yet, that night, the dreams came. I dreamt of circles, spirals tightening around me, but not of grass. These were etched in soil, in ash, in the sky itself. Concentric rings pulsed with light, bending toward me like a throat swallowing. Each time I tried to step away, the circles formed beneath my feet, the pattern reshaping itself to trap me inside. I woke gasping, the nylon ceiling slick with condensation inches from my face. The forest outside was quiet again, too quiet. No breeze, no insects. My body froze instinctively, waiting for the tap. None came. Instead, I heard something softer, almost worse, a rustling, as if hundreds of stalks brushed together in unison. I had left the meadow behind, but the sound carried here, faint yet deliberate. I told myself it was the pines, though the air was still. Sleep refused to return. I sat with my back against the tent wall, knife in hand, every minute stretching wide until the sky outside grew pale. When morning came, I packed quickly and moved on, though fatigue weighed on every motion. The trail led upward, toward a ridge. From there I could see the valley below, dense with forest and split by veins of silver water. The meadow was nowhere in sight. But as I scanned the landscape, my gaze snagged on clearings too round, too precise. They dotted the valley like eyes turned upward. Maybe they had always been there. Maybe I had never noticed before. I forced myself away from the ridge and pressed on. The day stretched, the sun bright but thin, as though filtered through something. The further I hiked, the more I realized the ground itself carried faint curves, arcs bending underfoot that seemed to intersect and overlap. I kept shaking my head, blaming my exhaustion, until I reached a fallen log where the moss grew in perfect rings. Concentric, layered, too deliberate. My stomach nodded. By evening, I stumbled upon another campsite, this one older, with a fire pit made of blackened stones. Charcoal still dusted the ring, though no recent ashes lingered. A tin can lay crushed nearby, rusting. Human presence long gone but undeniable. Again, I set my tent. Again, I tried to believe that distance meant safety. That night, I didn't dream. I listened. At first, there was nothing but the usual forest hush. Then, sometime after midnight, the silence returned. Not ordinary quiet, but absence. Every natural noise cut out, leaving only the ringing in my ears. My hand tightened on the knife before I even realized it. The tent wall dimpled once. Just once. A single, deliberate press inward, as if to remind me. Then nothing. I sat awake until dawn, heart pounding. When I finally unzipped the tent, the fire pit stones looked rearranged. They weren't, I told myself they weren't. But I couldn't shake the certainty that the circle had shifted in the night. The arc bent slightly inward, toward where I had slept. By the third day, exhaustion dulled fear into a steady thrum. I moved mechanically, one boot in front of the other, mind circling the same dread. Patterns, circles, pressure, patience. I wanted to scream at the trees, demand they tell me if I was imagining it, but the words clung to my throat. Mid-afternoon, I found something that nearly broke me. It was another campsite, this one abandoned in haste. A tent lay collapsed. Fabric torn not by claws but by something smoother, almost sliced. A sleeping bag lay twisted halfway out, dirt clinging to the fabric. No blood, no sign of violence, but everything about it spoke of someone leaving too quickly. Around the tent, the grass bent in circles. Not crushed, bent, as if coaxed by hands that weren't hands. I wanted to turn and run. But run where? The trail behind me felt just as cursed as the one ahead. Instead, I forced myself past, refusing to look too long at the shapes in the grass. That night I didn't set my tent. I couldn't. Instead, I wrapped myself in my bag beneath a broad spruce, convincing myself the branches would shield me. I stared upward until the stars swam into focus. That's when I realized they, too, were wrong. The sky was clear, scattered with constellations I thought I knew. But they shifted. Slowly, subtly. The stars bent into arcs, arranging themselves into rings that pulsed faintly as though drawing breath. My heart thudded against the ground. I shut my eyes tight, but the image burned inside my eyelids. Even in darkness, the circles remained. I must have slept despite it, because I woke at dawn with pine needles pressed into my cheek. For a moment I felt relief. Morning meant safety. But when I sat up, the needles formed curved lines around me, faint but undeniable. My body had lain at the center of another pattern, one I hadn't placed myself in. Panic boiled into determination. I couldn't keep wandering blind, letting the forest play its games. I needed answers. People, something solid. I checked my map, fingers trembling, and saw that the nearest ranger station lay a day and a half's hike east. I set my compass and began. The trail grew harder. Switchbacks clawed upward through boulder fields. My legs ached with every climb. Yet beneath the strain, I felt the forest soften, as though the patterns allowed me passage so long as I didn't resist. The silence came and went in waves, each time accompanied by the faint brushing sound, the suggestion of stalks bending. By the time the sun slanted low, I stumbled onto a dirt service road carved roughly through the trees. Relief surged. Roads meant trucks, stations, human presence. I followed it eagerly, almost running despite my exhaustion. As dusk fell, I saw it a wooden structure half hidden by pines, a cabin with a metal roof reflecting the last light. My chest cracked with gratitude. The ranger station. Finally. But when I approached, I slowed. The building looked wrong. Not ruined, not abandoned, but untouched. Too untouched. The ground around it was bare of footprints. No tire tracks marred the dirt road, And surrounding the station, faint but unmistakable, the grass bent in arcs. Circles. Rings that reached outward, patient as always, waiting for me to notice. I stood frozen, the weight of every mile collapsing onto me. The meadow had never been behind me. I had been walking inside it the whole time. The ranger station waited in front of me, like a photograph pinned against the trees. Still, flat, without the clutter of real life. I wanted to run the last stretch, to hurl myself against the wooden door, and shout until someone answered. But the rings in the grass held me in place. They weren't dramatic, not obvious at a glance, but the longer I stared, the more undeniable they became. Faint arcs in the dirt, circles tightening around the cabin, as if the earth itself had been brushed into order. I forced my legs forward. Each step felt tested, allowed, measured by something that had been walking with me all along. The doorknob was cold when I wrapped my hand around it, colder than the air, and for a moment I feared it wouldn't turn. But it did, swinging inward with a creak too loud for the silence that smothered everything else. Inside, the air was stale. Dust coated the desk, the shelves, the floorboards, but not thick enough to prove years of neglect. More like weeks. A map of the forest lay tacked to the wall. Circles inked on certain clearings. Too many circles. I stepped closer, my chest tightening, when I saw one drawn exactly where the meadow had been. Another where the torn tent lay abandoned. Another where I now stood, the ink fresh enough that it glistened faintly under my headlamp. Someone had marked this recently. I moved behind the desk and found a logbook left open. The entries were neat, dated, official at first. Reports of hikers, weather, fire risk. Then the writing changed. Shorter notes, hurry. Circles moving. Don't camp inside them. They don't stop when you leave. Patience is worse than violence. The rings want center. The last entry was a smear. The pen dragged across the page, as though the writer had been pulled away mid-sentence. I shut the book quickly, my fingers shaking. A sound rose outside, not the tapping this time. Not the sigh, but a low hum, like the vibration of many thin strings pulled taut. The floorboards trembled beneath me. I rushed to the window. The rings had grown clearer, pressed into the earth in sharp relief, glowing faintly as if lit from below. They pulsed, tightening, the cabin caught at the center. My mouth dry. I had walked straight into its heart again. I bolted for the door. Outside, the rings shimmered, arcs bending as though adjusting themselves to my movement. I stumbled backward, unwilling to step into their lines, but with nowhere else to go. The hum deepened, resonant enough to rattle my teeth. The trees beyond the station shifted. Not in wind, they leaned, their trunks bending in arcs that mirrored the ground, their branches curving overhead into spirals. The entire forest was folding itself inward, reshaping into circles that converged on me. I screamed, though the sound died quickly, swallowed by the silence that fell like a lid. Only the hum remained, steady, patient. My instinct screamed to run. So I did. I lunged across the nearest ring, boots scuffing dirt, my body bracing for impact, for something to drag me back. But nothing touched me. The circle gave way as though I had stepped into a ripple. I kept running, over one ring and then another, each arc trembling but not stopping me. Behind me, the station groaned. The wood cracked. The roof bent inward, and then the whole cabin folded like paper, collapsing into itself along invisible lines. I didn't stop to watch. Branches clawed at me as I plunged into the trees. The forest spun with arcs and spirals, every trunk bent, every leaf arranged. No direction felt safe. I chose east, clinging to the compass at my chest, forcing my body to move until my lungs burned. The hum followed. It was inside me now, vibrating in my bones, in the fillings of my teeth. I stumbled down a ravine, slid across loose dirt, and landed hard against a fallen log. For a moment I lay stunned, gasping, certain that the circles would close in and end it there. But when I looked up, I saw water. A river cut through the forest ahead, wide and fast, frothing white over boulders. Relief surged wild in me. Rivers break patterns. Water doesn't bend into circles, it cuts and carves. I scrambled toward it, every muscle screaming, and plunged into the current. The cold was brutal, seizing my chest, dragging me under. I fought upward, choking on spray, arms thrashing. The current ripped me downstream, away from the arcs carved into the forest floor, away from the hum. For the first time since the meadow, I felt distance. Not safety, but separation. I clung to that, even as the river battered me. Branches and rocks bruised my skin, tore my clothes. My pack ripped free and vanished into the current. But I didn't care. I only cared about leaving the circles behind. When the river finally spat me onto a gravel bank, I crawled forward on shaking limbs, coughing water, retching until bile burned my throat. The forest here looked ordinary, messy, chaotic, alive. No arcs, no patterns. Just tangled underbrush and uneven trees. I lay there for what felt like hours, too spent to move, listening desperately for the hum. Silence. Not the suffocating kind, but natural, soft. Birds chattered. Insects buzzed. The world breathed again. At dawn, I stumbled onto a service trail, mud sucking at my boots, every step a battle. My body was wrecked, but I followed the path until hours later, I heard the distant growl of an engine. I broke through the trees to find a ranger truck parked on the road, 2 men unloading supplies. They stared when they saw me, mud, caked, trembling, wild-eyed. One rushed forward, catching me before my knees gave out. I remember his voice, calm but urgent, asking what happened. I tried to answer, but the words collapsed into sobs. Later, wrapped in a blanket at their base station, I gave fragments of the story. I told them about the meadow, the rings, the tapping, the way the forest folded. Their expressions shifted from concern to disbelief, polite but guarded. One scribbled notes while the other fetched water, both careful not to call me crazy, but careful not to agree either. When I finished, the note taker cleared his throat and said hikers sometimes get disoriented, see patterns in nature. That stress and isolation do strange things to perception. I wanted to argue, to shove the logbook from the other station into his hands, but I had left it behind in my panic. All I had was my journal, the sketch of the meadow's rings, damp and smudged but still visible. They glanced at it, exchanged looks, and then set it gently on the table as though it were fragile. They let me stay the night, fed me, gave me dry clothes. In the morning, they offered to drive me back to the trailhead. I didn't argue. I didn't want to see another tree, another clearing. I wanted pavement, noise, people. Yet as we drove out of the forest, I stared through the truck window, scanning the trees, and I saw them. Not everywhere, not obvious, but enough. A patch of moss shaped too perfectly. A curve of stones bent in a deliberate arc. A stand of trees leaning inward, their crowns almost touching in a circle. The patterns hadn't stayed behind. They were everywhere, if you looked long enough. When we reached the edge of town, I thanked the rangers and walked away, before they could ask more questions. I told myself I would never hike alone again, never camp, never set foot in a meadow no matter how beautiful. I tried to believe I could bury the experience, that distance and noise and city lights would erase it. But I dream in circles now, every night. The rings tighten, always patient, always waiting. Sometimes I wake with the sheets creased around me in curves, my body lying perfectly at the center. Sometimes I hear the tap against the walls, soft and polite, reminding me it has all the time in the world, because that's the truth I can't escape. The meadow wasn't a place. It was an order, a pattern, something vast and deliberate. I stepped into it once, and it stepped into me, and it doesn't need to chase. It can wait. My name is Lennox Drew. I am 29 years old, an environmental engineer by training, and I spend more weekends than I should chasing mountains that look better on postcards than they feel beneath my boots. I am not a professional climber, nor a backcountry guide, but I know enough to pack the right gear, leave a route plan, and carry the weight of both common sense and arrogance in my pack. I grew up in Colorado, where the ridges bite into the sky like broken teeth, and though I moved away for work, I come back often to test myself against the trails that first taught me humility. On that particular day, I had set my sights on a high pass that cut through the Rockies, a place hikers spoke of as beautiful, but oddly hushed, where the wind carried less sound than it should. It was the kind of place I felt most alive, remote, strange, and thin with air. The climb had been long but steady, a weaving ascent through switchbacks and thinning trees, until the forest broke into tundra. The rocks there were the color of old coins, flecked with lichen that looked like burn marks. My boots scraped against gravel, sending tiny echoes tumbling down slopes that disappeared into mist. I was alone, though not lonely. Solitude has always been my companion, a steady hum beneath the louder noise of city life. When I reached the pass, my lungs burning in that sharp, rewarding way, I paused to let the silence press against me. It was then that I noticed the tin. It sat half buried in a cairn of stones, just visible between slabs of granite stacked by countless hands. The tin was weathered, edges dulled, but not rusted through. I knew the type, a trail register. Hikers leave their names, dates, sometimes short notes about the weather or conditions. They are both practical and ritualistic, breadcrumbs for safety, but also little human fingerprints on wild places. I pulled the tin free, wiped dust from the lid, and pried it open. Inside was a notebook, its pages stiff with mountain air, faintly warped from moisture. I flipped past entries that stretched back years, written in neat or hurried scrawls. Some were simple. August 12, clear skies. Snowfields melting. Others leaned poetic. The goats watched us from the ridge. No wind here, just breath. I smiled at that, amused at how hikers often romanticize animals, as if they're guardians of trails rather than opportunists, looking for salt on sweaty packs. On impulse, I took my pen and signed my name on the next blank line. Instead of the usual plain entry, I added a joke, Lennox Drew. If I vanish, it was the goats. I chuckled under my breath, pleased with my own wit, and shut the notebook with the kind of casual satisfaction that comes when you know no one will ever care about the line but you. I slipped it back into the tin and replaced the cairn stones. The wind lifted against my jacket, cool and dry, as if approving my little mischief. I thought no more of it. That was my mistake. When I stopped for water at the crest of the pass, the tin caught my eye again. Something about it looked shifted. Maybe I hadn't replaced the stones carefully. Maybe the wind had tugged at it. I told myself it didn't matter, but a low unease prickled the back of my neck. I set my pack down, drank, and finally, curiosity got the better of me. I went back and opened the tin once more. The page I had signed was no longer blank beneath my words. Another line had appeared below mine. The handwriting was not mine, nor anyone I had seen in earlier entries. It was cramped, deliberate, as if each letter pressed too hard into the page. You should not have mocked. My first thought was practical. Maybe a hiker had followed just behind me, seen my joke, and written a stern response. But the trail had been empty for hours, and I had not heard anyone approach. The ink looked fresh, the black still gleaming faintly against the pale paper. My skin prickled with the same coldness as stepping into shade after sunlight. I laughed softly to myself, a sound too thin, and shook my head. Cute, I muttered, as if speaking aloud could keep the unease at bay. I closed the notebook again, more firmly this time, and shoved it back. I told myself not to linger. Superstition breeds in places like this, where the air is thinner than reason. People invent myths out of silence. I started down the far side of the pass, pushing my poles into loose gravel, but the thought clung to me like burrs. You should not have mocked. The phrase repeated in my mind, each step setting it deeper. By the time I reached a shelf of snow lingering in shadow, I had almost convinced myself it was nothing more than a joke from some local who didn't appreciate tourists. But then, at the next rest stop, I checked again. The register was in my pack. I hadn't remembered putting it there. That froze me worse than the wind. I had left it in the tin, hadn't I? I unzipped the top pocket, and there it was, edges of the notebook pressed against my extra gloves. For a long moment, I simply stared, my pulse drumming in my ears louder than the mountain silence. Finally, I forced myself to open it. The handwriting filled the page beneath my entry now, more lines unspooling like veins. Step, step, step. Drink from your bottle. Look over your shoulder. Do not laugh. The words mapped exactly what I had done since leaving the pass. My throat tightened. I flipped the page, my hands trembling. The next sheet was blank for only a second. Then dark lines appeared across it, forming words as I watched. Step again. I gasped and dropped the book. It hit the dirt with a dull thud, pages fluttering. The wind rushed past, yet no other sound carried across the pass. I crouched, heart hammering, and snatched it up. The line had completed itself. Step again. You will. I realized I was holding my breath. With a sharp exhale, I shoved the register deep into my pack, zipped it, and tightened every strap until it bit into my shoulders. I started walking faster, almost stumbling down the trail. Logic screamed inside me. This was impossible. Ink didn't appear by itself. No notebook could know what I was doing. And yet, the evidence pressed against my back with every stride. It was happening whether I understood it or not. The descent into the valley blurred with nerves. Every few minutes, I imagined the faintest scratching from my pack, like pen nibs on paper. I ignored it, eyes fixed on the trail ahead, until dusk began to fall. Shadows stretched long, painting the rocks with bruised light. When I finally stopped to make camp, I was exhausted but restless, hands clumsy as I pitched my tent. I should have left the register alone. I should have buried it in the cairn again, sealed it under stone, and walked away. Instead, when the dark fully settled, and the cold began to bite, I unzipped the pack once more. My hands moved against my better judgment, like curiosity had taken control of my muscles. I pulled the notebook free and held it in the beam of my headlamp. Its cover was warm against my palms, though the night air had already dropped below freezing. The page was no longer describing my past actions. Now it was writing ahead of me, a faint line forming letter by letter, trailing slightly behind the flick of my eye. I watched in mounting dread as the words took shape. Lennox sits. He stares at the page. He turns his head to the left. I snapped my head left without meaning to. Nothing but darkness and boulders, crouched beyond the fire's glow. When I looked back, more words crawled across the paper. He breathes faster. He thinks of closing the book. He will not. I slammed the notebook shut. My breath came ragged, shallow, clouding in the headlamp's beam. The fire popped, sending sparks into the night. But the air felt wrong, as though something vast leaned just outside the circle of light. My hand shook as I shoved the register into the tent, burying it under my sleeping bag, as if weight alone could hold back whatever force had hitched itself to me. The night dragged. Sleep evaded me, replaced by the itch of awareness that I was being observed not from outside the tent, but from inside my own choices. At some point, I must have drifted off because I woke with a start to silence so deep it roared. The fire was out. Frost laced the tent walls, and from beneath my sleeping bag came a faint, steady scratching. I froze. The sound was unmistakable pen on paper, dragging across lines. My hands trembled as I reached down and pulled the register free. The page glowed faintly in the dim light of my headlamp. Words scrawled across in the same merciless hand. Lennox wakes. He reads. He does not realize he is already late. I stared at the line until my vision blurred. My pulse thundered. My mouth went dry. Late for what? The register did not answer, but the scratching did not stop. More words unfurled as I watched, darker, harsher, almost tearing the paper with their urgency. And then the predictions began to go wrong. The register told me I would blink twice, then set it down. I refused. My eyes burned until tears stung them, but I didn't blink. My hand stayed frozen on the page, gripping the paper so hard my knuckles blanched white. For a second, I thought maybe I had beaten it, that if I disobeyed its script, it would falter. But then new words began to bleed through in the cramped, sharp handwriting, as though they had been waiting under the surface all along. He does not blink. He thinks he wins. He has already lost. The letters cut into me more than the cold air did. My breath fogged the page, curling white against black words. I shut the notebook, my pulse hammering in my throat, and stuffed it back into my pack. I swore I wouldn't open it again. I told myself I'd pack up, descend in the dark, if I had to, abandon this trip entirely. But when I tried to zip the pack shut, it jammed halfway, as if the teeth had clenched against one another. I yanked, cursed, tugged harder. Nothing moved. The zipper teeth had bent inward, biting on the fabric like jaws. My arms tremble with cold and fear as I let go. And then the scratching started again. It came muffled. From inside the pack. The unmistakable sound of ink dragging across paper. My body knew the noise before my brain admitted it. My stomach knotted. I pressed both hands over the fabric, trying to smother the sound, but it vibrated up through my palms. I shouldered the pack, staggered outside the tent into the brittle night, and flung it onto the rocks. The sound stopped. My chest heaved in the silence. For a moment, I thought maybe I had silenced it for good. Then the pack twitched. Not the wind, not settling weight. It jolted as if something inside had shifted with intention. My skin prickled from scalp to heels. I backed away until my boots hit the edge of my fire ring. The headlamp beam trembled across the granite, illuminating the outline of my pack as it shivered again, small but deliberate, as though restless hands were trapped inside. The zipper pulled itself an inch open. I didn't think. I grabbed the nearest rock from the fire ring and hurled it. The stone smacked into the pack with a dull crack. The twitching stopped. Silence again, absolute. My pulse pounded in my ears so loud, I barely heard myself panting. I waited, minutes dragging into an eternity, before daring to creep closer. The zipper was shut tight again, no gap, no tear. My rock had left a scuff mark on the fabric, nothing more. I didn't open it. I couldn't. I dragged the pack back to the tent with a trembling hand, shoved it into the vestibule, and zipped myself inside the nylon cocoon. The cold pressed down. Sleep didn't come, not really. My mind spun in anxious circles until at some point exhaustion won out. When I woke, pale dawn seeped across the valley, dim and metallic. My fire pit had collapsed into ash and frost. The pack sat exactly where I had left it. Zipper perfectly straight, fabric unmarked. For one fragile moment, I convinced myself the night had been a hallucination brought on by altitude and fear. But then I unzipped the tent flap and saw the notebook lying on the snow. It was no longer in the pack. It had crawled out. My stomach dropped. The kind of weightless plummet you feel on a roller coaster, but stretched out, sick and sour. The notebook was closed, but its edges were dusted with fresh graphite. Gray frost, as if it had been breathing in the night. Against every instinct, I stooped and picked it up. The cover was warmer than my skin. When I opened it, the handwriting already sprawled across the page. He takes the book. He walks east. He does not notice he is watched. My head snapped up. The ridge to the east glowed faintly with sun. Nothing stirred, no goats, no hikers, just rock and snow. I almost laughed, hollow, broken, at how absurd. It was to be relieved that there weren't goats. I should have thrown the notebook into the fire, if there had been one, or buried it under a boulder too heavy to shift. Instead, I shoved it into my jacket against my chest and started hiking. East, just like it had written. My thoughts stuttered with every step. Was I following its instructions? Or had the instructions simply described what I was already doing? By mid-morning, clouds thickened above the peaks, bruised purple and gray. I descended into a narrow gulch where the wind funneled in shivering gusts. Rocks lined the floor like vertebrae, each one rounded smooth as if a giant hand had rolled them. I stopped at a flat slab to eat a protein bar, but before I could take a bite, I felt it. The weight against my chest grew heavier. A vibration. I pulled the notebook out. A new page had already turned itself. Lennox stops. He eats. He does not notice the shadow behind him. The bar fell from my hand. My body refused to turn around, though my spine screamed to. Every muscle went taut. I held still, listening. The gulch wind hissed and funneled, but beneath it, I thought I heard something else. A scrape, a shuffle, the sound of weight shifting against stone. I spun around. Nothing, just the empty trail curling back into mist, but the notebook's page had changed. He spins. He sees nothing. He relaxes. That is wrong. My throat closed. I shoved it back into my jacket, half running now, boots skidding on scree. The gulch narrowed further, rock walls rising like jaws. The notebook pressed against me with every step, a parasite heartbeat against my ribs. I wanted to scream, to curse myself for ever picking it up. Hours blurred. My water ran low, my legs trembled with fatigue. At last I reached a small meadow wedged between ridges. Grass bent under the weight of frost. It should have been a relief, an open space after stone walls, but the air was too still, the silence oppressive. I dropped my pack and staggered to the edge of the meadow, gulping air. The notebook slipped from my jacket and fell open on the grass. I stared, breath fogging. The page already waited for me. He rests. He drops the weight. He reads. He knows the next 5 seconds. I waited. Nothing happened. No shadow. No sound. Just the frost crackling under my boots. My confusion swelled, then dread replaced it as words bled across the paper again, slowly, deliberately. He trusts the next 5 seconds. That is the trick. I slammed it shut, bile rising in my throat. My hands shook so hard I nearly dropped it again. The meadow's silence pressed close, suffocating. My skin crawled with the sense of being toyed with, nudged into choices not my own. The predictions weren't warnings anymore. They were traps. I wanted out. Off this trail, down to the car, back to cell signal, anywhere but here. But the pass was high above and miles away. The only way forward was down valley, where the trail curved into the trees. I clipped the pack, slung the notebook into the deepest pocket I had, and started moving. The forest closed around me, tall firs heavy with frost, branches sagging like tired shoulders. The silence grew heavier, as if each step sank me deeper into something dense and watching. My eyes flicked constantly between trunks, searching for movement, but the woods were still. Too still. When I finally dared to unzip the pocket again, the notebook's page was already filled. My stomach turned before I even read it. He thinks the trees are still. He thinks nothing moves. He does not notice how they lean. I whipped my head up. The trunks seemed straight. They seemed normal. But the longer I stared, the less sure I became. The lines weren't vertical anymore. They curved subtly, as if bending toward me. My chest tightened, breath quick and shallow. I snapped the notebook shut and stumbled forward, nearly tripping on a root. I didn't stop again until dusk painted the forest in long bruised shadows. My legs burned, my throat was raw with thirst, but stopping felt more dangerous than moving. I found a hollow between 2 stones and lit the smallest fire I could, just enough to keep the dark at bay. My hands fumbled with the lighter, clumsy with fatigue. The notebook was already waiting when I sat down, lying open on my knee though I hadn't pulled it from my pocket. Lennox sits by the fire. He does not see what crawls closer just beyond the light. I slammed it shut, heart slamming against my ribs. My headlamp beam shot outward, cutting into the dark. Nothing. No movement, no action, no breath. But the fire popped loudly, as if something had stepped too close. I told myself I wouldn't read again, that I'd let the book rot in my pack, no matter what. But long into the night, when the flames burned low and shadows thickened like oil, I felt it. The scratch, muffled but steady, as new words carved themselves without me. And for the first time, I realized something that made my blood run cold. It wasn't recording me. Not anymore. It was teaching me how to expect the wrong things. I should have left the register in the fire. But I didn't. I couldn't. Every time I tried to imagine burning it, I felt the phantom weight of the pages in my chest, like I'd be setting fire to a lung inside me. So I sat through the night, the notebook pressed on my hand like a living thing, scratching faintly against my palm, as if begging me to read. By dawn, my mind was frayed, unraveling into threads that tangled every thought. The light should have been a relief, but instead it revealed what the shadows had only hinted. Around my camp, the ground was scuffed with half circles. Lines in the frost like something had shuffled and out of the trees, always stopping just beyond where my firelight had reached. They weren't animal prints. They weren't boot tracks. They were more like the drag of a weight, or the turn of a page across the earth. My stomach clenched. The notebook was already open. I hadn't touched it. He wakes. He sees the marks. He thinks of burning me. He will not. I staggered to my feet, a bitter laugh tearing out of me. "Your paper," I hissed. "You're nothing." My voice sounded thin in the empty woods, words snagging on branches before dying. The register didn't care. The ink didn't fade. The page filled again. He pretends he is stronger. He is not. He is late. That word again. Late. Late for what? My throat ached with the question, but I didn't ask. I couldn't bear to see the answer appear. I packed fast, clumsy, shouldering my gear as if the weight could protect me. I stumbled down, trail, refusing to look at the register even as it scraped and writhed against my ribs. By mid-morning the forest began to thin, light pooling through gaps in the canopy. The trail widened, dusted with frost but open, almost welcoming. My chest loosened for the first time in hours. Maybe I could make it out. Maybe I could shake this thing back into myth. Then I tripped. My boot caught on something half-buried. I pitched forward, landing hard on my palms, breath knocked from me. When I pushed myself up, I saw what had caught me. Another tin box. It sat exactly in the middle of the trail, stones stacked carefully around it, as though waiting. My stomach hollowed. My hands shook. Slowly, against every screaming instinct, I brushed the frost away. The cairn was new, too new. The rocks weren't weathered or mossed. They gleamed as though placed just last night. My head swam. I pulled the lid off the tin. Inside wasn't another register. It was the same one. My register. The same warped cover, the same bent corner. But my copy still sat against my chest. I unzipped a jacket with trembling hands and pulled it out. Identical. Two versions of the same book. One breathing faint heat against my palm, the other cold in the tin. I wanted to drop them both, leave them behind, run. But the warmth in the one I'd carried pulsed like a heartbeat, and when I tried to toss it away, my hand clenched shut against my will. My body would not obey. My knees buckled with terror. The colder book in the tin stirred. Its pages flipped on their own, windless, until it landed on a blank one. Words seared into it with speed. Choose. My breath sawed in and out. The warm book in my hand writhed, tugging at my wrist. The cold one in the tin gleamed with morning frost, its letters carving deeper, urgent. Choose. Which carries you forward? Which carries you back? I thought of the pass behind me, high and cruel. I thought of the valley below, forested and heavy with silence. Neither felt safe. Neither felt mine. My hand trembled, the warm book burning now, scalding against my palm. My skin blistered. With a ragged cry, I dropped it. It hit the dirt and didn't bounce. It sank, as though the ground had turned liquid beneath it. The register slid down into the earth, like a skin through water. My skin throbbed where it had burned me. The cold copy in the tin stayed still, its page waiting. My breath came ragged. I reached in and grabbed it. The frost bit my fingers, but it didn't burn. Not yet. I shoved it into my pack, slammed the lid back onto the tin, and toppled the cairn into rubble. Stones clattered down the slope. The silence returned, deeper, heavier, as though the mountain itself held its breath. I ran. The trail blurred under me, a tunnel of frost and pine. The register beat against my back, each impact like a whispered word I couldn't hear. My lungs tore with every breath, but I didn't stop until the trees broke open into another meadow. At first, I thought I'd circled back. The grass bent the same way, concentric, careful, like something had calmed it. My heart faltered. But this meadow was different. At its center stood a wooden post, weather-worn, with a metal box bolted to the top. A sign above it leaned crooked, letters faded but still legible. Tral Rajistar, Sajnn. My legs nearly gave out. My laugh came wild and broken. This was the beginning, or the end. This was where hikers left their names to prove they had passed through. My mind reeled. Had I gone in circles? Had I never left the pass? The register in my pack squirmed. The zipper teeth strained. I fell to my knees in front of the post, dragged the notebook out, and slammed it against the box. My hands shook so violently I could barely open it. The page inside already bore my handwriting, though I hadn't written a word. Lennox drew. If I vanish, it was the goats. Beneath it, in the cramped, merciless scrawl, a new line appeared even as I watched. And he did. The air left my chest in a rush. My vision blurred, the world tilting. I clawed at the page, tried to tear it free, but the paper wouldn't rip. It writhed, ink bleeding outward into shapes I didn't want to recognize. My reflection flickered on the surface of the letters. My face pale, my eyes wide but wrong. A fraction too late, a fraction too slow. The register wrote again. He tears at the page. He screams. He does not see what steps into him. My scream died in my throat. The meadow hushed. A pressure pressed against my back, not touch but presence, sliding cold and inevitable through me, as though I were no more than another page to be written on. My knees buckled. The book closed by itself. Darkness swelled. When I woke, I was still kneeling at the post. The register sat open before me, the page waiting, blank except for the date. My pen lay beside it. My pack was gone. My fire gear, my food, everything. Only the notebook and the pen remained. My hand reached, trembling, without my consent. The first stroke carved itself L, then E, then N. I was signing my name again. I tried to pull away. My muscles refused. My hand moved of its own accord, finishing each letter with mechanical certainty. My throat worked soundlessly. The page Philid Lennox drew, and beneath it another line unfurled before the ink dried. He writes again. He thinks it is his last. It is not. The book snapped shut. The meadow lay silent. The wind died. And I understood at last, there was never just one register. The mountains were full of them, scattered across passes and meadows, each waiting for another hand to sign, each waiting for another voice to mock, to disbelieve, to write itself into a story already finished. The goats had never been the joke. The joke was me, and I am still being written. My name is Priya Desai. I was born in Ahmedabad, India, and raised in Toronto, Canada, where my parents sought a quieter, more stable life. I studied environmental science because I believed understanding nature was the closest thing to understanding truth itself. At 27 years old, I have spent much of my free time hiking, camping, and documenting the small details most people miss. The way moss traces the seams of a granite boulder, the angle of spider's silk at sunrise, the exact sound water makes when it strikes shale versus limestone. I believed observation was a form of reverence. I also believed, naively, that knowledge was enough to keep me safe. That belief fractured on a trip last summer. I had taken a week off work and decided to camp alone in a remote section of the northern Rockies. Solitude has always been both my comfort and my undoing. I prepared carefully. Tent, food sealed in bare canisters, a portable stove, maps laminated and tucked in waterproof sleeves. I carried a water filter, one I had used on at least a dozen prior trips. It had always worked fine. though I never stop to consider that sometimes it is not the visible impurities one should fear, but what lies beneath the surface itself. On my third day out, after traversing a steep ridgeline that shredded my calves and left me trembling with fatigue, I reached a meadow pressed flat with wildflowers and saw the pool. It was not fed by a stream, not visibly anyway. It sat at the edge of a stand of spruce, a small basin cupped in the earth, maybe 10 feet across. The water appeared clear, so startlingly so that I thought at first it must be rainwater gathered recently. The surface was glassy, silvered with the sky, reflecting clouds so sharp they seemed closer than the real ones above. I was thirsty enough that my lips felt cracked into separate pieces. My filter was ready. Logic won over hesitation. The first oddity came when I bent to scoop the water. The instant my bottle broke the surface, the pool quivered. Not the ripple of my own hand, nor the scatter of insects, nor the brush of wind. The entire surface shifted in one soft, unified shudder, like the belly of a sleeper startled by a dream. For a moment, I thought something had exhaled beneath it. A fish, perhaps, but the water was so clear. I should have seen any life inside, and there was none. I told myself I was tired. That fatigue was a trickster and thirst was its accomplice. I dipped the bottle fully and filled it. My filter clicked on, each pump sending the water through the tube into a separate container meant for cooking. The ritual soothed me: intake, pump, output. I trusted the mechanics of it. I trusted science more than I trusted my own senses. By the time I set up my tent in a flat pocket of grass nearby, dusk was bending the sky violet. I boiled a handful of rice with lentils, poured the filtered water into the pot, and set it on the stove. The hiss of flame was comfort in miniature. I thought little more of the pool until the next morning, when I tried to make tea. The bottle still sloshed heavy in my hand, though I had used at least half of it the night before. I unscrewed the cap, tipped it over the pot, and poured. Water streamed into the pot, rising nearly to the rim. I set the bottle down, expecting it to be lighter, nearly empty. But when I lifted it again, the weight was unchanged. I frowned, shook it. The sound was the same, half full, generous in its promise. I poured again, filling a second pot this time, and checked once more. Still heavy. Still sloshing. Confusion is a quiet predator. It rarely attacks in the open. At first it circled. Maybe I had misjudged the volume. Maybe I had filled the bottle more than I remembered. But the logic thinned the longer I tried to believe it. No matter how much water I poured, the level in the bottle never dropped. The third oddity came with sound. I pressed the bottle to my ear, curious, irrational. At first I heard only the soft lap of water against plastic. Then tap, a faint, deliberate tick, as if a fingertip had brushed the inner wall. I froze, holding my breath. The sound repeated, not chaotic, not the accidental gurgle of a bubble, but steady. Tap. Tap, like someone knocking politely from inside. I told myself the obvious lie: pressure. Trapped air. Some quirk of physics I had not studied. I left the bottle on a rock and walked away. The trouble was, when I returned an hour later, the bottle had rolled closer to the tent, though the ground was flat, and the tapping had not ceased. Sleep that night was thin, broken. I woke at intervals to the sense of company, though no human was near. Coyotes howled at a distance, an ordinary sound. The unusual one was subtler. The faint plasticky vibration of tap, 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 continuing as if time meant nothing to it. I stuffed the bottle deep into my backpack, under clothes, under gear, hoping muffling would erase it. It did not. The sound threaded through fabric, through nylon, through my nerves. The following morning, I considered pouring the bottle back into the pool. Maybe that would undo whatever I had stirred. But a new unease stopped me. I was not sure the pool wanted its gift returned. That thought was not mine. It came dressed in the cadence of another voice, one that belonged not to memory but to presence. I tried to hike on, to leave the pool behind. My plan was to reach a ridge pass by afternoon and descend toward a known campsite near a river. But each step forward carried the weight of something unshaken, something hitching a ride. The pack strained heavier than before, not just in muscle but in spirit. I paused often, telling myself it was fatigue. Yet each pause, the tapping found me again, insistent. By midday, clouds pulled taut across the sky, shading the ground in patches like bruises. I stopped to drink from my other bottle, the one filled earlier from a stream on day one, the normal one. That water was nearly gone. I knew I should drink from the bottomless one, but fear is a strange thirst. It tightens rather than quenches. I would rather suffer dry tongue and headache than put that water to my lips. I reached the pass late, wind raking the ridge, air thin enough that every breath rasped. The trail down was scree, unstable, a slope more threat than path. I decided to stop there, just shy of the descent, and make camp in a niche between boulders. The view was wide enough that I could see a storm forming on the horizon, lightning sketching distant peaks. That night I cooked the last of my rice with the infinite water, because what else could I do? The flame boiled it just as before. Steam rose, yet when I tasted the rice, it was colder than uncooked grain. As if the boiling had been theater and nothing more. My stomach tightened, my throat rebelled, and I spit it out into the dirt. I poured the pot away, thinking at least the act would lessen the burden. But when I looked back at the pot a few minutes later, it was full again. Clear water, no rice. The smell was faintly metallic, like a coin pressed too long between sweaty palms. That was when I stopped thinking of the bottle as an object. It had agency. It had patience. And it was not content with being carried. It wanted to be acknowledged. I sat in the dark with my headlamp dimmed, low, listening to the storm wander closer. The tapping inside the bottle did not speed up, did not grow frantic, only steady, steady, steady. I began to sense timing between the taps and my own pulse, as though my body was being studied, measured. It was waiting for something, for me to drink, for me to ask. I turned the bottle over in my hands. The water inside looked as clear as when I had scooped it. No sediment, no floating debris, pure transparency. Yet in the very center, just for a breath span, I thought I saw the water flex, a tiny bulge, like the rise of lungs inside a rib cage. I dropped it then, heart pounding, and the bottle rolled against my boot, with a tap louder than all the ones before. The storm broke above me, lightning crawling across the ridge like cracks in glass. I shoved the bottle outside the tent, left it lying in the rain. The thunder drowned its sound, but only for minutes at a time. Between each boom, I could hear it again. Tap, tap. The storm felt less like weather and more like applause for whatever I had agreed to carry. By dawn, I had not slept. My eyes were raw, my mouth dry enough to sting. And still, the bottle lay there, waiting, unemptied, unending, the water level unchanged. I knew then that leaving it behind would not save me, because the weight in my pack was not the bottle itself. It was the attention that had noticed me when I touched the pool. I had invited something into my life without meaning to, and it was far more patient than I could ever hope to be. The morning was colorless, Sky washed to the shade of ash. I packed quickly, each motion sharpened by exhaustion. My hands shook as I folded the tent. Not from cold, but from the sense that I was being watched through the skin of the world itself. The bottle waited on the ground. Droplets from last night's rain, sliding down its surface like tears. I didn't want to touch it, but leaving it there was impossible. My body moved before my mind, lifting it and tucking it back into the side pocket of my pack. The weight settled against my hip, like a hand resting too long on my body. The descent from the pass should have been straightforward. Steep scree at first, then a long meadow sloped down toward the river. I welcomed the thought of flowing water, real water, something I could trust. But as I picked my way down the loose rocks, the sound of the bottle became impossible to ignore. The taps had shifted. No longer steady, they now mirrored my footsteps. An echo not of sound but of rhythm. Step tap, step tap. When I paused, it paused too. I began to descend faster, as if speed could outpace the mimicry. My boots skidded, grit rolling underfoot. A fall here could mean broken bone, stranded miles from help. Yet fear pushed harder than caution. The storm clouds had passed eastward, leaving behind a silence thick enough to feel weighted. No birds call. No wind moved the grass. Even the crunch of my steps seemed muted, as though the world were holding its breath. By midday, I reached the river valley. Relief should have bloomed, but instead unease deepened. The river ran wide, its current swift with snowmelt. I crouched by the bank, dipped my other bottle, and drank greedily. The cold cut my throat in the most blessed way, sharp and real. I rinsed my face, let the river wash grit from my skin. But when I turned back, the other bottle, the one that would not empty, had rolled from the pack to rest at the edge of the water. I froze. It hadn't been near the edge a moment ago. My pack lay upright several feet away. Yet the cursed bottle had shifted, as if drawn to its source. I reached slowly, heart hammering, and snatched it before it could slip into the current. The plastic was warm, not from sun but from itself, pulsing faintly like blood under skin. I jammed it deep into the pack and cinched every strap. Then I walked, following the river downstream, hoping distance would thin the presence. The terrain grew easier, the path broadening into a faint game trail. Yet the air thickened. I began to notice strange details. Along the banky stones stacked into tiny cairns, each no taller than my knee, positioned precisely at intervals. At first I thought they were natural. Then I saw the pattern. Each cairn leaned subtly toward the water, like worshippers bowing. I did not stop to examine them. I quickened my pace until the cairns thinned, though the image followed me, repeating behind my eyelids each time I blinked. By evening, I reached a grove where spruce clustered. So tightly their branches knitted overhead. I made camp there, too tired to continue. My limbs ached, my mouth was dry again, though I refused to drink from the endless bottle. I boiled more river water, cooked the last of my provisions. For a few moments, normalcy returned. The hiss of the stove, the scrape of my spoon. I tried to anchor myself to those sounds. But when I unrolled my sleeping bag, I found the bottle lying inside, nestled where my body should go. I had not touched it since sealing the pack. My stomach turned to ice. I lifted it with shaking hands. The water inside was no longer clear. Shapes drifted in its depth, pale and slow, as though a finger dragged through foggy glass. The tapping began again, more insistent, faster now. The rhythm of someone knocking to be let out. I whispered aloud, voice cracking. "What do you want?" The sound stopped. The silence that followed was worse. I set the bottle outside the tent and zipped the door. For an hour, maybe more, I lay in my bag staring at the nylon ceiling, waiting. My pulse roared in my ears. I nearly convinced myself it was over, until the bottle pressed against the tent wall from outside. The curve of plastic dented inward, a bulge tracing across like a fingertip sliding along fabric. I bolted upright, fumbling for my headlamp. The beam lit the wall, the bulge retreating just as quickly as it came. My breath came in shallow gasps. I thought of running, but where to? The forest was endless, the night thick. Sleep was impossible. I sat awake until dawn seeped gray through the trees. The bottle remained outside where I had left it, upright as though standing guard. My body shook with exhaustion, but I packed anyway, forcing myself to keep moving. The next day blurred. Miles of trail, the scrape of roots underfoot, the constant awareness of the thing I carried. I avoided looking directly at it, though sometimes I caught glimpses, the water inside flexing, a shadow curling against the plastic. The tapping had slowed again, but now it came in threes. Tap, tap, tap. A pause. Tap, 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 like a code I couldn't decipher. Late that afternoon, I reached a dilapidated ranger station marked on my map. It hadn't been manned in years, but the structure still stood. Weathered wood, shutters hanging crooked. I decided to rest there, hoping walls might bring comfort. Inside, the air smelled of mold and pine rot. Dust filmed the counter. Broken chairs lay collapsed in the corner. A logbook sat open on a table, pages warped from damp. Curiosity won over fear for a moment. I brushed off the dirt and read. Entries from decades ago described routine patrols, trail maintenance, bear sightings, fire risks. Then the tone shifted. One entry written in trembling hand described water that gives too much. Another, do not drink what does not diminish. The last legible line, smudged with something darker than ink, Reg. It follows in vessels. Do not let it learn your name. I slammed the book shut, stomach lurching. But the words branded themselves in memory. My name. Hadn't I whispered it aloud to myself on the first night? Introducing myself like a ritual, a habit of solitude. And hadn't I spoken directly to the bottle last night? The realization hollowed me out. I could feel the attention tighten around me, unseen but undeniable. That night in the ranger station, I dreamed, or thought I dreamed, of being underwater. Not struggling, not drowning, just suspended in a vast, clear depth. Shapes moved around me, pale as knuckles, brushing close but never touching. A face leaned near, featureless yet intent. When I woke, my hair was damp, though no rain had fallen. The bottle sat inches from my head, cap unscrewed, though I hadn't touched it. Panic burned sharp. I hurled it across the room. It struck the far wall and bounced unbroken. Water splashed out, soaking the floorboards. Relief flared. Maybe I could drain it after all. I grabbed the bottle, tipped it upside down, shook violently. Water poured in sheets, gurgling, soaking my boots. I kept shaking until my arms went numb. Then I looked inside, still full. The water on the floor shivered, trembling in unison, then slid toward the bottle, as though the wood sloped inward. It gathered, pooled, and crawled back into the mouth. Within seconds, the floor was dry, the bottle heavy again in my hands. I dropped it, staggered back, bile rising in my throat. This was no longer strange luck or cursed physics. This was hunger disguised as gift. And it was bound to me now. Carried in my pack, my breath, maybe even my blood. I spent the rest of the night sitting against the wall, knife in hand, though I knew metal would mean nothing. Every so often, the bottle rocked on its own, rolling a few inches, then stilling. Each time, my name whispered faintly in the back of my skull, as though memory itself had grown lips. When dawn came, I fled the station without breakfast, without thought beyond escape. My map showed another 2 days to the trailhead. I prayed that civilization might weaken whatever had attached itself to me. But the tapping followed, constant as heartbeat. Now so loud, I thought others might hear if anyone were near. The forest began to change as I walked. Trees leaned closer, branches stooping as though to listen. The ground squelched though it hadn't rained. I glimpsed flashes of water where none should be, a puddle under a sun-baked rock, droplets hanging midair then vanishing. My shadow warped, stretched thin as if reflected in ripples. By evening, I could no longer deny the truth. I was not merely carrying the bottle. I was carrying its source. The pool in the meadow had marked me, chosen me, whatever word fit best. And the river, the cairns, the silence, they were not coincidences. They were arrangements. I had stepped into a system I did not understand, and the water was patient enough to teach me lesson by lesson. That night, camped in another grove, I listened to the taps shift into something new. No longer threes. Now they spelled rhythm closer to speech. Not words exactly, but syllables shaping themselves. When I closed my eyes, I could almost translate. Almost. And somewhere beyond exhaustion, beyond terror, the most frightening truth settled into me. The bottle was not asking anymore. It was practicing. The forest thinned as I pushed onward, though distance meant little now. I knew it was 2 days to the trailhead by map, but the rhythm of the bottle made hours collapse into blurs of tapping and silence. The trees grew taller, spaced farther apart, letting more light through. Yet the openness did not comfort me. It exposed me. I could feel something trailing behind, just out of sight, as if my shadow had split off and learned to walk separate from me. By midday, my throat was raw. The last of the normal river water was gone. My lips cracked until they bled, and still I refused to drink from the endless supply in my pack. I told myself that holding out was resistance, that as long as I did not drink, it could not claim more of me. But the truth gnawed deeper. I already belonged to it. The only choice left was how long I could delay acknowledgement. The tapping grew louder as thirst sharpened. Tap, 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 rapid now, almost gleeful. The bottle shifted in the side pocket of my pack, nudging my ribs as if reminding me of its generosity. Each step jarred it against me, a constant persuasion. My body begged. My mind fractured. By afternoon, I stumbled onto a clearing with a cabin ruin in its center. 4 walls. Roof collapsed, a chimney leaning like a crooked tooth. I thought at first it was abandoned, but smoke lingered faintly in the air, though no fire burned. The ground around the ruin was damp, soft underfoot, though no stream ran nearby. I dropped my pack and sat against a beam, chest heaving. The bottle rolled out, settling between my boots. I stared at it until my vision blurred. In the heat of exhaustion, I swore the water moved inside, not swirling but shaping itself. Outlines emerged, a face, unfinished, like clay half-formed. Eyes without pupils, mouth without teeth. It pressed against the plastic, distorting it outward, and the taps became a drumming pulse. I squeezed my eyes shut. But the sound filled the clearing, not from the bottle anymore, but from the ground itself, like rain on hollow wood. Tap, 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 everywhere. My chest constricted. I snatched the bottle and hurled it against the chimney stone. Plastic split, water gushed out. Relief flared, until I saw the liquid crawl across the rocks, pooling together, dragging itself back into the broken vessel. The split sealed before my eyes. The bottle lay whole again, water clear as if untouched. The only evidence was the dampness on my boots and the lingering smell, metallic and sour, like blood left too long in air. I wanted to scream, but the forest had no patience for sound. The silence returned sharp, punishing, swallowing even my breath. My scream would go nowhere. As night fell, I forced myself to light a fire with the last of my tinder. Flames licked upward, fragile. I fed them with splintered wood from the ruin, each crack of burning pine giving me courage. I set the bottle across the clearing, far from me. The tapping resumed, steady as heartbeat. I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke in the dark to a sound worse than tapping. It was whispering. Not loud, not even clear, but my name, stretched and softened, Priya. The syllables folded through the air like smoke. My skin crawled. I sat up, eyes darting. The fire had burned low, embers glowing faint. The bottle was gone. I scrambled up, heart in my throat. The whispering rose closer. I spun in circles, light from my headlamp cutting beams across the clearing. Then I saw it. The bottle sat atop the chimney, balanced impossibly on the slanted brick, water gleaming as if lit from within. And in that water, the face had formed fully this time. Eyes dark hollows, mouth stretched wide in a smile too thin for human bone. I stumbled back, tripped, landed hard on my palms. Blood smeared gravel into my skin, but I barely felt it. The face in the bottle blinked. Not a trick of light, not exhaustion, but deliberate. Big, and the whisper came again, louder. Something inside me cracked. I bolted. Left the clearing, the ruin, the fire sputtering to death. I ran through trees half, lit by my lamp, branches whipping my arms, roots catching my boots. Behind me, water moved. I heard it slosh though no stream ran. The whisper followed, sometimes my name, sometimes words I couldn't understand. Liquid syllables, rushing, drowning, promising. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. My lungs tore, my legs burned. Eventually I collapsed against a tree, chest heaving. My pack was still with me. My heart sank. I hadn't left it behind. The bottle was still there, pressing against my spine. I clawed at the straps, ripped the pack off, hurled it away. It hit the ground with a wet thud. Water seeped out, not from any tear, but from the earth itself around it. Puddles spread in circles, advancing toward me. I scrambled back, boots sinking in sudden mud. The forest floor was bleeding water from nowhere, rising, licking up the trunks of trees. I ran again blindly, until dawn broke gray. The world was wrong. Streams cut across trails where no water should run. Ferns dripped though no dew had fallen. Even my breath fogged though the air was not cold. And always, always the tapping. Sometimes close, sometimes far, but never gone. By the second evening, delirium dragged me under. I collapsed in another grove, vision double, body screaming for water. I pulled the bottle out at last, too weak to fight. The water inside gleamed, inviting. The face was gone, only clear depth remaining. My throat burned. I lifted it. The first sip was heaven. Cold, pure, sliding into my mouth like silk. My body convulsed with relief. I drank again deeper, and then I realized the mistake. The water did not stop. It flowed into me faster than I swallowed, filling my chest, my stomach, my lungs. I gagged, coughed, but it forced itself down, endless. My body arched, every nerve screaming. I threw the bottle away, but the water was already inside. My stomach sloshed heavy, my chest gurgled. I fell to my knees, coughing streams onto the dirt, but the water didn't leave. It multiplied. I vomited clear liquid, yet the fullness remained. Worse each second. my vision blurred, edges rippling like looking through a glass pane. The last thing I remember clearly was collapsing on the ground, feeling my heartbeat sync with something larger. My pulse slowed, stretched, until it no longer felt like mine. The tapping faded, replaced by a deep, slow rhythm, like the tide itself. Then blackness. When I woke, I was lying beside the trailhead. My clothes were damp, but my pack was dry. The bottle sat upright a few feet away, cap sealed, water level unchanged. Hikers found me hours later. They said I was dehydrated, delirious. They gave me normal water, watched me drink. They laughed when I shuddered, told me I was lucky to survive. I never told them the truth. That the water had filled me. That it had tasted me. That it had learned my name. I sit now in my apartment, weeks later, bottle tucked in the darkest corner of my closet. I tried to throw it away once, into a dumpster miles from home. It was back the next morning, waiting by my bed. I don't touch it anymore. I don't even look at it. But sometimes, late at night, when the city sleeps, I hear it. Tap, tap, tap. Practicing. My name is Corbin Yates. I was born in the foothills of western Montana, raised among pine needles and shale slopes, and from a young age, I felt at ease in the kind of silence that makes other people shift in their boots. I am not a man who strays often from marked paths, but I pride myself on a certain attentiveness, the kind that notices a flicker of movement in the trees or a change in the tenor of wind. I tell you this so that what follows does not sound like the clumsy wandering of an inexperienced hiker. What happened was not a matter of poor skill, but of a mistake. One choice that in hindsight seems small, but opened into a canyon of consequence. The day had been mild, with clouds stretched thin across a high sky, the air smelling faintly of warmed sap. I had set out that morning with no particular ambition. Just a circuitous trail that would loop me back to camp by late afternoon. I carried a light pack with water, jerky, a compass, a whistle, and a folding knife. Enough to feel secure, not so much as to weigh me down. I kept a steady pace, stopping occasionally to study the scar of a beetle on a trunk or to listen for hawks above. For most of the day, nothing unusual announced itself. The wilderness has a way of lulling one into the rhythm of footfall and breath, as if the trees themselves conspire to soften your vigilance. It was late afternoon when I heard the bark. It cut through the forest like a splinter, sharp, urgent, unmistakably canine. At first, I thought I had imagined it, a fragment of sound carried oddly through the trees. But then it came again, louder this time, edged with that peculiar panic dogs make when something has gone wrong. The kind of bark you hear when an animal is cornered, or when a loyal hound tries to alert someone its owner has fallen. I froze on the trail, pulse quickening, ears straining. The bark rose and fell, tugging at my instincts like a leash. Somewhere to the east, off trail, I told myself to be cautious. Dogs do not wander deep into wilderness without people, and people do not usually let them bark like that without rushing to quiet them. But the sound held a quality that was hard to ignore. It wasn't the casual yip of a dog chasing a squirrel, nor the territorial growl of a stray. It was pleading, frantic, almost human in its cadence. Against better judgment, I stepped off the trail. At first, the undergrowth resisted me, branches clutching at my sleeves, but the bark urged me onward. Each call seemed just ahead, close enough to keep me moving, but never close enough to resolve fully into sight. I pushed deeper, over mossy logs and through thickets of alder, the trail behind me vanishing, from memory like a bridge burned. My compass needle jittered uselessly in my palm, as if the very earth were reluctant to give me bearings. Still, the sound beckoned. At last I saw it, a flash of motion low to the ground, the telltale curve of a tail wagging among the ferns. Relief spiked through me. The dog was real. It stood in a small clearing, a medium-sized animal with a mottled coat, brown and white, the sort of mutt you would expect to see on a farm or trailing behind a family on a weekend hike. Its ears perked. Its body quivered with contained energy. And when our eyes met, it wagged harder, a canine smile stretching its face. I felt a swell of responsibility. If the dog was out here, its owner must be nearby, perhaps hurt. I opened my mouth to call, but before the sound left my throat, the dog barked again. That was when my stomach turned cold. The bark did not fit the dog's body. Its mouth opened wider than it should have, lips pulled too far back, gums exposed in a grotesque grimace. Yet the tongue inside did not move. The bark emerged as though from a speaker, hidden deep in its chest, steady, loud, unconnected to the mechanics of a living throat. The wagging tail never faltered. The eyes, brown and wet, held no fear, only a strange brightness, as if amused at my confusion. I took a step back, boots sinking slightly in the damp soil. My first instinct was to retreat, to find my way back to the safety of the marked trail. But as I shifted, the dog turned and bounded a few paces, then stopped, glancing over its shoulder at me. It barked again, too wide, too wrong, and waited. The intention was clear: follow. Some part of me, the stubborn, rational part, insisted that I should leave. Whatever this was, it wasn't normal, and nothing good would come of pursuing it. Yet another part, quieter but stronger, whispered that if I turned back now, I would never know what lay at the end. Curiosity, pity, some strange compulsion, call it what you will, drove me onward. The dog slipped easily through the brush, tail flicking like a metronome. Each time it disappeared, I thought it gone, but then the bark would echo ahead, pulling me deeper still. I lost count of how long I followed. Shadows lengthened, and the quality of light shifted to that wary gold that precedes dusk. My water bottle grew lighter, my throat drier, yet I kept moving, driven by something that felt less like choice and more like inevitability. At last, the trees thinned into another clearing. The ground here was disturbed, a patchwork of flattened grass and overturned soil, as though animals had rooted or wrestled violently. In the center stood the entrance to a den. Not a natural burrow, not the mouth of a cave, but a structure framed deliberately with scavenged objects. Hiking poles leaned against one another in a crude arch, their straps dangling like limp flags. Torn packs were arranged around the perimeter, their zippers gaping, fabric shredded. Bits of gear, buckles, straps, scraps of nylon, littered the ground like offerings. The dog trotted to the threshold and sat, its tail thumping twice before stilling. It looked back at me, mouth closed now, tongue lolling harmlessly. For a moment, it resembled any ordinary animal. Then the sound began again. Not the bark this time, but something worse. It was my voice, calling my own name. Corbin, it echoed from the den's dark mouth. The syllables were drawn out, warped by the cavern, but undeniably mine. The pitch, the cadence, even the slight rasp I get after a long day outside. It was all there, spilling into the clearing, as though I were already inside, waiting for myself. Corbin, you're late. The dog did not move. Its eyes glittered with a patience that chilled me more than aggression ever could. I stood rooted, my own name bouncing around me like a ghost. The den's darkness yawned wider, And though my rational mind screamed to turn and flee, some deeper pull pressed at my feet, urging me closer. Closer into the waiting mouth that spoke with my stolen voice. I will tell you that I resisted, at least at first. I gripped the handle of my knife, though I did not draw it, and tried to steady my breath. The forest was quiet save for the imitation of myself, and the stillness pressed against my ears until the world felt hollow. Every instinct clashed. The urge to run, the compulsion to investigate, the disbelief that what I heard was possible. I thought of the marked trail, of the safety I had abandoned, of how small the decision had seemed when I stepped off it. Just a dog, just a bark. That was all it had taken. And then, against my will, I found myself moving forward. One step, then another, the arch of hiking poles framing my passage like a gate. The den smelled of damp earth and iron, a tang that coated my tongue. The voice grew clearer, closer, wrapping around me like a shroud. Corbin, here. Hurry. I wish I could say I turned back before the threshold, that I gathered enough sense to escape before my mistake deepened. But the truth is that the threshold was already behind me before I realized it, and the light of the clearing had narrowed to a distant sliver. The den swallowed me, and with it, the last of the day's safety. The first thing I noticed inside the den was the air. It was thick and close, pressing into my lungs with every inhale, as if I were breathing through damp cloth. The light behind me dimmed quickly, swallowed by curves of packed soil that seemed to curl inward like ribs. I could still hear my own voice echoing from deeper within, steady, coaxing, patient. It didn't rush me. It didn't plead. It simply repeated my name, each syllable drawn like a thread tugging me further in. The ground sloped downward, uneven, littered with debris. I stepped carefully, my boots crunching over broken plastic, cracked sunglasses, the metal teeth of zippers. The walls bore scratch marks, long parallel lines etched into earth hardened like clay. Some clawed deep, others shallow, but none of them followed a natural pattern. They were deliberate. I whispered once, testing the silence. "Hello." My voice trembled despite me, and the den replied instantly, my own voice layered over mine, calling, "Hello," from just ahead. I flinched, pulse surging. It wasn't mimicry anymore. It was duplication, a mirror thrown forward. I held my knife now, blade unfolded. Though the gesture felt small, against the enormity of the wrongness around me. Each step forward felt like betrayal of my better sense. But standing still was worse. The den narrowed briefly, forcing me to turn my shoulders sideways, and then it opened again, revealing a chamber large enough to stand fully upright. My light, just a small headlamp I had clipped from my pack, flicked across the chamber and caught them, the remnants of other hikers. Not bodies, not bones, but what they left behind. A boot with its sole torn loose. A faded map folded wrong, its creases shredded. A stainless steel flask dented as though by teeth. These were not forgotten supplies dropped on accident. They were arranged, piled in heaps against the walls. Every piece bore marks of use and violence. At the center of the chamber was another arch. This one built not of hiking poles, but of femurs and tibias, pale and clean, lashed together with fraying rope. My headlamp beam jittered as my hand shook, and the structure cast spiderweb shadows that crawled over the walls. "Corbin," my voice said again. This time it came not from the tunnel ahead, but from directly behind the arch of bones. The sound did not echo, it was crisp, close, as if my mouth were already there, waiting. The dog padded into the chamber. I hadn't heard it follow me, but there it was, tail swishing lazily, tongue lolling. It sat at the base of the bone arch and fixed its eyes on me. Then its mouth opened wide, too wide, and my voice spilled from it in a low murmur, not calling my name this time but narrating. He's afraid. He doesn't know if he should kneel. He doesn't know if he should run. My stomach twisted. I gripped the knife tighter, though it seemed useless. The dog tilted its head, as if amused. Its mouth shut, but the words kept coming, still in my tone, still describing me. He thinks of sunlight outside. He doesn't remember which way the trail runs. He doesn't trust his own compass. He doesn't trust his own feet. I wanted to scream, to drown out the theft of my voice, but terror had lodged too deep in my throat. Instead, I backed a step toward the tunnel. My headlamp beam swung wildly, slicing across the heaps of gear. The piles looked wrong in the moving light. Not random after all, but forming rough outlines. Shapes that suggested sleeping figures, curled in fatal positions. My breath caught when I realized some of the nylon was stitched together, crude seams holding disparate packs like patchwork skin. The dog's mouth opened again. From within came laughter, but not mine this time. Higher pitched, sharp, like the bark of a hyena. It filled the chamber, bounced hard off the walls, until it seemed to come from everywhere. I pressed my hands over my ears, but still heard it vibrating inside my skull. I stumbled forward, not back, desperate to silence it. My boot struck something half, buried in dirt, and I looked down to see another compass, cracked. Needle spinning freely though my hand hadn't moved it. I kicked it aside and approached the bone arch. The laughter stopped abruptly. Silence pressed heavy. On impulse I leaned closer, shining the headlamp through the arch. The light revealed a passage dropping steeply. Soil transitioning to stone, wet and slick. Moisture dripped in slow beads. The sound of water echoed faintly, but beneath it came something worse. My voice again, whispering rapid fragments. He shouldn't too late. Come closer, closer. The dog rose, stretched its legs, and without hesitation padded through the bone arch and into the passage. Its wagging tail disappeared into shadow, and then my voice called again. Hurry, Corbin. Don't let me wait. I don't know why I followed. Every rational part of me screamed against it, but I stepped through the arch all the same. Maybe I was already ensnared, already unable to resist. The soil grew slick underfoot. The ceiling lowered, and the air grew colder, metallic with the taste of blood. My headlamp flickered once, twice, and then steadied, casting pale rings on the stone. The passage twisted downward like a spiral, and I began to notice shapes carved into the walls. Not natural erosion, but deliberate etchings, concentric circles, spirals, stick, figures with elongated arms, crude renditions of dogs with human teeth. The carvings were old, their grooves softened by dampness, but they stretched endlessly along the tunnel, as though hundreds of hands had traced them over countless years. My legs shook with exhaustion and dread, but the voice ahead kept pulling me. At times it was soft, coaxing. At others it was scolding, sharp. Faster, Corbin. You're late. The tunnel opened at last into a second chamber, larger than the first. The chamber's ceiling was high enough that my light couldn't touch it. The floor sloped to a pit at its center, where water pooled black and still. Around the pit were arranged the remnants of more camps. Stoves rusted through. Tents collapsed into fabric husks. Sleeping bags split open. The smell of mildew was strong, but threaded through it was something coppery. Unmistakably the stench of blood, and there, standing at the edge of the pool, was myself. I froze. The figure wore my jacket, my jeans, even the same scuffed boots. The face, when it lifted, was mine in every detail, except for the eyes. They were too wide, pupils huge, reflecting my headlamp like the eyes of an animal at night. The double raised a hand and beckoned. Finally, it said, "My voice, my exact voice. You took long enough." The dog sat beside the double, tail wagging lazily. Its mouth stretched again, and from it came words in harmony with my double's. "You're late. You're late." I felt the knife in my hand tremble. My double noticed and smiled. A cruel, thin smile that looked wrong on my face. "You don't need that. You know why you came. You came because I called. And you'll stay because you belong." The pool behind him rippled, though no stone had been thrown. Something moved just beneath the surface, shapes too large, too slow to be fish. My reflection in the water shivered, and then another face surfaced. Mine again, but half submerged, lips mouthing silently in perfect unison with me. The dog barked once, the sound jarring and sharp, and the chamber vibrated as if the walls themselves had joined in. My double stepped closer. I wanted to retreat, but the tunnel behind me had narrowed in my mind, shrunk to impossibility. It felt as though the only path left was forward, toward myself, toward the pool that lapped softly at stone. The voice doubled, tripled, filling the chamber. My name, my thoughts, my doubts, spilling out from mouths that were not mine. My head spun. I clutched the knife, but the blade looked dull in the sickly light. My double extended its hand, palm up, inviting. And against every fiber of reason, I felt my own hand twitch in answer. The chamber tilted around me, as if I had stepped into the dream of someone else. My double's outstretched hand hovered only a few feet away, and yet it felt like a canyon separated us. The dog's tail thumped steadily on the stone, a metronome counting down something I couldn't name. My own voice filled the air, one version coaxing, another laughing, another muttering fragmented thoughts I had never spoken aloud, but recognized as my own private fears. I gripped the knife tighter, the handle slicked with sweat, the blade trembling like a tuning fork. I whispered to myself, barely audible, "I'm real. I'm me." But the words sounded unconvincing even to my own ears. The dog opened its mouth and repeated them back instantly. "I'm real. I'm me." But the cadence was off, twisted into mockery. My stomach churned. The double stepped closer. Its boots scuffed the stone in the same rhythm mine had moments earlier, every detail of movement perfect, uncanny. "You're tired, Corbin," it said. "You've walked far enough. Just come to me and we'll stop pretending." Behind it, the pool rippled again, sending out lazy concentric rings. From its surface, more faces began to surface, pale, warped by the water. Some were strangers, men and women I had never seen before. But a few mirrored me, each with slight differences, one older, with deeper lines on the face, one younger, hair cropped shorter, one with eyes hollow and black. They mouthed my name silently, over and over. I staggered back a step, though the narrowing tunnel behind offered no comfort. My headlamp beam caught on the carvings in the chamber walls, those spirals and stick, figures again, repeating in endless patterns. For the first time I noticed that some of the stick figures had no mouths at all, their faces blank, as though silenced. Others had wide ovals where mouths should be, stretched open too far, just like the dog. The double extended its hand further. "You belong here. You heard me call. You came, as they all do. The mistake wasn't leaving the trail. The mistake was thinking you were alone when you never were." The dog barked once, The sound shattered something in me. I shouted, whether in fear or defiance I couldn't tell, and lunged forward, slashing the knife across the double's arm. The blade connected. For one fleeting moment, resistance met steel, and I thought I had cut flesh. But no blood welled, no skin parted. Instead, the knife hissed like it had struck water, and a spray of cold droplets stung my face. My double only smiled wider. It leaned in close, so near I could see my reflection swimming in its eyes. Even when you fight, you follow. I turned and bolted toward the tunnel, panic blazing hotter than reason. My boots pounded the stone, breath ragged. The chamber echoed with laughter. My laughter. My voice multiplied a dozen times. Behind me the dog barked again and again, each bark pushing me forward like a blow to the back. The tunnel twisted upward, my legs burning with the climb. I dared not look back. My headlamp beam quivered wildly. But the carvings on the walls seemed to shift as I passed, spirals opening like eyes that watched me retreat. The sound of water lapped closer and closer, though the pool was behind me, as if it rose up through the tunnel, chasing. At last, light, faint, natural, appeared ahead. I lunged toward it, scraping shoulders against the narrowing walls, dirt raining into my hair. With a final heave, I burst out into the clearing where I had first seen the dog. Twilight had fallen fully now. The forest washed in blue shadow. My chest heaved. My knife was still in my hand, blade dulled, dripping water. The clearing was empty. No dog, no den entrance. Behind me the slope of earth was unbroken. Nothing but ferns and damp soil. For a moment I wondered if I had imagined it all. If panic and darkness had played tricks on me. But when I glanced down, I saw the arch of hiking poles still standing, perfectly arranged. The torn packs ringed the space like silent witnesses. My legs nearly gave out. I staggered to the arch, touched one of the poles. It was solid, cold. When I leaned close, I heard faintly, so faintly, my own voice again, whispered from the soil, "Corbin, Corbin, late." I ripped my hand back and stumbled away. My compass needle spun uselessly in my pack pocket. The forest around me looked alien now. Every tree identical, every shadow too deep. I turned in a slow circle, trying to find east, west, any direction that felt real. Nothing. The dog barked once, distant. Then again closer. My heart leapt into my throat. I gritted my teeth, forced myself not to follow this time. Not again. I picked a direction, any direction, and ran. Branches clawed at my arms, roots grabbed at my boots. The bark chased me, always just behind, sometimes ahead, sometimes to the side, weaving me through the forest like a thread through cloth. Minutes, hours. I can't say how long I ran. When at last I stumbled onto the marked trail, the sudden sight of a wooden signpost nearly brought me to tears. My knees buckled, and I pressed my forehead against the rough wood, gasping. The bark faded. Silence returned, heavy and absolute. I made it back to camp long after dark, guided only by memory and luck. My fire was still smoldering, embers glowing faintly like eyes in the coals. I collapsed beside it, shaking, unable to eat or drink. My name echoed in my skull until exhaustion finally dragged me into uneasy sleep. When dawn came, the forest looked ordinary again. Sunlight pierced the canopy, birds sang, and the world wore its usual face. But when I reached for my water bottle, I froze. Inside the clear plastic, the water quivered. Not with my movement, not with wind, but as though something beneath it was breathing. I hurled it away, but the sight branded itself into me. That was weeks ago. Since then, I hear the bark sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet. Sometimes it's far away, like a memory. Other times it's just outside my window, sharp, insistent, familiar. And sometimes worse, I hear my own voice call my name from the dark, reminding me that I was late once, and that sooner or later, everything waits to be answered. My name is Elias Porter, and I must confess that I have always carried an unhealthy confidence in my ability to handle the wilderness. I grew up in Montana, where the mountains are as much a part of a person's upbringing as the schoolhouse or the grocery store. From a young age, I learned to pitch tents, to read trail maps, to respect bears, and to build fires in the damp hush of alpine meadows. That confidence stayed with me into adulthood, though it shifted into something sharper, almost reckless, when I began taking trips with friends who trusted me to lead them. It felt like proof of who I was, that I could guide them, that I could choose the way, that the woods bent just enough to let me through while others stumbled. And if I am being honest, there was always a thrill in bending the rules, in cutting corners, in proving that warnings were only for those who lacked my resolve. It was on a long weekend in late September when I made the decisions that still echo in me like distant thunder. The air was already crisp with the promise of winter, the first snow dusting the higher ridges, but the valleys still burned gold with aspen leaves. My friends, 3 of them, all less experienced than I was, trusted me when I said we could push deeper than the usual roads. Their names were Lena, Marcus, and Jonah. Each of them looked to me when questions arose, and I wore their trust like a badge. I insisted that our trip would be unforgettable, and I was right, though not in the way any of us hoped. The first mistake was the trail we chose. A ranger at the station had suggested a moderate loop that kept to established routes, pointing out that daylight was shrinking fast this time of year. I thanked him politely and then, when we were out of sight, unfolded a different map I had been keeping folded in my jacket. It showed a spur trail that cut across a basin, unofficial and marked faintly with dotted lines. I told the group it would shave hours from our hike and lead us to a secluded lake where we could camp without running into other parties. They believed me. Of course they did. The path began well enough, narrow but still visible, weaving through lodgepole pine and open stretches of meadow. We laughed, we talked, we moved at a steady pace. Yet as the hours went by, the track faded, swallowed by undergrowth and scattered deadfall. Jonah asked if I was sure we were on the right path. I lied easily, saying the trail always looked like this after a quiet season. He nodded and said no more, though I caught him glancing back at the way we had come, as though rehearsing it in his mind. By late afternoon, the sky dimmed into a kind of bruised gray, the sun hidden behind high, thin clouds. The wind sharpened, rattling the branches above us. Lena asked if we should stop for the night, but I pressed them to keep going, promising that the lake was just ahead. I did not want to admit how much faith I had placed in a dotted line on an old, unofficial map. We stumbled on, and soon enough we came to a clearing that was wrong in every sense of the word. The trees ended abruptly, as if shorn away. The ground was bare, hard-packed, not earth so much as some pale surface like bone scoured clean. In the center stood the remains of a fire ring, blackened stones slick with moss. What caught my eye most, however, were the objects scattered around, hiking poles broken cleanly in half, a shredded tarp tangled in branches, a pair of boots stiff with rot. At first I told myself it was just abandoned gear, evidence of careless campers, but even then I knew better. The boots were placed neatly side by side, toes pointed toward the stone ring, as though their owner had stepped out of them in perfect symmetry. Marcus swore under his breath. He asked if we should turn back, and for the first time I felt a stir of doubt I could not quite silence. But pride is a cruel companion, and mine would not let me retreat so easily. I told them the clearing must have been used long ago, and that the lake could not be far. My voice sounded convincing, even to myself, and so we pressed onward. Not half an hour later, as dusk slid fast across the basin, we heard the sound of barking. It was sharp, frantic, carrying through the trees. A dog, lost or injured, or perhaps warning us away. My chest tightened with relief at the thought of finding another party nearby, someone who could confirm our route. Without hesitation, I followed the sound off the faint path, weaving between dark pines, ignoring Jonah's muttered protests. The barking grew louder, then stopped so suddenly that the silence seemed to ring. I found the animal, or what I thought was an animal, standing on a rise ahead. A dog, mid-sized, its coat mottled gray. Its tail wagged with a rhythm, almost mechanical. When it opened its mouth, the barking resumed, but its tongue did not move. Its chest did not rise. The sound poured from it, as though the body were only a speaker. My own feet froze, and in that paralysis I understood the wrongness, the hollow quality of its movements. Then the bark shifted, warped, and spilled into something worse. It spoke my name. Not once, but again and again with the same cadence as if caught in a loop. Elias, Elias, Elias. Behind me, Lena gasped. Marcus cursed again. Jonah whispered that we needed to leave, his voice trembling. But I could not move. I watched as the dog, or the thing that wore a dog's shape, turned and trotted into a dark gap between the trees. And I followed, God help me, because my arrogance had not yet cracked. I told myself I needed to prove it was only a trick of the wilderness, some echo, some illusion. I told myself that if I faced it, the fear would dissolve. The gap opened into a den framed by torn, nylon packs and splintered poles driven into the earth like crude pillars. The air was rank, heavy with the sour reek of wet fur and something metallic beneath. Inside, the dark pressed close, and the barking shifted again until it was no longer a dog's cry, no longer my name, but my own voice calling as though I were late. I staggered back, the blood rushing in my ears, the weight of the others' stares burning into me. They wanted to turn back. They wanted to survive. And I had led them here. That night we made camp in the nearest patch of ground that seemed remotely safe. None of us spoke much as we worked. The silence had grown brittle, cracking at every small sound. The fire we built smoked heavily, refusing to burn clean. I kept my back to the tree's eyes, darting toward the dark spaces between them, listening for the bark that was no bark, for the echo that was no echo. Sleep came in shallow, fractured pieces, each dream tangled with the same sound. My voice calling from the mouth of the den, late, always late. When dawn came pale and thin, we packed quickly. Jonah said he remembered the direction we had come from, and insisted we retrace our steps. I agreed, though my pride snarled inside me. And for the first time I admitted aloud that perhaps the dotted path was not a path at all. We moved quickly, but the forest seemed altered, as though the shapes of the trees had shifted in the night. The clearing with the boots was nowhere to be found. The faint trail had vanished. Only the pale light, the hush of wind, and the heavy beat of something unseen watching from behind. We walked in silence, conserving words as though they cost us dearly. At one point Lena touched my arm. Not to comfort me, but to keep me from stepping into a shallow pool that seemed to ripple without breeze. I felt a prickle of shame then, realizing how badly I had failed them. I had claimed mastery of the wild, and now the wild was teaching me the cost of arrogance. Each step carried us deeper into uncertainty, and I could not tell if the forest wanted us gone or wanted us to stay forever. And even as we walked, the sound came again, faint at first, then louder, the echo of my name, spilling from somewhere ahead, somewhere just out of sight. Jonah was the first to break the silence, his voice strained but steady as he said, "We needed to move faster." He kept looking over his shoulder as though expecting something to step into view. Marcus carried himself stiffly, gripping a branch he had broken off as a makeshift club, while Lena walked close enough to me that her shoulder brushed mine. I should have been the one reassuring them, should have offered confidence, direction, even apology, but my throat locked tight. Every few steps I heard the faintest whisper of my own name, carried between the trees, timed so perfectly it felt like an echo of my own breath. The land tilted gradually, the incline so subtle at first that I hardly noticed. Jonah stopped once to orient himself, squinting at the angle of the slope, muttering that he did not remember climbing yesterday. He insisted the basin slanted differently, that we should be heading downhill if we wanted to reach the marked trail. He was right, of course. I remembered cresting a low ridge before we reached the clearing, and yet every way forward now seemed to rise. The forest herded us upward, as though downhill had ceased to exist. By midday we stumbled onto another opening in the trees, this one marked not by a fire ring or abandoned gear, but by stone. Dozens of cairns dotted the clearing, stacked neatly, each one no taller than my knee. They were arranged in concentric circles, paths threading between them like a maze. The stones themselves gleamed unnaturally smooth, too uniform, as if sculpted by the same hand. I froze at the edge, unwilling to enter. Jonah said we should skirt around, but Marcus stepped forward, muttering that rocks could not hurt us. He kicked at the nearest pile, scattering the stones, and the forest answered with a sound I can only describe as a sigh. It came from everywhere, leaves rustling in perfect unison, trunks creaking, air shifting all at once. The cairn Marcus had destroyed lay scattered at his feet, but when I glanced back a moment later, the stones were stacked again, taller than before, balanced impossibly. Marcus swore and backed up quickly, his branch held like a shield. Lena clutched my sheave and whispered that she wanted to go home. I had no answer to give her. The maze of cairns pressed against my vision, demanding entry, but I forced us along the outer edge, hurrying as best I could without toppling another. The trail beyond felt wrong in a way I cannot fully capture with words. The trees grew closer together, their branches tangling overhead, so tightly that the light dimmed to a dull twilight, though the sun should have still been high. The air smelled of damp earth and something sharp, like rust. I thought at first it was my imagination, but soon we all noticed. The trunks of the trees were scarred, long gouges running parallel, evenly spaced as though raked by some massive hand. We stopped only once to drink, crouching near a narrow trickle of water running over stone. Jonah warned us not to fill our bottles, saying it smelled wrong, but Marcus did anyway, swearing that water was water. He drank deeply, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Not long after, he began to cough, at first just clearing his throat, then harder, violent spasms that bent him double. When he spat, the saliva was streaked dark as though with soot. He insisted he was fine, that it was nothing, but none of us dared drink after that. As the hours stretched, hunger gnawed at us, though none of us had the stomach to eat. Each step grew heavier. I counted them in sets of 10, forcing myself forward. Somewhere ahead, faint and distorted, I heard the barking again. My own name threaded through it, spoken too loud, too eager, as though whatever voice had learned how to mimic me, but had not yet mastered subtlety. Elias, Elias, Elias. The others heard it too, though they did not repeat it. We moved faster, not toward the sound but away, though I could not tell if such directions had meaning anymore. When dusk came, there was no question of pressing onward. The forest had begun to shift, subtle but undeniable. Trunks leaning where they had not leaned before, moss spreading in unnatural patterns, branches sagging under invisible weight. We found a small rise of rock and chose it as our camp, reasoning that elevation might at least keep us safer. We lit no fire. The memory of smoke from the night before still clung to me, thick and choking. Instead, we huddled close, our headlamps clicking on only when the dark grew suffocating. It was then that Lena began to cry. She tried to keep it silent, but in the hush of the night every sound carried. I reached out and held her hand, though I had no words to soothe her. Jonah sat apart, scanning the trees with his light, whispering under his breath as though rehearsing prayers he had not spoken in years. Marcus lay on his back, coughing occasionally, muttering curses that slipped into delirious laughter. The sound unsettled me more than the silence. I do not know when I drifted into sleep, only that I awoke to stillness more absolute than before. My headlamp had gone dark, its battery drained, though I had checked it only hours earlier. Across from me, Jonah's light still glowed faintly, casting him in pale shadow. He was not sitting anymore but standing, staring into the trees. His lips moved as though speaking, but no sound emerged. I whispered his name, but he did not turn. Slowly, he stepped forward, one measured pace at a time, as though following a rhythm only he could hear. I scrambled up, grabbing his sleeve. His skin was ice cold, his eyes glassy. He whispered then, though his voice did not sound like his own. It was clipped, deliberate, as though repeating lines from a script. "You are late, Elias. They are waiting. You are late." My blood froze. I shook him hard, shouting his name, and at last his eyes flickered. He collapsed, shuddering, gasping for breath, asking why I had hit him. He remembered nothing. Neither of us slept again. We sat with our backs to the rock, staring at the trees until dawn bled thin and gray. Marcus was feverish by morning, his skin hot, lips cracked. He swore he heard whispers in the night, though he could not repeat them clearly. Lena refused to move, until I swore we would find the real trail again, not some cursed path spiraling us deeper. I promised, though I had no faith in the words. We descended the rise, or tried to. Every route we chose curved subtly upward, leading us back into dense thickets. It was as though the forest itself had bent, reshaping to trap us. My chest ached with the weight of it. The realization that I had led us into a place with rules I did not understand. I began marking trees with my knife, deep cuts into the bark, so that at least we would know if we walked in circles. Hours later, we passed a tree with 3 slashes, identical to the ones I had made. Only the bark was smooth again, the cuts closed over, as though time itself had folded differently here. That was when Marcus collapsed. One moment he walked behind me, coughing, and the next he crumpled into the needles, shaking violently. We rushed to him, but his eyes rolled back, foam flecking his lips. Lena screamed. Jonah tried to hold him down, I shouted his name until my throat tore, but the fit lasted endless minutes before it subsided. When he finally lay still, his chest rose shallowly. His skin was ash gray. We could not carry him far, but leaving him was unthinkable. So we built a litter of branches, lashed together with paracord, and dragged him behind us. Every step felt heavier than the last. The forest grew darker, though the sky above should have been clear. We passed no landmarks, no streams, no clearings, only endless trees, each one scarred with those same parallel marks, each one leaning subtly toward us as though listening. At times I swore I saw figures in the spaces between trunks, silhouettes too tall, too thin, watching without movement. Whenever I turned my light on them, they were gone, replaced by nothing more than bark and shadow. We stopped again near nightfall, too exhausted to press further. Marcus lay barely conscious, muttering words I could not make out. Lena knelt by him, tears streaming, begging me to fix it. Jonah sat rigid, his hands clasped, his eyes darting. And I, prideful, reckless, ruined, I could only sit with my back to the trees, staring into the dark, listening for the voice that carried my name like a lure. It came again, just as I feared. Only this time it was not alone. The voice carried first from the left, then from the right, shifting between the trees like a hunter circling prey. Each call was the same, my name spoken in my exact tone, my exact cadence, but always with a fraction too much eagerness, like someone rehearsing delight without understanding what caused it. Elias, Elias, Elias. Then came the others. Lena's name, drawn out in a breathless whisper. Jonah's name spoken, with a rasp that scraped against the silence. Marcus's name stretched like a prayer. They threaded together until the clearing hummed with a chorus that did not belong. Lena clamped her hands over her ears, sobbing. Jonah swore under his breath, rocking back and forth. Marcus moaned softly, his lips forming words though no sound came. I gripped the branch I had carried, knuckles white, and shouted into the dark to stop, to leave us alone. The voices obeyed. The silence that followed was worse. I thought for a moment that it was over, that the forest had tired of its game. But then the sound returned, not spoken this time but written. I saw it in the dirt before me. Letters etched fresh in the soil, though no hand touched it, my name repeated again and again in neat rows. I kicked at the ground, scattering the letters. But when I looked back, more had appeared, stretching outward, curling into spirals that led between the trees. Jonah snapped then. He stood suddenly, his eyes wild, insisting that if the forest wanted us, we should go to it rather than wait to be taken. He staggered toward the spirals, ignoring Lena's pleas, ignoring my hand grabbing at his sleeve. He broke into a run, vanishing between the trunks. His light bobbed once, twice, then was swallowed whole. His name was still whispered all around us, but it no longer sounded like an echo. It sounded like possession. Lena collapsed against me, shaking. Marcus coughed violently, choking, and I saw his chest seize with every spasm. I pressed a hand against him, helpless, listening to the forest shift. Branches groaned overhead, bending lower as though weight pressed upon them. The air grew heavy, thick, impossible to breathe. I realized with a cold certainty that the forest did not want us to leave. It had shaped itself to keep us here, and each decision I had made had only bound us tighter. I told Lena we had to move. She shook her head, refusing. I took her by the shoulders, forced her to meet my eyes, and said if we stayed we would die here, slowly, with our names stolen until nothing of us remained. At last she nodded, tears streaming. We fashioned a crude harness to drag Marcus between us, each of us gripping one end of the paracord. Then we stepped into the dark. I do not remember the hours that followed clearly. The forest blurred into endless trunks, each one scarred, each one leaning inward. The ground shifted beneath us, rising and falling as though breathing. My body moved on instinct, legs pumping though my mind screamed to stop. At times I saw Jonah ahead, his light faint, his body still moving. But when I called out, he did not turn, and the glow would vanish like smoke. Sometime deep into the night, Lena faltered. She stumbled to her knees, whispering that she could not go on. I pulled at her, begged her, but her body shook with exhaustion. Marcus lay limp between us, breath shallow. I pressed my ear to his chest and heard nothing but a faint rasp. He was slipping away, and I knew there was nothing I could do. Lena's sobs filled the air, and I felt the forest lean closer, greedy. The voices began again, softer this time, coaxing rather than commanding. They spoke of warmth, of sleep, of home. I heard my father's voice, long dead, calling me back from the tree line. Lena heard something too. I saw it in her face, the sudden calm. The way she rose as though weightless. She whispered that she saw her mother waiting, that we were safe. She let go of the cord, drifting toward the sound. I lunged, caught her wrist, begged her to stay, but her eyes were already far away. She pulled free, vanishing into the dark. Her name echoed once, twice, then fell silent. I was alone with Marcus, whose chest no longer rose. I knew then that I had lost them all. Lena, Jonah, Marcus. Through arrogance, through decisions I had made with reckless pride. The weight of it crushed me, but I could not stop. Marcus's body on the forest floor, whispering an apology I knew would never reach him, and staggered forward alone. The trees pressed tighter. The air grew colder. My light flickered, battery dying. I stumbled, fell, rose again, driven only by the desperate hope that somewhere ahead the real trail still existed, that the world outside this cursed basin had not dissolved entirely. Each time I blinked I saw the dog again, standing in the path, its mouth opening too wide, my voice spilling from it like a wound. Elias, Elias, Elias. It always stood just ahead, leading deeper. I forced myself to ignore it, to press sideways, to tear through undergrowth until my arms bled. At last I stumbled into a space that felt different. The ground sloped downward, sharply, and I fell, tumbling over roots and stone until I landed hard on packed earth. When I lifted my head, I saw the faint shimmer of moonlight through the branches above. Real moonlight, pale and steady, not the dim glow of a sky forever sealed. I dragged myself toward it, clawing at the soil, pulling until my body collapsed at the edge of a real trail, wide and firm beneath my palms. I lay there for what felt like hours, trembling, waiting for the forest to pull me back. But dawn came, soft and golden, and the trees no longer leaned. Birds called overhead, sharp and real. The air smelled only of pine and frost. When at last I staggered to my feet, the trail stretched clear in both directions. I chose one and walked, my legs heavy, my chest hollow, my mind broken. By midday I reached the ranger station. They found me half delirious, my clothes torn, my skin scratched raw. I told them fragments of the truth, though not all of it. I could not bring myself to speak of the voices, the cairns, the dog. I told them my friends had been lost, that Marcus had died, that Lena and Jonah had vanished into the trees. Search parties went out, combing the basin for days. They found nothing. No bodies, no gear, not even footprints. The forest had swallowed every trace. I was released after a week in the hospital. Physically, I healed. though the scars linger. But I cannot close my eyes without hearing it still, the echo of my name carried through the dark. Sometimes I dream that Lena calls for me, or that Jonah's light still flickers just ahead, waiting. Sometimes I wake and find words, written faintly in the dust of my floorboards, as though the forest is still reaching for me. I no longer go into the mountains. I no longer trust the silence of trees or the paths not marked on maps. Yet I cannot escape the truth. My friends are gone, and their names live in a place where the forest speaks. My arrogance led us there. My decisions bound us to it. And though I walked away, I know that one day the voice will find me again, patient, eager, whispering that I am late. Always late.